When we were little, my childhood friend and I used to eat spicy sticks together. I'd say my mouth is on fire. Without saying a word, she'd kiss me right there. From then on, whenever I said it hurt somewhere, my childhood friend would kiss the pain away. Our parents would just look at each other and burst into laughter. Looks like we're definitely going to be in-laws. But not long after I moved abroad with my mom, I heard that proud childhood friend of mine, Ki Nianan, had developed a severe case of misandry. Since then, not a single guy has been able to get a kiss from Ki Nianan ever again. Even trying to get within half a step of her has become an absolute luxury. On the very first day of my return, my unreliable mother went and dumped me right at Ki Nianan's doorstep. All I could do was pull my suitcase in a huff and bang on the door with all my might. I knocked for ages, but no one answered. I couldn't help but give the door a few kicks, cursing that annoying Ki Nianan in my head. She's definitely out fooling around again. Thinking about how long it's been since I saw her, I suddenly wanted to see if she could still recognize my voice. So, I called her phone directly. I raised my voice and shouted, "Ki Nianan, where the hell have you gone to die? This young master is back in the country, standing right outside your apartment. Get your butt back here and open the door." But the person on the other end wasn't Ki Nianan. A strange female voice said, "Looking for President Ki? She's busy right now. Call back in a bit." Before I could say anything, she hung up. I stared at my phone screen, which had gone dark, completely stunned. Rage flared up inside me. Even some lackey dares to hang up on me? A surge of anger rushed to my head. I was so livid my face turned pale and my eyes were full of fury. Meanwhile, in the VIP room of Yeonmei Bar, Ki Nianan was in a drinking contest with everyone. There was a man sitting right next to her. He had his arm around Ki Nianan's shoulder, saying in a syrupy voice, "President Ki, you seem a little drunk, don't you?" Ki Nianan gave a cold snort, lazily leaning back against the sofa. Her eyes were slightly glazed from the alcohol, but she still radiated a cold do-not-approach aura. That man was Lu Guan. He was staring infatuatedly at Ki Nianan's ravishing beauty. He instinctively reached out to touch her cheek, desire flashing through his eyes. Lu Guan was scheming in his mind that this perfect woman had to be his. Hooking up with Ki Nianan would be his ticket to the top. His gaze lingered on her seductive lips, and his heart rate suddenly spiked. He slowly leaned in, intending to plant a kiss on them. Everyone knew she was always surrounded by handsome men, but she never gave anyone the chance to kiss her. Rumor had it that only her one true love could ever make her take the initiative. Lu Guan's voice was deep and gentle. Any other woman would have surrendered long ago. But Ki Nianan didn't react at all. Just as Lu Guan's lips were about to touch hers, she suddenly shoved him away, snapping in a freezing tone, "Stay away from me!" Lu Guan pouted like a kicked puppy, but he wouldn't give up and pressed closer again. He grabbed Ki Nianan's arm and whispered, "President Ki, you're drunk. Let me help you." Ki Nianan frowned in annoyance. She rummaged through her pockets for a long time, her voice dropping low. "Where's my phone?" Her lackey immediately came scurrying over, holding the phone with both hands. "President Ki, your phone fell earlier, so I kept it safe for you." The lackey's gaze was a bit evasive, hesitating over whether to mention that he had just answered a call for her. Right then, Ki Nianan's phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. She casually pressed answer. "Ki Nianan?" My suppressed, angry shout came through the receiver, thick with resentment. Ki Nianan didn't recognize my voice at first. She impatiently asked, "Who is this?" Aside from her family, no man had ever dared to yell at her like that. In her voice, hints of mockery and irritation were starting to show. I froze when I heard that, instinctively asking, "Is this really Ki Nianan?" Ki Nianan scoffed in a sarcastic tone, "Are you sick or something?" She was about to hang up, but I yelled, "Wait!" I hurriedly stopped her. Realizing she sounded drunk, my anger flared even more. "Where are you? I'm coming to find you right now." My tone was authoritative, leaving no room for refusal. Normally she would have hung up ages ago, but this voice gave her a strange sense of familiarity, as if possessed. She blurted out her location. "Yeonmei Bar, VIP room 201. "Fine, you just wait. I'll be there in a heartbeat." I hung up, left my suitcase at her apartment's front desk, and turned to hail a taxi, heading straight for Yeonmei Bar. Ki Nianan gripped her phone, her foggy brain trying to figure out who that was. Very few people dared to give her orders like that. While she was still pondering, then Lu Guan leaned in close again, asking in a slimy voice, "President Ki, was that some guy calling? Your new lover?" Ki Nianan couldn't be bothered with Lu Guan. She leaned back and closed her eyes to rest. Seeing this, the lackey rushed off to get some hangover cure. A moment later, he returned with the medicine, respectfully saying, "President Ki, here is the hangover cure." Ki Nianan reached out to take it, but Lu Guan was faster and snatched the pill. He gave a flattering smile. "President Ki, let me serve it to you." Elsewhere, the taxi quickly pulled up at the bar street. The female driver stared at me with a suggestive look. She spoke up, "Hey handsome, Yeonmei is right up ahead." Thanks, since I was in a hurry to find Ki Nianan, I pushed the door open to get out. The driver quickly called me back. "Hey pretty boy, you haven't paid the fare yet?" I suddenly remembered my movements freezing for a second as I casually asked, "How much?" 48 yuan, she said, looking at me with an unfriendly gaze. I rummaged through my entire bag, but couldn't find a single yuan. All I could do was look at the driver awkwardly. "I just got back to the country and haven't exchanged money yet. Do you take dollars?" The driver's face hardened, flatly refusing. "No way, I only take rom. Give it to me, now." I truly didn't have a single cent of cash, so I couldn't help but frown and worry. Suddenly, an idea popped into my head, and I found a way out. I gave a forced smile and tried to negotiate. "How about this? Let me go inside to get money from my friend. I'll come right back and pay you, okay?" The driver snorted coldly, firmly refusing. "No, who knows if you're just planning to run off." I stomped my feet impatiently, forced to come up with another plan. "Then let me call my friend to bring the money out to you. That works, right?" With that, I called Ki Nianan's phone again, but there was only a busy signal. She dares to not answer my call? My face darkened with rage. I called once more, but still no one picked up. That annoying Ki Nianan? I gritted my teeth hard, nearly smashing my phone to bits. Having no choice, I blinked my eyes, trying to look pitiful for the driver. "Driver, please bear with me for a second. I'm really not a scammer. Why don't you come inside with me? As soon as I find my friend, I'll pay you." The driver barked back impatiently. "I don't have time to mess around with you. Pay up now. I have other customers to find." Just as I was at my wit's end, not knowing what to do, the driver suddenly lowered her voice. Her lustful gaze fixed on me, her tone suggestive. "But you could use something else to settle the debt." "Something else?" I looked at the driver warily, hurriedly saying, "You can't have my phone. I need it to contact people." I thought to myself, this latest model of mine, settling a 48 yuan debt with it would be a huge loss. The driver licked her lips, in a flirtatious and blatant tone, revealing her dirty intentions, not the phone. "Let me feel those abs of yours, and today's fare is on the house." Only then did I realize what was going on. So that's why she'd been staring at me all this time. She was plotting this all along. It was absolutely disgusting. My rage exploded instantly as I shouted, "That's revolting!" The driver didn't care at all and just sneered. "A little touch saves you 48 yuan. You're getting a great deal." I glared at her furiously, trembling with anger, my teeth clenched. 48 yuan? In your dreams with that? I kicked the door open and bolted, ignoring the driver's shouting behind me. I ran straight into Yanmei Bar. But I was stopped by the security guard at the door. He looked me up and down and asked, "Hey kid, are you even of age? I'm here for Ki Nianan." I was busy trying to lose the driver chasing me, so while the guard was still dazed, I ducked under his arm and slipped inside. As soon as the guard heard Ki Nianan's name, he didn't dare to stop me anymore and even conveniently blocked the driver outside, coldly saying, "Entry forbidden." The driver stomped her feet in a rage, screaming loudly, "Why? That brat still owes me for the cab fare. I have to go in and get my money." The guard looked at the driver with contempt. "We only welcome beautiful people here. Someone like you should just clear off." The bar was packed and incredibly noisy. The pounding music was deafening. I struggled through the crowd to get to room 201. I shoved the door open and stepped inside, hands on my hips. I roared, "Ki Nianan!" The whole room suddenly went dead silent. Every eye in the room turned toward me, filled with surprise and confusion. A man in flashy clothes swaggered toward me, looking me up and down with a mocking tone. "Who do you think you are?" Calling President Qi by her full name. "If you want attention, don't use such a stupid method, little brat." One look was enough for me to recognize him as Lu Guan. As he approached, his overpowering cologne stung my nose, making me scowl in discomfort. I instinctively took 2 steps back, warning him coldly, "Get away from me." Ki Nianan's lackey hurried over to settle things, smiling as he said, "You're here for President Qi, right?" She went to the restroom. "She'll be back in a second." Lu Guan didn't even bother to hide his contempt, speaking with a harsh voice. "Are you President just new boy toy? Aside from that boyish face and being a bit more muscular, you're nothing compared to me." As soon as he finished speaking, a few girls in the room started giggling. Anyone with eyes could see that I had natural good looks, while Lu Guan's face was completely plastic. We weren't even in the same league, but Lu Guan was so full of himself, with his campus king title, that he actually thought he was a peerless beauty. I hate it when people gossip about my body, so I gave Lu Guan a cold glare and growled, "Can you just shut that foul mouth of yours? What does me finding Ki Nianan have to do with you?" Lu Guan's face fell, instantly raising his voice to shout, angrily questioning, "Who do you think you are, to talk to me like that?" Lu Guan was already fuming inside, having been dumped by Ki Nianan after only a week, and then hearing she already had someone new. Now, seeing that my aura and looks surpassed his, he was absolutely livid. He thought that even if he wasn't as handsome, he absolutely couldn't lose in terms of presence. Not giving Lu Guan another thought, I looked straight at the lackey, asking urgently, "Where's the restroom? Take me there now." The lackey froze, stammering out, "Are you planning to barge into the ladies' room?" I gave him a sharp glare, answering irritably, "That's right. Didn't you say she was in the restroom? If I don't go into the ladies' room, am I supposed to find her in the men's room? Oh, right, yes, this way, please. He bowed respectfully, not daring to say another word, as he hurriedly led me toward the restroom. Lu Guan, seeing me treat him like thin air, was so angry his entire body shook. He stepped forward to block my path, screaming, "How dare you ignore me? Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Overcome with shame and rage, he reached out to grab my hair. A sharp pain immediately flared across my scalp. As I roared in pain, "Let go of me." Lu Guan gave a triumphant smile. He gripped my hair tightly, refusing to let go, taunting me. "I won't let go. What are you going to do about it?" I gritted my teeth, bracing against the stinging pain on my head. I reached back and grabbed Lu Guan's pants and gave them a violent yank, sending his trousers sliding straight to the floor. Lu Guan let out a horrified shriek, hurriedly letting go to cover himself up. That pathetic, messy sight of him caused the entire VIP room to burst into uproarious laughter. Lu Guan looked at me with eyes full of fire, gritting his teeth and snarling, "You bastard! I won't let you get away with this." I lifted my chin, face full of disdain, challenging him without a hint of fear. "Bring it on then." Right then, the VIP room door was suddenly pushed open. A woman's voice rang out, languid yet tinged with irritation. "What's with all the noise?" Hearing that familiar voice, I whirled around instantly. All my pent-up frustration exploded as I shouted her name, "Ki Nianan." Ki Nianan visibly stiffened when she heard me. When she saw my face clearly, her eyes were filled with pure astonishment. She gasped, "Yuan, Yuan, what are you doing here?" A cold smile touched my lips as I looked at Ki Nianan. "Good, at least you haven't forgotten me." With that, I raised my hand to give her a smack. The entire VIP room let out a collective gasp, everyone stunned and terrified. Someone actually dares to hit President Ki? But Ki Nianan was quick-thinking and fast-acting, catching my wrist in a flash. Helplessness flickered in her dark eyes as she asked gently, "What's wrong? You just got back and you're already throwing a tantrum." There wasn't a hint of anger in her voice. On the contrary, she sounded like she was coaxing a child. This scene left everyone present agape with shock. "You actually have the nerve to ask?" I resentfully flung Ki Nianan's hand away. "Just to find you, do you have any idea how much bad luck I've endured?" Not only was Ki Nianan not angry, but her eyes were full of doting affection. This indulgent, pampering look left the people around us staring in a daze. Was this really the queenly President Ki, whose word was absolute law? Ki Nianan took the chance to embrace me. Looking up at my messy hair, she teased with a raised eyebrow. "Yuan, Yuan, what's going on with this hair? Is this bird's nest style the new trend in the States?" I shot Ki Nianan a dirty look, then glanced over at Lu Guan next to us. I spoke up coldly. "Isn't this a gift from this boyfriend of yours?" Ki Nianan looked at me with a completely innocent face. Confused, she asked, "Me? What did I do to you? I just found out you were back in the country." I tilted my chin toward Lu Guan, saying dissatisfiedly, "Go ask him yourself. This boyfriend of yours is really something. I came here to find you, but he picked a fight without even asking why, and even had the nerve to pull my hair. Ki Nianan, your taste in men is just fantastic." The more I spoke, the more resentful my tone became. Our decade-long childhood bond meant she understood my hidden meaning immediately. She snapped her head toward Lu Guan, her voice suddenly turning ice-cold, her aura making everyone in the room shiver. "You touched his hair? Who gave you the guts to do that?" Lu Guan, caught in Ki Nianan's freezing gaze, began to tremble. He stammered in defense, "President Ki, please let me explain. His attitude was just too arrogant, and he dared to call you by your name. I just got so angry that I—" Ki Nianan cut him off coldly. The weight behind her words was terrifying. "What does it matter to you if he calls me by my full name? You're asking what right he has? The right that I like it and I spoil him? He can call me whatever he wants. Since when is it your business to manage him?" Upon hearing those words from Ki Nianan, all my frustration vanished in an instant. A small, subtle smile crept onto the corner of my lips. Lu Guan's face turned as pale as a sheet. He'd been secretly in love with her for years, yet he'd never seen her favor someone so specifically. He truly couldn't understand why I was the only exception. His eyes reddened, and tears began to fall. He choked out, "President Ki, I really didn't know you and he were this close. I'm sorry, I was wrong." Ki Nianan hated it when men cried, so she frowned and looked away. I also felt the mood was a bit ruined. I wanted to see her vent her anger for me, but Lu Guan's weeping made me look like an overbearing bully. I glanced at Ki Nianan, saying nonchalantly, "Deal with this yourself. If you dare try to play peacemaker, I won't let you off easily." Ki Nianan looked at Lu Guan coldly, her voice devoid of warmth. "Tell me, Lu Guan, how should I punish you?" Under her gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that if he didn't pay a steep price today, this wouldn't end well for him. He gritted his teeth in determination and delivered a hard slap to his own face. Sobbing as he spoke, in a repentant tone, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have attacked him without asking first." He slapped himself twice more in succession. His attitude was extremely sincere. Hearing the crisp sound of the slaps and seeing Lu Guan's pitiful state, most of my anger had already dissipated. All right, stop the dramatics. I waved my hand in dismissal, not even bothering to look at him again. Luguan's movement stiffened, looking at me with tear-filled eyes as I turned my head to Kinyanan. Let's go. Come home with me. Kinyanan waved to the others in the VIP room, casually saying, Keep going. I'm leaving. As if remembering something, she turned to the lackey. Oh, that's right. Give me my phone. The lackey immediately presented the phone, respectfully saying, President Key, here is your phone. The moment I saw her phone, I remembered the anger from being hung up on earlier and reached out to snatch it. Kinyanan, how could you not recognize my voice? And when I needed help with the cab fare, you actually had the nerve to not pick up. Stop using this broken phone. Give it to me. Kinyanan reacted instantly, hiding the phone behind her back. She smiled, took my arm, and led me out of the room. Stop acting up. It was so noisy in there. It's only natural I couldn't hear clearly. She said as we walked, You coming back so suddenly, and coming to find me this late at night, is something important going on? She leaned close to my ear, whispering suggestively, her warm breath on my skin. Could it be you missed me so much, that you flew back just to confess your love? I looked up and gave her a sharp glare, then stomped hard on her expensive high heels, barking angrily. Stop being so full of yourself. This young master is in a terrible mood today. Don't you dare provoke me. Kinyanan hissed in pain, but she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled and helped me fix my hair. The adoration in her eyes was impossible to hide. Stepping out of the bar, Kinyanan regained her usual arrogant and carefree demeanor. She casually rested her arm on my shoulder, asking, Come on, tell me, what is going on exactly? I gave her a sidelong glance and said irritably, I was looking for you to open the door. I don't have the keys to your apartment. What else did you think I was looking for you for? Kinyanan was stunned and asked suspiciously, My house? Both my father and mother are at home. You just need to give them a call and they'll open the door. Why did you need to find me? I gave Kinyanan another sidelong glance, feeling like she was talking nonsense. I spoke up impatiently. I'm talking about your private apartment. Why else would I look for you? Are you stupid? Kinyanan's expression changed instantly. She grabbed my shoulders tightly, looking at me with deep suspicion, a bad premonition rising in her heart. My eyes even avoided hers a little. What are you going to my apartment for? Are you planning to move in at this time of night? Isn't staying at my family mansion good enough? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, always feeling that something was wrong, waiting for her ahead. Seeing Kinyanan's over-anxious look, I couldn't help but burst out laughing, patting her shoulder. It seems you're still being led by the nose. Our mothers have set a trap for you. Rest assured, I'm just a victim here too. I understand what you mean. Kinyanan furrowed her brows tightly, gripping my hand and refusing to let go, asking urgently, Make it clear right now. I cleared my throat, about to announce that we are fiancés and about to start living together under one roof. From today, we will be. But as it turned out, before I could finish my sentence, just as I stepped out of the bar door, an aggressive woman rushed straight at me. It was the female taxi driver from earlier. She pointed at me and screamed, You stinking brat, cough up the money right now. I looked at the driver in front of me, remembering her filthy intentions from earlier. My gaze turned cold instantly. I sneered at the driver. You still dare to ask for money? Are you tired of living and want to buy a coffin ahead of time? Kinyanan was waiting for my explanation when a gatecrasher jumped out in the middle of it, interrupting her expectations. Her beautiful face darkened immediately, staring coldly at the driver. Who are you? The driver took one look at Kinyanan's attire and knew instantly she was a wealthy young lady. Her attitude flipped 180 degrees, giving a flattering smile and bowing low. Young lady, it's like this. This gentleman took my car but ran away without paying. Could you please see if you can pay the fare for him? I folded my arms across my chest and spoke coldly, each word clear. Hey driver, didn't you say earlier that as long as I let you touch my abs once, the fare would be considered cleared? Cold sweat broke out on the driver immediately. She hurriedly gave a couple of forced laughs, her shifty eyes avoiding mine. She justified herself in a panic. It's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding, young lady, sir. You must have misheard. I said I told you to leave something behind as collateral. I looked at the driver's fake smile with contempt. Misunderstanding? I haven't forgotten her lustful eyes and crude words earlier were definitely not a misunderstanding. Kinyanan, having heard my words, instinctively glanced over my body, her gaze stopping on my thin shirt, her face darkening immediately. The fare was clearly only 48 yuan, yet the driver dared to shout a price of 480 yuan. I was angry and about to argue with her, but Kinyanan stopped me. She smiled dangerously. 480 yuan? She asked lightly. Do you want to die? As soon as she finished speaking, she delivered a powerful kick that sent the driver tumbling to the ground. The driver lay on the ground screaming miserably. Rolling around, she yelled, Help, someone's hitting me! Kinyanan only sneered. Hitting you is too kind. Should I just kill you instead? After saying that, she intentionally looked towards me, as if she found this game extremely amusing. But I was truly exhausted and sleepy, only wanting to go home quickly to sleep. not in the mood to play along with her drama anymore. Just then, the bar's security team heard the noise and came running. The driver thought her saviors had arrived and was about to complain, but unexpectedly, the security guards ignored her. They ran straight to Ki Nianan, bowing respectfully. "Miss Ki, what happened?" The driver's face instantly turned pale. Only now realizing she had run into a wall, she knelt down in fear, kowtowing for mercy. Ki Nianan didn't even spare her a glance, speaking directly to the security guards. "This woman blackmailed me. Handle it yourselves." The security personnel understood immediately. A few of them dragged the driver up and pulled her into the dark alley nearby. Faint screams could be heard coming from there. Ki Nianan took my hand, not letting me look further. Let's go home." Getting into the $1 million supercar, I clicked my tongue in awe and called her a spendthrift. I reached out my hand, teasingly asking her for a few million for pocket money. Ki Nianan slapped my hand away. "Why should I give you anything? Go ask your mother for it, stingy." I pouted, not wanting to argue with her anymore. Soon the car entered the parking garage of the luxury apartment complex. Ki Nianan finished parking, and as she turned her head, she saw my head tilted to one side. It seemed I had fallen fast asleep. She gave me a gentle nudge. "Hey, we're home. Don't pretend to be asleep." "Trying to make me carry you?" "Dream on," but I just waved my hand, as if shooing a fly to push her hand away, showing no signs of waking up. Ki Nianan frowned. Did this brat really fall asleep? She suddenly remembered I just flew back from abroad today, must be due to jet lag exhaustion. "Sigh, I really owe you one." She muttered and then got out of the car anyway, went around to the other side, and with much effort, managed to get me onto her back. In the elevator, Ki Nianan looked at the reflection. Seeing my face sleeping soundly on her back, she could only shake her head in exasperation. She laid me down in the living room, thoughtfully tucked me in, and then went to shower. But only 10 minutes later, just as she stepped out of the bathroom, a figure suddenly rushed towards her from the darkness. Ki Nianan was startled, only now remembering that I was here. She looked down. I hadn't even opened my eyes yet. Still dazed, I crashed straight into her chest. She asked, "What are you doing? Did you know I was showering and decided to ambush me?" To her surprise, I wasn't awake at all, muttering, "So dirty, I want to shower, it's so uncomfortable." Saying that, I started pulling at the shirt, already thin on my body. Ki Nianan's eyes darkened. She quickly held my hands tight. If she let me continue, I would definitely strip myself naked. "What shower are you talking about in this dazed state?" She pulled me away from her chest, holding my shoulders tight, thinking of a way to wake me up. But at that very moment, my hand touched her chest, still damp from the shower. I felt it once, then like an addict, I continued groping and muttering, "Ki Nianan, why aren't you wearing clothes? This feels so good. Let me touch a bit more." Ki Nianan couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed my wandering hand, pinched my chin, and shook it gently. "Can you wake up first?" I irritably pushed her away again, pouting and complaining. "My body is so sticky, it's uncomfortable. I must shower." Saying that, I bent down low, planning to slip under her arm. Ki Nianan grabbed me by the back of the collar, completely speechless. She suddenly remembered I had been a heavy sleeper since childhood. Once I even fell asleep in her family's bathtub, almost drowning. How could she dare let me shower in this state? Suddenly, a devilish glint appeared in her eyes. She leaned one hand against the doorframe, pinning me in. She lowered her voice, using a slightly raspy, seductive whisper in my ear. "How about, I help you shower?" I suddenly squinted and laughed, slowly placing my hand on her cheek. If I didn't see that this face was getting more and more handsome, I would have slapped you already. "What? Just realized I'm beautiful?" Ki Nianan teased smugly. "Get lost," I pushed her face away. "I'm going to shower. Seems like you're more awake now." Ki Nianan held up 2 fingers, waving them in front of me. "How many is this?" "2, you idiot," I yelled. "I'm awake," irritably brushing her hand away. Ki Nianan finally felt relieved, but then threw out a question. "How will you shower? You don't have any change of clothes. Are you going to put these dirty clothes back on after?" I was stunned for a moment, then slapped my forehead loudly and rushed to the living room. "That's right. Where's my luggage? Where is my luggage?" Ki Nianan leaned against the doorframe, casually saying, "What luggage? I didn't see any luggage. When I brought you back, you didn't have any luggage with you." Then it hit me. I gave a wry smile and hit my head. "Ah, I forgot. The luggage is with the security on the first floor." As I was about to rush out, Ki Nianan stopped me. She made a call and told the security to bring it up. Very soon, security brought the luggage up. I closed the door but didn't go in immediately, pointing at the security system on the door instead. "Scan my fingerprint in so I can open the door myself later." Ki Nianan folded her arms, giving a cold laugh. "Based on what? Should I let you freely enter and leave my house?" Unexpectedly, I imitated her by folding my arms, declaring boldly, "Because starting from today, I'm moving in here." Ki Nianan's brows furrowed instantly. "Who said you could? Did you get my permission?" I pulled out my trump card. Bo Ki told me to stay here. She then remembered my unfinished words from earlier, immediately questioning, "What did you mean when you said we were being set up?" I tilted my chin up, dropping a bombshell, because you and I are about to get engaged, so the adults want us to live together, to cultivate our feelings. Ki Nianan was completely stunned, staring at me blankly. What did you say? What the hell do you mean, you and I getting engaged? But I was already yawning uncontrollably from sleepiness, dragging my luggage straight towards the bedroom. I waved her off. If you want specifics, go ask your father. I am too lazy to explain. Bye-bye. Ki Nianan tried to rush up to stop me. With a loud bang, the bedroom door slammed shut right in front of her, almost hitting her nose. She angrily pounded on the door and shouted, Fang Yuan, come out here and explain yourself right now. A moment later, the door opened. I was holding a change of clothes, leaning against the doorframe, my face full of exhaustion. My brain is fried right now. I can't function anymore. Let's talk tomorrow, okay? After saying that, I brushed past her and went straight to the bathroom. Ki Nianan saw my tired look and had to let it go for now. However, the next day, having slept my fill, I walked out of the room leisurely. The first thing I said was, Ki Nianan, I'm hungry. Is breakfast ready? She leaned against the bar counter, saying in a sluggish tone, No, I don't do any cooking here. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. To her surprise, the next second, I let out a howl and collapsed onto the sofa, flailing my arms and legs in a tantrum. No breakfast, I'm so hungry, I'm starving to death, hoo-hoo. Ki Nianan told me to go find something to eat and then get out of her sight. She planned to call my family to take me back, but hearing about food, I immediately sprang up from the sofa, drinking milk and munching on an apple loudly, boldly declaring, I told you last night, from today I'm staying here. Ki Nianan coldly refused. Any engagement or whatever, I won't agree to it. Unexpectedly, I shifted the blame. If you don't agree, then go talk to your parents and Banoi Ki. Upon hearing the words, grandmother, Ki Nianan instantly became troubled. I had seen through everything. Bo Ki said you have to go home this weekend. When the time comes and grandma speaks up, you'll have to agree, even if you don't want to. Ki Nianan couldn't wait any longer, deciding to take me home tonight to settle things once and for all. As it turned out, I didn't care at all. Whatever. I finished the apple and went to wash my hands, then said I had to go to school. Wait a second, I'm going to change. It won't take long. Ki Nianan was stunned. You're planning to go to school with me? The next second, I stuck my head out from the bathroom door. That's right, because starting from today, I'm transferring to your school. Sticking my head out once more. Yup, because as of today, I am a student at your school. Ki Nianan was about to go crazy, but I just hummed and sang while entering the bathroom, leaving her standing there alone in a daze. After I was all ready, no matter how annoyed Ki Nianan was, she had no choice but to drive me to school. To her surprise, when we were still a few hundred meters from the gate, I shouted, Stop the car! Ki Nianan was confused. We're not there yet. Why are you getting out? I casually stepped out of the car, hoisting my backpack onto my shoulder and said with a smile, I don't want to enter the school with you. It'll attract too much attention. I'm going to buy breakfast. Bye. After saying that, Ki Nianan could only watch as I slipped away. After she drove off, I turned and walked into a cake shop, instantly eyeing a slice in the display case. It was the last slice of strawberry cake. You'll take this one. But the waiter apologetically told me, I'm so sorry. Someone has already purchased this last slice. I immediately felt dejected. Who bought it? I clearly saw it first. The waiter pointed towards the cashier counter, where a slender figure stood. It's that girl. She has already paid for it. Not wanting to give up, I walked up and tapped the girl's shoulder. Hi, could you please let me have this strawberry cake slice? To my surprise, when she turned around, she was a breathtaking beauty. Her face was delicate, ethereal, and very elegant, and her voice was exceptionally pleasant to hear. Hello, may I ask if something's the matter? I immediately felt a flutter. Well, the thing is, this strawberry cake is the last slice. I really want to eat it. Could you let me have it? But the beauty didn't waver at all, her face full of regret. I'm so sorry. I bought this for someone else, so I can't give it to you. I instantly deflated like a popped balloon, looking dejected. Just as I was about to give up, the beauty spoke up on her own initiative. I heard, the chestnut cake here is also very good. You could give it a try. I was instantly revitalized, giving her a radiant smile. Sure, then I'll give it a shot. I bought a slice of chestnut cake, hurrying after the beauty, deciding to be bold and introduce myself. Hello, are you also a student at Thuongduk? I'm a new transfer student starting today. The two of us chatted as we walked along. I learned that her name was Yun Wan, a senior in the 12th grade. As for me, to cultivate feelings with Ki Nianan, I would likely be placed in the 11th grade. To my surprise, just as I reached the school gate, I was blocked by the security guard. You can't enter. Outsiders are not allowed on campus. No matter how I explained, it was useless. The guard's gaze towards me became increasingly uneasy. At that moment, Yun Wan, standing nearby, spoke up. He really is a transfer student starting today. I can vouch for him. As soon as the guard saw Yun Wan, his attitude changed immediately. Oh, it's you. Since Yun Wan said so, I'll let him in for your sake. But my self-esteem flared up. and I coldly told Yun-won, "Thanks, but I don't need your help. I'll handle it myself." The next second, I took out my phone and called Ki Nianan directly. On the other end of the line, Ki Nianan's sluggish voice answered, and I started complaining. "I've been blocked by the guard. He won't let me in." In response, Ki Nianan just burst out laughing and teased me. I was furious, about to yell at her, when I suddenly heard from her side the deep, magnetic voice of a guy. I instinctively questioned, "Who are you with?" Ki Nianan didn't bother to answer. She just hung up directly. I growled in frustration at the phone. Yun-won asked worriedly, "Are you okay? What happened?" I pouted, looking completely annoyed. Just someone choosing men over friends. Just as I said that, the security guard's phone rang. As soon as he saw the caller's name, he was terrified, answering with an extremely respectful attitude. I don't know what he heard, but he just kept looking at me in utter shock. After hanging up, the guard's attitude flipped 180 degrees, giving me a flattering smile. "I'm so sorry, sir. It was all just a misunderstanding. Please come inside. The principal is waiting for you." Now satisfied, I held my chin high and walked in proudly. Yun-won followed behind, full of questions. "The principal? Exactly who are you that the principal personally cares this much?" I just chuckled, waving a finger. "It's a secret. I'll tell you once we become close." Yun-won laughed softly. "Are you flirting with me? I'm not someone who makes friends easily. I know. Are you a total nerd? A student as brilliant and beautiful as you must have plenty of guys chasing after her." This time, it was Yun-won's turn to be curious. "How did you know I'm a good student? Because you're smart? It's obvious at a glance." I pressed further. "The guard said he recognized you. Are you very famous at school? Is it because you're the school beauty, or because you're always top of the class?" Yun-won replied calmly, "I'm not the school beauty, and my grades are just okay." I was instantly shocked. "You're not the beauty? Someone as beautiful as you wasn't chosen? Wait, is the school beauty Ki Nianan?" As soon as she heard that name, Yun-won's gaze immediately turned a few degrees colder. "Do you know her?" I still hadn't noticed the change, continuing to gossip excitedly. "She must be very famous at school, right? I bet there are dozens of guys chasing after her." "I know her, but we're not close." Yun-won's voice carried a hint of coldness. She stared intensely at me. "She really is a social butterfly. Do you like her too?" Unexpectedly, I immediately snorted. "That flirt? As if I'd ever like her." My reaction surprised Yun-won a little. I looked into her eyes, my expression very serious. "If it were my choice, I think you're much better than her. She's not that great anyway, relying on her money and a bit of looks. But her personality is just awful. Whoever likes her must be extremely unlucky." It was the first time Yun-won had heard someone evaluate Chi Nian like that. She saw my look of disgust and couldn't help but laugh. "You're truly interesting." My eyes darted around, instantly taking the chance to get closer. "My name is Fang Yuan. You can call me Xiao Yuan. Tell me which class you're in so I can come find you to hang out later." Yun-won seems to like me a bit more now. She's no longer as distant as she was at first. She nodded. "Sure, I'm in class 12S. The campus was deserted right now, without a soul in sight. Everyone must have gone to class already." I waved at Yun-won. "Then I won't bother you anymore. I have to head to the principal's office to register. He'll come find you another day. Bye-bye." With that, I skipped away happily. Yun-won watched my back as I left, lost in thought. New student arriving to register, yet heading straight to the principal's office. It seems this boy's background is anything but ordinary. Yun-won watched my figure, her mind wandering. A transfer student who just arrived, yet is being personally received by the principal. It looks like this young man's identity isn't simple at all. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the principal's attitude toward me was incredibly attentive. The moment he saw me, he kept getting me water and asking if I wanted fruit. I had just been waiting on the sofa with my legs crossed for a while, when a man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a stern expression entered. "Principal, did you want to see me about something?" The principal immediately put on a dignified air and introduced me solemnly. "This is the student who just transferred here, Fang Yuan. Fang previously attended an elite prep school in the US. His academic record is absolutely outstanding. I am placing him in Class S. He will be a key student for us to focus our development on. Do you understand?" The teacher understood immediately and replied, leading me out of the principal's office. The principal even personally walked me to the door. Walking up to the classroom door, I froze. The sign read, Grade 10, Class S. I asked in surprise, "Shouldn't I be in grade 11? Teacher Wei explained. "Now look, Fang, you were in grade 10 in the US. Besides, the pace of the domestic curriculum is very fast. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to keep up in grade 11. That's fine then." Remembering my excellent grades, I didn't even bother to argue. I only came back to the country to have fun anyway. It doesn't matter which grade I'm in. Then Teacher Wei took me into the classroom. "This is our new transfer student, Fang Yuan. Everyone, let's give him a warm welcome." I stood by the podium with a bright smile. "Hi everyone, my name is Fang Yuan, male, and I like girls. I hope we can all get along well." This self-introduction immediately stirred up the whole class, and everyone burst out laughing, buzzing with excitement. Wow, this guy is so handsome. His skin is so fair. He looks like he stepped right out of a manhwa. Our class heartthrob's position is about to be shaken. The girls in class started cheering directly. All of them were clamoring for me to sit next to them. I narrowed my eyes and smiled, looking around, wanting to find a pretty seatmate to treat my eyes. Teacher Wei also spoke up. Fang Yuan, who would you like to sit with? As long as the other person agrees, it's fine. As soon as he said that, the girls got even more excited. Fang Yuan, sit with me. I'll buy you breakfast every day. Fang, I'm really good at studying. I'll protect you and cover all your snacks. Handsome, sit with me. I'm willing to be your servant. I found it quite interesting, but my goal was very clear. I asked directly, who's the prettiest girl in our class? Unexpectedly, as soon as I said this, the whole class suddenly went dead silent. Everyone looked toward a certain spot at the same time. Their expressions were extremely strange. I followed their gaze. The 2 seats in the back row by the window were empty. The prettiest person wasn't in class today. I thought to myself, whatever. I walked over and sat down in the empty spot. Teacher Wei, you'll sit here. Teacher Wei's expression was also very odd. He said hesitantly, sit there if you like. He tapped on the podium. All right, please take good care of the new student from now on. Now let's continue with the lesson. Teacher Wei returned to the podium to resume his lecture, but who had the mind to listen to a lecture right now? The girls were all stealing glances at me, while the boys looked at me with scrutiny. Shen Yue, who was sitting in front, flatteringly handed over a crumpled textbook. Fang Yuan, you don't have a book, do you? Use mine. Looking at the stains on it, I didn't dare touch it, and refused with a wry smile. It's okay, use it yourself. I'll just listen as best I can. But Shen Yue was persistent. It's fine, I can share with my seatmate. My classmate was being kind, so I couldn't bear to refuse, and could only accept with a forced smile. This was an English class. Not to mention other subjects, but my English was top tier, since I've been studying in the US for several years. So this class was no different. From an elementary school level to me, listening to the lecture felt incredibly boring. I let out a yawn. Shen Yue leaned in again. Fang Yuan, you don't understand it either? How about we just chat instead? It's not that I don't understand, it's just too easy. Not bothering to listen, I felt a bit disdainful. How could they not understand such simple English? I couldn't help but ask curiously, what kind of class is Class S? The worst one? No way. Our Class S is the best one. Seeing my completely skeptical expression, Shen Yue scratched her head and explained. In Class S, people are either the smartest or they're incredibly wealthy. Class F is the worst. It's full of troublemakers. You should stay away from them later. It suddenly dawned on me, so that was it. I saw that Shen Yue was quite good-natured, so my attitude softened a bit and joked, you don't look like the smart type, so your family must be very rich, right? Shen Yue was immediately embarrassed, trying to save some face. I'm just not good at English, but I'm great at literature. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. What's there to be proud of for a girl being good at literature? Fang Yuan, you're really sharp-tongued. You're nothing like your innocent and cute appearance. This was nothing, I thought to myself. Haven't you seen someone truly toxic yet? The 2 of us were whispering and chatting away happily, completely failing to notice the teacher's face at the podium growing increasingly dark. Suddenly, the teacher called out, You, the new student, translate the next section. Are you still talking? Until the boy next to me nudged me. Fang Yuan, the teacher is calling you. Only then did I snap out of it, looking up to see the teacher's fuming eyes. Teacher, is something wrong? His face was turning shades of blue and white, clearly furious. Fang Yuan, translate the second paragraph of the textbook for me. I shrugged innocently. But teacher, I don't have a book. Borrow one from a classmate. It seemed the teacher was truly angry. Shen Yue hesitantly handed her book to me, whispering, Just make something up. He won't dare to do anything to you. Unexpectedly, a devious smile curled on my lips. I casually took the book, and as soon as I spoke, it was a stream of perfect American English. That pronunciation, compared to the teacher's broken English, was an absolute humiliation in terms of skill level. The classmates were all stunned in amazement. I said, Teacher, it's this paragraph, right? Translated into Vietnamese, it means this. Next, I translated that paragraph in a way that couldn't be more perfect. The teacher stood frozen on the spot, his expression even uglier than before, as if he had just been humiliated in public. I, on the other hand, asked with a squinty smile, Teacher, may I sit down now? Sit down. His face was pale as he reluctantly forced out the words. Shen Yue looked at me with eyes full of admiration. Fang Yuan, you're amazing. Why is your English so good? Hearing you talk, I thought you were a foreigner. I pretended to be innocent and blinked. Didn't I tell you? I just came back from the US, and I even studied at the best elite school over there. Huh? The gossiping classmates around us all exclaimed in surprise. The bell for the end of class rang, and feeling bored, I had the idea to go find Qi Nianan. I ran straight to the grade 11 building. According to the information provided by Shen Yue, I was certain Qi Nianan must be in Class S. Although I didn't know how her grades were, judging by her attitude, she probably wasn't that smart. But the Qi family is an elite superpower, plus Qi Nianan's extremely arrogant personality. She would definitely only be in the best class. Sure enough, as soon as I stood at the back door of Class S and peeked inside, I saw Kinyanan chatting with another girl. How annoying. After all, I am currently her fiancé in name. I huffed inwardly, telling myself it wasn't because I liked her, this was just normal jealousy as a fiancé. That jerk, knowing full well it's my first day at school, in a strange place where everything is unfamiliar, forget about coming to find me. But she has the time to flirt with handsome guys. She's really trying to drive me crazy. My eyes darted around mischievously, and a wicked smile appeared on my lips. Don't blame me for being heartless. I backed up toward the top of the stairs and grabbed a girl wearing glasses. Hey, could you go into class and call Kinyanan out for me? Just tell her that her husband is looking for her. The girl was dazed by my good looks and nodded blankly. Oh, okay, I'll go right now. I immediately hid behind the corner of the wall to watch, seeing that bookworm girl enter the classroom and shout loudly, Kinyanan, your husband is looking for you. The noisy classroom suddenly went dead silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. I covered my mouth, almost bursting out laughing. A few seconds later, Kinyanan walked out with her beautiful face looking dark as soot. I poked out from the corner and waved at her. Kinyanan walked over with an I knew it was you expression. Fang Yuan, I knew it was you. You came here specifically to cause trouble, didn't you? I jumped out from the corner, lifting my chin defiantly, full of fiery spirit. Kinyanan, you're so busy looking at handsome guys that you've abandoned me. Just wait. Tonight I'm going to tell Father Ki and you'll see. I crossed my arms over my chest, looking like someone who had a solid backer and feared no one. Kinyanan let out a helpless sigh. My little ancestor, what on earth do you want now? I glanced behind her, and surely enough, I saw the guy from earlier coming out too, looking this way. I immediately broke into a cunning grin, smiling wickedly. You've made me angry. If you want me to stop being mad, you have to listen to me. Kinyanan knew my personality all too well, and judging by my expression, she knew it was nothing good. What do you want me to do? I huffed and commanded, it's very simple. Come here right now and hug me, and give me a kiss on the cheek too. Kinyanan narrowed her eyes slightly. She knew there were many people secretly watching from behind, and kissing now would be like admitting it. Admitting to that husband title. No way. In public like this, I have a reputation to maintain. She flatly refused. I immediately went crazy with anger, pouting sullenly and beginning to complain. Kinyanan, you've really changed. Before, you never refused anything I asked of you. Now, because of some other guys, you don't care about me anymore. Fine. Are all these years of feelings between us just being thrown away that easily? The more I spoke, the more aggrieved I felt, like a heavy stone was weighing on my heart. I hate you. I turned around, intending to actually leave. Unexpectedly, Kinyanan suddenly reached out her hand, pulling me straight into her embrace in one move, holding me very tightly. Her helpless voice sounded from above my head. Is this good enough for you? I really don't know what to do with you. But in the next second, her words were like a knife. Do you find it fun to play these kinds of pranks? I'll have to go explain this to my boyfriend later. It's a real pain, do you know that? I froze in her warm and soft embrace. Do you care about your boyfriend that much? I'm currently your fiancé, after all, so what if you comfort me a little? But Kinyanan looked extremely annoyed. You know full well I hate having to explain myself most. That's what's bothering me. I looked up and chuckled mischievously again. You don't necessarily have to explain either. Since you change boyfriends like you change clothes, who's to say it'll even be this guy in a few days? Kinyanan was left speechless by my words, only able to ruffle my hair. All right, the hug is done. Now go back to your class. I'll find you for lunch at noon. I'm not interested. I immediately broke free from her arms, looking cheerful like someone who had just used her and tossed her aside. I just met a stunning beauty today and I already have a date with her for lunch. Kinyanan immediately narrowed her eyes. A stunning beauty? The most beautiful person in this school is standing right in front of you and you're planning on eating with someone else? Oh my goodness, someone's jealous? I deliberately teased her. Kinyanan argued stubbornly. What do I have to be jealous of? I just feel like there's something wrong with your taste. But in her heart, she was secretly trying to guess who the beautiful person I met actually was. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the guy standing behind her, nearly steaming with rage. I grinned triumphantly, patting Kinyanan's chest lightly, and even wickedly lifting her chin slightly. I can't accompany you this noon, so ill-grace you with my presence tonight. Bye. After speaking, I skipped away and disappeared. The following literature class felt like a powerful sleeping pill to me. I rested my chin on my hand, my head nodding repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain, while Shen Yue, sitting in front, was listening extremely attentively. I finally waited until the end of class, stretching my arms out. I slept until my neck got crooked. Shen Yue turned back, laughing and crying at the same time. You were really sound asleep. It almost made me fall asleep too. I stood up abruptly. Class is over, I'm so hungry. Where is the school cafeteria? After a full sleep, you're already asking to eat? Were you born in the year of the pig or something? Shen Yue joked sarcastically. You are the one born in the year of the pig. Hurry and take me to the cafeteria. You're treating me this time. I didn't hold back at all. After all, Shen Yue is a rich young lady, so treating me to a meal is no big deal. All right, I'll treat you. Let's go to the luxury section to eat. Shen Yue packed her things and stood up. Right at that moment, I suddenly cried out in shock. Oh, I forgot. I still have to go find someone. Find who? Before Shen Yue could finish her question, I had already grabbed her hand and run out of the classroom. Let's go, hurry and lead me to the grade 12 area. I completely ignored the suggestive looks from everyone around us, only fearing that if I was even a little late, Yunwan would be gone. Shen Yue stared at the hand I was holding, her expression very subtle. What are you doing in grade 12? Do you know someone there? Nonsense. Why else would I go to the grade 12 area? Fang Yuan, you really have a sharp tongue. Shen Yue felt aggrieved. Just call me Xiao Yuan. Calling me by my full name makes it seem like you have a grudge against me. I quickly corrected myself with her. Then Xiao Yuan, which class in grade 12 are you going to? Where is grade 12, class S located? Shen Yue's footsteps suddenly stopped, staring at me curiously. Grade 12, class S? Who are you looking for? I smiled with squinted eyes and replied, Her name is Yun Wan. Do you know her? As expected, Shen Yue immediately looked surprised. Yun Wan? The person you want to find is her? So what's your relationship with her? I chuckled and teased on purpose. If I said we're boyfriend and girlfriend, would you believe it? In the next second, Shen Yue's eyes looked like they were going to pop out. No way. So you're the secret boyfriend she's had all this time? I was completely stunned. So she really already has a boyfriend. My heart suddenly tightened. What a real pity. But Shen Yue keenly noticed my sigh. What do you mean by that? Are you not actually her boyfriend then? I immediately turned the situation around. I was just kidding with you, and you couldn't even tell. How are you going to keep up with me later? Oh my gosh, you were tricking me all this time. Shen Yue's face showed clear grievance. She gave me a glaring look, but I cut her off directly and pulled the topic back to Yun Wan. All right, forget about that. Quickly tell me, what's the deal with her secret boyfriend? Why is he called a secret? I suddenly remembered the scene at the bakery this morning. Was that strawberry cake she bought meant for her boyfriend? Shen Yue shrugged and replied, Who knows? People just gossip about a secret boyfriend, meaning no one has ever seen his face. Only heard that she's had a boyfriend she's known for many years, but in the end, no one knows his identity. That mysterious? I felt it was truly hard to believe. How could a top-tier genius like Yun Wan keep her boyfriend so well hidden? Shen Yue looked at me with a suspicious gaze. You don't even know about this, yet you claim to be friends with her. Don't tell me you're planning on pursuing her too? I'm not that unethical. I immediately retorted, I'll absolutely never touch someone who's already taken. Anyway, which way to grade 12, class S? Only then did Shen Yue lead me to one of the academic buildings. It's just upstairs. Follow me. But I still couldn't stop my curiosity. Is she that famous at this school? For what reason? Shen Yue's voice changed completely. She's more than just famous. She's a genius with an IQ of 200. Our school had to spend a fortune to recruit her from a key specialized school. Not only is her tuition fully waived, but she also receives a massive scholarship every year. Other people pay money to study, while she studies to earn money. Moreover, she places first in the country in every exam. The principal treats her like a precious treasure and cherishes her. My heart tightened slightly. Good Lord, I knew Yun Wan was an excellent student, but I really didn't expect her to be this formidable. As we walked and talked, Shen Yue and I arrived at the door of grade 12 class S. Fortunately, it was just after class, so she might still be in the classroom. Right after Shen Yue finished speaking, she quickly pulled over a girl passing by. Excuse me, is Yun Wan still inside? Could you please call her out to meet us for a second? That girl looked me up and down, her face looking like she had already figured everything out. Here to confess to Yun Wan again? You're too late, an upperclassman just took her away on a date. I froze on the spot. It was both funny and sad at the same time. I wanted to explain that I was just a friend of Yun Wan, but the other person had already waved and walked away. I could only shrug dejectedly and go eat lunch with Shen Yue by ourselves. Shen Yue, on the other hand, seemed to have expected it. People say she's famous everywhere. Boys are lined up just waiting to confess to her. After today, I truly believe it. I clicked my tongue with admiration. She's both beautiful and a super scholar, plus she has a very gentle personality. Who wouldn't be captivated by her? Unexpectedly, Shen Yue reacted as if she'd seen a ghost. Gentle? Are you mistaken or something? Yun Wan is famous for being a cold iceberg. She basically doesn't give a damn about any of those boys. I still didn't believe it. No way. She treated me quite gently. Shen Yue stared at me without looking away, and then dropped an absolutely shocking piece of news. That's because you're the only one she treats like that. Suddenly, my heart felt like it was in full bloom. Could it be that to her, I'm truly someone special? But before I could enjoy the joy for long, my stomach growled with hunger. Let's go eat. Shen Yue and I walked while chatting happily toward the cafeteria, But I never would have imagined in a million years that, the moment the two of us stepped into the cafeteria, we'd run right into our classmates. One girl immediately started teasing. "Oh, Fang Yuan, Shen Yue, it's only been one morning and you're already head over heels for each other?" The crowd around us immediately joined in the cheering, shouting in a suggestive chorus. Date each other, date each other. The shouting echoed throughout the entire cafeteria, immediately attracting everyone's attention. As luck would have it, right at that moment, Kinianan happened to walk in. With one glance, she saw that I was being surrounded by the crowd, along with Shen Yue, who was standing right next to me. Hearing those ear-piercing, mocking cheers, her gaze immediately turned ice-cold. Is this the person I called a stunning beauty? Only at this level then. The last bit of concern in her heart instantly vanished into thin air, replaced by nothing but utter contempt. In the next second, she directly took the arm of another boy who was standing next to her. Without even sparing me a single glance, she didn't even look my way once, and just headed straight up to the second floor. As soon as Ki Nianan stepped upstairs, the boys in the class immediately became wild. It's the eldest Miss Chi Nianan. She is truly enchantingly beautiful. Her reputation is well-deserved. She's a true school goddess. I just raised an eyebrow with an air of indifference, and immediately threw cold water on them. She's the school beauty? Is there really no one more beautiful than her in our school? I think Sister Yunwan in the 12th grade is incredibly gorgeous too. The moment those words left my mouth, those guys instantly changed their attitude, glaring at me with pure rage. Seeing this, Shen Yue hurriedly pulled my arm, whispering a worried warning. Are you crazy? They're all die-hard fans of the eldest Miss Qi. They'd literally put their lives on the line to get you. I almost rolled my eyes into the back of my head. Someone like her actually has crazed fans? I grumbled to myself in disbelief. Are these boys really all blind or what? Those guys let out a cold snort, stood up to give me one last glare, and headed to the second floor to chase after their goddess. Shen Yue sighed. See, you just got to school and you're already making enemies. But I didn't care one bit. I don't like those fake games. We just don't walk the same path. With that, I pulled Shen Yue along to get some food. But just as the trouble with the Qi fan club ended, another problem came crashing in. Some girls from class who had just finished eating looked at us meaningfully and teased, Fang Yuan, you should date Shen Yue. You two look so good together. My eyes darted around for a second, then I threw my arm around Shen Yue's shoulder, giving those girls a charming smile. Shen Yue, sure, I'll consider it. Now stop gossiping, you guys. As soon as they left, Shen Yue immediately turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Were you serious just now? I had already let go of her, giving her a quick glance. I told you already, you need to learn to distinguish my truth from my jokes. Shen Yue's heart broke instantly, clutching her chest and crying out that she was hurt. But right at that moment, Qi Nianan came down from the second floor. Her face was pale with anger, and she was staring right at me. I saw her linking arms with another guy, and my temper instantly flared. Great, how dare you cuddle with someone else right in front of your official husband? And you have the nerve to give me that look. I didn't even give Qi Nianan a second look, suddenly turning my head to look at Shen Yue. The next second, I picked up a piece of braised pork and brought it right to Shen Yue's mouth. Ah, open your mouth. My voice was gentle, but it carried. A command that couldn't be refused. Shen Yue was both surprised and delighted, smiling as she opened her mouth to take the meat. Throughout the whole thing, I kept up a charming smile, but the look in the corner of my eye was cold, directed at the shadow with the darkened face not far away. My eyes fixed on Qi Nianan nearby, as I suddenly ordered Shen Yue, Is it good? Now it's your turn to feed me, hurry up. Shen Yue was taken aback, hurriedly picking up a piece of meat to offer me. But at that exact moment, Qi Nianan linked arms with her companion without even a glance at me and walked straight out of the cafeteria. The second she was gone, my expression flipped, and I abruptly pushed Shen Yue's chopsticks away, coldly dropping a single line, I'm not eating anymore. Leaving Shen Yue stunned. 1 second we were intimate and close, how could I turn so cold the very next? But I didn't care to keep up the act anymore, stating the cold truth. That was just for show, just to save your face. There's no way anything will happen between us. If I'm looking for someone, it'll be someone like Yunwan. In the afternoon when school ended, Shen Yue's private car arrived. Seeing that I was planning to take the bus, she kindly offered to give me a ride home, but I kept waving her off, saying I was used to it. Seeing Shen Yue keep rambling on, I lost patience and just pushed her into the car, slammed the door shut with a thud, and ordered the driver to leave quickly. Waiting until the car was far away, I then stealthily dialed Qi Nianan's number. The moment the call connected, I angrily interrogated her. Where are you? Did you really dare to leave me behind and go ahead? Unexpectedly, from the other end of the line came Qi Nianan's cold laughter. Didn't you have that great beauty to take you back? It was the perfect chance for you to suck up to her anyway. I angrily played my trump card. If you dare abandon me, I'll tell Father Key. I'll tell him you don't want me anymore because of your boyfriend. She just mocked me, saying I was like a 3-year-old who only knows how to tattle. Those words immediately made me feel aggrieved, and I sat right down on the ground, my voice choking up. Ki Nianan, please just come here already. Right as I finished speaking, a supercar suddenly screeched to a halt right in front of me. The car door opened. Chi Nianan was standing there, stifling a laugh. Fang Yuan, you're seriously so childish. Anyone who didn't know would think you're some family's elementary schooler. I angrily gave her a little punch, but I couldn't help but smile. It turns out she hadn't left at all. She'd been right here the whole time watching me make a fool of myself. I glared at her. You were hiding here watching me this whole time, weren't you? Chi Nianan stepped closer and gave my nose a pinch, her voice full of dissatisfaction. So what if I was? I thought you were about to be snatched away on your very first day. Chi Nianan shoved me into the car, put on her sunglasses, and started the engine with a cool flare, but I was quick enough to snatch the sunglasses right off her face. Chi Nianan looked at me helplessly, and with just a reach of her hand, she snatched them back instantly in one smooth motion. I stared at her, stunned, quickly trying to change the subject, deliberately criticizing her car for being too cramped. Chi Nianan predictably took the bait, immediately declaring, "My nickname is the Racing God. One of these days I'll take you to broaden your horizons with some racing." I chuckled to myself as my reverse psychology worked, but I didn't expect an even bigger surprise was still ahead. The moment the car pulled into the Key family estate, the servants bowed in unison. "Miss, Master Fang, welcome back." The two of us had just stepped through the front door, when suddenly, pop, countless ribbons rained down from above, and everyone in the house shouted together, "Congratulations on your engagement." Both Ki Nianan and I stood there completely stunned. Father Qi rushed over and pulled me into a hug, excitedly declaring, "Xiao Yuan, from this day forward, you are my son-in-law." Qi Nianan looked around the room, filled with guests offering their congratulations, then at the 10-story castle-shaped cake, and her brows couldn't help but furrow tightly. She turned to her mother and questioned, "What is the meaning of this?" Mother T beamed with a smile that wouldn't quit. "Today is your engagement party after all. Any day is a good day for this, right?" Immediately after, Father Qi patted my shoulder, looking very solemn. "From now on, you must take good care of our Xiao Yuan. You must listen to the boy and absolutely never let him down." Even Grandmother Qi, usually the most authoritative in the family, spoke up. "Seeing you and Xiao Yuan together, Grandmother is truly content now." The entire time, not a single person bothered to ask for her opinion. However, under Grandmother's indisputable gaze, she couldn't even manage to voice half a word of protest. Just like that, an engagement party had directly tied the destinies of the two, together in an unbreakable bond. The engagement party had barely ended, when Father Qi dropped a bombshell with a smile. "As soon as Xiao Yuan turns 18, you two can go abroad and get married." Chi Nianan immediately rolled her eyes, while I grabbed her and pulled her into a corner, demanding an answer through gritted teeth. "Do you really not want to marry me that much?" Unexpectedly, Chi Nianan flashed an enchanting smile, suddenly linking her arm with mine, leaning close to my ear and breathing warmly. "Fang Yuan, could it be you've always had a secret crush on me? Is that why you're so eager to marry me?" My heart suddenly skipped a beat, but I quickly pushed her away. "Like hell I have a crush on you. I'm being forced into this too, okay?" Chi Nianan immediately suggested, "Then let's rebel against this together. Your father loves you so much, he surely won't force you." But as soon as she finished speaking, I just let out a cold laugh. "Sorry, I can't cooperate with you on that. The engagement is already a fact, so just accept your fate." "You're actually willing to accept your fate?" Chi Nianan narrowed her eyes and smiled slightly, leaning in closer. "If we marry, we marry. It's just having one more husband anyway." With that, her lips were almost touching mine, and I fearfully backed away repeatedly, my cheeks flushed red. "Hey, don't you dare do anything reckless." Chi Nianan's smile turned even more mischievous. "You think this is being reckless?" The next second, she suddenly pinned me against the wall and we could clearly hear each other's breathing. "Do you want to try it out for a bit to see what it's like when a woman is truly reckless?" My heart tightened in panic, but I quickly tried to bring my knee up. But Chi Nianan's reaction was even faster. She not only dodged nimbly, but also took the opportunity to grab my kicking leg firmly, pulling it with a strong yank, wrapping my leg directly around her waist. She tilted my chin up. "Whatever you do, you must be thorough. My dear husband, if you're going to be this enthusiastic, then I won't be polite either." My face went beet red as I shouted, "Chi Nianan!" I could only scream in futility. Chi Nianan just chuckled triumphantly. "Call me beautiful wife once and I'll let you go." But the moment she finished speaking, she suddenly sensed countless eyes staring in our direction. Both of us turned our heads at once, only to realize all the guests were watching us with knowing smiles. Oh my God, my face instantly flushed scarlet, and I shoved Ki Nianan away, racing straight upstairs. The engagement party ended in extreme awkwardness. In the car, I couldn't stop complaining, while Ki Nianan didn't care one bit. The car had just pulled into the garage, and as soon as the elevator doors closed, she pressed herself against me once again, pinning me to the elevator wall. See? It's not a big deal, it's just that you're too thin-skinned. I hurriedly ducked under her arm to make my escape. Just as we arrived at the apartment door, Kinyanan's phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed, "My dad." She suddenly had a bad feeling. As the door opened and she picked up, Father Ki's cheerful voice came through. "Nyanan, I forgot to tell you, I've had someone renovate your apartment a little. Now that you two are fiancé and fiancée, you should just share a room from now on. That's the only way your feelings will blossom quickly." Renovate a little? Before Kinyanan could even process this, my scream echoed from the other side of the room. "My room, Kinyanan. Our house has been robbed." Kinyanan immediately understood what happened, saying into the phone with a headache, "Dad, did you actually tear down Xiaoyuan's bedroom?" Father Qi replied confidently, "Of course, I won't allow you to sleep in separate rooms, otherwise I'll ship you off to Russia immediately. You can get married at 14 over there." Not only that, he laughed very mysteriously. "I bought a little gift and left it on the bed. Go check it out when you get home." After hanging up, Kinyanan had a bad premonition. The two of us stepped into the bedroom together, and sure enough, there was a large box on the bed. I excitedly rushed over to open it, but the second I saw what was inside, I completely froze in place. It was an entire box of condoms. Kinyanan leaned in curiously, and her expression instantly matched mine. Both of our jaws dropped in shock, staring at each other in disbelief. The next second, I was rolling on the bed laughing, clutching my stomach as I couldn't stop. My God, Father Qi is a genius, giving us this kind of gift. Kinyanan, both amused and helpless, rummaged through it.
Wait, the box was completely full. There must have been at least a few hundred. With this many, when will we ever finish using them? I immediately sat bolt upright, glaring at her. Who wants to use them with you? Unexpectedly, Kinyanan flashed a wicked smile, flipping me over and pinning me to the bed, pinning one between two fingers, bringing it close as she teased. What are you blushing for? We're already fiancé and fiancée after all. Come on, let's try one out tonight. My face went beet red, using both hands and feet to shove her away. Kinyanan, you perverted lecher. She, on the other hand, only became more intrigued, looking at me provocatively. It's just a condom? Haven't you ever seen one before? Goaded by her challenge, I immediately tilted my chin up. Who says I haven't seen one? I just don't want to use it with you. You're so promiscuous. Who knows what kind of diseases you might be carrying? Those words really stung Kinyanan's pride. She pouted, blurting out, "I'm still a virgin, you know, believe it or not." The second she said it, she immediately regretted it. I suddenly understood the situation, grinning mischievously like a cat that just ate the canary. "Want me to keep this secret for you?" Kinyanan nodded her head vigorously. I flashed a cunning smile, tilting my chin up like a proud young master. "It's not impossible, but you have to listen to me. My dear husband, I'll do whatever you say." I gave a bright smile, slowly uttering a few words. "It's very simple. From now on, this room is mine, and you can sleep on the sofa. You said it yourself, that you'd do whatever I said, so don't go back on your word." I pointed at her with a triumphant look on my face. Kinyanan was momentarily speechless. Talk about shooting yourself in the foot. She gritted her teeth and acted generous. Fine, I'll keep my word. But in reality, she was already plotting to reclaim her territory. I casually grabbed a pillow and shoved it into her arms, smiling and waving. "Good night, Kinyanan." She let out a cold snort, clutching the pillow as she reluctantly headed to the living room. 10 o'clock at night, the eldest Miss Qi, who should have been out partying at this hour, was now lying resentfully on the sofa. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, standing up to pace around the living room, only to find that all the bedding had been cleared out. Dad sure works fast. He actually turned the living room into a game room. Looking at the room filled with game consoles, Kinyanan's anger finally dissipated by half. Just then, light footsteps came from the hallway. As I walked out, humming a little tune, boldly and confidently. "What are you doing out here?" Kinyanan sat up. I replied, "I'm thirsty, so I came out for some water." I grabbed a can of soda from the fridge, tossing one to Kinyanan as well. Then, I plopped down on the rug right in front of her without a hint of hesitation. "Where's the remote? I want to watch TV." Kinyanan fumbled in the sofa cushions for a long time before pressing the remote into my hand. Under the dim light from the TV, she suddenly noticed that this guy had grown much more handsome over the years. His once chubby face was now much more defined, and his features were surprisingly refined. Kinyanan suddenly spoke up. "The girl in the cafeteria today, is that the great beauty you were talking about? Your taste is seriously lacking." I looked at her with disdain, my lip curling slightly. "What, are you jealous?" Pfft. How could someone like her even compare to me? Kinyanan was full of contempt. Her face alone was enough to outshine the other by several blocks. But I just gave a mysterious smile. "You guessed wrong. The great beauty I meant wasn't her." Mentioning the great beauty, my mind was filled with images of Yunwan. No, I must go see her tomorrow. just to make sure she hasn't forgotten me. Ki Nianan saw my daydreaming, lovesick expression
and felt an unusual pang of irritation. Then tell me, who is she anyway? I don't believe anyone in this school is prettier than me. I quirked an eyebrow mischievously. I'm just not telling you. Besides, you're not the only school goddess. With that, I dusted off my pants and stood up. Boring. I'm going back to sleep. Hey, wait! Ki Nianan suddenly reached out and gave me a sharp tug. I lost my balance and tumbled onto the sofa, somehow landing squarely on her lap. Our eyes met, and the atmosphere suddenly became charged with danger. Ki Nianan narrowed her eyes, her voice thick with pressure. Grinning like that? Do you like her, Fang Yuan? Don't forget you're currently my husband. Are you trying to have an affair? Instead of being afraid, I just burst out laughing. An affair, my dear wife? As if you don't have plenty of boyfriends yourself? What right do you have to talk to me like that? As I retorted, I poked her chest with my finger. Oh, this feeling. It's actually quite something. I couldn't help but stare at Ki Nianan's collar, wondering what the scene under that shirt actually looked like. Ki Nianan noticed my gaze, her lip curling mischievously. What are you looking at? Nothing. I replied confidently. The point is, I won't stop you from flirting with handsome guys, so don't you stop me from seeing beautiful women. I withdrew my gaze. Had I short-circuited or something, wanting to see her figure like that? I let out a small cough to hide my embarrassment. Ki Nianan looked at me and asked, Really? Neither side interferes with the other? She was still worried I'd do what I did today, making her boyfriends jealous. Besides, she hates explaining things most of all. If it's too much trouble, she'd rather just break up. I just held up my pinky finger. Pinky swear. Though the act seemed childish, Ki Nianan still reached out to hook it, our thumbs pressing together just like back then. In that moment, it felt as if we were pulled back to the intimate time of our childhood, when I lived at the Chi estate, always a little tail following her everywhere, the two of us inseparable, each other's only friend. Just then, Ki Nianan suddenly remembered something, clapping her hands. That's right, I heard from our parents that we were betrothed before we were even born. I nodded. I know, that's exactly why they're forcing us to marry. As soon as the words left my mouth, I realized the position the two of us were in. I was still being held tightly in her arms, her hands gripping my waist with possessiveness. I hurriedly used both hands to push against her chest. Let me go, I have to go back to sleep. Unexpectedly, Ki Nianan immediately changed to a pitiful expression as she looked at me, saying, Xiaoyuan, didn't we used to sleep together all the time when we were little? I remember, so what? I began to feel like something was wrong. And sure enough, she pointed at the sofa. This sofa is great for sitting, but it's not comfortable to sleep on at all. Do you really have the heart to watch me suffer from insomnia? She's playing the emotional card again. I glanced over at the sofa. Sleeping on that would definitely be uncomfortable. The next second, Ki Nianan took my hand and gave it a little shake, her voice turning incredibly sweet. Hubby, making me soften up instantly. Fine, fine, you can come into the bedroom, okay, hubby? You're truly the kindest in the world. Ki Nianan flashed a triumphant smile, leaning in and planting a kiss on my cheek. With a disgusted look, I wiped the spit off with the back of my hand, then pointed at her and warned solemnly, Listen up, the bedroom is my territory, you absolutely must listen to me. Ki Nianan immediately signaled, okay. Then, she grabbed her pillow, casually pulling me along toward the bedroom. Hubby, let's go to sleep now. I was full of disdain. Who wants to sleep with you? To each their own and stay on your side of the bed, Ki Nianan smirked knowingly. All right, to each their own side then. I'm just afraid you'll sneakily attack me in the middle of the night. Afraid you won't be able to resist my charms. Ugh, say one more word and you're out of here right now. I grumbled in annoyance. Early the next morning, the morning sunlight filled the room. I was still fast asleep, cuddling and rubbing against my bolster, with drool even getting all over it. While in a sweet dream, someone started shaking me. Wake up, Feng Yuan, wake up now, stop bothering me. I crossly swiped that hand away. Unexpectedly, that person leaned close to my ear and said something in a bewitching voice, the warm breath making my ear itch. Stop messing around, Ki Nianan said, caught between tears and laughter. I should be the one saying that. Get up now, you're going to be late for class. School? In my daze, I suddenly remembered. That's right, I have to go to school to see Yunwan. Thinking of the great beauty, my sleepiness instantly vanished. I snapped awake and opened my eyes. What a shock. A beautiful face was magnified right before my eyes. It was Ki Nianan's face, only a few centimeters away from me. Now I was completely wide awake. I looked at Ki Nianan, who was so close. I poked her right in the chest. I'm sneak attacking you? You had the nerve to tell me not to sneak attack you yesterday. Ki Nianan immediately grabbed my mischievous finger. She narrowed her eyes, emphasizing every word she told the truth. Look closely. This side of the bed is yours. You're the one sneak attacking me. I was stunned for a moment. Only then did I realize the other side of the bed was empty, and I was like an octopus, tightly wrapped around her. In this position, it was crystal clear who was sneak attacking whom. I immediately felt embarrassed. Shinyanan just looked at me leisurely, waiting for me to admit my mistake. Who would have thought I'd roll my eyes and huff like an arrogant young master? What do you mean it's yours? It's mine. Did you forget? This entire bedroom belongs to me. I'm only letting you borrow half of this bed for now. Kinyanan was completely speechless. Seeing her at a loss for words, I had a very smug grin on my face. If you don't like it, go sleep on the sofa. I'm kind enough to lend you the bed and you still have something to say. She helplessly raised her hands. Okay, you win, but Kinyanan secretly vowed in her heart that she must take back the sovereignty of the bedroom. After they both finished getting ready, they went down to the garage. Kinyanan sat in the driver's seat and buckled her seatbelt. While I was outside, unable to open the car door, so I could only tap on the window to call her. Why wouldn't the car door open? Kinyanan narrowed her phoenix eyes and looked at me with a squinting smile. The car is mine. Why should I give you a ride? I didn't expect her to pull this trick, making me pout in anger. Kinyanan, if you don't take me, am I supposed to walk to school by myself? The next second, Kinyanan offered an exchange, using the right to the bedroom as the trade-off. I'll drive you every day. No way, I'm not agreeing to that. Before the threat was even finished, Kinyanan started the engine. The cool sports car sped away right in front of me. I stomped my feet in a rage. In the vast garage, I was left all alone, feeling so pitiful. I just sat down on the ground. Just then, the roar of the engine sounded again. The sports car that just left reversed back. The car door opened automatically. Kinyanan's pleasant voice rang out, "Get in." But I buried my head even lower, refusing to move. Kinyanan was helpless and had to get out and squat in front of me, patiently asking, "Are you getting in or not?" The eldest miss of the Chi family has only ever yielded to this bratty kid in front of her. I huffed, still sulking. Kinyanan suddenly found it funny, just like when they were kids. She stood up, looking down at me. All right, fine. Hubby, don't be mad anymore. Only then did I sneak a glance at her, waiting for her to coax me. Fine, since you won't say anything. I'll choose one of the two then. Choose one of what two things? Before I could even react, two arms suddenly wrapped around me and held me tight. She kissed my cheek in a flash while complaining, "You should have said something sooner, just had to play the sulking card. You're so difficult to please." But her actions were incredibly gentle. The car slowly rolled out of the garage. I sat beside her, my anger long gone. I said casually, "I really thought you had abandoned me just now." At that moment, I really felt wronged. There's no way you'd really make me sleep on the sofa. Kinyanan was obviously just threatening me. Seeing my aggrieved expression, she suddenly felt a bit guilty. If the men around her got angry, she wouldn't care less. She'd never proactively go to comfort them. But I was different. If I was truly angry, I'd turn away and never look at her again. Kinyanan, of course, wouldn't tell the truth, only pretending to be troubled. If you really did that and I went and told your dad, you'd definitely get a scolding you couldn't escape. I immediately curled my lip. I was just saying. I'm not the type of petty person who goes around snitching. To her surprise, I suddenly wore a sly grin, turning my head to stare at her. But it depends on the situation. If you do something that makes me particularly unhappy, then I can't guarantee anything. Since I have her dad as leverage, let's see if she still dares to go too far. I was inwardly gloating. Seeing we were almost at school, I looked out the window listlessly. Suddenly, a slender figure flashed past my eyes. Yoonwon, I widened my eyes in surprise, seeing her enter the same cake shop as yesterday. The next second, I hurriedly shouted at Kinyanan, "Stop the car! Stop the car!" Suddenly, a slender figure flashed past my eyes. Yoonwon, I widened my eyes in surprise, seeing her enter the same cake shop as yesterday. The next second, I hurriedly shouted at Kinyanan, "Stop the car! Stop the car! Stop the car quickly!" Even though Kinyanan didn't understand why, she still pulled over to the side of the road. "I don't want to show up at the school gate with you. If people see me getting out of your car, everyone will know that I know you," I said while unbuckling my seatbelt, but my actions suddenly came to a halt. I turned around and smiled sweetly at her. Kinyanan glanced at me, and seeing this smile, she knew immediately that nothing good was coming. "Speak up." I held out my hand in front of her, wiggling my 5 fingers. "Give me your wallet." Kinyanan helplessly placed the wallet in my palm. As soon as I opened it, my eyes lit up. I pulled out the thick stack of cash from inside. "At least leave some for yourself," Kinyanan protested. "Don't you have your cards? You can just swipe your cards." While speaking, I pulled out a few more cards from her wallet, immediately picking the most powerful black card and tucked it into my pocket. Kinyanan huffed, "You certainly know how to pick 'em." Taking my black card right away. "Not this one. Give it back." Unexpectedly, Kinyanan snatched the wallet back, pulled out another card, and handed it to me. "That one is the primary card. Only the owner can use it. This one is the supplementary card. Use this one instead." I was stunned for a moment, dubiously taking the card. "Are you really letting me use this? Can I swipe it however I want?"
One should know that this kind of supplementary card has no limit. Kinyanan intentionally put on a stern face. Just try swiping it recklessly. She said that, but giving me the supplementary card spoke volumes. Hard to say about that. Anyway, I've already taken it. After saying that, my eyes curved in a smile and I suddenly beckoned her over. Confused, Kinyanan leaned in close. The next second, I suddenly gave her a quick peck on the cheek. I left behind a sentence with a squinting smile, then turned around and scurried out of the car. Thanks, wifey. Kinyanan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. This little brat. She watched me wave through the car window as I walked into the nearby cake shop. Kinyanan was about to start the engine and drive on, but her movement suddenly stalled. She rested one hand on the steering wheel, feeling that the brat was a bit strange just now. At this time in the bakery, I was smiling brightly, going behind Yunwan and giving her a hard pat. Yunwan turned her head, her eyes flashing with restraint. Why is it you again? That's right. It seems we're really destined to meet. As I spoke, I leaned my head in closer, glancing at the strawberry cake in the display case. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be she's buying it for that mysterious boyfriend? Yunwan said to the server, "Give me a slice of strawberry cake." I immediately raised my hand. One more for me too. The two of us stepped out of the shop together. I was starving, so I took a sneak bite of the cake, my face filled with bliss. The strawberry cake here is absolutely heavenly. Yunwan looked at me. You haven't eaten breakfast yet? Not yet. I just moved here, so I'm not very familiar with the roads. Could you introduce me to the area a bit to see if there's anything good to eat? Seeing my pitiful expression, Yunwan finally agreed. All right, let me lead the way. That's great. I was overjoyed, but after walking a few steps, an eye-catching sports car caught my eye. Why does that car look like Kinyanan's? My heart skipped a beat. As expected, getting closer, it really was her. Kinyanan was sitting in the car looking in this direction. Her gaze was hard to read, staring intently at me and Yunwan. My heart suddenly sank. Oh no, caught red-handed. Just then, Yunwan suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong? In a panic, I pulled Yunwan, hurrying into a breakfast shop. The small steamed buns I ordered were so delicious my eyes sparkled. They're delicious, you should try one too. But Yunwan shook her head. No thanks. I'm not hungry. My curiosity was completely piqued by the cake beside her. I couldn't help but probe. You bought it, so why aren't you eating it? Is it for a boyfriend? Yunwan suddenly paused, then abruptly changed the subject. My heart skipped another beat. Looks like it's true. Her mysterious boyfriend of many years really is at this school too. After breakfast, they both walked out of the shop. I warily looked around, breathing a sigh of relief only after confirming Kinyanan's car was gone. Yunwan noticed my unusual behavior, but I immediately switched the topic. Oh, that's right. Is it true that someone confessed to you yesterday? I rejected them. Yunwan replied indifferently, then asked back, what do you want with me? I guiltily rubbed my nose. I just wanted to ask you to be my guide. I'm in the 10th grade class S. Feel free to come find me if you need anything. You're in class S? Yunwan didn't seem surprised at all, but her gaze became deeper. The two of them walked to the school gate together, but something unexpected happened. Yunwan realized immediately that yesterday's security guard had been replaced. Next, she heard the old guard giving a reminder to the new guy. You have to be more perceptive from now on. Don't be like Lee. He accidentally offended someone and was fired immediately. Yunwan suddenly paused, then stepped forward quickly, asking in a low voice, Excuse me, did you say the person fired was the guard from yesterday? The old guard recognized her, nodding. That's right, he was fired yesterday afternoon. Yunwan pressed for the reason. The old guard showed a look of awkwardness, his eyes instinctively glancing towards me, and so Yunwan understood everything. Her face immediately darkened, and without saying a word, she turned and walked away. Her back looked as cold as a block of ice. I was completely bewildered. I suddenly remembered the one fired was the guard who blocked me yesterday. Yunwan, wait for me. I spread my arms to block her path, panting and asking, What's wrong? Was that guard a relative of yours? I completely couldn't understand her cold expression right now. Yunwan finally stopped. Those deep eyes, for the first time, held a bone-chilling coldness, staring intently at me. Yunwan's tone no longer held any gentleness. It was freezing cold. Why was that security guard fired? Are you saying you don't know? Fang Yuan, what are you trying to play innocent for in front of me? I was stunned by her questioning. I really don't know. I only just transferred here yesterday. I have no grudge against him. Why would I cause him to lose his job? Her gaze clearly showed she saw me as a malicious person. But Yunwan kept pressing me with each step. No grudge? He blocked you yesterday and you were very angry, weren't you? And that phone call, it was the principal calling, right? If you didn't have a special status, would the principal personally receive you? I was questioned to the point of being speechless. Yunwan's voice became colder and colder, each word like a stab to the heart. Do you know how important this job was to him? His child was just born. Diapers and milk cost 1,000 or 2,000 every month. Do you understand what losing this job means? No, I didn't know at all. Yunwan's eyes were filled with contempt. For a rich young master like you, just one casual word is enough to decide someone's fate. Is it fun to do that? She left behind one final sentence like a knife through my heart. I'm sorry. I don't like being friends with someone who bullies others using their power. With that, she walked away without looking back, leaving me standing there in a daze. Arriving at the classroom, I slumped over my desk with a dejected look. Shen Yue sidled up to me, asking with concern, Xiao Yuan, what's wrong? I looked up, asking Shen Yue blankly, why is Yunwan so angry? Is she mad at me? And so, I told her everything that had just happened. After hearing it, Shen Yue understood. I quickly grabbed her. Tell me already, why was she so furious? Shen Yue was caught between laughter and tears and said seriously, perhaps it's because she empathizes. What does that mean? Shen Yue looked at me in disbelief. Are you sure you and Yunwan are friends? You don't even know about her family background. The next second, a shocking secret was revealed. Yunwan's family is very poor. She only got in here on a full scholarship. My eyes widened. Really? I couldn't tell at all. But that wasn't all. Shen Yue continued gossiping. Not just poor, she also grew up in a single-parent home. Most importantly, when her father worked as a laborer before, he was bullied by rich people, so she has a huge grudge against the wealthy. At this point, I finally understood everything. No wonder she was so indignant for that guard. No wonder she rejected confessions from all the young masters. Turns out, I had accidentally touched the most painful thorn in her heart. Shen Yue hit the nail on the head. She misunderstood you, thinking that a powerful young master like you could fire a guard with just a snap of your fingers. Immediately after, she changed her tone, her face showing a bit of sarcasm. Last time a student annoyed Miss Qi, weren't they kicked out of school immediately? Qi Nianen? My heart suddenly leaped. She can get a student expelled with just one sentence? That's some serious power. Shen Yue's voice was full of awe. Of course. Mischief's mother is on the board of directors of this Shangdi Academy. This school might as well be owned by her family. The words were like a thunderclap to my ears. I immediately understood everything. No wonder Qi Nianen can do whatever she wants at school. So wanting to get justice for me, she had that security guard fired. My gaze sharpened as I slammed the table. I know what I have to do. However, at this very moment, the entire classroom suddenly went dead silent. I looked up and found everyone staring intently at us, and the English teacher, looking like a demon, was standing right behind Shen Yue, eyes blazing with fire. I smiled awkwardly. Hello, teacher. Class has started. Actually, it had been going for over 10 minutes. The English teacher's face was beet red. Last time she had been humiliated by my English level, so she hesitated for a long time before clearing her throat, rapping her ruler on the desk. Fang Yuan, I know your English is good, but you shouldn't disrupt others. Pay attention next time. Otherwise, it'll make you stand as punishment. I apologized immediately. I understand, teacher. I promise it won't happen again. But the teacher completely ignored Shen Yue beside me, turning back to the podium. As soon as the bell rang for the end of class, I dashed toward the 12th grade building. I had to explain things clearly to Yunwan. At the door of class 4, I stopped a female student. Hello? Could you help me call Yunwan out? That girl saw me and immediately gave a knowing smile. Oh, it's you. Arrived so early to confess today. You're quite sincere. I gave a wry smile and asked for her help. To my surprise, Yunwan actually came out, but her attitude was cold as ice. Is there something you need? This distance made my heart sink. I took a deep breath, looking straight at her, neither arrogant nor humble. I have something to say to you. Can you give me a few minutes? All right, she answered briefly. The two went to the rooftop next to the building, and after confirming no one was around, I spoke solemnly. About the security guard being fired, whether you believe it or not, I truly had no idea. But I've roughly guessed what happened. You'll find a way to resolve this. However, my tone suddenly shifted, my face tensed, full of resentment. Also, what you said to me today was too much. You didn't understand the whole story at all, but you put all the blame on me. Is that fair? I threw those words back at her and turned to leave. But the next second, Yunwan firmly grabbed my wrist. I'm sorry. Her low voice rang out. I froze, but since I was angry, I didn't bother to turn around. Yunwan looked at my back and said once more, I'm sorry. She saw my persistence and stubbornness and knew immediately she had wrongly accused me. Only then did I turn around, looking at her arrogantly. As for your apology, I'll reserve the right to consider whether to accept it. With that, I brushed her hand off and walked away without looking back. Next destination, the principal's office. I ignored the school bell, bursting inside. Madam Principal, I have something to discuss with you. The secretary simply couldn't stop me. The principal was nodding off, startled so badly her head slammed onto the desk. She was clutching her forehead, about to get angry, but as soon as she saw it was me, her face immediately shifted to a bright and happy smile. Oh, it's Fang Yuan. Please sit, secretary. Bring some fruit juice. The secretary looked on in a daze. Aside from Miss Qi, when had the principal ever been so submissive toward a student like this? But I didn't bother sitting down, going straight to the desk and slamming it. Why was that security guard fired? Was it on Qi Nianen's orders? The principal misunderstood my meaning, carefully observing my expression. Are you dissatisfied? So what do you want? Dock his pay? Or blacklist him so he can find a job anywhere else?
Just say the word, and he'll do it immediately. Those words made me absolutely furious. With a loud bang, I slammed the table once more. I didn't mean it like that, Auntie. Listen to me clearly first. The principal immediately coaxed me like a child. All right. You tell me, sit down and take your time. I took the glass of juice the secretary had just brought and finished it in one gulp. What I mean is, just issue the order directly. I don't want him to be fired. Auntie, please hire him back to work. The principal immediately looked troubled. This is a difficult matter to handle. That was Miss Kinianan's order. Maybe you should try negotiating with her first. Sure enough, it was because of that Kinianan. I suppressed my anger. She only did that to vent for me. As long as I don't mind, it should be fine. Principal Auntie, please just let him come back. The principal sat in her chair, her face showing hesitation. At that moment, a domineering voice suddenly rang out. No way! Kinianan coldly pushed the door open and entered with the aura of a sovereign ruler. I stared at her blankly. Why are you here? But Kinianan walked straight up to me, repeating every word I had just said. I do not agree. Then she turned to the principal with a piercing gaze. Once someone is fired, there is no such thing as hiring them back. Did you hear me clearly, Auntie? The principal saw her and stood up in fear, nodding frantically. I heard you, Miss Kinianan. I will definitely follow your order. Kinianan, I turned red with rage, shouting at her. How can you be like this? Why would you destroy someone's livelihood? You're so hateful. Kinianan was also seething with anger. Didn't I do this to stand up for you? You're unbelievable. The person I just fired, you want to hire back. Isn't that just like slapping me in the face? She stared at me intently, as if I were ungrateful for her help. The next second, she suddenly changed her tone, her beautiful face filled with fury. You're doing this because of that girl Yunwan, right? I was stunned. What? You know Yunwan? Kinianan smirked maliciously. She has a history with me. How could I not know her? Fang Yuan, why are you so boy crazy for girls? You just cling to any pretty face you see. Now she finally understood. The reason I ditched her this morning was because I saw Yunwan. I didn't. We're just friends. I hurried to explain, but Kinianan cut me off. You still dare to deny it? The video of you two pulling and dragging each other has already spread all over the school. Is there anyone who doesn't know by now? You're the first guy to receive special treatment from Yunwan. What video? What pulling and dragging? I was completely bewildered. Kinianan pulled out her phone and played a video. In the footage, it really was me and Yunwan in a tug of war, and since there was no sound, it looked extremely suspicious. I didn't. You've misunderstood. Kinianan took another step forward, cornering me, throwing a barrage of questions at me. Weren't you looking for her? Weren't you two pulling at each other? The beauty you mentioned yesterday is her, isn't it? Do you even know she already has a boyfriend? She was almost driven mad by jealousy, spitting out the most hurtful words. How could you become so degenerate? Those words were like a knife piercing my heart. My whole body trembled. First misunderstood by Yunwan, and now seen this way by Kinianan. Tears immediately welled up in my eyes, and large drops began to fall silently. Seeing my sudden tears, Kinianan froze in shock. Kinianan, I never want to talk to you ever again, I cried out with a shout, then turned and ran straight out. Kinianan clenched her fists, her expression looking incredibly pained. She roared at the principal. Shut up! The next second, she muttered a curse under her breath, then hurried after me. Xiao Yuan, but being just a few seconds late, I was already nowhere to be seen outside the office. Kinianan frustratedly searched along the stairwell, but she had no idea that I was actually hiding in a corner of the stairs, watching her shadow pass right in front of me. She's such an idiot. I buried my head in my knees. Raised like a delicate treasure by my family, pampered as the darling of the Qi family, I had never suffered such a great injustice before. And besides, that Kinianan, she had never scolded me so harshly in all our years. How could she misunderstand and call me degenerate? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, and the more I felt sorry for myself. Tears just kept flowing uncontrollably. I just sat there crying until my eyes were weary and my legs had gone numb. But right then, a pair of slender legs suddenly appeared in my tear-blurred vision. A low voice rang out. Fang Yuan? I looked up in surprise. A flicker of joy passed through my heart, thinking that idiot Kinianan had finally come to her senses and came back for me. Unexpectedly, when I saw who it was, I froze completely. Standing before me was Yunwan. I was stunned for a moment, just staring up at her with my swollen red eyes. Yunwan looked intently at me, curled up in the corner. There was a flicker of emotion in those deep black eyes. She walked up to me, slowly squatting down to look me directly in the eye. Are you okay? Her voice was so warm and steady. This scene pulled me out of my midday daydream. Embarrassment immediately washed over me. I hurriedly wiped away my tears with the back of my hand, not wanting her to see me in such a pathetic state. But the moment I opened my mouth, my voice was completely raspy. How did you know I was here? I heard sobbing coming from this corner. Yunwan frowned and asked, How long have you been hiding here crying? I wiped my tears and stood up, about to ask why she had come here, but in my heart I felt it was impossible that a top student like her would come specifically to find me. But Yunwan seemed to see right through my thoughts. She said casually, "I guessed you came to see the principal, so I came over to take a look." Her face was no longer cold. There was even a hint of concern. I was both surprised and happy. "Did you come looking for me on purpose?" "Yes," Yunwan admitted directly. Immediately after, I remembered my failure from before and lowered my head in shame. "I'm sorry. I couldn't convince the principal to reinstate the security guard. It's all because Kinyanan suddenly showed up." But Yunwan replied, "It's okay. It's not your fault." The next second, she apologized very seriously. "It's my fault. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that." My heart felt warm, but I was even more afraid Kinyanan would suddenly return and catch us. After all, Kinyanan said she and Yunwan had a grudge, so I immediately suggested, "Let's head out first." The two of us walked together down the quiet corridor. Yunwan suddenly asked, "Do you want to go back to class?" I shook my head. I didn't want my classmates to see my eyes all red from crying. Just as I was about to tell Yunwan to go back to class herself, to my surprise, she said, "Then where do you want to go?" "I'll go with you." "Go with me? But don't you have class?" Seeing my astonished expression, Yunwan smiled softly. "Sometimes I don't really like going to class either." This time I was completely stunned. Immediately after, she made an even bolder suggestion. "Do you want to go out and play?" A hint of playfulness flashed in her deep eyes. I hardly hesitated for a second, nodding immediately. "Yes, let's go. I'll take you out." Yunwan turned and led the way, but she was leading me in a completely opposite direction. That clearly wasn't the school gate. Just then, the silhouette of a teacher appeared in the distance. Yunwan was quick-eyed and agile, grabbing my hand firmly, pulling me into a side corridor. My heart leapt into my throat. The person who just walked by was my homeroom teacher. I patted my chest, unable to stop myself from laughing out loud. That was so thrilling. Only then did Yunwan realize she was still holding my hand. She quietly let go and cleared her throat slightly. "Walk carefully." Then, Yunwan silently led me into the sports equipment room. She guided me toward the back door, pointing to a fence that wasn't very high. I understood immediately and cheered with joy. "We're climbing over here?" "Yeah, the wall is low here. Usually no one comes around here." While Yunwan explained, she pulled a small ladder from the corner, gesturing for me to climb up first. As I climbed, I asked curiously, "How do you know about this place? It's so cool." Little did I know, Yunwan's answer would once again overturn my perception of her. "I'm on the basketball team. This is our team's secret passage. It turns out she's even a member of the basketball team." Yunwan held the ladder for me, and seeing me perched on the wall, she warned, "Don't move. Wait for me." Her movements were incredibly agile. It took only a few steps to reach the top. Then she jumped down. "Come on down. I'll catch you." I looked at the beauty below, my boyish spirit rising. I purposely acted cautious and said, "Okay, I'm jumping then." As soon as I finished, I threw myself down. Yunwan didn't have time to stop me and could only watch as I tumbled straight into her arms. Our chests were pressed close together, my face flushed bright red instantly, and I hurriedly pushed her away. Yunwan also shyly took a step back, her face tinged with a rosy glow. She asked softly, "Are you okay?" I shook my head, then asked excitedly, "Where are we going now?" Unexpectedly, I suddenly smiled. Ditching rule number 1, don't hang around near the school. Yunwan burst out laughing at my words. "It seems you're quite experienced." Then she suggested we head to the bus stop first, but I was like a headless chicken, going the wrong way. Yunwan helplessly pointed the way. "This way." Once we reached the bus stop, Yunwan asked where I wanted to go. I shook my head. "I don't know. I'll leave it to you. Let's go bowling." Sure, just then, the bus arrived. Yunwan paid for my fare, then swiped her own card. I peeked inside the bus and said gloomily, "There are no seats left. Let's get off." When I was in America taking the bus, once it was full, no more passengers were allowed. Yunwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, quickly pulling me back. "The next one won't have seats either. Standing for a bit is fine." The bus suddenly started, giving me a start, and I almost tumbled over. Yunwan immediately guided me toward the back door, telling me to hold on to the central pole. To protect me, she even stood directly in front of me as a shield. The distance between us was incredibly close. I stole a glance at her beautiful profile and my heart skipped a beat. Those romantic scenes from idol dramas turned out to be happening to me. At the same time, the bell rang for the end of class for the 11th grade 10th class. The teacher, as if granted a pardon, rushed out of the classroom like a gust of wind. The entire classroom was blanketed under Chi Nianan's extremely low-pressure aura. No one dared to approach her. She frustratedly tapped on the desk until she called out Xu Nian's name. Xu Nian approached tremblingly. "Miss Qi Nianan, is something wrong?" Qi Nianan frowned, signaling him to lean in closer, then lowered her voice. "Go to Class S, 10th grade, and see if Fang Yuan is there. Report any situation back to me immediately, but he must absolutely not find out, do you hear me?" Xu Nian didn't understand why, but immediately complied. Understood. Watching Shunian leave, Qi Nianan's expression softened just a little. Xu ran as fast as his legs could carry him, but right at the corner, he bumped into the school's most handsome boy. Zhu Qi. He wasn't just the 11th grade's idol, but also Sister Jis's current official boyfriend. Xu quickly flattered him. Brother-in-law Sister Qi is waiting for you. Zhu Qi smiled brightly and probed, where are you off to? Buying something for her? Xu completely off guard, answered honestly, no, that's not it. Sister Qi told me to go to Class S, 10th grade, to find someone named Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan? Zhu Qi's eyes instantly darkened. That name again? From yesterday? He narrowed his eyes and interrogated. What is his relationship with Miss Qi? Xu looked troubled. I really don't know that. I'm just the errand boy. Xu had wanted to please the current consort, but he had unwittingly fallen into a trap. Zhu Qi's expression suddenly shifted, tilting his chin up arrogantly. I'm thirsty. Go buy some drinks for me and Sister Qi first. Seeing Xu hesitate, he glared at him, his tone becoming aggressive. Is that Fang Yuan fellow more important, or am I more important? Think carefully about that. Xu thought to himself that while Zhu Qi was currently favored, he wouldn't dare offend him. So he turned and ran straight to the convenience store, not knowing that this trip would become the decision he would regret the most. He widened his eyes, his tone full of threat. Is Fang Yuan important, or am I important? Consider your options. Xu figured since Zhu Qi was in her good graces, he shouldn't cause any friction. He turned and sprinted toward the canteen, having no idea that this errand would lead to endless regret. Zhu Qi walked smugly into the classroom, calling out coquettishly, "Oh, Miss Qi Nianan." He casually sat down in the seat next to her, his large hand reaching out to wrap around her. However, Qi Nianan not only ignored him completely, but an terrifying aura radiated from her entire body. She coldly brushed Zhu Qi aside, her voice dropping to freezing point. Why are you here? Zhu Qi continued to act cute. Because I missed you. Just as he finished speaking, Xu ran in, out of breath, carrying 2 bottles of water. Sister Qi, here is your water. Qi Nianan's eyes swept over the water bottles, her face instantly turning pale with rage, her voice practically hissed through her teeth. Did I tell you to go buy water? Beads of sweat rolled down Xu face. Before he could even speak, Zhu Qi jumped in to take credit. I was the one who told him to go. I care about you. I was afraid you'd be thirsty. The air in the room completely froze in that instant. Suddenly, Qi Nianan shoved Zhu Qi away with force, her gaze as cold as a blade. Get out. Get lost right now. I don't want to see you anymore. Zhu Qi was absolutely stunned, tears welling up in his eyes, putting on a pitiful and miserable act. He thought he would receive sympathy, but Qi Nianan absolutely did not fall for it. Don't make me repeat myself a second time. She shouted at him, her eyes once again locking firmly onto Xu standing nearby. What about the task I gave you? Xu entire body shook, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Not yet, ma'am. He reacted swiftly, immediately turning and running away at top speed. Sister Qi, please don't be angry. I'm going right now. Going this very instant, Zhu Qi still tried to play the victim, but only received a single word in return. Get out? Qi Nianan's gaze was terrifying to the extreme. The onlookers nearby were so scared they instinctively shrank back. Zhu Qi's face was as pale as a ghost. He asked in disbelief, So, you really want to break up with me? Qi Nianan declared coldly, That's right. From this day forward, you are no longer Qi Nianan's man. He staggered, nearly collapsing on the spot, but she didn't even give him a single look, treating him as if he were thin air. One second he was the idol everyone adored, the next he had become the school's laughingstock. The boys in the class immediately began to stir. With the chance finally here, they instantly crowded around to attack Zhu Qi. Thick-skinned loser, Sister Qi already hates you, yet you're still stubbornly hanging around. Hurry up and get out, stop being an eyesore to Sister Qi. The higher he was praised before, the harder he fell now. 16-year-old Zhu Qi had never suffered such humiliation. He ran out of the classroom in tears. But Qi Nianan remained indifferent, not moved at all. Yet an indescribable restlessness stirred within her. She even considered going to look for Fang Yuan personally. Just as she was about to stand up, Xu ran back, gasping for breath. Sister Qi? The person you're looking for isn't in class. Xu swallowed hard, then continued. His classmates said he went out right after the first period and hasn't come back yet. Qi Nianan's gaze became resolute and she stood up abruptly. What did you say? No wonder she had been so uneasy. Sure enough, something had happened. Where on earth had that brat run off to? Her face darkened, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Even if we have to flip this entire school, upside down, we must find him. The entire class went dead silent. It was the first time they had seen Sister Qi in such a furious rage. That guy Fang Yuan is probably done for.
Shunyan worked very diligently, quickly gathering information from the security guards. No students had left the school premises midway today, which meant Fang Yuan was still in the school. Hearing this, Qi Nianen's expression finally relaxed slightly. With just a single command from Qi Nianen, the entire elite academy was turned inside out. With her power, finding someone should have been extremely easy, but the result left everyone's jaws dropping in shock. Not found? She glared at Shu Nian. How can he not be found? Shu Nian was sweating profusely. Sister Qi, we've searched every possible place. He might not be in the school anymore. Qi Nianen gave a cold laugh. Did he grow wings and fly away? The guards clearly said he was still on campus. Zhu Nian suddenly had an idea, unless he snuck out through another exit. But Qi Nianen immediately dismissed it. He just got to this school. How could he know about other exits? In that moment, regret welled up in her heart for the first time. I should have chased after him right then. What if he did something foolish? Right then, Shu Nian realized the key. Sister Qi, let's check the surveillance cameras. But only the principal had access to the footage. Without a word, Qi Nianen rushed straight to the principal's office. In the next second, the principal respectfully gave up her seat. Qi Nianen sat down, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Accessing 300 camera points, she opened 6 videos at once and fast-forwarded them. Her eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, glued to the screens. Shu Nian stood nearby, his head spinning from the visual overload, and his eyes blurring. Suddenly, Qi Nianen let out a low cry. Found him zoom in on this video. The image became crystal clear. At the door of the sports equipment room, Fang Yuan was being led inside by a girl. Shu Nian looked closely at the girl's face and gasped in surprise. Yun Wan? Why is it her? Qi Nianen's face turned cold enough to freeze. She had been worrying for a full hour, afraid something had happened to him. And what was the result? He dared to be with Yun Wan. Bang! She slammed her fist onto the table. The fury in her chest blazed up. A childhood sweetheart isn't even worth as much as some popular girl he just met? Qi Nianen stared intently at the screen. On the camera, Feng Yuan was looking at Yun Wan with a radiant smile. On that handsome face there was no trace of tears left whatsoever. She gritted her teeth, her anger erupting. The air in the office dropped to a freeze instantly. Shu Nian and the principal didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yet little did she know, at this moment, I was already sitting in a bowling alley with Yun Wan. Yun Wan asked me curiously, "Why didn't you buy that essential oil you liked earlier?" The smile on my lips faded slightly. I liked it a lot. But I couldn't buy it because the person I'm living with doesn't like it. Yun Wan smiled. That person must be very important to you then. I didn't deny it. That jerk Qi Nianen really is important. But I shook my head, not wanting to talk about her anymore. Instead, I playfully challenged Yun Wan. Let's play a round. I'm the bowling prince, you know. Just at this moment, the phone in my pocket fell out. I suddenly remembered, if that Qi Nianen person can't find me, will she call me? Right at this moment, the phone plopped out of my pocket onto the ground. It suddenly hit me that if that Qi Nianen girl can find me, will she try to call? But the next second, my little face scrunched up in a pout. My phone is out of battery again. I was so busy arguing with her last night that I forgot to charge it. Seeing this, Yun Wan immediately stood up and said, "Let me go borrow a charger for you." A moment later, Yun Wan returned, but there was another woman beside her. As soon as that woman saw me, she affectionately patted Yun Wan's shoulder. "What a good girl. Finally bringing a boy here. Is he your boyfriend?" Yun Wan denied it instantly. "Don't talk nonsense, we're just friends." But the woman turned to tease me. "This is the first time I've seen Yun Wan bring a boy here. Your relationship surely isn't that simple, right?" Yun Wan quickly introduced. "This is Sister Hui, the owner, and this is my junior, Fang Yuan." Sister Hui suddenly revealed a shocker. Yun Wan has been working part-time here for a long time, and I'm the first boy she's ever brought here. She even generously gave us a 50% discount. I was secretly amazed. So Yun Wan works here? The top of the grade having to work while studying, it made me see her in a whole new light. After Sister Hui left, Yun Wan didn't seem to want to talk much about it, and handed me a bowling ball. I tactfully didn't ask more, took the ball and laughed. Like I said, let's compete. 10 frames to decide the winner. The winner gets 2, make a request of the other. Yun Wan nodded in agreement. I was calculating very carefully. I've already tried 2 throws. The feel is great. I'm definitely winning this round. The match began. I was fired up and scored 8 points. It was Yun Wan's turn. Her first throw only knocked down 2 pins. I grinned broadly. All is fair in war. I've got this in the bag. Next, I scored 7 points, but when it was Yun Wan's turn, she was intensely focused. As soon as the ball left her hand, boom, another 10-point strike. My smile instantly froze on my face. Now I was completely rattled. A throw only got me 2 points. To my surprise, Yun Wan stepped up calmly, making another beautiful throw. The result was still 10 points, 2 strikes in a row, making my jaw nearly drop. Once is luck, twice is pure skill. Yun Wan just gave a faint smile, just a good feeling. You call this a good feeling? She's clearly a grandmaster. My competitive spirit was fully ignited. I don't believe it. I must get a strike today. But reality slapped me right in the face. Even with all my effort, I only got 9 points. What a shame. Yunwan lightly threw again, and it was 10 points again. 3 strikes in a row. I was completely dazed. I looked at her like she was an alien. Is she even human? Only then did Yunwan explain with a smile that since she works here and plays with customers a lot, she just naturally got good. So this is her home turf. The match isn't even over and I already know I've lost. Seeing my disappointment, Yunwan delicately said, let's just forget the bet. But I stubbornly shook my head. No, the loser takes the penalty. Don't go easy on me. That unyielding resilience made it impossible for Yunwan to look away. The result was as expected. I lost, but I lost fair and square. I demanded Yunwan think of a serious condition as a sign of respect for the loser. After we both got tired from playing, I suddenly ran to the counter to chat with Sister Hui. Returning to give Yunwan a cup of green tea, I chuckled and said, no more playing. I want to play a different game, working part-time. Yunwan was stunned. It turns out I knew it was expensive here and feared Yunwan's spending would hurt her self-esteem, so I thought of a way to attract customers to earn money for the bowling fees. To keep her from suspecting, I even pretended to be genuinely enthusiastic, grabbing flyers and dashing outside. Sister Hui patted Yunwan's shoulder, her eyes full of admiration. This boy is truly rare, sensible and delicate at the same time. He's a great match for you. Better hold on to him. Yunwan watched the passionate figure outside the door, her gaze becoming deep. At dusk, I went back to school alone to get my bag. I stood at the school gate looking around to see if Kinyanan was hiding in some corner waiting for me. I waited for over 10 minutes. It was almost pitch black, but not a single car was in sight. Finally, I couldn't help it and shouted, Kinyanan, get out here right now. Yet, the surroundings remained silent. Did that bitch really leave? Just as I was feeling heartbroken and disappointed, the new security guard from this morning suddenly walked up. The guard said, Miss Ki, she left a long time ago. My face instantly turned dark as soot. Well played, Ki Nyanan. You actually dared to abandon me and sneak off first. She was clearly the one who angered me, yet there's not even a single apology. The grievance and sorrow in my heart instantly exploded. I felt like a total idiot beyond words. The more I thought, the angrier I got. So I immediately decided, I'm running away from home. Since it was her fault, why should I be the one to go home first? But where should I go now? Going back to the Chi family would only set her mind at ease. That won't do anything. I must make it so she can find me. I must make her worry herself sick. Immediately after, I rummaged through my backpack, counting the over 3,000 yuan in cash inside. This was the money I borrowed from her wallet this morning. With money in hand, who's afraid of having nowhere to go? I rolled my eyes and thought. An idea struck. If I stay at a hotel, it has to be the most expensive one in the city. I hailed a taxi and said loudly, Driver, take me to the most expensive hotel. The driver was stunned, turning back to confirm, Hey kid, are you really going to the most expensive place? Acting like a wealthy young master, I tossed 100 yuan. Of course, keep the change. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of a 6-star hotel. The concierge respectfully opened the door for me. I walked into the lobby with my head held high. My aura was impeccable. The receptionist politely asked, Hello, which type of room would the guests like? I didn't even think about it. I want the best presidential suite. The receptionist was momentarily dazed, doubting his ears. Sir, are you sure? The price per night for our presidential suite is... I was too lazy to listen to his babbling, pulled the supplementary black card straight from my pocket, and slammed it on the table. I'm sure. Give me the most expensive one. The moment he saw the black card, his attitude did a 180-degree turn. He immediately and respectfully processed it. In less than a minute, I was holding the room key and heading to the top floor. The presidential suite was extremely luxurious. Exhausted from the whole day, I collapsed onto the soft sofa and fell into a deep, heavy sleep. Meanwhile, at 11 p.m., Qinianan finally arrived back at the apartment. She had been driving like a maniac all evening, her mood bad to the extreme. She clearly intended to stay out until late at night, but for some reason, she was compelled to return early. She had to admit she was worried about that idiot Fang Yuan, but when she pushed the door open and entered, it was pitch black inside. A bad omen rose in her heart. She had to admit she was worried about that idiot Fang Yuan, but when she pushed the door open, the house was dark and empty. A sense of unease immediately washed over her. She hurriedly turned on the lights, shouting into the empty room. Fang Yuan, no answer. Qinianan's expression completely changed. She ransacked every room, and sure enough, I wasn't back yet. It's already 11 o'clock. Where on earth could this kid have gone? He still hasn't come back? Is this boy trying to annoy her to death? Just thinking that I might be spending the night out with Yun Wan, Qinianan was fuming with rage. She punched the wall. Fang Yuan, you idiot. She was truly going crazy, immediately calling my phone. To her surprise, she only heard a busy signal. Her heart tightened. Could she have been blacklisted? She immediately used the landline to call back, and this time the call went through. Sure enough, she really was blocked. Nianan's chest heaved violently with anger while my mumbling voice came from the other end. She frowned and barked out a question. Where are you? I obviously recognized her voice too, paused for a moment, then huffed coldly. I'm not telling you. Find me if you're so capable. Before you're willing to apologize, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Bye-bye, click. The call was cut off abruptly. Nianan stared at the receiver, so angry she laughed, a cold smile curling her lips. Think I can't find you? Just you wait. Judging by this tone, it doesn't seem like he's with anyone else. The next second, she rushed into the study and turned on the computer, while also using another phone to call me again. The moment I answered, her slender fingers flew across the keyboard. She said in a low voice, if you don't give me even a tiny hint, how am I supposed to find you? I was still smugly provoking her. A hint? I'm in an extremely luxurious place? Try and guess. But before I could finish, Nianan suddenly spoke up. Done. I asked blankly, huh? It'll find you in a moment, just wait. Nianan narrowed her eyes dangerously, looking at the precise location on the screen, and hung up bluntly. I was still dazed, totally disbelieving she could find me. Yet only 20 minutes later, the doorbell suddenly rang. I went to open the door without a second thought. As soon as the door opened, a figure rushed inside, hugging me tightly. When I saw clearly who it was, I was completely stunned. Nianan? Why are you here? She actually found me. Nianan glanced around the presidential suite, confirming no one else was there before breathing a sigh of relief. She had driven like a maniac, shortening a trip that should have taken half an hour to a mere 20 minutes. A second later, she grabbed my wrist. Her voice brooks no argument. Come home with me right now. I frowned and pushed her hand away. I'm not going. I rolled my eyes and stomped hard on her foot. While she let go in pain, I pushed her forcefully out the door, slammed the door shut right in Nianan's face. She pounded on the door from outside. Xiaoyuan, open the door. Come home with me now. I leaned against the door, thinking resentfully, if you don't apologize, don't even think about me paying any attention to you. But while I thought I had the upper hand, little did I know that outside, a woman in a suit bowed respectfully to Nianan. Miss Qi, why are you here? Nianan ignored the manager and held out her hand. Room key. The manager looked extremely awkward. Ms. Qi, this isn't quite according to regulation. Nianan sneered. Go ahead and check whose card he's using. Not only that, she also made the manager check whether I had come alone. The manager made a call to the front desk, and beads of sweat immediately trickled down his forehead. This gentleman is indeed using Ms. Qi's supplementary card, and more importantly, I'm alone. Hearing the answer, Nianan's heart suddenly softened. It turned out she had misunderstood me. The next second, the manager presented the room key with both hands. After all, this entire 6-star hotel is the property of the Qi family. Inside, I was wondering why it had gone silent outside. Had she really left? Just then, with a beep, the electronic door swiped open. Leaning against the door, I was pushed by a strong force, tumbling onto the carpet. Nianan stepped in, and seeing my pathetic state, she chuckled, reaching out to pull me up. What are you doing on the floor? I brushed her hand off. How do you have a room key? Nianan smiled mischievously, intentionally leaning close to my ear. Because I told the manager you're my husband. Who's your husband? My face turned beet red. I pushed her away and plopped down on the sofa, hugging a pillow warily. If you don't apologize, he'll absolutely never forgive you. I had just finished speaking when Nianan reached out, pulling me straight into her arms. Hey, caught off guard, I was pinned by her onto the sofa. That beautiful face loomed large before my eyes, and her breath enveloped me. My heart rate immediately went out of control. I only heard her whisper in my ear, haven't you heard this saying? A couple's quarrel is settled in bed. Want me to apologize? You have to show a little sincerity first. She leaned in closer and closer, her wicked face almost touching my lips. My whole body stiffened, glaring at her with both shame and anger. Get away, apologize. No. Nianan grinned evilly, hugging even tighter. I find this very comfortable. Angry and embarrassed, I yelled, get up and talk to me properly. Talk properly? You said it yourself. Nianan suddenly let go, as if the teasing just now were only an illusion. She sat cross-legged across from me, just like the negotiations when we were kids, but her eyes were full of indulgence. Go on. How do I apologize so you'll forgive me? I stared at her resentfully. Do you know how out of line you were today? How could you say those things to me? Am I really that kind of boy in your heart? Nianan recalled the way I looked when I was crying and felt a sudden pang of guilt. She scratched her head. All right, I'm sorry. I don't know what was wrong with me today either. Hearing the apology, my expression softened slightly. I explained seriously. I only see Yunwan as a friend. She already has a boyfriend. I would never ruin their relationship. Looking at my honest eyes, the weight in Nianan's heart finally lifted. But then, her tone shifted again, her gaze sharp. So what happened today? Why did you skip class with her? Where did the two of you go all afternoon? And what did you do? I was taken aback. How did you know I skipped class with her? Nianan smugly pinched my nose. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it in the first place. Shangde is my territory. Nothing escapes my eyes.
Kinyanan snatched the pillow, her face mock serious. Confess now, did you do anything to wrong me? Wrong you? I laughed out of sheer annoyance. Even if something really happened between her and me, it would have nothing to do with you. But Kinyanan crossed her arms, staring at me as she enunciated, Honey, did you forget we're officially engaged? Now that you're my fiancé, how can you say it has nothing to do with me? This time it was my turn to bristle. You have the nerve to talk to me? What about you? Don't you have a bunch of boyfriends too? Isn't that wronging me too? She frowned. When did I have a bunch of boyfriends? I pointed at her nose accusingly. There are plenty just in Shangdae alone, don't try to deceive me. Kinyanan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, feeling a bit at a loss for words. Well, that's all in the past. Besides, I finished with one before starting with the next. I'm actually very devoted. She immediately changed the subject. In any case, I've already broken up with my current boyfriend. Now I only have you. Broken up? I asked in shock. Weren't you just hugging him yesterday? Kinyanan smiled, slowly uttering, Wasn't it all because of you? I froze. Because of me? What does that have to do with me? But Kinyanan seemed like she didn't want to talk much about that and pulled the subject back. She stared at me. Don't dodge the question. Where on earth did you and that girl go today, and what did you do? Confess everything to me. Driven crazy by her pressure, I leaned against the sofa and groaned. How can I say it? I don't even know where that place was. She narrowed her eyes, her voice dangerous. You didn't know where it was, yet you dared to follow her? Fang Yuan, are you stupid? I didn't bother using the pillow to attack anymore, but directly used my hands to hit her. But Kinyanan gave a wicked laugh, taking the chance to grab my hands and pulling me forcefully toward her. She pulled me tight into her embrace, intentionally messing up my hair, murmuring, Fang Yuan, you idiot, you blockhead, you fool. Her legs clamped tightly around my waist, locking my lower body. Her large hands held mine firmly, making it impossible for me to move. She laughed out loud triumphantly, like a little girl who just won. Hey, you lost. I struggled for a long time panting, but I couldn't escape her shackles at all. I whined, You jerk, you didn't go easy on me at all. Space on the sofa was limited. The two of us were pressed tightly together in an extremely awkward, indescribable position. Yet we were still bickering, completely unaware. Until Kinyanan felt something hard pressing against her and instinctively looked down. She was momentarily stunned. Her throat suddenly went dry. She frantically looked away and let me go unnaturally. She was about to say something, but her mind was filled with the images from just now. Her heart pounded incessantly. This time she didn't interrogate me about the afternoon. Instead, I proactively sat aside and said, She and I just went to a bowling alley to play. Kinyanan just hummed in response to brush it off. Her attention wasn't there at all. Adjusting her mood, she was suddenly silent for a moment, then nudged my arm with hers. Do you remember what you liked most as a kid? I blanked. What? The corner of Kinyanan's lip curled slightly. It'll give you 3 chances. If you guess right, let's see what the reward is. After speaking, she secretly took out her phone and hid it behind her, sending a clandestine message. I blinked. Ice cream? Kinyanan gave my cheek a soft pinch. All you think about is food. It's not food. Not food? I was totally stumped. I'm not guessing anymore. Just tell me straight out. Right at this moment, Kinyanan's phone rang. She tilted her head and answered. I curiously leaned in to eavesdrop and only heard her say, Yeah, start right away. The phone was hung up immediately. I still hadn't heard anything. Start what? I looked at her with expectant eyes. Kinyanan's thin lips curled, smiling enchantingly. Weren't you complaining that my apology lacked sincerity? I've prepared an apology gift for you this time. Well, I'll have to see what the gift is first. Deep down, I was already ecstatic. Come here. She grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the giant floor-to-ceiling window. I leaned against the glass, looking down at the shimmering river view below. Kinyanan pointed upward. Look here. Where? I looked where she was pointing, but I couldn't see anything. But before the thought could even leave my head, a streak of fluorescent light suddenly shot straight into the night sky. In the next second, a massive firework exploded in the night sky, blooming as bright as flowers. Wow! Look, fireworks! I cried out in surprise. Immediately after, a second one followed, then a third, and hundreds of fireworks bloomed in succession, lighting up the entire night sky. When the fireworks faded, I turned to look at her. Is this the surprise you had for me? Kinyanan gave a charming smile. Do you like it? I asked with a bright smile. I do. I'll take it as a sign of your sincerity. I forgive you. So can you come home with me now? To my surprise, she ran to the sofa and sat cross-legged, smiling with squinted eyes, saying she wanted to sleep here tonight. I boldly stated that since the money had already been paid, it would be such a waste not to stay. Besides, there's even a lavish free breakfast in the morning. Kinyanan truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry because of me. Just for a free breakfast? The cost of one night in this presidential suite is enough to buy you breakfast for an entire year. I acted like a brat and covered my ears. Stop it. I don't want to hear it. Kinyanan couldn't do anything about me, so she gave up. Fine. If we're not going back, then we stay here. With that, she walked toward the bathroom, undressing as she went. I stood there dazed, staring at her perfect curves, and my cheeks suddenly flushed hot. Hey, what are you doing? She turned her head, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Taking a shower, obviously. I'm staying here tonight too. I groaned and collapsed onto the sofa. But in the next second, I sprang up, ran to the bathroom door, and pounded on it. Hey, you sleep on the sofa later. Don't even think about sleeping with me while she was in the shower. I hurried to the bedroom to finish washing up and intentionally locked the door from the inside. Let's see how she gets in this time. But when I stepped out of the bathroom, I saw Kini-anon wearing a bathrobe, leisurely leaning against the bed playing on her phone. I asked in shock, how did you get in here? I clearly locked the door. Kini-anon didn't explain, only patted the spot beside her. Come here quickly. It's time for bed. I stood by the bed with hands on my hips. Tell me already. A wicked smirk curved the corner of her mouth. I have a keycard. Did you forget? Also, remember to use the deadbolt next time. That's the only way it'll work. She moved a little closer, speaking suggestively. Hurry up and get on here. It's not like we haven't slept together before, so why the shyness? She shifted even closer, whispering suggestively. Come on, get up here. It's not like we haven't slept together before, so why are you so shy? The room was plunged into darkness, but as more than 10 minutes passed, I didn't feel sleepy at all. I rolled over once, watching her deep features by the moonlight, softly calling, Nyanan, Nyanan. She suddenly opened her eyes. In the dark, her eyes were startlingly bright. What's wrong? Are you asleep? I can't sleep. She teased me, saying, if I were asleep, would I be talking to you like this? She also turned around so we were facing each other. She said in a low voice, Xiao Yuan, it seems like it's been a long time since you called me that. I blinked. Called you what? Qi nodded slightly. Yeah, didn't you always call me that when we were kids? After we grew up, I stopped calling her such intimate names. I muttered, I forgot, then thought for a moment. Then I suddenly said, all right then, I'll call you that from now on. But the condition is that you have to count sheep for me to sleep. Fine, but counting sheep isn't trendy anymore. I asked curiously, then what's trendy now? Qi Nianan smiled mischievously. Counting dumplings is in, since dumplings sounds like sleep in our language. Haha, dumplings are so funny. I found a comfortable position and prepared to sleep. Qi Nianan began counting softly. 1 dumpling, 2 dumplings. Wait, I suddenly called for a stop. No way, all I can think about is dumplings. I'm getting hungry. Qi Nianan thought for a while, a smile playing on her lips. Then how about this? 1 Xiao Yuan, 2 Xiao Yuans, 3 Xiao Yuans. I smiled contentedly. In the darkness, her sweet voice echoed continuously until I fell fast asleep. When I woke up the next morning and opened my eyes, Kini-anan's beautiful face was right there next to mine. I looked down and found I was being held tightly in her arms. I frowned in confusion. What's going on? I'm usually the one who hugs something to sleep, so why do I always end up snuggled into her arms? I tried to free myself and tapped her shoulder. Hey, wake up. Kini-anan was woken up and she didn't look too happy. Her eyes were bloodshot. She suddenly muttered, I'm really just torturing myself. I didn't hear clearly. What did you say? She leaned toward me again, complaining. I could only sleep after you were out cold, and then I was hugged by you halfway through. No wonder I didn't sleep well. What happened with me? What did I do? I looked completely baffled, but Kini-anan's expression was very awkward, as if she had something difficult to say. She immediately buried her head back in the blankets to catch up on sleep. Kini-anan, don't just leave it at that. My curiosity was fully piqued, so I kept shaking her relentlessly. Kini-anan stuck one finger out from under the blanket. What did you promise me yesterday? I suddenly realized. Anan, just tell me already. She was annoyed to the point of irritation and finally popped her head out. I was tortured by you last night and couldn't sleep, so to make it up to me, go order breakfast right now. After saying that, she closed her eyes again. Seeing the exhaustion in her eyes, I felt a pang of guilt. I crept out of bed, and after freshening up, I called to order breakfast. Actually, Kini-anan wasn't sleeping at all. She opened her eyes and, remembering last night, she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It's really hard to talk about. The truth is, this guy has a terrible sleeping posture, and he even knows how to kick people. Last night, I was almost kicked off the bed by you. In her helplessness, she could only hold me tightly in her arms to barely manage a peaceful sleep. Such an embarrassing matter, how could she possibly say it out loud? Just then, Kini-anan stepped outside, just as the hotel breakfast was being delivered. She lazily sat down next to me. Hungry? I said with a beaming smile. I ordered everything you like. Eat up. Kini-anan narrowed her eyes again, staring at me. Being unusually nice surely means you have a motive. It's either a trick or a trap. What scheme are you plotting with all this kindness? She didn't expect me to still remember her tastes. I immediately leaned in close, massaging her back to flatter her. It's the weekend. Take me out for some fun. Qi Nianan raised an eyebrow and flatly refused. No. Why? Because I don't want to bring a tail along. Besides, you're a coward. It's no fun at all. Qi Nianan glanced at me, speaking slowly. It's not impossible to take you, but
I know, you get half the rights to use the bedroom. I got it instantly. Ki Nyanan finally quirked her lips with satisfaction. Now we're talking. After breakfast, the two of them left the hotel. I was still asking her where she went yesterday. Neither of them noticed that, right at the hotel corner, a lens was frantically snapping photos of them. By evening, Ki Nyanan changed into a limited edition sapphire blue Bugatti and drove me straight to Quyang Mountain. I couldn't help but ask, what are we doing on the mountain? You'll find out soon. The car performed a graceful drift, and I saw shimmering lights ahead, where a fleet of expensive supercars was parked. Ki Nyanan parked smoothly and told me, get out of the car. A girl with a delinquent look immediately greeted them. Miss Ki, you're finally here? Then she looked me over, her gaze mocking. Miss Ki is truly something else. Every time she brings a man, it's a different one. Ki Nyanan's eyes turned cold instantly, glaring directly at her. The girl was so frightened she trembled and quickly looked away. After she left, I grumbled in discontent. I hate that person. Ki Nyanan glanced at me and pulled me aside. You're mine. No one dares to touch you. One sentence made me feel safe instantly. But just then, I caught the gaze of a young man, a gaze filled with hostility. I felt like he looked somewhat familiar. What are you dazed for? Ki Nyanan waved her hand in front of my face. I quickly looked away, pretended nothing happened, and asked her, are you going to race later? Have you really never lost? She smirked confidently. Just wait a little longer. You'll see the result for yourself. Just then, the man named Lu Guan strided over. He casually draped an arm over Ki Nyanan's shoulder, saying smoothly, my lady, what a coincidence. Ki Nyanan frowned, brushing his hand off seamlessly. The next second, she pulled me into her side, looking coldly at Lu Guan. What are you doing here? Lu Guan's expression stiffened. Then he flashed a suave smile. I'm with friends. I didn't expect to actually find you here. Ki Nyanan showed absolutely no interest. Suddenly, I remembered who he was and exclaimed in shock, it's you, the guy from the night I just got back, the one who picked a fight with me at the bar. Lu Guan snorted inwardly but outwardly pretended he just noticed me. He actually smiled and said to me, so it's you. I guess they say no fight, no friendship, right? Who wants to be friends with you through a fight? I secretly rolled my eyes. Then, the delinquent girl stepped forward saying they should do something exciting this time, racing with passengers. Ki Nyanan turned to look at me. Are you okay with this? I was dazed. Huh? What? Lu Guan immediately chimed in. Miss Ki, how about you take me instead? I'm not afraid, implying that I was a coward who'd be a burden. My blood boiled instantly, and without hesitation, I told Ki Nyanan. I'm fine with it, really? Ki Nyanan looked skeptical. Are you really sure you're okay? I nodded firmly, assuring her. Then it settled. Lu Guan stood to the side with a devious smile, just waiting to see me make a fool of myself, causing Ki Nyanan to lose the race so she would heartlessly discard me. I was dazed as I was put into the car, and only then could I help but ask, what are we playing anyway? Ki Nyanan placed one hand on the steering wheel, her obsidian eyes narrowing at me. Xiaoyuan, can you really handle this? Don't make me lose. She didn't want her undefeated record to be broken like this. I was in a complete panic. Do I have to drive too? But I don't even know how to drive. Ki Nyanan rubbed her forehead in frustration. You didn't even know how the game worked, yet you dared to say it was no problem. Fang Yuan, are you here to sabotage me? I'm not, I pouted innocently. I thought to myself, it's only because that Lu Guan guy provoked me. I glared at her unhappily. So, would you rather have that man sit here? Ki Nyanan punched the steering wheel, her expression extremely grim. Damn it. Ki Nyanan hit the steering wheel hard. Her expression was terrible. Seeing this, I reached to open the car door. Well, just get out then and you can let him sit here. Ki Nyanan suddenly turned and snapped at me. Why are you being so aggressive? It's not like we're guaranteed to lose. But thinking back on Ki Nyanan's competitive nature, how could she ever allow herself to fail? I felt guilty immediately. Just then, the other racing cars were ready. The race was about to start. Ki Nyanan's face darkened, her voice cold. Fasten your seatbelt and sit still. Just bear with it for a bit. Am I still dazed? The next second, the horn blared, and the countdown began. 5, 4, 3. Ki Nyanan confirmed I was buckled in and reminded me in a low voice, hold on tight. The moment the number one ended, the supercars shot forward like arrows. While others cheered with excitement, I was screaming in terror. I gripped the handle in fear, my knuckles turning white. Ki! My words were cut off by the rushing wind. Stop screaming and sit still. Hold on, just endure a bit more and we'll be there. Ki Nyanan had beads of sweat on her forehead, glancing at me every now and then. In the crowd, Lu Guan heard my scream and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha! He curled his lip maliciously. That pretty boy, let's see how you crash and burn. On the track, the sapphire blue Bugatti performed a spectacular drift, always maintaining the lead. Inside the car, my face grew paler, completely drained of color. Ki Nyanan noticed my condition and asked worriedly, Xiaoyuan, are you okay? But I was motionless, unable to utter a single word. I wanted to close my eyes, but the dizziness felt even more terrifying. I could only keep my eyes wide open, staring blankly as the scene ahead proceeded at breakneck speed. Fang Yuan Qinianan suddenly shouted. My consciousness finally returned slightly, but I was swaying as if I might fall, ready to pass out at any second. Qinianan gritted her teeth and actually slowed down the car for me. Other supercars roared past her, the piercing sounds of cheering reaching them. Her face was livid, yet she still looked at me first, asking with concern, "Do you feel any better now?" Seeing this, I hurriedly shouted, Don't stop!" I was filled with guilt, looking at her urgently. "Anan, catch up with them. I can do it. Keep driving." Qinianan looked at my small, pale face, my forehead covered in cold sweat, and my lips trembling uncontrollably. She sighed and said reluctantly, "Forget it. For my safety, she'd rather accept defeat." No, I panicked, and some color slowly returned to my face. "Qinianan, haven't you never lost? You can't lose, do you hear me?" I spoke louder and louder, just wanting to provoke her. "I'm fine now, keep driving. If you don't drive now, we won't catch up. I want you to win, I don't want you to lose." Qinianan's heart shook violently, her deep dark eyes filled with emotion, as she replied with a single low word, "Okay." The next second, her aggressive gaze sharpened as she looked ahead. "Hold on tight, I'll finish this quickly." Every cell in Qinianan's body was tense as a wire, their car having been left in the very last position. Overtaking seemed almost impossible, but right now she was determined to make the impossible possible. "Yeah," I nodded hard. "Ready." I gripped the handle for dear life. My chest felt like it was crushed by a giant rock. It was almost impossible to breathe, but I gritted my teeth and endured without saying a word. Finally, a few minutes later, they caught sight of the tail of the last car. Hope was right before their eyes. Qinianan did exactly as I wished, overtaking the car ahead, then leaving another behind after a drift at the curve. The supercar hit the straightaway and blurred past like a beam of light. Qinianan finally had a moment to glance at me, smirking confidently. "Baby, the real drama is still to come. Let's see how powerful your wife really is." She made me laugh, but my face was still as pale as before. "Hold on tight," she reminded me again, slamming the gas pedal. The supercar turned into a blue lightning bolt, the finish line right ahead. The crowd's cheers could be heard faintly. At the very last moment, Qinianan overtook the lead car and was the first to cross the finish line. The sapphire blue supercar performed, a drift and came to a sudden halt. The runner-up was so angry he kicked his car, cursing non-stop. Everyone rushed toward Qinianan's car, but she didn't care for anyone. Stepping out of the car, she walked around to open the door for me. I pushed her away, ran to the roadside, and vomited uncontrollably, as if I were throwing up my very soul. Qinianan stroked my back sympathetically, her voice unable to hide her excitement. "Xiao Yuan, we won!" On the other side, Lu Guan watched the scene with a gloomy face, especially seeing Qinianan tenderly stroking my back, making him even angrier as he clenched his fists. He had never seen Qinianan treat any man with such gentleness, so attentive. What's her reason? On what grounds? Does this man get such special treatment from her? Lu Guan was driven mad with envy. The crowd immediately swarmed around, but Qinianan suddenly frowned, shouting at them, "Everyone get back, get lost!" She was afraid that with so many people crowding me, I wouldn't be able to breathe fresh air. Then, she pointed at a woman and ordered, "Bring me a bottle of water." This action left everyone stunned. Miss Qi, since when did she care for a man like this? It was truly a rare sight. Once I finished vomiting, Qinianan immediately brought the water, gently patting my back. After I rinsed my mouth, I was about to stand up when my legs suddenly went soft. Qinianan quickly caught me in her arms, seeing my frail state, her heart filled with pity. In the next second, she actually turned her back to me and knelt down. "Get on." I stared blankly at her slender back, then unconsciously smiled and climbed onto her back. I leaned lazily against her, saying weakly, "Then carry me out of here. It's too crowded here." Qinianan replied softly, and began carrying me toward the mountain path. This scene made Lu Guan, standing nearby, explode with envy. The indulgence in Qinianan's eyes was something he had never seen before. Qinianan replied softly and carried me along the trail. This sight drove Lu Guan crazy with jealousy as he stood nearby. The tenderness in Qinianan's eyes was something he'd never seen. Until we reached the ledge, I opened my eyes to the brilliant night view below. It's absolutely beautiful. Qinianan saw my color had returned slightly, so she spoke, "Let's go back and get something to eat." Unexpectedly, as she spoke, my stomach let out an embarrassing growl. "I guess I really am hungry, but I don't want to walk." Qinianan chuckled, saying she would have someone bring food up here. But in the next second, she turned her head and glanced at me. "You seem much better now. Can you get down already?" "You're too heavy," I said, punching her lightly in frustration. "You're the heavy one," she teased with a laugh. "You're about to become a plump little piglet, you know?" She gave an awkward cough. "If you're not feeling sick anymore, then get down. How can I call for food with you clinging to me like this?" For the sake of food, I reluctantly climbed down. Qinianan immediately turned away, pretending to admire the view, then made a call. "Xiao Yuan, what do you want to eat? Fried chicken drumsticks, grilled wings, and ice cream too." When Qinianan heard that, she couldn't help but glare at me. She curled her finger slightly and tapped my head. "You were just throwing up your guts and you still want to eat all that?
No way. Kinyanan flatly refused, her tone domineering. You're only having porridge. Pork and century egg porridge or fish porridge. I'll give you 5 seconds. My little face immediately slumped. I'm so helpless. Fine, pork and century egg porridge then. Can I have a strawberry cake too? Kinyanan said nothing, simply turning around to make the call. While waiting, I looked at the grass, frowning. I wonder if there are bugs here. Kinyanan chuckled with delight and teased. There are plenty, and snakes too. Don't sit down, stay on your feet. I gave her a resentful glare, only able to sit down right next to her. Luckily, the wait was short and someone brought the food, but as the person set the food down and turned to leave, Kinyanan suddenly called out, "Wait!" The person was stunned. Is something wrong, Miss Ki? In the next second, Kinyanan pouted slightly, commanding, "Take off your jacket and give it to me." The person didn't dare to disobey, awkwardly taking off the jacket and handing it over. Immediately after, Kinyanan tossed the jacket to me. Her beautiful face clearly said, "You're such a handful. Take this and sit on it." I immediately giggled. I spread out the jacket and sat down. I suddenly felt much more at ease. But when I opened the bag, the rich aroma of fried chicken wafted out. My eyes lit up. Sure enough, I found a paper box inside. Just as my hand reached out, smack, Kinyanan flatly swatted my hand away. She stared at me sternly. "I told you already, you can't eat this. Eat your porridge." With that, she shoved the bowl of pork and century egg porridge into my hands. Holding the bowl, I thought she was being so unfair. Not only did she refuse to let me eat, but she also bought it just to eat it right in front of me. Kinyanan tucked her long legs in and brought a piece of fried chicken to her mouth. I could only resentfully open the lid and obediently sip the porridge. But when I was only halfway through the porridge, my eyes were already staring, glued to the piece of fried chicken in Kinyanan's hand. I couldn't even stop myself from swallowing my saliva. All of this was caught by Kinyanan. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes as she waved the fried chicken in her hand. "Do you want a bite?" My eyes lit up instantly. My little head nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at grain. Unexpectedly, Kinyanan said casually, "I'm thirsty." I hurried to unscrew the mineral water cap and handed it to her, but she just shrugged her shoulders. "I've been carrying you for so long, my shoulders are a bit sore." And so, I resigned myself to fate, standing behind her to massage her shoulders. Kinyanan finally nodded in satisfaction, holding the fried chicken out in front of me. My eyes sparkled. But then I heard her say, "I'll let you have one bite." My little face fell. "Just one bite?" Kinyanan snorted, "Take it or leave it." I want it, I said, terrified she would change her mind. However, the moment Kinyanan held the chicken out, I suddenly grabbed her wrist, opened my mouth wide, and took a massive bite. Kinyanan froze on the spot. "Your mouth can actually open that wide?" Looking at me chewing smugly, her face was full of disgust. "You're so unhygienic." I reached out with my greasy hand toward her. "You're the one being annoying. Who told you not to let me eat? Don't you dare touch me!" It's filthy, Kinyanan screamed while dodging. In the next second, she suddenly grabbed my hand, using the momentum to pin me down onto the grass. The atmosphere between us suddenly turned ambiguous. I screamed in fear, "Ah, Kinyanan, let me go! Get up!" But she just smirked mischievously, having no intention of letting go. And not far away, a pair of bloodshot eyes were staring intently at them. Luguan was so enraged he was nearly biting his lip through. Just then, Kinyanan's phone suddenly rang. After taking the call, she finally let me go, asking indifferently, "They're going to a bar. Are you coming, or should I just take you home?" Without a second thought, I immediately raised my hand. "I'm going? I want to go." I was only afraid she would leave me behind. Kinyanan stood up. "Let's go then." I looked at the road we had just walked, looking dejected. "Do we have to walk back?" It's so far. No sooner had I spoken than a Bugatti supercar suddenly zoomed over. The driver was the delivery guy from earlier. I smiled and returned the jacket to him. Thanks. Kinyanan was already seated in the car, urging impatiently, "Get in the car already." I hurriedly scrambled into the passenger seat, turning to ask, "What about him?" Kinyanan just dropped a single line, "He can just walk back himself." In the next second, the supercar's engine roared, tearing away and leaving a trail of dust. My heart was in my throat. "Slow down a bit." My heart was still racing from that burst of speed. Kinyanan let out a sigh. "I'm slowing down for you. Is this okay?" I nodded repeatedly, but when they arrived at the bar, everyone was already gathered there. Someone immediately piped up, "Why is Miss Ki so late? Weren't you off getting intimate with your boyfriend?" As soon as he finished, Luguan strode over arrogantly, casting flirtatious looks before aiming his words directly at me. "Is this Miss Ki's new boyfriend? He must be quite something. Pick a song and let everyone see what you've got." He deliberately emphasized the word new. I immediately gave Kinyanan a sharp nudge with my elbow. Unexpectedly, Kinyanan glanced at me, then smiled as she spoke to everyone. "He's not my boyfriend." The entire room suddenly went silent. Luguan looked even more stunned. Just when he thought he had triumphed, Kinyanan curled her lips wickedly and suddenly planted a loud kiss on my face. In a voice so sweet it would melt your bones, she declared, "He is my husband." Just when he thought he had triumphed, Chinian uncurled her lips wickedly and suddenly planted a loud kiss on my face. She announced in the most coquettish voice possible. As soon as those words left her mouth, everyone's jaw dropped in sheer amazement. Luguan's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. I smugly snuggled into her embrace. Chinian leaned close to my ear, whispering softly, "Want to sing a song?" I shot Luguan a side-eye before kissing her back, on the cheek. "Sure, but he'll only sing for my wifey's ears." "Wifey?" Then I immediately picked out an English song. I held the mic, pretending to be shy. I rarely sing, so please bear with me if it's not very good. But the moment I began to sing, the whole room went dead silent. This voice, this pronunciation, it sounded just like the original track. Just then, Chinian's phone suddenly rang again. She glanced at it, then directly hung up. I was curious about who was calling. She said nothing, but just a few seconds later, the phone rang once more. Chinian released her embrace. "I'm going out for a moment to take this call." She had only just stepped away when a group of people immediately swarmed around me. "Are you really Miss Key's husband? What's your relationship with her, really?" I just gave a mysterious smile. Right then, several wealthy socialites who had been quiet until now suddenly pushed everyone aside and surrounded me in the center. "Hey, handsome, want to play a game with us?" Luguan stood up immediately, chin tilted in challenge. "You're not scared, are you?" "It's just a little game," I replied with a smile. "If you want to play, let's play. Nothing to be afraid of." But the moment I spoke, Luguan sat down right next to me, announcing the rules were based on drawing cards. The highest card is king and the lowest is slave. The king has the power to make the slave do anything. As soon as he finished, someone brought over a table full of drinks. Luguan pointed at the glasses, smiling with malice. "If you can't do it, then you have to drink a glass." I frowned slightly. I realized then that this was a trap. Luguan pretended to reassure me. "Don't worry, let's just try one round first." And so, the first round began. Unexpectedly, Luguan himself drew the lowest card, and the one who became king was that socialite from earlier. That lady gave a suggestive smile and directly commanded, "Give me a kiss." In the next second, the two of them actually exchanged a passionate French kiss right in front of everyone. I watched, feeling only nausea. I felt even more uneasy inside. "Where is that annoying Kinianen? Why isn't she back yet?" I muttered to myself. Right then, the second round began. I reluctantly drew a card and flipped it over to check. The three of diamonds, the lowest card of the entire round. To make matters worse, the king of this round was none other than Luguan. The corner of Luguan's mouth curled into a smug smile, his eyes fixed on me, sharp as a razor. He cleared his throat, about to issue his command. "Very well, I am king, so I order you." But before he could finish his sentence, I snatched a glass of liquor from the table with lightning speed. Without a word, I downed the entire glass in one gulp. The pungent liquid burned my throat. Suppressing the nausea, I slammed the empty glass onto the table. There, I finished it. I turned the glass upside down without a single drop remaining. Luguan's face immediately darkened, but the socialites around broke into cheers of approval. Truly Miss Key's man, so domineering I looked with disgust at Luguan's furious face, secretly scoffing in my head. "You want to scheme against me? Keep dreaming." The next round began immediately after. I focused all my intent on being the king so I could strike back at Luguan. But unexpectedly, the unlucky one this time was still Luguan. The socialite king gave a direct command. "Luguan, perform a dance for us." Luguan looked slightly embarrassed, but ultimately had to dance for a bit. The entire room suddenly livened up, but when he returned to his seat, he and the person next to him exchanged a deeply meaningful look. Sure enough, I was the loser of the next round. I immediately realized something was wrong. How come only the two men are losing every time? This is far too coincidental. But I'm a good sport, and because I didn't want to be mocked, I could only choose to drink. After that, it was like I was cursed. I kept losing continuously, one glass then another. By the time the sixth glass went down, I let out a soft alcohol-scented burp. My head started to spin. This isn't good. I can't drink anymore. Just then, Luguan smiled and approached me, casting a glance at the socialite beside him, his eyes full of calculation and schemes. "Looking at how drunk you are, Mrs. Key will surely be worried. Let me take you upstairs to rest." He reached out to help me up. "Who are you?" I leaned in dizzily, almost pressing my face against his, then suddenly wrinkled my nose and shoved him away hard. "You smell terrible! Get away from me!" Luguan's face immediately turned a sickly green. This bastard dared to call him smelly? He suppressed the urge to punch me, pretending to smile as he said, "It's me, Luguan. You're drunk. Let me take you to your room." In his heart, he was plotting something even more sinister, waiting until they were in the room to arrange for a woman to be there, then calling Miss Key to catch them red-handed, to see if she would still want this brat. Luguan's smile grew increasingly fake, as he tried his best to help me upstairs. But just as he thought his plan was about to succeed, I smelled the heavy scent of perfume on him, and my stomach suddenly churned violently. "I am going to throw up." Luguan turned pale. "Don't you dare throw up on me." Terrified, he tossed me back onto the sofa. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Qi Nianan saw the scene at that exact moment. She frowned. Lu Guan, what exactly are you doing? Lu Guan's plan fell apart. He explained in a panic. Miss Qi, you've misunderstood. I saw how drunk he was, and I was just going to take him upstairs to rest. Are you dead drunk? Qi Nianan didn't approach any closer, only seeing my small face flushed red, so drunk I had no sense of the world. She glanced over at the glasses and the deck of cards on the table, understanding everything in an instant. She let out a cold snort, her sharp gaze sweeping across everyone present. She walked over to help me up. I suddenly struggled slightly, my entire body falling straight into her arms. The next second, the lips of the two actually touched. In just a single second, Qi Nianan was completely frozen. On her thin lips, the pure breath of the youth still lingered. The entire room was as silent as a grave. Everyone witnessing this scene was stunned. Qi Nianan coughed awkwardly, then directly led me outside. You all keep playing. I'm heading out. As soon as the door closed, a burst of chatter exploded. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Miss Qi was actually blushing just now. How is that even possible? Miss Qi is so experienced. Would she really blush from just a touch of the lips? Those words reached Lu Guan's ears. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. He suddenly turned and roared, "All of you, shut up! You saw it wrong. You definitely saw it wrong." Lu Guan slumped angrily onto the sofa, grabbed a glass of liquor, and downed it in one gulp. The rich socialite beside him hugged him. "Baby, don't be angry anymore. Didn't we just successfully mess with him earlier?" But Lu Guan's eyes were filled with pure hatred. What do these people know? They all think Qi Nianan has been through countless romances, but only a former partner like him knows an earth-shattering secret. Qi Nianan has dated countless boyfriends, but she has never actually kissed anyone. Lu Guan's eyes were etched with resentment. What do these people even know? They think Qi Nianan is a veteran in the field of love, but only an ex-boyfriend like him knows a shocking truth. Qi Nianan has changed boyfriends like clothes, but in fact, she has never kissed single one. That kiss was an obsession he longed for, even in his dreams, but now it was easily stolen by me right in front of his eyes. That unexpected kiss fanned the flames of murderous intent in Lu Guan's heart. He dangerously narrowed his eyes. He will definitely remember this debt. And elsewhere, Qi Nianan was driving, but her mind was already in a whirl. That 1-second touch of the lips kept replaying in her head like crazy. In the passenger seat, I was sound asleep. Suddenly, a black car blocked the middle of the road. Several men with weapons in their hands jumped out of the car. Just as she was about to reverse, another black car blocked her retreat. Her gaze hardened as she unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out. Standing before the swinging iron bars, she still calmly asked, "Is something the matter?" The bald man's face was full of greed. "Hand over 500,000 for us to spend." Qi Nianan let out a chuckle. I wouldn't even bother picking up 500,000 if it were on the ground. As soon as she finished, she delivered a kick that sent the bald man flying. I'd rather throw my money in the trash than give it to people like you. A few minutes later, all the thugs were lying sprawled on the ground. She stepped on the bald man's face, her expression extremely haughty. "This head isn't bad. It could be used as a soccer ball." The bald man was so terrified he peed himself, crying and begging for mercy. "Big sister, spare me. I was only acting on someone else's orders." Ordered by someone else? Qi Nianan frowned slightly, a sense of unease rising in her heart. Just then, a piercing scream rang out from the car. "Oh no, it's a diversion." She immediately rushed toward the car. The passenger door was wide open, and the person had vanished. The blood in Qi Nianan's veins suddenly froze. Damn it, she was about to go crazy searching for him, when a weak voice came from the back seat. "Anan, I'm here." It turned out I had crawled into the back seat on my own. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. But in the next second, I collapsed into her arms. Qi Nianan stroked my head, her voice becoming uncharacteristically gentle. "It's okay now." She then put me back in the passenger seat, but still couldn't resist pinching my cheek. "Let's see if you dare to do that again next time." "So stupid," I muttered resentfully. "I feel so sick." Her anger vanished instantly, and she had no choice but to drive me home. Back at the apartment, she carried me straight upstairs. But as soon as she put me on the bed and turned to leave, I grabbed her hem tightly. "Anan, don't go, Qi." Nianan gave a sigh and sat down by my bed. "All right, I won't go. You really are a handful." Her words sounded annoyed, but she let me keep holding her hand. Just then, she noticed something unusual. My face was so red it looked as if it would bleed, not at all like I just had a few drinks. She suddenly remembered the glasses on the table from earlier. It was a potent mixed drink. Those bastards dared to deliberately get me drunk. A flame of anger flared up in her chest, but at that very moment, I unconsciously licked my lips. Those rosy lips immediately drew her gaze. The unexpected kiss from earlier, that soft sensation suddenly flooded back into her mind. Her heart rate suddenly went out of control, and her body began to heat up along with it. Her deep gaze was fixed intently on my lips. She couldn't help but reach out and touch them. A wild thought suddenly occurred to her. She actually wanted to kiss me. This thought made her whole body shudder. I must be crazy. But right then, I tossed and turned restlessly on the bed. Anan, I'm so hot, it's so uncomfortable. My hand scratched at my chest, leaving long red marks on the fair skin. Ki Nyanan couldn't just close her eyes and ignore it any longer. Stop scratching. She brushed my hand away, half scolding, half helping as she gently rubbed my chest. Is it here? Does it feel any better? I let out a soft groan of satisfaction, unconsciously snuggling deeper into her. At first, her intention was purely to help me, but as she continued rubbing, her palm uncontrollably began to slide further down. Her breathing also began to grow heavier. The temperature in the room seemed to spike in an instant. Just then, I let out a sigh and gradually lay still. I calmly closed my eyes and fell fast asleep. Kinyanan immediately felt frustrated. I was the one who lit the fire, so why was she the only one suffering? This man, once he felt comfortable, just fell right asleep. What did he take her for? Kinyanan smirked with a half smile, suddenly sat up, and then leaned over. Her warm breath brushed softly against my cheek. Her dark eyes held a meaningful smile as she kept drawing closer. With a burning gaze, the balance in her heart completely tipped. A wicked thought began to sprout. After all, I was already asleep. The next second, she leaned down. The youth's pure breath was so fresh and pleasant. She no longer hesitated, and her thin lips pressed accurately onto mine. The moment their lips touched, that soft sensation made her whole body tremble like jelly, and it was so very warm. But she craved for much more than that. Just how sweet is this brat's taste? She has always been this domineering, doing whatever she wants. Since she had already kissed him, she had to kiss him until she was satisfied. Those thin lips caressed and crushed with force, entangling intensely. Right at that moment, I suddenly parted my lips slightly. That pink tongue actually reached out proactively, lightly licking her lips. This action completely ignited the fire in her heart. She immediately took in that little snake that had just offered itself, kissing me passionately. I began to struggle, my weak hands trying to push her chest away, but she had no intention of letting go. Not until I could barely breathe did she finally let go. Their noses touched lightly, their breaths intertwining. The atmosphere was so thick with ambiguity it could have condensed into water. Her beautiful fiery eyes stared intently at my freshly kissed red lips. For the first time, she realized this kid, me, was actually so handsome. Still lingering on that sweet aftertaste, her heart racing, she drew close once more. But in the next second, my eyelashes flickered. She froze instantly, and quick as a flash turned over and pretended to sleep. Who would have thought I hadn't woken up at all? Not only did I stay asleep, but instead, I tilted my little head to the side, snuggled right into her chest, and clutched her shirt as I continued to sleep soundly. Ki Nyanan was stunned, feeling both embarrassed and amused. Luckily, I wasn't caught. She paused for a moment, then took the chance to pull me tightly into her arms. Her nose rubbed against the crook of my neck, inhaling the pure scent that made her heart skip a beat. What body wash does this kid usually use? Why does he smell so good? She paused for a moment, then took the chance to pull me tightly into her arms. Her nose rubbed against the crook of my neck, inhaling the pure scent that made her heart skip a beat. What body wash does this kid usually use? Why does he smell so good? By the time I woke up, I had a splitting headache, feeling like I'd been run over by a truck, aching so much that I rolled around on the bed. My head hurt so much, this is awful. At that moment, Kinyanan walked over coldly, carrying a glass in her hand. Her red lips clicked in disapproval. In the next second, she pulled me straight up from the bed. You finally know what suffering feels like? Drink this. You'll feel better. Her voice was cold, yet it held a trace of impatient concern. I obediently finished the medicine, and my little face immediately puckered up like a monkey. It's so bitter. Seeing I'd finished it, Ki Nyanan finally let me go, and casually set the glass down. Right after that, like she was performing magic, she produced a lollipop out of thin air and shoved it into my mouth. The sweetness of the strawberry candy instantly washed away the bitterness, and my expression finally relaxed. A lifesaver. I hate bitter tastes the most. I kept the candy in my mouth and lay back down. Ki Nyanan just glanced at me and said flatly, "Then keep sleeping, I'm leaving." But as the lollipop dissolved, the medicine kicked in. The headache subsided, but my stomach began to protest. So I had to crawl up, put on my slippers, and ran out of the room. "Anan, I'm so hungry like an overgrown child," I shouted while rushing into the living room. Ki Nyanan was sitting on the sofa, a laptop on her lap, her gaze fixed on the screen, her long fingers typing rapidly, busy with who knows what. "I'm hungry," I emphasized again, walking straight to her and plopping down on the sofa. Surprisingly, as if she were hiding a secret, she suddenly snapped the laptop shut and gave me a mysterious look. "Isn't there food on the table? Go get it yourself." I pouted reluctantly. "I don't want to move." My intention was crystal clear. I wanted her to get it for me. She poked my forehead lightly with her finger, her face full of disdain. "Fang Yuan, why are you so lazy? Go brush your teeth and wash your face before you have breakfast." "But I'm already starving," I whined while tugging her sleeve, purposely leaning my head on her.
In the next second, on Kian's beautiful face, an unnatural blush appeared. Being this close, the youthful scent from me immediately reminded her of last night's secret. Feeling guilty, she pushed me away forcefully. Don't stick to me. Go brush your teeth now. Do you expect this young lady to serve you? Don't even dream about it. Go by yourself. I looked at her unhappily. Fine, I'm going. I muttered to myself, feeling like Anya is really strange today. Earlier, when she gave me the hangover cure, she still remembered I hate bitterness and thoughtfully prepared a lollipop, which touched me almost to tears. Who knew she'd start disdaining me just a blink later? I hopped off the sofa with a long face and grumpily went to the bathroom to wash up. By the time I came out, Anya was already seated at the dining table, as if she were specifically waiting for me. I instantly broke into a smile and went to sit next to her. Seeing the breakfast on the table, my eyes lit up and I cheered. Anan, you still remember my tastes? You bought everything I like. I just bought random stuff. Who would bother remembering what you like? She sounded harsh, but her hand reached out to open the lid, setting the bowl of porridge before me, not forgetting to warn me. The porridge is very hot. Be careful eating it. I want to drink milk first. Ignoring her warning, I reached for the strawberry milk carton and drank it right away. Nianan looked at me, unable to stop herself from teasing. Xiao Yuan, how old are you, and you still haven't been weaned? These strawberry-flavored things, aren't they only for little kids? I finished the carton and set it down. I just like strawberries. It's none of your business. Nianan saw the milk mustache around my mouth and immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Look at you, Fang Yuan! Are you trying to kill me with laughter this early? Oh God, my stomach hurts. I can't take it. You're killing me. With a ring of milk foam on my lip, I looked absolutely hilarious. No wonder Nianan was laughing like that. I quickly wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. It's still there. There's a whole ring. Can't you feel it? Nianan finished laughing and reached out to help me wipe it. Hearing her, I instinctively ran my tongue around my lips. As a result, my pale pink tongue accidentally touched her finger. Nianan froze instantly, her beautiful eyes staring intently at me. She couldn't help but remember how sweet my lips were and that flexible, soft tongue of mine that had once been entwined with hers. Anan, your face seems to be turning red. What's wrong? I asked curiously. Nianan awkwardly looked away, stiffly pulling back her hand, clearing her throat to hide it. It's nothing. Must be because the porridge is a bit hot. Hurry up and eat. Didn't you say you were starving? Oh, I didn't notice anything unusual at all, and suddenly leaned my face close to hers. So, is there still milk around my mouth? Nianan's heart skipped a beat at this action of mine. The way I looked was like I was offering myself up for a kiss. She immediately took half a step back to avoid exposure, pulled out a tissue and handed it to me, trying to sound dismissive. Wipe it yourself. Don't you know if something's on your mouth? What is it? That I don't know. I licked my lips again, but suddenly noticed something strange. I frowned and said, my lip hurts a bit. Looks like the skin is torn. How did that happen? I blinked and tried to remember, but I couldn't recall hurting the corner of my mouth at all. How would I know? You must have accidentally bitten it yourself. Nianan blurted out, her face clearly showing tension. I blinked and tried to recall, but I truly couldn't remember when I injured my lip. Once I gave up thinking about it, I didn't bother with that small wound anymore. After wiping my mouth, I ran upstairs and a moment later came waddling back down in my slippers. Do you have VIP membership cards for some brand-name clothing stores? I asked as soon as I got downstairs, only to see Nianan was already dressed, looking like she was about to head out. Are you going out? I frowned with hesitation. I was exhausted right now and just wanted to sprawl at home like a lifeless corpse. Yeah, she replied flatly, seeing that I indeed had no intention of going along, so she said, then stay home and rest. I have some things to handle. I'll be back a bit late. Seeing her turn to leave, I hurriedly followed. Hey, you still haven't told me. Do you have VIP cards for some fancy designer stores? Nianan turned back impatiently. Why are you asking? Only then did I notice her coldness, having no clue how I'd offended her. I explained anyway, I just want to buy clothes. I brought too few clothes when I returned, but I don't want to go out now. I'm so tired, and today is already the weekend. School starts tomorrow. There's no time left to go shopping. Nianan said dismissively, You're truly a nuisance. Can't you just buy them another day? Though she was grumbling, she still walked back into the living room, picked up the iPad on the coffee table and opened a certain app. With my status, every brand worships me like a goddess. How could I lack VIP cards? Choose for yourself. I'm leaving. She tossed the iPad straight at me, not even sparing a glance as she turned and walked out. I almost failed to catch it. Luckily, my reflexes were fast enough to keep it from hitting the floor. By the time I came to my senses, Nianan had already disappeared. I pouted in complaint. She clearly cared so much about me yesterday, yet today, she's this cold. A woman's heart really is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Actually, I suddenly remembered something from the bar last night. She went outside to take a call and talked for a long time. Back then, she hung up first, as if she didn't want to listen, and only later answered reluctantly. Who on earth called her? Could that call have upset her, so she's taking it out on me? I finally found a reason to explain her change in attitude. Oh well, everyone has their cranky moments, so I decided to forgive her. So I sat cross-legged on the sofa, put the iPad on my lap, and started researching it. It turned out to be an exclusive ordering system for the brand, reserved only for the top VIP members. Truly wealthy people don't need to go to a counter to buy things at all. The store updates the latest styles on the app. Members just need to select online and staff will bring the items to their home, paying only after trying them on and being satisfied. Even top foreign brands can be shipped via private jet to the location. This service is truly ultimate class. I couldn't help but exclaim, being rich is great. The entire morning, I picked out clothes tirelessly. Over the years, I grew up from a child in America wearing local fashion brands. Luckily, those brands are also available domestically. I shop excitedly and continuously, picking whatever I liked since I get to try them on anyway. Less than half an hour after sending the order, the brand stores already sent staff to bring over mountains of clothes. Unbeknownst to me, it was already noon. I had just finished trying on a new t-shirt. Right after trying the t-shirt, my stomach started rumbling incessantly. I was thinking about ordering takeout when a delicious aroma suddenly hit my nose. Smells so good I almost drooled. What heavenly food smells this good? Why are there so many clothes? Fang Yuan, did you buy out the entire store or something? A clear voice rang out. Qi Nianen was already standing at the door. Why are you back already? I walked over and looked at her curiously. Qi Nianen glanced at me, her tone clearly showing dissatisfaction. I'm not allowed back? This is my house. I stared at the bag in her hand. The mouth-watering scent was coming from right there. I skipped over, smiling and flattering her. You didn't specifically buy lunch for me, did you? Wifey, you're so good to me. With that, I unexpectedly gave her a big kiss on the cheek. This kiss stunned Qi Nianen instantly. Her heart felt like it had been hit by something, her heartbeat racing uncontrollably. But I was completely oblivious, snatching the bag from her hand, running straight to the dining table to sit, eagerly opening the bag. Wow, pizza and grilled chicken wings, all my favorites. Qi Nianen finally regained her composure and coughed awkwardly. She didn't sit down but walked toward the sofa, looking at the pile of clothes on the floor, all of them in a sporty style, mostly in black. She frowned slightly, then noticed a box on the coffee table. Curiously picked up the small item inside and opened it to see. It turned out to be a pair of men's underwear with cartoon prints, leaving her speechless on the spot. Her eyes fixed on what she was holding. She was actually holding my undergarment. Qi Nianen's face immediately turned as red as a tomato. I was eating happily, accidentally glanced over and saw this soul-shaking scene. I let out a startled yell, dashed over and snatched the cartoon underwear from her hand. What are you doing touching other people's things without permission? My face flushed deep red with embarrassment, glaring at her angrily, my eyes full of reproach. Qi Nianen suddenly flashed a charmingly wicked smile, her seductive red lips curling slightly, as she picked up another pair from the box, deliberately waving them in front of me, asking teasingly, Xiao Yuan, don't tell me this is what you wear? I told you not to touch things, yet you still did. I angrily tried to snatch them back, but Qi Nianen laughed and teased, her slender fingers deftly dodging, easily avoiding my grasp. I'm your wifey, why can't I touch them? Your underwear has cartoons on it. That's so childish. I actually prefer pure black ones. My ears were burning red. What you like has nothing to do with me. Give them back, you pervert. My ears were burning red. I was both ashamed and annoyed, reaching out to snatch them back. They were undergarments, after all. Being held by a girl like that, I just wished I could find a hole to crawl into and hide. How did things end up like this? Thinking she wasn't home, I dared to leave my things scattered on the table, never expecting her to return so quietly. Is this what you call being a pervert? Qi Nianen raised her beautiful eyebrows teasingly. Taking advantage of me reaching out, she suddenly grabbed my hand, pulled me down onto the sofa, and then immediately leaned down, pinning me into the corner of the sofa in a kabedon pose. Qi Nianen, stop playing around. Please give those back to me. You're a girl holding a boy's underwear. Don't you feel embarrassed? At this moment, I could only see the underwear in her hand, completely failing to notice that the position between us was extremely ambiguous. Didn't you say I'm a pervert? Then I'll show you what a real pervert is like. Qi Nianen seemed to have come up with a great idea. Her beautiful red lips curled up with a mischievous smile. Give it back first. I flailed my hands around wildly, not really hearing what she said at all, only focused on getting that pair of underwear back. Qi Nianen, I shouted at her, frantic and angry, yelling into her face, Wifey is listening. Qi Nianen looked at me with a smile. My frantic expression looked incredibly adorable, making her unable to resist teasing me more. I glared at her resentfully, my cheeks puffed up like steamed buns, my dark eyes blazing with fire. What on earth do you want? I don't want anything. Qi Nianen feigned innocence. Then hurry up and give that back to me. I was too embarrassed to even say the word underwear. Qi Nianen looked down at my open palm. The way I was asking was truly straightforward.
She intentionally let out a dissatisfied huff. Is this the attitude you have when asking someone for something? How arrogant. Who's the arrogant one here? Clearly, you're the most arrogant person here. Originally, to keep me from discovering the secret kiss from last night, she had to struggle to act cold this morning. But now the opportunity had arrived, allowing her to be close to me legitimately. How could she miss the chance to pin me down like this, being able to smell the boyish scent emanating pleasantly from my body? She couldn't help but start daydreaming, instantly recalling the aftertaste of last night's kiss, so sweet and soft, really wanting to kiss me just one more time. I felt her getting closer and closer, only then realizing that I was being pinned into the corner of the sofa. This posture was truly ambiguous to the extreme. Anyone else looking in would surely misunderstand. Just then, Kinyanan suddenly lifted my chin. Do you want to know what a real pervert is like? Her warm breath fanned straight onto my face. The lily fragrance of a young girl immediately enveloped me. My cheeks were burning and my heart was racing for no reason. I retracted my neck slightly, not daring to look directly into her eyes, feeling as though those deep eyes wanted to pull my entire mind inside. I don't want to know, okay? I stammered, feeling my heart thumping as if I were sick, even faster than after running in gym class, like it was about to jump out of my chest. No, Kinyanan domineeringly refused. I glanced at her, feeling like she up to no good. She must be harboring some plot, so there's no way I'd ever agree. I don't care to know at all, just hurry up and give my things back. I didn't care what she wanted to do. My only goal was to retrieve what was in her hand. Once I got it back, I dashed straight to my room and locked the door, not wanting to look at anyone. Fine, I'll give it back. Kinyanan suddenly compromised, reaching her hand straight toward me. I looked at her suspiciously. Seriously? Just now you refused to give it, and now you're suddenly offering it back. No matter how I thought about it, it felt fishy. What exactly was her aim? Not taking it? Kinyanan asked with a squinting smile. A little devil seemed to be lurking in her eyes. I'll take it. I nodded frantically, fearing she'd change her mind, quickly reaching out my hand to grab it. But Kinyanan pulled a mean trick, calculating the timing perfectly, and suddenly retracted her hand. Kinyanan, are you playing with me? I gritted my teeth. Of course not. If you want your things back, shouldn't you give me some benefit? Kinyanan looked directly into my eyes, her smile full of cunning and mischief. Then what do you want? I was about to ask what she wanted when Kinyanan's beautiful face suddenly moved close, staying only a few centimeters away from mine, and that distance was still continuing to shrink. What do you think? Her voice was low and smooth, carrying a deadly and mesmerizing charm. Could she want to? My face started burning up again, seeing her getting closer and closer. I closed my eyes tightly in fear. My mind went blank, tangled like a mess. Suddenly, something was placed over my head. I opened my eyes wide in shock. Kinyanan's haughty laughter rang in my ears. The small underwear in her hand had disappeared, so one could imagine Kinyanan's roar. It felt like the whole house was shaking. I was driven absolutely mad with anger. This bastard dared to take the underwear. What was even more outrageous was that this bastard Kinyanan even dared to take out her phone, aiming it straight at me and snapping a photo. How's that? Now that's what you call a real pervert. My face flushed as I hurried to take the thing off my head and lunged at her in a fit of rage. Kinyanan, I'm going to kill you? I grabbed Kinyanan tightly. She stumbled and almost fell backward, quickly grabbing onto me as well, and we both tumbled onto the sofa together. I rushed forward, trying to snatch the phone. Delete that photo right now. Give me the phone. Kinyanan wasn't afraid of me at all. On the contrary, she laughed even more brightly. Do you have any idea how funny you looked just now? It was honestly so adorable. What do you think would happen if I showed this to my parents? I'm sure they would love it, wouldn't they? Don't you dare, I shouted at her. I felt so incredibly stupid, thinking just now that she wanted to kiss me. It turns out she deliberately tricked me into closing my eyes. It was all part of her wicked scheme. I must have been crazy just now to actually think she wanted to kiss me. Kinyanan glanced at the photo on the phone and couldn't help but burst out laughing. This photo's enough to keep me laughing all year. I have to keep it very safe. Hearing her say she wanted to keep it, I was so flustered I was almost in tears, stuttering, Can you please delete it? What is there to even look at in a photo like this? You really are a pervert. Kinyanan shrugged her shoulders, her deep eyes sparkling with amusement. I think it's very cute, don't you think so? My face darkened as I gritted my teeth. Think about it. If you were the one in this ugly photo, how could you possibly find it interesting? But Kinyanan was like someone admiring a work of art, gazing at my dazed expression in the photo. That look of wearing cartoon boxers on my head, no matter how you look at it, it's just hilarious. No matter how you look at it, it's just refreshing. How could I possibly delete such an adorable photo? You're still looking at it, Kinyanan. Delete it for me right now. Delete it, delete it. You're still looking, Kinyanan. Delete it using both my hands and feet. I pinned my entire body onto her, reaching out with all my might to snatch the phone. Kinyanan suddenly gave a wicked smile, her suggestive breath intentionally brushing my face. Little Yuan, your lower half is pressed right against me. I flinched and looked down. Sure enough, I was pressed close against her soft body, and I hadn't even realized it. My small face flushed crimson in an instant as I scrambled off her, glaring at her with a mix of anger and grievance. I held out my small hand. Give me the phone. Can you please stop messing around? I'm not messing around. Kinyanan said that, but her hands were moving incredibly fast, saving that photo directly to a secret album. I sat cross-legged, anxiously saying to her, then just delete the photo. A perverted photo like that. You're not actually planning to keep it, are you? Kinyanan nodded, smiling wickedly, and intentionally waved the phone in front of me. Of course I'm keeping it. This will be the leverage I use to control you later. I immediately slumped. Seeing her like this, I knew she would absolutely never give the photo back. Then you mustn't show this photo to anyone, do you hear me? Otherwise, I tried to put on a fierce face. I know. Kinyanan chuckled to herself. She wouldn't want to show this cute side of me to anyone else anyway. I had to temporarily give up, but I secretly thought this wasn't over yet. I will definitely find a chance to steal that photo back later. Kinyanan put the phone in her pocket, picked up the iPad on the coffee table, and logged into a luxury shopping app. She glanced at my pile of clothes and spoke with a dissatisfied expression. These clothes of yours are too childish. Anyone who didn't know would think you're an elementary student. You're a high schooler now. You should dress a bit more stylishly. Stop acting like a kid all the time. As she spoke, her fingers scrolled quickly and skillfully through the app to search, adding whatever she liked to the cart immediately. I immediately had a bad feeling, peeked over to look, and happened to see her choosing a box of jet black men's underwear. The other clothes were in a similar mature style, a style I usually never wear. I glared at her. Why are you picking these styles for me? I don't like wearing these things. Don't you dare buy them. But this bastard, even though I told her not to buy them, she went ahead and paid for them directly, skipping the try-on step entirely. This spendthrift, these clothes are so expensive and you didn't even ask me. You just bought them like that. And what if I don't like them? Isn't that just a total waste? Does she have so much money she doesn't know what to do with it? Buying over a dozen outfits for me in one go, it must add up to over 100,000 yuan. Kinyanan smiled with squinted eyes again. Buying clothes for my husband, isn't that only natural? Look at that shirt you just bought. It's over 20,000 yuan for just one. Isn't this just highway robbery? It's just a small amount of fabric. It's not like it's plated in gold. How can it be so expensive? Luxury goods are expensive for a reason anyway, as long as it looks good. It does look good, but I don't like wearing that kind of clothing. Kinyanan suddenly narrowed her eyes, pouting with a threatening tone. I dare you not to wear what I bought? I collapsed onto the sofa, groaning and lamenting. I felt like I just wanted to die. Only now did I realize why she wanted to keep that photo. With this leverage in her hands, how could I ever resist her in the future? This person is truly too cunning. Monday. At school, I had just sat down in class when Shen Yue turned around, looked at me worriedly and asked, Little Fang, are you okay? I blinked. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? Shen Yue turned her whole body toward me, looking straight into my face, her expression slightly hesitant before finally speaking. Is it true that you confessed to Yunwan? Did she accept? Was the reason you looked for her before because you liked her and wanted to confess? I just now remembered that video thing and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course it's not true. You've seen that video too? I was just looking for her for some business, not a confession. I don't even know who filmed that video, spouting nonsense without knowing the truth. Seeing me deny it, Shen Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Yue couldn't hide her joy and asked hurriedly, Really? You really didn't confess to Yunwan? Don't you like her? I do like her. I blurted it out, and Shen Yue's face immediately froze, a flash of disappointment in her eyes. I quickly laughed and explained, I admire her. This liking isn't romantic feelings, it's that kind of liking. Anyway, a girl like Yunwan is totally the goddess in every boy's heart. It's rare for any guy not to like her. Shen Yue finally sighed. Don't scare me like that. I was confused again. What's so scary about this? Even if I really did confess to her, what's the big deal? I didn't understand her point at all. An unnatural blush appeared on Shen Yue's face as she quickly hid it. I was just surprised. It's fine as long as it wasn't a confession, but you should really find a way to clear this up. Don't worry, I'll help you. I waved my hand again, showing no concern. This doesn't need to be cleared up. It's just a groundless rumor. Everyone will forget about it after a while. Anyway, you've already explained to Kinyanan, you don't care what others think of you. It's not like it hurts anything. But Shen Yue didn't think so. Her face was very serious, as if this were an extremely grave matter. She said to me worriedly, Little Yuan, maybe you don't know. Many people have a secret crush on Yunwan. If they really think you succeeded in your confession, they might very well target you. I waved it off. Don't worry, no one dares do anything to me. I have Kinyanan as my protector after all. Who would dare touch me? But I had forgotten the most crucial point, which is that others don't know about my relationship with Kinyanan. Oh, one more thing. Shen Yue suddenly remembered something, her expression turning slightly grim. She glanced around cautiously,
leaned in close to me and whispered, I heard on Friday, Miss Key turned the school upside down looking for you. I don't know if it's true. Did something happen between you and her? Right after that, she dropped a bombshell. And I also heard that on that same day, Miss Key broke up with Lu Guan. Everyone is currently gossiping that you're Miss Just new target, that she wants to pursue you. Immediately, she dropped the shocking news. You said she turned the school upside down looking for me? My eyes lit up when I heard this, and I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly with joy. Ki Nianan, that girl still pretends like she doesn't care about me. Could she have gone home without waiting for me? I could almost imagine the scene. She must have searched the whole school and not found me, and she couldn't reach me when she called. Then, somehow finding out that I had skipped class with Yun Wan, she must have flown into a rage, right? No wonder her anger was so great that night. I felt incredibly sweet inside. Hurriedly, I bowed my head and sent Ki Nianan a message, adding a playful devil emoji at the end. Shen Yue saw that I was still so leisurely and at ease. It was truly a case of the emperor not being worried, but the eunuchs panicking. She asked eagerly, Little Yuan, is it true that you said you don't like Miss Qi? Then what if she takes the initiative to pursue you? She's an expert in the game of love anyway, and her qualities are so outstanding. In this entire Shangdi Academy, no one can match her. If she were to actively pursue a guy, is there any guy who wouldn't be moved? But Shen Yue felt I must be an exception. I'm not the type of guy who only looks at appearances. I wouldn't fall in love just because someone is beautiful, with a great figure. Before I could answer, the school bell rang. The English teacher entered the class on time, and her first glance was directed toward me. I quickly nudged Shen Yue, sit properly, the teacher is here. The English teacher already had a grudge against me. I didn't want to become her new target of attack. Shen Yue hadn't received an answer, and she was feeling incredibly restless. Well, let's talk after class then. But just after class, my phone vibrated. I had received a message. I cried out in surprise. Huh? What's wrong with Dr. Luo? Shen Yue saw that the teacher had gone and immediately turned to look at me, catching my expression at that moment. My beautiful eyes curved, and I said with a wide smile, I have something to do. I have to step out for a bit. Shen Yue's intuition told her that this was related to the message just now, and she hurriedly chased after me to ask, Who messaged you? Where are you going? As if I'd ever tell her, I had already quickly stepped out of the classroom. But just as I turned at the stairs to go down, I suddenly ran into 3 male students coming toward me. They looked extremely aggressive, and one could tell at a glance they were up to no good. You're Fang Yuan, right? The leader had short, curly brown hair, which seemed to be meticulously groomed, looking quite neat. He was wearing the school uniform, but the pants had been altered to be skin-tight. I noticed the other party's tone was somewhat unfriendly, so I gave a forced laugh and said, You've got the wrong person. I'm not Fang Yuan. Having said that, I intended to turn and run. Catch him, that student roared ferociously, and then the 2 behind him immediately lunged forward, each grabbing an arm to hold me tight, preventing my escape. I tried one last struggle. What are you guys doing? I already told you, you've got the wrong person. I clearly remember that video being blurry, so it shouldn't be that easy to recognize me. At the moment I struggled. The phone I was holding tightly in, my hand fell to the ground with a clatter. My phone, I was heartbroken. I've had this phone for less than a month. The leading student stepped forward quickly and swiftly picked up the phone. He immediately spotted the latest message. I'm waiting for you by the poster wall. Sender, Yun Wan. His face darkened instantly and he held up the phone. With eyes glaring like they were spitting fire, he shouted, You still dare say you're not Fang Yuan, you bastard. How dare you pursue Senior Yun Wan? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, Shen Yue's jinxing mouth hit the mark. Isn't this a plot straight out of an idol drama? Why is this actually happening in real life? I was wrong. I should have believed her words. I hurriedly explained, You've got it all wrong. Can you guys just listen to my explanation? Yun Wan and I are just friends, just normal friends. That video was just edited randomly. I didn't confess to her at all. I just had something to tell her. If you don't believe me, you can come with me to see her to clear things up, okay? After all, there were 3 of them, and none of them looked like pushovers. To avoid unnecessary conflict, I decided to temporarily yield, and we couldn't just keep scuffling here. I was very afraid of an accident happening. Like, what if my pants accidentally got pulled down? That student curled his lip coldly and suddenly stepped forward to grab my collar tightly. He roared, Who wants to talk about Senior Yun Wan with you? We're looking for you because of Miss Qi. You seduced our young lady and also lured Senior Yun Wan. If I, Long Aochin, don't teach you a lesson today, how can I call myself the president of Miss Jis fan club? I was suddenly stunned. It turned out they were here for Ki Nianan, which made me feel even more wrongly accused. I grimaced, pretending to be pitiful as I told them, If it's Yun Wan, he'll take the blame. But with Ki Nianan, we have no relationship at all. Don't listen to the rumors. Rumors are usually all fake. Long Aoshin snorted, grabbing my collar tighter, his eyes as poisonous as a snake's glaring at me. You think I have to believe you? Don't think I'm so easily fooled, let me tell you. The young lady of the Qi family would never actively pursue a boy. Stop daydreaming. At this moment, the one holding my left arm suddenly spoke up. Big brother Aochin, I just thought of something. That rumor,
Could he have spread it himself to get Miss Jis' attention and make Miss Key interested in him? As soon as those words were said, all three of them looked at me with murderous eyes. I could only give a few awkward laughs. I forced a smile and said, "Your imagination is too vivid." I was also a bit panicked inside. Why did things turn out like this? If they really framed me for it, and this news gets out, with so many boys in this school who like Ki Nianan, their spit alone would be enough to drown me. Suddenly, a cold chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't help but shiver. Right at that moment, the phone in Long Aocean's hand suddenly rang. They looked at each other, and I suddenly had an ominous premonition. Who could be calling at a time like this? Could it be Yoon Won? If it's Yoon Won, it's fine, but if it's... A nameless chill ran down my spine, and I shivered slightly. Long Aocean glanced at the name displayed on the screen, and his whole body froze. He gasped in shock. It's Miss Key. How can this be? The other two boys were also absolutely terrified, their faces showing pure disbelief. No way. How could this guy have Miss Jis' number? The mobile number of the Chi family's young lady? Is it really her number? We'll know as soon as we listen. Long Aocean's face was also very grim, but he still decided to swipe the screen and answer the call. Fang Yuan. A roar came from the phone, a sound that, to them, couldn't have been more familiar. It was the voice of the girl they were all obsessed with. It's Miss Key, it's really her, the two holding me. Both let out cries of sheer amazement. One of them even started looking infatuated. Just hearing Chi Nianan's voice made their hearts beat wildly, their expressions filled with adoration. I looked at their girl-crazy expressions in a daze. Is it really necessary to overreact like that? Ki Nianan is indeed bewitchingly beautiful, but it wasn't to the point where just hearing her voice would make them this captivated. An idea suddenly popped into my head, and just as their grip loosened, I snatched the phone from Long Aocean's hand and took off, lunging straight down the stairs. By the time the three of them could react, I had already vanished downstairs, and they simply couldn't catch up. One of them chased after me, panting, leaning on his hips as he called to Long Aocean, "Big brother Aocean, are we really just going to let him get away? How on earth does he have Miss Jis' number? I absolutely cannot accept this." Long Aocean behind him gritted his teeth in fury, glaring at my receding figure. This isn't over yet anyway. He's still in school. He's got nowhere to run. Next time we catch him, it'll be the end of him. Another one hesitated slightly, but he has Miss Jis' phone number. Could he actually know Miss Key? Then we... Shut up, Long Aocean roared in anger. He must have used some dirty trick to get that number. I don't believe Miss Key would ever like him. Who does he think he is? Even if I beat him to death, no one would even bother to investigate. As for me, I just kept running for my life, not daring to stop at all. I ran all the way to the 12th grade classroom block, before finally daring to lean against a wall and gasp for air, feeling like my lungs were about to burst. Just then, the phone rang once again. Tiredly, I lifted my hand and looked at the name displayed on the screen. Chi Nianan, I answered weakly. Hello. From the other end of the line, Ki Nianan's voice was full of, "Little Yuan, what just happened? Fang Yuan, you're getting more and more unruly. How dare you hang up on me? Where are you right now?" Having regained my breath, I patted my chest and instinctively lied. "I'm in class. Why are you looking for me?" "You dare lie to me? You've grown quite a spine, haven't you?" Ki Nianan's cold laughter immediately exposed my lie, and I flinched in terror, fearfully looking around. Could she be hiding somewhere, watching me? Otherwise, how would she know I wasn't in class? I had no choice but to play the victim and act aggrieved. "It's all your fault. I was just hounded by a bunch of guys. I almost got beaten up. Do you know that? If something happened, why didn't you just say so? Do you have to wait for me to ask before you speak up?" Ki Nianan's tone was incredibly impatient. "I just escaped from danger and I'm still struggling to catch my breath here. Can't you just let me breathe for a second?" I was caught up in her mess and I couldn't hold back my anger. "So, are you done breathing yet?" I rolled my eyes, took 2 more deep breaths, and then started telling her what had just happened. "Oh, and he even claimed to be the president of your crazy fan club. You actually have a fan club? Good grief." I couldn't help but tease her. Chi Nianan heard the mockery in my voice and was very annoyed. "That fan club has nothing to do with me. They started it themselves, so don't drag me into it." "Fine, let's not talk about that. Come over and meet me. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you're not here, suffer the consequences." "Hey, I still wanted to say I was busy, but that Chi Nianan had already hung up. I glared at the phone, muttering in dissatisfaction. So arrogant, thinking it'll go just because she says so? I'm not going. How dare she use that threatening tone with me? I'm not going to bother with this person anymore. Then I remembered Yoon Won was still waiting for me, so I hurriedly ran toward the poster wall she mentioned. From a distance, I could already see Yoon Won's figure leaning against a Roman column. The wind blew gently, fluttering her long hair. Her beauty was like a scene from a promotional poster. Yoon Won. I appeared before her with a bright smile. "I'm so sorry. Something came up, so I'm late. Have you been waiting long?" Yunwan looked at me, a gentle smile gracing the corners of her mouth, her voice soft as a spring breeze. Not too long. I'm glad you're here. Come sit down. Just then, I saw a familiar bag, and my eyes immediately lit up. Yunwan picked up the bag, smiling as she handed it to me. I bought this for you. Don't you really love this chocolate cake? Thank you. I was overjoyed, a wave of warmth washing over my heart. I didn't expect her to be so thoughtful and even remember exactly what I like to eat. The two of us sat down. I placed the bag on my lap and opened it. Inside, 2 chocolate cakes lay quietly. 2 is a bit much. I can't eat this many. Yunwan smiled slightly, scratching her nose a bit bashfully and said awkwardly, Actually, one of them is for me. I widened my eyes in surprise. Does that mean all those chocolate cakes I bought before were actually all eaten by me? I thought she was buying them for a boyfriend. Never in a million years would I have guessed she bought them for herself. Yunwan was a bit embarrassed, but still nodded in admission. Yes. Having solved the mystery, I laughed joyfully, shared 1 cake with her, and took the other to eat enthusiastically. You eat too! I really didn't expect this, that our taste would be so similar. Could this be fate? She was the first friend I made at Shangdi Academy, and the connection between the two of us truly began with these chocolate cakes. Who would have thought fate wouldn't stop there? After spending time together on that day we skipped class, Yunwan's attitude toward me had changed significantly. She became closer, no longer as distant as she was at first. Right, there's something I want to tell you. Yunwan suddenly spoke up. Yunwan's attitude toward me had changed a lot, becoming much friendlier, losing the initial sense of distance. Right, I have something to inform you about. Yunwan spoke up suddenly. I was eating quickly, and after finishing the cake, my mouth was covered in cream, so I mumbled indistinctly, What is it? Yunwan looked at my childish appearance and was naturally amused. She took a tissue out of her bag and handed it to me. Use this to wipe it off. I was stunned. How could she be so thoughtful? My goodness, you're the most considerate girl I've ever met. You're truly a rare find. Yunwan found my exaggerated expression hilarious, her smile deepening even more. Is that a compliment? If so, then I'll gladly accept it. Thanks. I looked at her interesting expression and said with a smile, Yunwan, turns out you know how to joke too. Yunwan's thin lips curved into a beautiful arc, and she just smiled softly. Truthfully, it had been a long time since she joked with anyone. The words she just said to me had come out quite naturally. I suddenly remembered. What were you going to tell me earlier? Yunwan looked into my deep, lively brown eyes and said slowly, It's the security guard. He's been rehired by the school. I was immediately delighted. Really? That's wonderful. I was ecstatic, and I already knew this was definitely Chi Nianan's doing. Before, she arrogantly declared that anyone she fired would absolutely never be invited back. Now, she slapped her own face. Honestly, this is totally not Chi Nianan's style, but for my sake, she did it anyway. The more I thought about it, the happier I felt, the more I felt how sweet it was. But then, I suddenly remembered, Chi Nianan told me to find her earlier, and an indescribable anxiety surged within me. Is that girl still waiting for me? She doesn't even realize that when she opens her mouth to threaten me with consequences, who would actually want to go? I just forgot that. Chi Nianan has long been used to a commanding tone. To her, that's just a normal way of speaking, and no one around her would ever dare disobey. Yunwan looked at her watch. Class had already started quite a while ago. So she asked me, What subject do you have this period? Don't you need to be in class? I was distracted, answering indifferently. Math, I think, but I don't want to go. Honestly, I didn't care about the domestic curriculum. I'll be heading back to the States eventually anyway, so whether I attend these Chinese classes or not doesn't really matter, since I don't need to take the college entrance exams here. Yunwan stared at me for a moment, appearing hesitant before finally speaking up. Well, my class this period is PE, and we have a basketball game. Do you want to come watch? Sure, I answered offhandedly, but the anxiety in my heart had reached a boiling point. I was sitting on pins and needles. I suddenly stood up and said to her, I have something urgent and have to go first. I'll come find you later when I'm free, okay? Do you know where the basketball gym is? Yunwan thoughtfully considered that I was new to the school and wouldn't be familiar with the campus layout. I don't know, but it's okay. I'll just ask someone. I was in a hurry to leave. Yunwan smiled, seeing my impatience, so she didn't try to keep me. She said, Then go take care of your business first, and if you can find your way later, just give me a call. Okay, it's a deal. I'm off. Bye. I couldn't stay a second longer, practically sprinting all the way to the 11th grade building. Out of breath, I leaned my hands on my knees, preparing to head up the stairs when my arm was suddenly grabbed. I was startled. What are you doing? It's me. A cold voice rang out. Hearing that familiar voice, I turned to look at Chi Nianan, sighed in relief and patted my chest. You scared the life out of me. Don't you know scaring someone can give them a heart attack? Why are you here? Waiting for you, obviously. In Chi Nianan's deep, ink-like eyes, a glimmer of displeasure flashed. She glanced in the direction I had just come from. It seemed to be the 12th grade building. She stared at me interrogatively with sharp eyes, her voice turning ice cold, questioning me the moment we met. Where did you go earlier? Didn't I tell you to be here in 5 minutes? Is this 5 minutes? It's been more like 15 minutes. I said suffer the consequences, you tell me. How should we handle this now? Well, my mind began to race, desperately trying to think of a lie. Unbeknownst to me, Ki Nianan crossed her arms threateningly, her thin lips curling down as she stared at me. Keep making things up, invent a lie that sounds reasonable, and let's see if I believe it. Having grown up together since childhood, the little tells I have before lying, how could she not see right through them? I immediately deflated like a popped balloon. I didn't intend to lie. You make it sound like I've never told you the truth. Then tell me, where did you vanish to just now? I suddenly didn't dare speak, since this girl seemed to have a massive prejudice against Yunwan. If she knew I went to find Yunwan first and left her hanging, she would probably blow up right then and there. But Ki Nianan's beautiful face had already darkened, and she spoke directly for me. You went to find that person named Wan, didn't you? Just the thought that she and Yunwan looked for me at the same time, and I chose Yunwan over her, made a fire of rage ignite inside Ki Nianan. I denied instinctively. But the moment the lie left my mouth, an intense feeling of unease immediately gripped my heart. I was panicking, fearing the terrible consequences once the lie was exposed. What should I do? I probably shouldn't have denied it. At that moment, Ki Nianan took a step forward, instantly closing the distance between us. Her eyes, sharp as saw blades, stared at me, as if trying to peer straight into my soul. I swallowed hard in nervousness, wondering if being honest would lead to leniency. Surprisingly, she suddenly blurted out, "Were you sneaking snacks?" I was stunned where I stood, completely bewildered. What does that mean? Even if she saw me going to find Yunwan, that wouldn't count as sneaking snacks. The next second, I froze on the spot, completely dazed. What's the meaning of this? Even if she saw me meeting Yunwan, it couldn't be called sneaking snacks. The next moment, Ki Nianan raised her hand, her long, fair finger lightly brushing the corner of my lip, and there was clearly a bit of white cream on her fingertip. As if she'd caught me red-handed, she said coldly, "You snuck off to eat cake earlier, didn't you?" My heart skipped a beat. I must not have wiped it off properly, but then I breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out the sneaking she meant was just eating cake. I was secretly feeling lucky, but then Ki Nianan brought that cream-covered fingertip to her own lips and gave it a soft lick. Strawberry cake again. Why do you like strawberry cake so much? I immediately covered my face, my cheeks burning like fire. Why on earth did she lick it off? 4 big words immediately flashed through my mind. Indirect kiss. My cheeks felt even hotter now. While I was flushed with embarrassment, she continued speaking in a very disparaging tone. Isn't this kind of cake for kids? You really are a child. You're the child here. I finally found my voice, stuttering as I tried to hide my shame and frustration. Just because you don't like sweets, what right do you have to forbid others from eating them? What's wrong with strawberry cake? Did it offend you somehow? Plenty of people like it. Why are you blushing so much? Ki Nianan noticed my strange behavior, especially my avoidant gaze, not daring to look her in the eye, which made her immediately suspect something was fishy. I'm not. It's just that you're infuriating me. I pretended to be angry, glared at her, and said, "Let me tell you, you are not allowed to slander my beloved strawberry cake Otherwise, we're through." I just felt my face growing hotter and hotter, so I decided to just turn around and run away. Ki Nianan, flustered, reached out to pull me back. Fine. I'll admit I was wrong, okay? I turned my head and shot her a glare, my voice full of impatience. What did you call me here for anyway? It wasn't just to humiliate me, was it? Of course not. Ki Nianan furrowed her brows, and then she stared at me seriously and asked, "Let's talk business earlier. You said someone wanted to hurt you? Who is it? What's his name? What did they do to you? Didn't I already tell you? That guy claimed to be your fan club president, so you must know who he is, right?" Just mentioning this made me annoyed again, all because of the trouble she caused, making me a target. Ki Nianan gave me a look. "I told you, I don't care about that nonsense. How should I know who those idiots are?" I thought for a bit and said, "He said his name is Long Aocean, and that's all I really know. Long Aocean, never heard of him." Ki Nianan looked indifferent. "Then forget it. Anyway, nothing happened to me at most. I'll just be careful and avoid them from now on. I'd never dealt with this kind of trouble before. Even though it was pretty scary at the time, thinking about it now, it doesn't seem like a big deal." Ki Nianan stared at my small face for a moment and suddenly said, "How about I announce to everyone that you're my boyfriend? That way, no one will dare to touch you." "Don't, absolutely not." The words had barely left my mouth when I saw her face. Her once handsome face instantly froze. I hurriedly forced a smile to ease the tension, quickly explaining, "I'm just thinking of what's best for you. If I take the spot of being your boyfriend, how will you be able to flirt with other guys later? Don't you agree?" Ki Nianan glared at me coldly, her tone full of annoyance. Did I ever say that I needed to flirt with anyone? In her heart, she was truly upset, thinking that the reason I was so eager to wash my hands of her was likely mostly because of Yunwan. Because I liked Yunwan, so I had to insist on staying single. "You really don't want to?" she asked me again with a serious face, her expression incredibly grave. "I don't. I nodded without a moment's hesitation, an indifferent look on my face. The corners of Ki Nianan's mouth pulled down coldly. Countless people want to be my boyfriend, yet you act with such indifference. You said those words yourself, Fang Yuan. When I finally find a boyfriend, don't you dare regret it. I pursed my lips. If you find one, you find one. It has nothing to do with me. Aren't we just being forced into this engagement? It's not like we're actually together. Fine, remember well what you just said. She practically spat out those words through gritted teeth, staring at me with a malicious glint in her eyes, then tossed her head and turned to walk straight into the building. Hey, are you mad? Only then did I realize she was upset, but by the time I wanted to chase after her, she was gone. I racked my brain but couldn't think of anything I said that would have offended her. If she made a scene now and declared me her new boyfriend, wouldn't I just be hated to death by that group of people? Besides, she couldn't guarantee that she'd stay loyal to me. What if one day she set her sights on someone else? I'd just become the ex-boyfriend. Then all those jealous fanboys would surely take the chance to deal with me. I summed it up thinking I might as well head home and then go over to coax her after school gets out early tonight. And so, I turned and left. Ki Nianan returned to the classroom, her beautiful, sharply sculpted face terrifyingly cold, radiating a somber aura, so much so that even the teacher didn't dare approach, not even daring to utter a single word. Usually, even if the seventh young lady came in half a period late, the teacher would still force a smile and greet her. But today, the whole class felt a chilling atmosphere hanging in the air. As soon as Ki Nianan sat down, she suddenly swung her leg and kicked the table next to her away. The table crashed into another with a loud bang and slammed onto the floor. The noise was so loud it left everyone stunned with fear. The class looked at each other, all frozen, no one daring to speak. No one had ever seen the seventh young lady fly into such a rage, and even her assistant Shunian was shocked into a daze. Who on earth had provoked her this much? Whoever it was, they were definitely finished this time. Exactly as Yunwan said, I really couldn't find the basketball gym. At first, I followed the signs, but who would have thought Shangdi Academy was this enormous? The signs were packed with location names, which made my head spin. I didn't understand a thing, completely clueless, so naturally, I went the wrong way. What left me even more speechless was that I'd wandered halfway around the school, yet I still couldn't figure out where I was. I remembered Yunwan's advice, that if I really couldn't find it, I should just call her directly. Just as I was about to take out my phone, I saw a few boys approaching from a distance. Are you lost? Feeling a bit embarrassed, I decided to try asking for directions first. Those boys seemed like they were also looking for someone, constantly glancing around. Right then, a bunch of boys with fierce expressions rushed straight at me. Fang Yuan is here. Catch him. Are you lost? A bit embarrassed, I decided to go ask for directions, as those guys seemed to be searching for someone too, looking left and right repeatedly. Just now, that group of boys charged aggressively toward me. Forget about that Fang Yuan guy. He's right here. Catch him. I took a sharp breath. Just how many people are chasing after me anyway? A boy suddenly lunged from the side, using too much force, shoving me to the ground with a thud. A sharp, agonizing pain shot through my palm, but I didn't care because I saw the whole group about to surround me. I scrambled up, pushed the boy in front of me away, and then sprinted forward for my life. The building ahead turned out to be the 11th grade teaching block. Ki Nianan, help! My eyes immediately lit up. I had somehow ended up running all the way back here. The boys behind me, when they heard me shouting Ki Nianan's name, their faces instantly darkened. Is this guy trying to get the seventh young lady's sympathy? Catch him, hurry! Even Long Aotian had heard and rushed over, giving the order to the others with a scowl. In the classroom, Ki Nianan was leaning back in her chair on her phone, but her ears suddenly twitched. It sounded like someone was calling her. Shunian stood behind her for a moment, then approached and replied softly, Not at all, seventh young lady. I didn't hear a thing. Ki Nianan knit her brows, an inexplicable annoyance rising within her. Nothing, she said irritably, and lowered her head to go back to her phone. Downstairs, I was using every ounce of strength to dash toward the building, shouting Ki Nianan's name until I was hoarse. Hey Ki Nianan, help me Long! Ayochin was panicking now, shouting, Don't let him keep screaming, hurry up and catch him. After all, this wasn't exactly a glorious act, and it would look very bad if it blew up. While I was still some distance from the building, I was finally completely surrounded by them. There were too many of them, and I was shoved to the ground. Long Aoshin rushed up and delivered another kick, sneering down at me. Run then, weren't you so good at running? I struggled fiercely to keep them from dragging me up. I had a bad feeling that they were planning to take me somewhere deserted, and fear instantly overwhelmed me. One of the boys was hit by my kick, and in his anger, he delivered a powerful kick to my back. You dare seduce our young lady? A lowlife like you thinks he's worthy? You disgusting trash. They actually dared to lay a hand on me, simply because they found out that I was just a smart commoner and not some wealthy young master at all. Ki Nianan's previous boyfriends all came from powerful backgrounds, so they didn't dare touch them. But I became the target for them to vent.
All the resentment they had bottled up for so long, and a place to unleash their extreme jealousy, a lowly commoner like me, is completely unworthy of their noble eldest miss of the Chi family. Therefore, no matter how pathetic I looked, they didn't feel a single shred of pity. On the contrary, their gazes became increasingly malicious, as if they wanted to tear me into pieces. Brother Aotian, what should we do now? Someone started to panic, anxiously pressing Long Aotian. If they didn't get rid of me soon, they feared it would draw attention. Long Aotian sullenly approached me. Suddenly, he gave an order. That made everyone's skin crawl. Strip him naked. Everyone was stunned. Did you hear me? If he won't leave, strip him of everything. Hurry up, Long Aotian barked, urging them on. Only then did they snap out of it, immediately bending down to frantically tear at my clothes. I was scared to death, struggling. Don't touch me. Get off me, Ki Nianan. Help me. But before my cry for help could finish, I was hit with a devastating kick. This time it landed right in my stomach. The excruciating pain immediately brought me down. I curled up in agony, both hands clutching my stomach tightly. It hurts. It hurts so much. Cold sweat began to bead on my forehead. My normally fair face was now contorted in unbearable pain. The pathetic sight of me rolling on the ground left my face smeared and covered in dirt. I looked like nothing more than an abandoned kitten, filthy and pitiful. Ki Nianan, you, that jerk, why hasn't she come to save me yet? I've never been through anything like this, so I completely lost my composure. Being beaten is one thing. I could handle the physical pain, but if my clothes are stripped away and the students crowd around to watch, I can't even bear to think about it. My heart tightened, aching with a cold dread. I couldn't even imagine such a scene. Long Aotian is truly beyond cruel. At this point, I don't even have the strength to call out for Ki Nianan. Help him completely defenseless? How could I possibly withstand an assault from so many boys? To make matters worse, some of them didn't even care about stripping me. They were just taking the opportunity to beat me. On my arm. Terrifying red welts immediately appeared. Ki Nianan, you. If you don't come now, I'm really going to die. Stop it right now. Just as I reached the peak of despair, a thunderous shout suddenly shook the air. Immediately, a dark figure rushed in like lightning. That person violently shoved the surrounding boys away, then tightly embraced the pathetic soul on the ground, into their arms. Miss Ki. The boys sprawled on the ground, all stared blankly at the person who had just arrived. In their wildest dreams, they never imagined. The one to show up would be Ki Nianan. Long Aotian's face also betrayed his utter shock and terror. Every eye was now fixed on Ki Nianan. She held me tightly in her arms, her face filled with visible worry and panic. Xiao Yuan, are you okay? How are you feeling? Ki Nianan carefully lifted my head, leaning down to thoroughly examine my condition. Hearing her voice, I finally felt safe enough to open my eyes. I let out a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. Why were you so late? Ki Nianan's brows furrowed deeply. Seeing my clothes in disarray, she hurriedly helped me fix them, then asked urgently, "Where does it hurt? Tell me now." I shook my head, struggling to stand up. I got kicked a few times, but luckily the pain isn't so bad anymore. Truth be told, I have some self-defense training, so when I fell, I instinctively protected my vitals. Plus, these pampered brats don't have much real strength, so the injuries aren't too severe. I just look a bit of a mess. Ki Nianan didn't believe I was really fine. Don't you dare lie to me. I leaned on her arm, wobbling to my feet. I looked at myself, covered in dust and grime, filthy like a dog that just rolled in the mud without a clean spot left on me. It hurts a little, but I'm truly okay. However, Ki Nianan. When she saw the red scratches on my arm, her expression instantly darkened. She shot a razor-sharp glare at the boys, her voice as cold as if it came from an ice cellar, so chilling it made everyone shiver. Who hit him? Ki Nianan. Seeing those red welts on my arm, her face grew grim. She scanned the boys with a piercing gaze, her voice echoing like it was from a frozen cave, making everyone tremble with fear. Who did this? The boys were all terrified by her icy stare. They had never seen Miss Ki like this before. They all took a shaky step back. And who was responsible for those kicks just now? Ki Nianan barked out once more. The two who had just kicked me instantly showed faces of pure horror. They tried to hide it, but Ki Nianan saw right through them. Her frozen gaze locked onto their faces. The two were so scared they turned pale as ghosts, their entire bodies beginning to shake uncontrollably. Miss Ki, it's not what you think. We didn't mean it. At that moment, Long Aotian glared at me with eyes full of resentment. Livid, he pointed at me and said, Fang Yuan, you still dare to say you have no relationship with Miss Ki? You're a fraud? A liar? Seeing Ki Nianan appearing to protect me? Long Aotian had lost all reason from anger. If Ki Nianan wasn't right here, he would have surely rushed forward to claw at my fair face. Hearing this, Ki Nianan's elegant brows furrowed. Her dark eyes looked down at me in her arms. Suddenly she let go of me, her voice carrying a trace of hidden meaning as she asked, Did you really tell him that? You and I have no relationship? I realized she was angry, and my heart suddenly felt restless.
I tried to steady myself, stammering. Long Ocean looked at Kinyan and asking with a final glimmer of hope, Miss Ki, do you and he really have any connection at all? You actually have nothing to do with him, right? Then why do you care about him so much? A sudden wave of unease washed over me, feeling like I had truly hurt Kinyan. Anan, Just as I was about to explain, unexpectedly, a cold voice suddenly rang out. I have no relationship with him whatsoever. My entire body immediately went numb. She said she had nothing to do with me. I never in a million years expected her to say that. It felt as though a massive boulder was crushing my chest. A surge of bitterness and self-pity rushed back intensely. Clearly, I was the one who wanted to draw the line first. Clearly, it was because I had said before that I didn't want anyone to know about our connection. And yet, hearing her say those words with my own ears, my chest still suddenly throbbed with pain, a sorrow so deep it was suffocating. I finally understood why she was so angry. It turns out being rejected feels this frustrating. It turns out words can be that hurtful. I'm sorry, Anand. But Long Aocean was ecstatic. Having received the answer he craved, he immediately looked at me arrogantly and mocked loudly. Miss Ki has said she has absolutely nothing to do with you. Don't think shedding a few crocodile tears will make Miss Ki take pity on you. Anand, hearing his continuous insults, suddenly exploded with rage inside. She coldly barked. Shut up! Long Aocean felt a bit slighted. Miss Ki. However, when Anand saw the crystal-clear tears streaming down my cheeks, she felt as though her own heart had just been struck by a powerful blow. Damn it, Anand cursed under her breath. Once again, she pulled me tightly into her arms, whispering irritably into my ear. Damn it, stop crying already. Seeing my tears, she regretted her impulsive behavior to death. It was only because she heard that I wanted to draw a clear line with her that she went mad with anger. That's why she wanted to use the same tactic, to let me taste that same feeling. Who knew this brat could be so vile? Crying at the drop of a hat without giving her any time to prepare herself. I buried my head in her chest, sobbing softly. Anan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Sob, don't be mad. I'm sorry. I'm not angry anymore. I've forgiven you, okay? Just stop crying. Anand's voice unconsciously became much softer, her warm hand gently stroking the back of my head, offering a soothing comfort. I sniffled, finally managing to stop the tears. However, the people around watching this scene were almost all stunned into silence. Because the noise earlier was so loud, most of the students had abandoned their classes to come and watch. By now, the entire building was packed with people. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, unable to stop the flurry of gossip. That boy. What is his actual relationship with Kinyanan? I've never seen. Kinyanan acts so intimately. With any guy before. She's even being protective and doting like that. It is truly a sight that blinds us all. Long Aocean, witnessing this scene, was so furious he ground his teeth. He desperately wanted to rush forward and pull them apart, to stop me from touching the woman he loved. But Kinyanan's furious look from before was too terrifying, filling his heart with such fear that he didn't even dare to move. Anan, Miss Ki. He finally found his voice, looking at her reproachfully as he spoke. Didn't you say you had absolutely no relationship with Fang Yuan? Then why are you? The way Kinyanan was tenderly caring for me right now made him hate me to the extreme. He bit his lower lip until it turned white, and the boys standing beside him, each wore a look of utter heartbreak. Some even covered their mouths, sobbing in agony. Hearing Long Aocean's voice, Kinyanan suddenly snapped her head up, glaring straight at him. She sneered, "Who gave someone like you permission to call me Anan? What relationship he and I have is none of your business. Long Aocean put on a wounded expression. He spoke emotionally. I'm the president of your fan club. I'm not just some stranger. Kinyanan just curled her lip coldly. I've never acknowledged such a thing. If you want to play house together, fine. Usually I'm too lazy to bother with it. But don't go deluding yourself about your importance. Long Aocean had clearly suffered a massive shock. His whole body wobbled. How? How could she say that? He had always believed that as the president of her fan club, she must know of his existence and that he was someone special to her. But she herself had shattered his beautiful dream, telling him she had no idea who he was, even refusing to look at the fan club he had worked so hard to build. She even looked at him with sheer disgust. Long Aocean's gaze turned hateful, his bloodshot eyes glaring intensely at me. He roared in fury. This is all your fault. It's all because of you. If you hadn't seduced Miss Ki, why would she treat me like this? A low-class commoner like you. What right do you have to be by Miss Ki's side? You should just go and die. Long Aocean was practically losing it. He lunged aggressively toward me, intending to grab me. Kinyanan snatched Long Aocean's wrist, crushing it in her grip. She said nonchalantly, to dare lay a hand on him. Means you have a death wish, right? Long Aocean was also a wealthy young master. Spoiled since birth, he had never been treated so roughly, especially by the goddess he had secretly loved for so long. Long Aoshin was a high-born young master. He'd never endured such humiliation in his life, especially at the hands of his dream girl. But Ki Nianan didn't feel the slightest pity at his tears. I hurriedly reached out to stop her, but the moment I moved my arm, I let out a sharp gasp of pain, crying out, "Ouch! What's wrong?" Ki Nianan noticed immediately, flinging Long Aoshin's hand away and taking my hand to inspect it. My normally fair and smooth palm was now soaked in blood, the wounds overlapping each other, looking truly gruesome. "Let's go. I'm taking you to the school clinic." Ki Nianan's brow was tightly furrowed. Looking at these wounds, I really should have gone to a hospital, but Thuangduk Academy's clinic is no joke. It's basically a miniature private hospital, equipped with everything. Wait. I winced after taking just 2 steps. The surface wounds weren't deep, but having just been ganged up on, every movement sent a wave of soreness through my whole body. Ki Nianan understood with just a glance. She chided, "You just said you were fine. How long do you plan to be so stubborn?" Her sharp gaze immediately swept over the boys. She coldly said to Shunian standing behind her, "Watch them. Don't let a single one escape. You'll settle the score with them later." Shunian, a lackey accustomed to her methods, couldn't help but feel a shiver of dread himself. He cast a look of pure pity toward the boys, respectfully replying, "Understood, Miss Ki." Hearing this, the boys immediately fell into an unprecedented state of fear. Some were so terrified they collapsed to the ground, wailing and begging, "Miss Ki, we know we were wrong. Wail, we won't do it again." Shunian gave a cold, silent laugh. "You should consider yourselves lucky that Miss Ki never personally hits anyone, but Miss Ki has plenty of other ways to make you wish you were dead." Hearing those cries, I suddenly felt a pang of pity. It was clear these boys were truly scared out of their wits, each one pale-faced, begging and crying pathetically. "Anan." I was about to speak, but Ki Nianan shot me a look as if she already knew exactly what I was going to say, and said irritably, "Quiet, you're not allowed to say a word. Just hold on to me tightly." I could only obediently wrap my arms around her neck. Ki Nianan was about to take a step when she suddenly paused. She turned her head back, gazing coldly at Long Aoshin, her thin lips curling into a smirk. She said, "Didn't you desperately want to know our relationship? Fine, I'll tell you." Long Aoshin stared at her, stunned, his whole body trembling slightly. A bad premonition hit him. He didn't want to hear this answer at all. Ki Nianan, like a supreme queen at this moment, glanced haughtily at the surrounding crowd. Raising her voice, she declared clearly, "He is my husband, did you hear that?" Long Aoshin's face instantly went deathly pale. Across the classroom buildings, the crowd of onlookers was equally dumbstruck with shock. Every single person was either wide-eyed or had their mouths hanging open. In an instant, the atmosphere became so quiet that you could only hear the birds chirping in the trees. Ki Nianan gave a cold snort, no longer paying any mind to them, as she helped me walk straight toward the clinic. Once we were a distance away, I stole a glance at her beautiful face and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Why did you say that?" Ki Nianan looked down at me irritably. She countered intentionally, "What? Do you want to draw a line with me again?" "No." Mentioning that made me feel a bit guilty. I wouldn't dare have that thought ever again. I continued, "You could have said boyfriend or something else. There was no need to say husband." Ki Nianan gave an overbearing hum. "It's my mouth. I'll say whatever I want." Fine then. I was speechless, with nothing left to say. Luckily, the clinic wasn't far, taking only a few minutes to reach. Ki Nianan kicked the clinic door open, helped me to a bed, and let me sit down. "Where's the doctor?" she shouted urgently. Just seconds later, a figure came rushing over. "I'm coming. I'm here," before the doctor could even get close. Ki Nianan glared at him. "Can't you move any faster? You're way too slow." The doctor wiped cold sweat from his brow, sprinting toward them. He stood timidly beside Ki Nianan, bowing as he asked, "Miss Ki, what are your instructions? Can't you see the patient sitting right here? His hand is injured. Treat his wounds immediately." Ki Nianan was incredibly impatient now, trying her best to suppress it to remain somewhat calm, her hawk-like gaze fixed on the doctor. The doctor hurried to my side to check the injury. It was just a few scratches on the wrist. Such a minor injury, yet seeing Miss Ki in such a frenzy, he thought it must have been something life-threatening. Though he grumbled internally like that, he didn't dare let a word of it show on his face. He quickly and skillfully treated my wounds, finishing the bandages just minutes later. Even so, Ki Nianan's brow remained tightly knit as she said, "He was also kicked several times earlier. I don't know if there's internal damage. Perform a thorough checkup." "Yes, Miss Ki." The doctor stood up and reached out to touch me. "Wait, what do you think you're doing?" Before the doctor could even touch my clothes, he was immediately barked at by Ki Nianan to stop. The doctor was so frightened he jolted, facing Miss Ki's wary gaze as if he were a thief. He had to wipe away another round of cold sweat. He explained cautiously, "Miss Ki, didn't you ask me to examine him?" Ki Nianan's brow was still furrowed. She thought for a moment, then immediately said, "Actually, forget it. Call a male doctor in here." Quickly, Ki Nianan's brow deepened. She paused, then added, "Never mind, you're excused. Find me a male doctor." Now yes, right away. The doctor, on the contrary, felt a sigh of relief. While sitting on the clinic bed, I waited for the doctor to leave before speaking up. You shouldn't be so fierce. I'm really okay now. You don't need to worry so much. I lifted my neatly bandaged hand, holding it up for her to see, saying, it feels much better now. The medicine makes it feel nice and cool. Seeing me manage a smile, Kinyanan couldn't help but pinch my nose. She said sharply, though clearly caring, who's worried about you? Talk about being narcissistic. Regardless, her previously tight heart finally began to relax. I beamed at her, raising an eyebrow, in a teasing tone, not worried about me? Then who was it that was just in such a panic, looking like they were ready to kill someone? Is that what you call not worried? Recalling her behavior just moments ago, my heart was filled with boundless joy, and of course, a deep sense of warmth and sweetness. I truly didn't expect her to worry about me that much. All those years of being childhood friends really meant something. You really are? Stop talking nonsense. This isn't the time for that. Hey, do you realize your mistake yet? A hint of shyness crossed Kinyanan's beautiful face. She intentionally changed the subject to keep me from teasing her about it further, otherwise she'd find it hard to argue back, and I'd just keep laughing at her. Thinking back to that dangerous moment, I couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. Those boys were truly terrifying. Back in the States, I never encountered anything like that. Kinyanan looked at me and asked in a strange tone, do you regret coming back? I instinctively started to nod, but I quickly caught myself and glanced at her, noticing the displeasure flickering in her eyes. I quickly forced a playful smile and said, of course not. Isn't it because you're here? Because you're always here to protect me. I bet no one will dare mess with me from now on. Nonsense, I've got your back. Who would ever dare to touch you again? Kinyanan said with an arrogant air. By now, the whole school probably knows. Everyone heard the declaration she just made. He is my husband. Unless someone is looking for a death wish from her, absolutely no one would dare lay a single finger on me. I stretched lazily, but accidentally aggravated the painful injury on my stomach. I grimaced slightly, gently rubbing the sore spot, and said dejectedly, I'm so unlucky. Why do I keep getting tangled up with these crazy men? They say men become insane when they're in love, and now I've truly seen it for myself. Kinyanan saw how much pain I was in. She frowned and glared at the door, barking irritably. Why hasn't the doctor arrived yet? Is everyone dead? Just then, the male doctor reached the door, and upon hearing her shout, he jumped in fright. He walked in trembling, Miss Key. I tried to get here as fast as I could. Even though this is just the school infirmary, this building isn't small at all. It takes time to run down from the third floor. Kinyanan glared at him. Hurry up and examine him. The doctor nodded frantically and hurried to the bedside. He felt around through my shirt and then naturally lifted my shirt. Kinyanan had been watching the doctor's every move, so when he lifted my shirt, she naturally caught a glimpse of my smooth, pale abdomen. And since the doctor pulled the shirt up a bit high, the waistband of my underwear was faintly visible. Her expression became a bit strained, and she quickly looked away, but the image wouldn't leave her mind. The waistband was sky blue. Could it be Ultraman again? At that thought, she couldn't help but think back to that Ultraman underwear from before. Her beautiful face flushed even deeper. However, her mind uncontrollably conjured up the image of me wearing a full set of Ultraman underwear. Anan! Kinyanan! I called out while staring at her face, my clear voice growing louder as I said her name. Only then did Kinyanan snap out of it, nearly choking on her own saliva. Cough, cough! What is it? She felt a wave of panic, as if her dark thoughts had been exposed. I felt she was acting a bit strange and looked at her suspiciously, unable to help asking, what were you just spacing out about? Nothing at all. Kinyanan evaded by turning to the doctor, asking, how is he doing? The doctor pulled my shirt back down, answering, preliminary checks show no internal damage, but since he's so young, there might be other injuries, so I'd like to perform a more detailed examination. Fine, do it. Kinyanan cleared her throat and stood up, saying to me, wait here for a bit, I have some things to take care of, I'll be right back. Don't you dare wander off. Got it? I know, I answered obediently. Satisfied, Kinyanan turned to the doctor, instructing him, take good care of him. I understand, Mrs. Key, please don't worry. The doctor replied quickly. Kinyanan left the infirmary reassured and returned to the scene of the incident. Shunyan had somehow gathered some helpers and had already led them to surround the dozen or so boys, leaving them with no chance to escape. Seeing Kinyanan return, Sunyan immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, Miss Key, as per your orders, not a single one escaped. Good, Kinyanan nodded with satisfaction, her cold gaze sweeping over the group of boys. The bell for class had rung long ago, yet the crowd of students watching only grew larger. They were all curious to see exactly how Kinyanan would handle this. Kinyanan curled her lips into a slight smile. This was exactly what she wanted. The boys were crying piteously, mumbling apologies incessantly when they saw her. Sorry, we were wrong. We won't do it ever again. Only Long Aoshin, standing at the very front, had a dark expression, still remaining stubbornly defiant. Kineon strode over, standing right before them, and shouted coldly, "Which one of you kicked him? Step forward now." She still remembered the faces of those two. Her piercing gaze swept directly over them, waiting to see if they would dare admit it. But faced with such a murderous look from her, no one dared to step forward. Each one of them pulled back in fear. "No one dares to speak. You're brave enough to do it, but too cowardly to own up?" She snorted coldly. The two boys she caught in her glare immediately felt their legs go weak. They suddenly collapsed to the ground, crawling forward with tears streaming down their faces. Lowering their heads, they said, "It was us, Miss Key. We didn't mean to. We didn't know he was important to you. We thought he was using schemes to seduce you. If we had known he was yours, we never would have dared to touch him. Please believe us." "Oh, so it's my fault then. Are you blaming me?" Kineon sneered coldly. The two boys were so terrified they were shaking like leaves, shaking their heads frantically. No, it's our fault. It's all our fault." Kineon gave Sunyeon a signal with her eyes. Sunyeon understood immediately and ordered two bodyguards to drag those two boys aside and teach them a lesson they'd never forget. Right after that, Kineon fixed her glare on Long Aeotian. In the past, Long Aeotian had always begged for her to even look at him. Now he had his wish, but he felt no joy at all. Only a bone-chilling coldness radiated from the depths of his heart. His ears were filled with the agonizing groans of the two boys. After only a few hits, their cheeks were already swollen. Long Aeotian gritted his teeth, resolutely refusing to admit that he had also kicked him. He thought that as long as he took the secret to his grave, she wouldn't be able to tell. Kineon just stared at him coldly. That terrifying pressure made Long Aeotian almost buckle. But he remained silent, not saying a word, just keeping his head down. Very well, Kineon maintained a beautiful smile on her lips. Her dark eyes narrowed coldly, making her completely unreadable. She looked away from him and scanned the other boys. Suddenly she commanded, "Everyone, on your knees!" The boys looked at her in shock. The two boys who had just been disciplined were also dragged back. Kineon announced loudly, "I want all of you to crawl on your knees all the way to the infirmary and apologize to Feng Yuan for me." All the boys gaped in astonishment, but no one dared to utter a word of protest. Then one boy took the initiative and knelt first. Seeing this, the remaining boys hurriedly dropped to their knees one by one. Only Long Aeotian remained standing, still trying to resist. His tightly bitten lips had turned pale. He thought Kineon wasn't forcing him to admit it because of his status. After all, he was the young master of the Long group, and his father had mentioned that their family had business ties with the Qi group. Perhaps Kineon was respecting the relationship between the two families. Long Aeotian felt a slight sense of pride. No matter what, he was always someone special. Kineon probably wouldn't dare be too harsh on him. However, a pair of long, straight legs stepped in front of him. Long Aeotian felt her gaze and instinctively looked up. The moment he met Kineon's eyes, his heart couldn't help but tremble violently. She smiled slightly, but that smile was absolutely terrifying. On, Miss Key." He stammered her name, his voice sounding pitiful, trying to evoke some compassion from her. But unfortunately, he had miscalculated. All of Kineon's tenderness and mercy seemed to be reserved solely for Feng Yuan. She looked at him coldly, her expression not shifting in the slightest. Hidden within Kineon's smile was a brutal cruelty. "Don't want to kneel? You have some spine after all." Her tone suddenly changed. "I just wonder if your family collapses, if you still have this much courage. Take a guess, how long would it take for me to bankrupt the Long group?" Long Aeotian looked at her in stunned horror, blood seemingly draining from his body instantly. He felt a deep shiver down to his core. At this moment, he felt the woman standing before him was a terrifying demon. He knew she dared to do it, and she actually would. With the power of the Qi family, for Kineon to take down a business would hardly take any time at all. Long Aeotian's face turned as white as a sheet. With a thud, he fell heavily to his knees. Miserable tears rolled down his cheeks. Now Kineon looked like a goddess of shadows, curling her lips in a satisfied smile. The onlookers were all stunned in amazement. No one could have imagined that Miss Key would cause such a massive commotion for the sake of a single boy. Now everyone understood clearly in their hearts that Feng Yuan was truly vital to Miss Key. Kineon turned and walked straight toward the school infirmary. Behind her, a dozen boys were crawling on their knees, following miserably in her wake. The scene was both ridiculous and shocking. Many boys had long harbored resentment toward Long Aeotian's arrogant and overbearing attitude. Long Aeotian had always relied on being the president of Miss Jis fan club to act like a tyrant all day long, so seeing him so pathetic, the other boys couldn't help but laugh secretly. Most of the girls were watching just for the drama. Everyone flocked toward the infirmary, eager to see what would happen next. Inside the infirmary, I was letting the doctor apply medicine to the bruises on my body. Suddenly, a commotion reached my ears. "It sounds like it's coming from downstairs, doctor. Do you hear that?" I was about to ask when I suddenly heard people chanting my name. "Feng Yuan, we are sorry. Please forgive us. It wasn't just once." The shouts were continuous and unceasing. I was immediately stunned. What on earth is going on? Did Ki Nianen go to settle the score with those boys? I was about to ask when I heard someone call my name again. Fang Yuan, we're sorry. Please forgive us. The shouting echoed everywhere, wave after wave without a break. I was completely bewildered. What the hell was happening? Could Ki Nianen really have gone to settle the debt with those boys and even dragged them here to apologize to me? Just then, Ki Nianen walked in. She looked at the doctor first, asking urgently, "Is the checkup done? How is he doing?" The doctor hurriedly stood up to report. "He's not too badly injured, just some superficial wounds. He'll be fine once the medicine is applied." Good. Only then did Ki Nianen breathe a sigh of relief. She came over to help me up. "Come here, I'll show you something." I looked at her beautiful face, knowing in my heart that my earlier guess was correct. My face suddenly lit up. However, when I walked to the balcony, the moment I saw the scene below, I was completely shocked. Over a dozen boys, including Long Aocean, were all kneeling on the ground. They were repeatedly bowing their heads to the ground, shouting loudly for me to forgive them. I stood there with my mouth agape in stun, turning to look at Ki Nianen in shock, asking blankly, What is all this?" Ki Nianen smiled brightly. "They're just apologizing to you. Just stand there and watch, only forgive them once you're satisfied." I was caught between laughter and tears. Isn't this a bit much? Although I hated these boys, after all, when they were ganging up on me earlier, every single one of them was incredibly arrogant, showing no mercy at all. But seeing this scene downstairs now, I felt a bit awkward and uncomfortable. Having so many people kneeling and bowing before me, the scene was honestly a bit eerie. In any case, I couldn't bear it, so I said to her, "Forget it, just stop. Tell them to stop. It just feels weird watching this." Those boys down there, every one of them was a pampered, rich young master. They had never had to endure such humiliation before. Right now, each of them was performing those acts with tears streaming down. Ki Nianen looked at me in disagreement. "So soon? Don't be so soft-hearted. Think about when they were hurting you. Did they show any soft-heartedness then?" I noticed that the boys' knees were all dirty and scraped. Since many were wearing shorts, their knees were all bloodied from the scraping. I frowned slightly as a terrifying thought suddenly occurred to me. Did they really have to crawl on their knees all the way here? I looked at her in shock. Ki Nianen gave a blunt, casual nod. Her sharp, statue-like handsome face carried a hint of cold cruelty. "That's right. Otherwise, did you think I'd let them off so easily? If they dare hurt you, they have to pay this price. I'm already being lenient. This is being lenient? If she actually weren't lenient, I couldn't even imagine how much more disastrous the outcome would be. But this also let me witness firsthand a truly cruel side of her. If they didn't receive my forgiveness, those people down there would keep bowing their heads without stopping. I really didn't want to see this scene at all." Seeing that Ki Nianen had no intention of helping, I took a step forward and shouted to the boys, "Fine, I forgive you all." Only then did the boys' movements finally come to a halt. Ki Nianen looked at my expression and clicked her tongue slightly. She reached out and pulled me into an embrace, leading me directly into the room. "If you don't want to watch, then don't. Next time, talk it over with me before you do anything. Got it?" I let out a long sigh and said while staring at her, "If you make me watch scenes like that too often, I'm afraid I'll start having nightmares." Ki Nianen acted as if she hadn't heard a thing. She took the medicine from the doctor and came to support me. "Let's go. I'm taking you home." "There's no need. I feel much better now. I can walk on my own." I instinctively refused immediately. Especially when I caught the doctor's astonished look, I didn't want her to have to support me even more. Ki Nianen turned back and glared at me fiercely. She commanded overbearingly, "Hurry up! Come here, do you hear me?" I could only awkwardly take her arm. Ki Nianen led me out of the infirmary. As we stepped out of the infirmary building, the crowd outside still hadn't dispersed. When they saw Ki Nianen supporting me, each and every one of them gaped in shock again, as if they had just witnessed something impossible. Feeling incredibly embarrassed and awkward, I buried my face in her shoulder, pretending I couldn't see anything. Ki Nianen completely ignored everyone's stares. She walked straight toward the parking lot. Both of us walked along the campus path together. Fortunately, since classes were in session, there weren't too many people around. We joked around all the way to the parking lot. Ki Nianen told me to get in the car, then immediately drove away from the school. After all that struggling and chaos, I was completely exhausted, to the point where I fell fast asleep in the car. The luxury car came to a smooth stop in the parking garage. Ki Nianen turned around to look and saw my small face fast asleep. "What a little piggy, falling asleep just like that." Ki Nianen smiled as she looked at me. She reached out and gently pinched my cute little nose. "Don't mess with me. Get away." Ki Nianen looked at my adorable state, a gentle smile flickering on her lips. Then she opened the door and got out, walked around to the other side and carried me out on her back. My head rested close against her steady shoulder. Ki Nianen carried me into the elevator, upstairs, and back to the apartment. As soon as we entered the room, she laid me down on the living room sofa, while she herself sat down on the floor rug. Her gaze, deep and alluring, stared intently at my small, fair, and smooth face. She couldn't help but reach out, her fingertips gently brushing against my lips. They were so soft, making one want to taste them. Would they still be as sweet as last time? In Kinyanan's dictionary, the word self-control almost never existed. She had always done whatever she wanted immediately, so she leaned in closer, her thin lips pressed against mine. That soft sensation was truly incredibly pleasant. But simply touching lips wasn't enough. She wanted a deeper intimacy. Just as she was about to slip her tongue between my lips, I suddenly stirred slightly. My eyelashes fluttered, as if I were about to wake up. Kinyanan panicked instantly, hurriedly jerking back a step. With a thud, she accidentally hit the edge of the coffee table, almost falling over. Kinyanan became momentarily flustered, pulling back with force. Bang! She hit the coffee table again, nearly collapsing. However, the person on the sofa only rolled over slightly, facing outward. I smacked my little lips and drifted back into a peaceful sleep. Only then did Kinyanan realize I had no clue what happened. Her ink-black eyes were fixed on my sleeping face. She clicked her tongue dismissively. Your sleeping posture is terrible. In reality, her heart was also racing with guilt, thinking she'd been caught in her sneaky act, which was why she'd become so overly tense. She stood up and leaned in close again, about to gently pinch my small face. Just at that moment, ting ting ting, a phone rang out. It was the phone in my jacket pocket. The ringing startled me from my slumber. My small eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if I wanted to wake up, but was still clinging to the dream. Kinyanan had to quickly pull the phone from my pocket to prevent the ringing from waking me up entirely. But as soon as she saw the caller's name on the screen, she immediately narrowed her eyes in annoyance. Yunwan. She shot me a scrutinizing look. This brat actually has Yunwan's phone number? Just how close are these two anyway? The phone continued to ring. Seeing that name flashing on the screen, Kinyanan suddenly felt a surge of rage. Without thinking, she immediately pressed the end call button. Then she quickly added the number to the blacklist and deleted the contact entirely. Kinyanan performed that sequence of actions with incredible speed and decisiveness, without feeling the slightest bit of guilt. Then she placed the phone on the coffee table. She lowered her head to stare at my deep sleeping face. Full of frustration, she reached out and pinched my little nose. You little scoundrel, seducing girls wherever you go. Do you even care about your wife anymore? Hanging out with girls is one thing, but it just had to be the person who's in a feud with her. How very convenient. I clearly told you that Yunwan and I have a personal grudge. He's really something, treating my words like passing wind, and still keeping in touch with that Yun girl. They've only known each other a few days and already swapped numbers. How could she not remember, since when Yunwan became so easygoing? The more she thought about Yunwan giving me special treatment, the more stifled and frustrated she felt inside. Being pinched made it impossible to breathe. A feeling so uncomfortable it was as if I were about to suffocate. I turned my head away and instinctively, I parted my small lips slightly, using my mouth to breathe. Kinyanan's gaze suddenly deepened. She fixed her eyes on my lips. Especially seeing that slightly open mouth, it looked for all the world like I was inviting her for a kiss. Earlier, she'd been startled and couldn't kiss any deeper, which had left her feeling a bit regretful. This time, I was the one who opened my mouth first, so she wouldn't need to hold back anymore. Once again, she leaned in closer, her thin lips pressing firmly against mine. This time, without any hesitation or second thoughts, she slid her tongue directly into the inside of my slightly parted small mouth. I was already feeling a bit short of breath, and having her block me like this made it even harder to breathe. Finally, I was jolted awake. I let out a soft, low moan. Kinyanan felt it this time, and she let go of my lips. She lowered her head, staring intently at my small face to see if I was actually about to wake up, or if it was just an unconscious reaction in my dream. But unfortunately for her, what she feared happened. This time, I was truly awake. Kinyanan saw my eyelids flicker, knowing instantly that I was about to open my eyes. She hurriedly sat up and moved a bit away from me, pretending as if she had no idea what had just happened. I dizzily opened my eyes to look at her. Kinyanan looked away, but on her beautiful face, an unnatural blush appeared for a moment. Luckily, I had just woken up. My eyes hadn't adjusted yet, so everything still looked a bit blurry and hazy. I sat up abruptly, letting out a long yawn, then lazily stretched my arms. I wiped my hand across my mouth, only to find some wetness there. Could I have been drooling in my sleep? I quickly wiped it clean with the back of my hand to destroy the evidence, fearing that if Kinyanan saw it, she would mock me again. When my vision cleared up a bit, I squinted at Kinyanan weirdly and asked, Anan, why are you sitting right on the floor like this? What are you doing? Kinyanan's usually brilliant brain suddenly froze for a few seconds. She stammered as she made up an excuse. I was meditating. My face was filled with skepticism. The word meditating seemed to have absolutely nothing to do with her. Kinyanan stood up in a flash and shot me a sideways glance. What I do is none of your business, is it? Weren't you sleepy? Go back to your room and sleep some more. With that, she strode on her long legs straight into the study. Bang, the door was slammed shut. I blinked my eyes, staring blankly at her retreating back. I scratched my head, thinking she was being incredibly weird.
I clicked my tongue, feeling my throat go dry. Just as I was about to leave the sofa for some water, I heard a click. The study door suddenly swung open. Ki Nyanan walked out with an expressionless face. Her eyes were fixed on the phone on the coffee table, and she walked quickly toward me. "Let me borrow your phone for a second." Before I could even process it, she had already snatched the phone away. Then she turned right back and headed for the study. "You have your own phone. Why do you need to borrow mine?" I muttered under my breath. But I had to deal with my thirst first, so I didn't chase after her to get the phone back. It wasn't like I had any shady secrets anyway. I walked over to the fridge, took out a bottle of mineral water, and chugged it down. After taking my phone into the study, she hurriedly and irritably deleted Yunwan's call history. She had actually forgotten that detail, only remembering it once she got into the study. Good thing I had just woken up. My reactions were still slow, so I didn't suspect her for deleting the call logs. She tucked the phone into her pocket and walked out, just in time to see me drinking water. "Ugh, I'm hungry. Are there only crackers in this house? Nothing else to eat?" I walked toward her while asking. After taking a sip of water, my lips looked full and glistening. Ki Nyanan unconsciously recalled the kiss from earlier. Suddenly feeling parched, she said, "Give me a sip." She suddenly reached out, rudely snatching the water bottle from my hand. I glared at her in annoyance. "If you want a drink, get it yourself." I licked my lips, still feeling a bit thirsty, so I had to reluctantly head back to the fridge to grab another bottle. Ki Nyanan tilted her head back and drank from the bottle I just used. Was it because I had already drunk from it? Because she felt it tasted slightly sweet? Feeling completely different from ordinary water, she drained the remaining half of the bottle in one go, stepped on the trash can pedal, and tossed the empty bottle inside. I watched her wipe a drop of water from the corner of her mouth. It was only then that my brain slowly realized. She just drank from the same bottle I did. Wait, wouldn't that be an indirect kiss? At that thought, my gaze unconsciously drifted toward her thin lips. The shape of her lips was truly beautiful, carrying an indescribable sexiness. Perhaps those were the kind of lips that belonged to a great kisser. Suddenly, I remembered that she used to have many boyfriends. Then those alluring thin lips must have kissed quite a few men already. Thinking about this, my mood suddenly soured a bit. I couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a player, Ki Nyanan felt my resentful gaze. She frowned slightly, looking at me in confusion, and asked, "What's wrong? If you're hungry, you'll just have to wait a bit. It's not like I can magically make food appear for you. I'll order something for you right now, okay?" Ki Nyanan noticed my reproachful look. She furrowed her brows slightly, asking with a bewildered expression, "What is it?" "Be a little patient if you're hungry. I'm not a magician who can just conjure up food for you. Let me order delivery for you right now. Don't you even know how to cook noodles or something?" I was feeling cranky, so I deliberately wanted to make things difficult for her. Ki Nyanan burst out laughing. "Cook noodles? This young lady has never even boiled water before. If you want to eat my cooking, it better be because you're tired of living." I stared at her, then snatched my phone back directly. "I don't want to torture myself like that, so just hurry up and order the food. I want pizza. Oh, and some roasted chicken wings too. Tell them to deliver fast. I'm really starving here." Ki Nyanan took the phone and started ordering. I had just drunk too much water and needed to use the bathroom, so I forgot to even put the phone down. I took the phone with me straight into the bathroom. Unbelievably, just as I sat down on the toilet, the phone suddenly rang. I felt a bit awkward. I was in the middle of something, so why did someone have to call right now? What's more, the screen showed an unknown number. I didn't think twice, assuming it was a wrong number, so I answered it. "Hello, Xiao Yuan, it's me." Yunwan's soft, sweet voice came from the other end. I almost choked on my own spit. Hi, why is it you? What are you doing?" Yunwan asked. My face turned slightly red. How could I possibly tell her I was sitting on the toilet? "No, I'm not doing anything. Is there something you need?" Feeling embarrassed, I lowered my voice to ask. Yunwan went silent for a moment before speaking. "I tried calling you earlier, but you hung up, and when I called back, I couldn't get through. It was as if I'd been blacklisted. But I figured it probably wasn't you who did it." I said in surprise. "You called me?" "No, you didn't. I didn't receive any calls." "When did you call?" "About 10 minutes ago." 10 minutes ago, I was still asleep," I murmured to myself. Then, my eyes gradually went wide. I was sound asleep then, but there was someone else beside me, and that was Ki Nyanan. So without even guessing, I knew it had to be that person's doing. She saw Yunwan calling, so she hung up on her, and even went as far as putting her on the blacklist. It turns out Ki Nyanan took my phone for no reason earlier. It was to destroy the evidence. How annoying. How could that jerk do such a thing? I quickly spoke up to apologize. "Yunwan, I'm so sorry. My friend was just messing around with it." Yunwan replied in her deep, warm, and gentle voice, "It's okay. I knew it wasn't you. How are you? I heard someone beat you up. Are your injuries serious?" Turns out she called me in such a rush because she was worried about me. It seems she really does consider me a friend. I felt very happy about this, and a faint smile appeared on my small face. Luckily, it's not too bad. I originally intended to look for you at the basketball arena, but I was so unlucky.
I got intercepted on the way, so I ended up getting a beating. Yunwan's voice lowered. I heard about it. I'm sorry. If I hadn't told you to come. It has nothing to do with you. How could I blame you for this? If anyone's to blame, it's that Kinyanin. She's the root of all the trouble, which is why those crazed men are acting so insane. Are you really okay? If something is wrong, don't hide it from me, okay? I want to know how you actually are. You could hear it? Yunwan was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. I smiled and replied, I'm fine. Really? I'm okay. Think about it. If something was wrong, would I be laughing and talking like this? Right? I guess so. Yunwan finally sighed in relief. That's good. Can I ask you one more thing? Her voice became a bit serious and somber. Sure. I nodded. From her tone, it sounded like she was about to ask something extremely important. Is Kinyanin your girlfriend? She asked in a low voice. I was stunned. I didn't expect her to ask that, but on second thought, she must have heard about what happened today. Kinyanin declared in front of everyone that I am her husband. That news has surely spread throughout the school. That, I stammered. How should I explain this? Kinyanin obviously isn't my girlfriend, but she is my fiancé. If you don't want to say, it's fine. Don't worry about it, Yunwan said understandingly. It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that the relationship between her and me. I don't really know how to describe it properly. It's a bit complicated. I scratched my head, feeling a bit hesitant, not knowing if I should tell Yunwan my real identity and the truth about my relationship with Kinyanin. If you say girlfriend, that's not exactly it, I said, even though Kinyanin had suggested earlier that we should publicly announce him her boyfriend to protect me under that title. But hadn't I already refused? Besides, in reality, although Kinyanin and I are betrothed, the two of us aren't actually dating. Yunwan was silent for a moment. Then let me ask a different way. Do you like her? Like, romantic feelings between a man and a woman? I was stunned. Do I like Kinyanin? Thinking of that question, I zoned out for a moment, then replied, that's definitely a no. Between her and me, it's not the kind of relationship you think. Me and Kinyanin, romantic feelings? How could that be? Of course, I like Kinyanin. We're childhood friends, close since we were little, just like family. Since she's so good to me, how could I not like her? It's just that romantic feelings are something I've never considered. Yunwan suddenly spoke in a low voice. Xiao Yuan, where are you right now? I'm at home. Why? This question was much easier to answer than the last one. She asked, is it convenient for you to come out? I thought for a bit. I still had to eat, but I'd probably have time after finishing. So I nodded and replied, it is. What's going on? I want to see you. 4 simple words, yet they made my little heart thump. Like a sweet whisper from a loved one, my heart skipped a beat. I've always been a sucker for good voices, and Yunwan's voice is just so beautiful. So when she said in that gentle tone, I want to see you, I really couldn't stop my mind from racing. I hurriedly patted my small head. Don't overthink it, Yunwan. She surely has some business with you. It's not what you're thinking. Okay then. My cheeks flushed slightly. Let's set a time. How about noon? Before I could even answer, a loud thumping suddenly came from the door outside. My cheeks flushed a bit. So let's decide on a time. Is noon today okay? Before I could say a word, the room door was suddenly pounded on. Bang, bang, bang. Then Kinyanin's teasing voice rang out. Xiao Yuan, you've been in there for quite a while. What on earth are you doing? Panic surged within me, fearing Kinyanin would catch me secretly calling Yunwan. I hurriedly whispered, I'll call you back later. Bye-bye. After hanging up, I suddenly realized I was still sitting on the toilet. I quickly pulled up my pants and flushed. I stuffed the phone into my pocket and finally went to open the door. Kinyanin, with a carefree smile on her beautiful face, leaning one hand against the door frame, looked at me mockingly. I thought you'd fallen into the toilet bowl. I glared at her. You're the one who fell in? Kinyanin glanced into the bathroom. She sniffed and asked, so what were you doing in there? Are you constipated? No, her teasing made me turn red with embarrassment. If not for the fact that she helped me today, I would have retaliated by now. Kinyanin sniffed around, seeing that there really was no smell, then grabbed my arm and pulled me out. Get out now. I really need to use the bathroom. It's an emergency. I looked completely dazed right now, which was very unusual. Kinyanin gave a sly smile and squinted. Do you want to stay for a tour? I don't mind at all. You pervert, like I'd want a tour. After her teasing, I finally snapped back to my senses and hurried away. As soon as I saw Kinyanin enter the bathroom, I immediately glanced after her, confirming she was inside. I then stealthily stepped aside and pulled out my phone. I quickly searched for the blacklist, unblocked Yunwan's number, and sent her an explanatory message. Yunwan replied very quickly. Can you come out this noon? Let's meet outside. I looked at the message hesitantly. The food hadn't arrived, and I need an excuse to slip out after eating. Time seemed a bit tight. So I thought for a moment and messaged back. Can it wait until after school? Within just a few seconds, Yunwan's message arrived, her tone very gentle. Sure, let's meet then. I sent her back a smiley face icon. But just as I put the phone down, Kinyanin stepped out of the bathroom. Sensing her gaze scanning toward me, I suddenly grew tense. Instinctively, I quickly hid the phone. A feeling of guilt suddenly arose, as if I were having a secret affair behind my wife's back. To hide my embarrassment, I immediately said, "My phone is out of battery. Let me go charge it for a bit." After speaking, I slipped into the bedroom as fast as lightning. Chi Nianon's dark eyes narrowed, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. The delivery service was truly fast. It arrived in just 30 minutes. Chi Nianon really had ordered many of my favorites. As soon as I saw the delicious food, I couldn't help myself and ate until I was stuffed. After eating, I lay lazily on the sofa, rubbing my full belly. I'm so full. I glanced at the clock. It was already noon. I then said to Chi Nianon, "Anan, I don't want to go to school this afternoon. You go by yourself. Remember to ask the teacher for leave for me. Just say I'm seriously injured. He'll take this chance and use that excuse to skip school for a few days officially." To my surprise, Chi Nianon, holding an iPad, leaned against the other side of the sofa. Her captivating voice slowly drifted out. "Don't want to go either. I'll stay home to keep you company." "What? You? You aren't going either?" I didn't expect her to react like that, suddenly feeling anxious. "No, there's no need. You don't need to stay home with me. You'll be fine by myself. Just go to school." Chi Nianon felt I was being very strange. "I feel like you're trying to push me away. Why are you so insistent on sending me to school? Or are you planning something shady behind my back?" Chi Nianon's eyes suddenly became sharp. Of course not. Guilt stirred in my heart, and my speech started to falter. Chi Nianon put the iPad down and narrowed her stunning eyes at me. "Is there really nothing?" Like a good child, I nodded vigorously. There's really nothing. I just don't want you to miss class because of me. Don't worry, just go to school. I can take care of myself." I patted my chest confidently. If she kept watching over me here, how could I go meet Yunwan? I bounded off the sofa, fearing that if Chi Nianon asked more I'd be exposed, so I immediately headed toward the study. So boring. "I'll borrow your computer to play games for a bit. I've been back for so many days, but haven't touched a computer yet. My gaming addiction is suddenly acting up." "Wait," suddenly Chi Nian and rushed over to block my path. Her expression was serious. "The study is my private sanctum. You aren't allowed in." I pouted in dissatisfaction. "What sanctum? Why won't you let me in? Or is it?" I gave a sly grin, pointing at her suggestively. "You're hiding some little secret in there, aren't you?" Chi Nianon grabbed my finger. "What are you thinking? Anyway, the study is my territory. No means no. Especially my computer, you absolutely must not touch it. Do you understand?" She pinched my cheek while talking. "Ow, that hurts." I grimaced and swatted her hand away. "Fine, I won't go in," acting like there's hidden treasure or something. I sullenly turned around and went into the bedroom, slamming the door with a loud bang. Chi Nianon shook her head at me, then she also went into the study. In the bedroom, I pressed my face against the door, trying to listen for any movement outside. Hearing the sound of a door closing, did she just enter the study? Should I take a gamble? Bolt out while she's not in the living room. But if I do that, she'll discover I've escaped. This timing doesn't seem right. It's too easy to cause suspicion. My head is killing me. I should still think of a plausible excuse so I can leave openly without making her wonder where I went. I walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the brilliant sunshine outside. The floors were so high up, I leaned in close and looked down. Over 30 stories high, that height was truly terrifying. There's no way I'd ever dare climb down from here. Sigh, what should I do now? I let myself flop onto the bed, lying spread-eagled. Full stomach, heavy eyelids. So I just lay there and drifted off to sleep before I knew it. When I woke up again, it was after 3 p.m. I gently cracked my neck. I slept too much. My head feels a bit dizzy. I scrambled up, slipped on my slippers, and walked to the living room. I found a bottle of water in the fridge, and after a few sips, a cold rush ran through my body and my mind gradually became fully alert. The room was so quiet, only the brilliant sunshine streaming from outside was vibrant. I glanced toward the study. Not a single sound could be heard. Did Chi Nianon fall asleep in there too? Or was she engrossed in gaming? If I sneak out for an hour now, then come right back, would she even find out? I gripped my phone tightly, tiptoeing toward the entrance, softly changing my shoes, closing the door with absolute care. Every movement is slow, as if playing in slow motion. I successfully made it out. I can't delay any longer. I quickly send a message to Yunwan, letting her know that I'm on my way. I quickly step into the elevator, go downstairs, and run straight out, waving down a taxi driver to go to Shangdi Academy. "Drive faster, sir." But what I didn't know was, at the very moment I stepped out of the apartment, the study door happened to open as well. Chi Nianon walked out too. As for me, I had entered the cafe, the place where I had arranged to meet Yunwan. This street is right next to Shangde Academy. Students usually love to stroll around here. Just as I walked through the door, the rich aroma of coffee hit my nose. I was about to look for Yunwan when unexpectedly, she was already waving at me. I smiled, walked over, and sat down, asking if she had been waiting long. Yunwan elegantly handed me the menu, smiling and saying, "Not at all." See what you'd like to drink. This shop is very popular at school. The taste must be quite good. Actually, I'm indifferent to coffee, preferring milk tea or honey kumquat tea. But when I flipped the menu open and saw the prices listed there, the words I was about to say suddenly caught in my throat. I looked up at Yunwan, hurriedly using the menu to hide my face, leaning in and whispering, "This place is so expensive. One drink costs nearly 100 yuan. Even though I've had much more expensive ones, the first thing I thought about was Yunwan's financial situation. But Yunwan kept the smile on her lips, saying with an unconcerned look, "It's okay. Just order. I can still afford this much." I frowned and shook my head. "No, don't. Too expensive. It's a total rip-off shop." Only then did I understand why she said earlier, "This shop is very popular with students. Shangdae is an aristocratic academy. Most of those who spend money here are wealthy young ladies. This price is nothing to them." At that moment, the waiter brought the order. He smiled friendly with a bright and handsome appearance. I looked down. It turned out to be 2 slices of strawberry cake. I looked at Yunwan in shock. "Did you order this?" Yunwan nodded, her eyes sparkling like stars, responding with a smile. "Yeah. I've heard before that the sweets here are very delicious. Since you're with me this time, let's give it a try." The waiter just left. I immediately and anxiously flipped through the menu, wanting to see the price of the cake slice. Yunwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at my behavior. "Stop looking. Just order another drink." I rustled through the menu, finally finding the price of the strawberry cake at the back. My eyes widened in an instant. Over 100 yuan, this place really is a rip-off. My volume was a bit loud, causing the people around us to look back. Yunwan coughed lightly in embarrassment, softly reminding me. She didn't mind my exaggerated surprise and even found it a bit cute. But there might be other students from the school in this shop. I just caused a huge incident today and am getting a lot of attention, so it's better to be modest. I realized that too, my face flushing slightly. Hurriedly pulling up my collar, I set the menu aside. I took the lemon water the waiter just brought. "I'll just drink this. No more ordering." Seeing this, Yunwan didn't push further. I took a sip of the water. My head was full of thoughts about returning quickly, to avoid Ki Nianan discovering I snuck out. "Yunwan, did you ask me to come here? To tell me something?" I asked hurriedly, making use of every second, just wanting to finish quickly so I could return. Yunwan's dark brown eyes looked at me, suddenly saying, "Actually, you can call me Yunwan." I paused for a moment. Calling her Yunwan felt so intimate. Yunwan slightly raised her eyebrows, her tone sounding a bit saddened. "I already consider you a friend? Don't you?" "Of course not." "Wait, that's not right." "Of course I do." I realized I misspoke, so I quickly corrected myself. Afraid she wouldn't understand, my little head was nodding vigorously like a chicken pecking at grain. How could I not consider her a friend? I've wanted to be friends with her from the start. I just didn't expect everything to happen so suddenly, thinking she was someone hard to open up, and that it would take a long time before she saw me as a friend. So hearing her say that made my heart feel very happy. Yunwan was clearly very satisfied with this answer. Her eyes filled with laughter as she looked at me, pushing the strawberry cake in front of me and saying, "Then from now on, please call me Yunwan. Hurry up and eat the cake." "Okay, Yunwan." My eyes curved. I smiled, remembering she also seemed to call me Xiao Yuan. If she called me Fong Yuan, I would feel a bit strange hearing it. I tasted a piece of the strawberry cake. The fresh strawberry flavor spread on my tongue, instantly making my eyes light up. It's truly delicious. No wonder this shop is so expensive. It's well worth the money. I pushed the remaining slice toward her, urging, "You try it too. The taste is really fantastic. I could eat this forever without getting tired of it. I even want another piece. Shall we order another one?" She smiled, picked up the fork and tried a bite. The taste indeed made her eyes brighten a bit, nodding in agreement with me. Looking at my small, satisfied face, she felt that this might be the best strawberry cake in the world. I quickly shook my head. "Don't. One piece is enough. If I kept eating just because I didn't get sick of it, would I eat until she goes bankrupt?" It took me less than a minute to finish the cake, licking the remaining cream while asking her, "That's right. Why did you need to see me so urgently? Is it something very important?" Yunwan slowly put down the fork. Her eyes were fixed on me, her gentle voice ringing out leisurely. "Initially, I was a bit worried about your injuries. But seeing you still so lively, it seems you're really okay." According to the versions she heard, I was beaten by a group of male students and even had a hand injury, bleeding a lot. Some even exaggerated, saying my internal organs were damaged and that I was vomiting a lot of blood. Even though I said I was fine on the phone, she still wanted to see for herself. "Is that all?" I asked back. I thought she had some majorly important matter. I had even mentally prepared myself. Who knew the truth would be so far from my expectations? "There's one more thing I want to ask you." Yunwan looked at my somewhat disappointed face and couldn't help but burst into laughter. She looked seriously into my eyes, suddenly asking, "What's the relationship between you and Ki Nianan?" "That." I scratched my head, tongue-tied for a moment. How should I tell her? To my surprise, Yunwan smiled slightly and directly voiced her suspicion. "You two have known each other for a long time, right?"
You already knew each other before you transferred to Shangdae, and you're very close, aren't you? She just blurted it out like that. I suddenly felt a bit dizzy, so there's no need to hide it anymore. Right then, a very loud voice suddenly rang out from the side. Fang Yuan, this voice was all too familiar. My whole body stiffened instantly. Instinctively, I thought Qi Nianan had arrived, catching me red-handed sneaking out. Moreover, meeting with Yunwan, who has a grudge with her, it's over, am definitely toast. I turned my head blankly, but before I could see clearly who it was, a figure rushed straight over, wrapping his arm tightly around my neck. Xiao Yuan, it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. A very sturdy hug, with a faint scent of men's perfume. It was a boy. Only then did I look up in surprise at the person in front of me. Xiaoqi, why are you here? Chuchi raised his eyebrows, glaring at me. I should be the one asking you that. Why are you in this place?
When did you get back to the country? Well, I've been back for a few days now. Chuchi let go of me and said with dissatisfaction, then why didn't you tell me you were back? How long do you plan to stay this time? When are you going back to America? Well, I've transferred to Shangdae Academy now. I'll be staying in the country for a while. I explained briefly. Waiting until the engagement between me and Qi Nianan is cancelled, maybe then I'll return to America. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Chuki excitedly grabbed my hand, his eyes wide with amazement. Of course it's true, I said with a smile. Then that's wonderful. How great. From now on we can be together all the time. Chuchi was beyond happy. I turned to complain to him. Right, where have you been lately? I've been at school for days and haven't seen a sign of you. Chuchi smiled shyly. My dad went to France for a fashion show, so I tagged along for the fun. I really envy you, I exclaimed. Chuchi's father is a famous fashion designer, constantly flying all over the world. Oh, does Qi Nianan know you're back? Chuki suddenly asked. She knows. Mentioning this, I suddenly remembered Yunwan's presence. I awkwardly stole a glance at her, seeing that she still had a faint smile on her face as if she wasn't surprised at all. At this moment, Zhou Qi also noticed Yunwan. When he saw Yunwan's face clearly, he was instantly stunned, exclaiming in shock, Lu Wanwen, why are you sitting with Xiao Yuan? I wasn't surprised that he knew Yunwan. After all, Yunwan is a prominent figure at Shangdae. But why did I find his expression so strange? Ah, that's right, his face seemed a bit redder than before. Right after, Zhou Qi suddenly sat down, pushing me aside. The way he looked at Yunwan clearly showed the shyness and joy of a young boy, asking, how do you know Xiao Yuan? His eyes were glued to Yunwan, unable to look away. Even someone as dense as me could feel that burning gaze. A thought suddenly occurred to me. Does Zhou Qi like Yunwan? I quickly gave him a tug, then whispered in his ear, can't you tone down that look of yours a bit? Xiao Yuan, tell me quickly, what's with you and Yunwan? Are you two dating? Chu Qi suddenly thought of this possibility, looking at me with a devastated face. No, don't talk nonsense. I found the atmosphere too awkward, and hurriedly said to him, Zhou Qi, you go first. I'll explain later. Stop causing a scene here. Chu Qi was reluctantly pushed to his feet by me. Fine, I'm leaving. I'll call you later. Waiting until I waved goodbye to Zhou Qi, I let out a sigh of relief. I'm so sorry. I looked at Yunwan apologetically, but Yunwan shook her head, smiling softly. It's okay. Seems like I guessed right. I was a bit stunned. After the chaos Zhou Qi caused, my little head was temporarily confused, unable to catch up with her rhythm. You and Qi Nianan have been friends for many years, haven't you? Childhood sweethearts. She looked into my eyes, her voice carrying a hint of depth. I shivered slightly, thinking that she had already guessed everything, so there was nothing to hide anymore. So I nodded, yeah, as I thought. I should have guessed it sooner, Yunwan said calmly, her voice dropping slightly. In those eyes, there seemed to be some emotion, but I couldn't see through it. I felt the atmosphere was very strange, suddenly not knowing what to say. At that moment, I suddenly remembered something. Qi Nianan said there's a grudge between them. What exactly is that grudge? I muttered to myself. Yunwan knows that Qi Nianan and I are on good terms. Will she look at me differently? Unexpectedly, Yunwan looked at me. A sudden sentence made my heart tighten. Last time you cried outside the principal's office, was it because you fought with Qi Nianan over the security guard being reinstated? I was a bit shocked. How could she guess it so accurately? But I still nodded in admission. One last question. She leisurely spoke. I looked up and met her deep eyes, a gaze that seemed to see right through my soul. What question? I asked. Yunwan spoke directly. You two aren't dating, right? She only said that to stand up for you, didn't she? That sentence? I understood immediately, referring to Qi Nianan saying I was her husband. I felt she wasn't wrong, so I continued to nod. That's right. As for the marital relationship between Qi Nianan and me, there's probably no need to say it. No one knows anyway, and they don't need to announce it. Who knows? This engagement might be cancelled in a while. A smile appeared in Yunwan's eyes. All right, I'm done with my questions. She seemed to want to understand my thoughts, adding, don't worry. I won't stop considering you a friend because of your relationship with her. We're still friends. Hearing this, I finally truly regained my smile. I knew you wouldn't.
Unlike that Kinianan, who's incredibly hot-tempered, Achu at the same time, Jinianan at home suddenly sneezed. I looked at the watch, my small face instantly wrinkling. Panic-stricken, I'm so sorry, I have to go. I've been out for nearly an hour. If I don't get back now, Jinianan will definitely find out I snuck away. Yunwan nodded, calling the staff to pay. I was a bit uneasy. Should we split the bill? Yunwan had already finished paying, saying to me with a smile, it's fine. This time is on me. You can treat me next time, okay? I didn't think twice and nodded. Sure. In my heart, I already started planning to treat her to a really nice meal next time, and it has to be more expensive than this one. Yunwan seemed to suddenly think of something, looking at me and asking, how about you take me to a movie? An American blockbuster is premiering this weekend. I've always wanted to see it. I wonder if you're interested. Yunwan seemed to suddenly think of something, looking at me and asking, how about you take me to a movie? An American blockbuster is premiering this weekend. I've always wanted to see it. I wonder if you're interested. Is it that movie? I like it too. Then that's great. I'll take you to see it. I hurriedly agreed. Then I suddenly paused, remembering she had a boyfriend. I suddenly remembered that, looking at her hesitantly. The thing is, us going to a movie together seems a bit inconvenient, doesn't it? Is there something wrong? Yunwan asked, puzzled. I could only smile bitterly at her. Don't you already have a boyfriend? If your boyfriend finds out about this, he'll definitely be furious. How about this? I'll pay for the tickets and you take your boyfriend. Would that work? Yunwan paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. I didn't understand what her expression meant. Was she agreeing to my suggestion or not? But I was very firm in my mind. Since she has a boyfriend, I absolutely cannot go to a movie alone with her. I need to keep my distance. To my surprise, Yunwan suddenly looked straight into my eyes, saying something shocking. Actually, I don't have a boyfriend. I was completely stunned. Yunwan gave a soft smile, saying, I don't have a boyfriend, so you can invite me to a movie now. There's no need to change anything. But wait, you don't have a boyfriend? That doesn't seem right. Don't you already have one? I felt so confused. If only one person said that, it might be fake news. But about her having a boyfriend, it wasn't just she and Yu saying it. Even Qi Nianen confirmed it. I might not believe Shen Yue, but as for that Qi Nianen, despite being overbearing and petty, I still find her words quite trustworthy. Yunwan rubbed her nose slightly, saying with a bit of embarrassment, the boyfriend thing was something I intentionally made up. I was stunned once again, never expecting things to be like that. I immediately connected the dots and cried out, did you use that as an excuse to reject the boys who came to confess? And then over time, everyone thought you really had a boyfriend. No wonder everyone says her boyfriend is so mysterious, since no one has ever met him, nor knows which school he attends. It turns out there was never any so-called boyfriend from the start. Yunwan put her finger to her lips, shushing me, her beautiful face showing clear seriousness. Only you know about this. You have to keep it a secret for me. Got it? I nodded blankly, still feeling utterly shocked by the truth I just learned. Yunwan looked at my strange expression and narrowed her eyes, asking, this look on your face seems like you're very disappointed. My eyes widened, and I quickly shook my head. No way, not at all. You must have seen wrong. But it's true I was a little disappointed. That's because hearing rumors about her mysterious boyfriend earlier made me very curious and eager to uncover the secret. Who knew the so-called secret would be fake? My disappointment was actually from losing, the fun of digging up that secret. Then let's settle the movie plan as decided. Is this Saturday okay? Yunwan didn't press any further. After all, every thought of mine was plain as day on my face. She only needed one look to understand. Seeing no further issues, I nodded. Yeah. Okay, then we'll set the time later. Oh no, I really have to go. Yunwan watched my frantic figure as I dashed outside. Her beautiful lips curled into a slight smile. Turning to the apartment, I tiptoed to open the door, carefully closing it bit by bit. Then I bent down right at the entrance, my movements very gentle as I changed into slippers. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over me. A cold voice rang out. Where did you go? My whole body stiffened instantly. I slowly raised my head, meeting Xinianen's stern gaze. I forced a smile and asked, when did you discover that I wasn't at home? Half an hour ago. Her eyes, like a hawk's, stared intently at me, as if locking onto her prey. I hurriedly pulled a bag from behind my back, beaming with a bright smile. I woke up and suddenly felt hungry. It happened to be afternoon tea time, so I just went downstairs to buy something. But Xinianen wasn't so easily fooled. She curled her lip at me. Gone for over half an hour. Which shop did you buy from? My heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, the shop name on the bag was actually nearby. It wasn't because I was clever, but because I smelled something good on the way back and bought it randomly because I was hungry. I didn't expect it to come in handy at the right time. My shifty eyes darted around once, immediately coming up with a new excuse. Actually, it's like this. On the way I met a Samya dog. It was incredibly adorable, so I couldn't help but stop and play with it for a bit, after which I went to buy the food. This explanation was truly flawless. I secretly praised myself in my head. To my surprise, Kiniana narrowed her eyes, questioning me rapidly. A Samoyed? I've lived here for so long and have never seen one. How many months old was the dog you met? What was its name? Was the owner male or female? How could I possibly know all that? I didn't actually meet any Samoyed after all.
I panicked for a few seconds.
Suddenly, a plan popped into my head. I suddenly glared at her.
What do you mean? You don't trust me, do you?
All my efforts to be good to you were for nothing.
I even bought the food you like for you. Now you're not getting any. I pretended to be angry, trying to slip past her into the house. Chi Nianan immediately grabbed my hand. Her voice sounded a bit helpless.
All right.
Why is your temper so short lately?
I didn't say I didn't trust you. I just wanted to clear things up. You're running around while you're injured, going out without even telling me. She pulled me toward the sofa. She took the bag from my hand and placed it on the coffee table. I was actually feeling very guilty, so I didn't dare to keep pretending, to avoid overacting and making her suspicious. Just as the two of us were eating, my phone suddenly rang. Paused for a moment, thinking to myself, could it be Yun Wan calling? I couldn't help but glance at Chi Nianan. Unexpectedly, she happened to look over at the same time. That look was terrifyingly deep. If she had seen through something.
Your phone is ringing.
Aren't you going to answer? Her stare sent a chill down my spine. I had no choice but to risk taking out my phone. I checked the screen. It wasn't Yun Wan. It was Zhou Qi. I breathed a sigh of relief. I generously showed her the screen and smiled, saying, "It's Zhao Qi calling. Why is he calling you all of a sudden?" I immediately froze. I had just met Zhou Qi. If she finds out, won't she know that I was lying? I got nervous and started stuttering right away. I don't know either. Let me answer first. I was just afraid that as soon as I picked up, Zhou Qi would blab about us just seeing each other. So I hurriedly left the sofa, pretending to go to the fridge for water. Hello, Zhou Qi's voice fired out like a machine gun.
Xiao Yuan, what is going on between you and Yunwan?
Since when did you know her?
Why was she eating with you in a cafe?
Do you like her? Ooh, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
Wah.
I quickly pulled the phone away from my ear. After a while, I put it back to my ear. Calm down. Can you speak a bit softer? I'm about to go deaf. You're only going deaf. My heart is about to shatter. Xiao Yuan, why did you snatch her away from me right after coming back?
Boo-hoo.
I just want to die right now. How could you steal my love? Seeing him like this, I really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This confirmed my suspicion. This kid really does like Yunwan. It's not like that.
Oh, right.
I used my peripheral vision to peek at Chi Nianan while she wasn't paying attention. I slipped into the bedroom and closed the door, lowered my voice, and instructed Zhou Qi. The fact that I met you today
Must be kept secret.
don't tell anyone, especially Chi Nianan. Don't let her find out.
Why?
Zhou Qi was confused. Oh, explain it to you later. Just remember not to let her know. Got it. So about you and Yunwan, you better clarify things. She and I are just friends. If you like her, feel free to pursue her. Okay, Zhou Qi sighed. I'm pursuing her, but I can't catch up. She basically doesn't even spare me a glance. He had liked Yunwan for so long and never once saw Yunwan hanging out alone with any guy, which is why he was so shocked. So that's how it is. Recalled Yunwan's cold demeanor. This journey of pursuing love would definitely be very difficult. Zhou Qi sighed.
Sigh.
I know she has a boyfriend now, so now I can only watch her from a distance. I really wanted to tell Zhao Qi that Yunwan's boyfriend is fake. So, even to my best friend, I couldn't say it. The next day, as soon as I entered the school, I felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. All the way from the school gate, countless eyes were fixed on me. They were looking at me and whispering excitedly. I felt incredibly uncomfortable, like I was being scrutinized like a monkey. It was annoying. Just as I passed the bulletin board, at that very moment, Shen Yue with a serious expression ran over and pulled me, saying urgently, "Xiao Yuan, come here and see what's going on." What is it? I followed her toward it, dazed. To my surprise, when the crowd in front of the board saw me, they automatically stepped aside to make way. A bad premonition suddenly surged in my heart. I walked closer to take a look. A photo was posted prominently on the bulletin board. It was Yunwan and me laughing and talking in the cafe. Even worse, some malicious person had edited the photo to look extremely romantic, looking like a scandalous affair any way you looked at it. I was stunned. Who posted this? Shen Yu shook her head and showed me her phone. I don't know. Look, it's on the school forum too. Someone even sent it to the class groups. The situation is very serious now. Everyone is whispering. Whispering that she didn't dare continue. But seeing her hesitation, it was enough to know how ugly those rumors were. How did it come to this? Who on earth did this? I was going crazy. Only went to meet Yunwan for a bit. I didn't do anything. Why did it turn out like this? The pointing and whispering of the people around me felt like needles stabbing into my brain, giving me a splitting headache. Shen Yue frowned and analyzed. I suspect it's Long Aotian as the most likely culprit. He was expelled because of you. His personality, hell definitely seek revenge. He was expelled. I hadn't thought about that at all. But hearing Shen Yu say it, it seemed like the most likely possibility. Shen Yue continued. Maybe you don't know how serious it is to be expelled from Shangdae. Studying here is a status symbol. Once expelled, the elite circle will look down on you. Long Aotian is so arrogant. How could he bear this humiliation? I just felt my temples throbbing uncontrollably. What I was worried about wasn't Long Aotian's revenge. At that very moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind. Xiao Yuan, what's going on. It was Chi Nianan. My whole body froze, and I didn't even dare to turn back and look at her. Before Chi Nianan could even see the photo on the bulletin board, someone nearby piped up to snitch. Miss Chi,
You've been cheated on?
Fang Yuan is having an affair with Yunwan. A man like him doesn't deserve to be with you. Break up with him quickly. That's right. How could a guy like him be worthy of Miss Chi? Kick him out of school. Expel him. Most of those shouting were male students. Chi Nianan frowned and asked me, "What is this about?" Her eyes looked up, and seeing the photo on the bulletin board, her expression immediately turned icy. Her eyes silently pierced through me, asking again, "What is this about?" The same question, but the tone and implication were completely different. "When was this photo taken?" she asked rationally, her eyes falling on the photo once more. The date and time were clearly marked in the bottom right corner. This time, isn't this? "Fang Yuan, you lied to me." In Chi Nianan's cold eyes, a flame of anger erupted. Looking straight at me, her voice was bone-chilling, as if hissed through gritted teeth. "This time, isn't it? Fang Yuan, you dare lie to me." Chi Nianan's cold eyes blazed with fury as she stared at me. Her voice was as cold as ice, seeming to be squeezed out through gritted teeth. "Nianan, listen to me. I didn't mean to." I was completely panicked, not knowing how to explain. The truth was right there in front of us. So anything I said now would be meaningless. Chi Nianan stepped forward quickly, ripped the photo down, and tore it into pieces to vent her anger. Then she turned and threw them right at me. She didn't say a word, just stared at me coldly, but her chest was heaving violently. She seemed to be suppressing an immense rage. This was the first time I truly understood. That truth will always out. I just didn't expect the truth to be exposed this way. Someone wanted to hurt me, to drive a wedge between Chi Nianan and me. That person succeeded. Chi Nianan let out a sarcastic, cold laugh. "Keep making things up. I just want to see what excuse you can cook up to lie to me this time."
Why aren't you saying anything?
"Talk now." I was startled by her loud shout, not knowing what to say. Chi Nianan lifted her chin. Her fists clenched so tight they turned white, and suddenly kicked away the trash can next to her. "Fang Yuan, this is the first time I've realized how cunning you are. If you don't want to explain, then from now on, don't ever speak again." Having said that, she coldly turned and walked away. Chi Nianan, I hurriedly called out after her. I wanted to chase her to explain and apologize. "Hun hung lei beat them yuet zulite." Shen Yu said worriedly. "Xiao Yuan, don't go. Miss Chi is extremely angry right now. If you go over there, you're just looking for trouble. Let her cool down before you talk." But I was so worried I was about to cry. Tears were already welling up in the corners of my eyes. Chasing her now want help. Miss Chi won't listen to a single word. Besides, the truth is plain to see. So how do you plan to explain? I felt lost too. Right? How was I supposed to explain now? At this point, the issue wasn't whether anything was going on between Yunwan and me. It was that I had lied to Chi Nianan. That's exactly why she was angry. But I also didn't quite understand. Even if she was angry, was such an extreme rage really necessary? It was just a small lie. Did she really need to blow up like this? As if I had actually cheated on her. The school bell rang and Shen Yue said, "Go back to class first. After school, go find Miss Chi and explain everything clearly." My mind was as messy as a tangled ball of yarn, so I had no choice but to follow her advice. However, I sat in a daze all morning. The English teacher suddenly called on me to read. I wasn't focused at all, so I made a complete mess of the reading.
What kind of gibberish are you reading? Fang Yuan.
Don't think you're so smart just because you studied in America. You still have a lot to learn. Sit down and listen to the lecture properly. Understand. The English teacher's words were full of sarcasm. She was feeling extremely smug, finally getting her revenge on me. If it were before, I would never have swallowed this insult. But right now, all I could think about was how to explain things to Chi Nianan. How to explain and apologize. I basically didn't care about the teacher's attitude. The English teacher's pointer tapped on my desk with a triumphant smile on her face. She said to the whole class,
"Don't be like Fang Yuan.
Just because he speaks well, he thinks he doesn't need to study English. After all, exams and communication aren't the same." Before she could finish, she started walking toward the podium. Unexpectedly, a foot suddenly tripped her. She was so busy being smug that she didn't see it and tripped head on. Her body wobbled. She almost fell flat on her face, having to scramble to grab the desk to stay upright. Quite a few people chuckled under their breath. The English teacher's face darkened. After steadying herself, she glared at Shen Yu. Shen Yu put on an innocent face and shrugged. Sorry, Ms. OU. I didn't mean to." But she clearly did it on purpose. A slight smile crossed her lips, and with that very perfunctory apology, it was obvious. Then, Shen Yue squinted and glanced at me with a smile. Yes, if she were seeking credit, the teacher was so angry her face turned beet red. But she couldn't do anything to Shen Yu, so she just had to swallow her pride. She cleared her throat and scolded her. "Be careful next time. Don't stick your feet out. Tripping a teacher is one thing, but what if you trip a classmate?" Saying this, she stood up straight. trying to look composed. Shen Yu's foot was still sticking out. She looked down and prepared to step over it. Who would have thought that at that moment, Shen Yu would suddenly pull her foot back? Natural reflex caused the teacher's step to falter for a split second. This unexpected mishap made the English teacher lose her balance. This time, she couldn't stay upright and fell flat on the ground.
Ha 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 ha.
This scene was truly hilarious. The students finally couldn't hold it back and burst into a fit of laughter. And that laughter was like several slaps, smacking her right in the face. English teacher's face turned completely black with rage. Shen Yue clicked her tongue twice, speaking with a voice full of sympathy. Teacher, why are you so careless? I already pulled my foot back, yet you still fell. So you can't blame me for this, right? I was stunned. I only just realized that Shen Yue was taking revenge on my behalf. The English teacher practically had to crawl up. Having lost all face amidst the students' mockery, she didn't even bother to dismiss the class and just ran straight out of the room. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I was only in a daze for a moment. How did this happen? On the contrary, Shen Yu was extremely proud of herself. She turned around, leaning her crossed arms on my desk, looking at me as if asking for a reward.
Well, I got revenge for you.
How are you going to thank me?
Lunch is on you.
Honestly, I didn't really notice anything. I smiled helplessly. The teacher thought she had humiliated me, but my mind was somewhere else entirely. I didn't care about that at all. Shen Yue huffed. Didn't you see her expression earlier?
Damn. Just looking at her annoyed me.
She went out of her way to trouble you and then acted smug. It's disgusting.
All right.
Anyway, it's already done. Don't overdo it like that next time. She genuinely wanted to stand up for me, so I couldn't bring myself to be harsh with her. The next period was PE. I sat on the steps, hesitating about whether to go find Qi Nianen to apologize. Although Shen Yue said I should give her some space and wait for her to cool down. And apologize immediately would be better. Suddenly, a dark shadow flew toward me.
Oof.
It hit me right on the forehead. A ball bounced on the ground and rolled aside.
Ow.
Cried out in pain. The impact was so strong I almost fell backward. My bad. Boy ran over and said indifferently, then picked up the volleyball and went back to the court. I rubbed my forehead, feeling dizzy and seeing stars. Why am I so unlucky? Just sitting here in a daze and I get hit by a ball. Anyway, sitting here during PE. It's just a waste of time. Maybe I should go to Class S of the 11th grade to check on Qi Nianen's situation. Just as I made up my mind, suddenly another dark shadow flew over and hit my head again. My already dizzy head felt even dizzier now. My vision went dark. I hurriedly grabbed something nearby to keep from collapsing.
Sorry.
It was that same boy running over again. He said to me in a detached voice, "Once is bad luck, but the second time in a row, even as slow as I am, I knew he did it on purpose." Before I could get angry, Shen Yu rushed over, angrily pointing at the boy's face. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" She looked down at me with concern. "Fang Yuan, are you okay?" I closed my eyes tightly, my face scrunched up, looking extremely uncomfortable. Shen Yue looked at the volleyball, knowing that getting hit like that must be very painful. She glared at the boy in a rage. The boys playing ball gathered around, but they all put on fake apologetic faces. "Sorry? Okay, we really didn't mean to." I told him to sit at the edge of the court, just sitting there like a log. A ball flies right at his face and he doesn't even know to dodge. Shen Yue gave a cold snort. "Dodge? You try dodging then. The ball is moving so fast." While Hez in a daze, how is he supposed to dodge in time? The boys standing around started whispering.
Look at that.
This Fang Yuan really has some nerve. So many girls are always standing up for him. I wonder how many people Hez seduced. Otherwise, how could both Miss Qi and Yunwan be so enchanted by him? I really don't get what Miss Qi sees in him. Maybe Hez just good in bed.
Haha, definitely that.
Look at his lower body. It's so well developed. You can tell how slutty he is just by looking. That's why they say every girl likes a guy who's good at it. Those filthy, vulgar words were getting harder to listen to. Listening to this just made me feel nauseous. My head was already spinning. Now I couldn't stop myself from gagging. "Fang Yuan, how are you feeling?" Shen Yue glared furiously at the boys around us, shouting, "All of you shut up." Someone who wasn't convinced argued back. "Shen Yue? Do you actually like him? He seduces everyone. Don't you find it gross?" "Shut up!" This time, it was me who shouted. I grabbed the volleyball nearby, threw it as hard as I could at that boy, hitting him right in the middle of his forehead. He couldn't take the impact and fell on his butt. The crowd around us immediately started protesting. "Fang Yuan, how dare you hit someone? Don't think Miss Qi is still backing you up. Miss Qi knows your true face now. She doesn't want you anymore. You've been dumped. If she doesn't want me, would she want someone like you?" I gave a cold smile and mocked him right back. That boy was left speechless. By my words, staring blankly for a while. He was so angry his face was bright red, but he couldn't come up with a single retort. I let out a light laugh. "For a guy like you, even with plastic surgery, Qi Nianen would never spare you a look, so you could only sit there and be green with envy." "You?" "You." He was so mad it seemed like his head would catch fire. Ignoring him, I turned and scanned the ones who had just insulted me, declaring with a proud stance,
I am indeed handsome.
"So what if I have a great body? I simply have the charm that makes girls want to treat me well?" So what? I was already in a bad mood, yet they kept coming at me one by one. Does this Fang Yuan look that easy to bully? In this world, Chi Nianen is the only one who can bully me. As for anyone else wanting to bully me, dream on. The boys who had just been scolded all looked incredibly sour. Who's jealous of you? Fang Yuan, who do you think you are? Stop flattering yourself. A dirty thing like you. Better watch out or you'll catch a nasty disease. That's enough from you all. Shen Yue beside me couldn't take it anymore. She shouted at them. She held on to me, noticing my face had turned pale, asking urgently and worriedly, "How are you feeling? Are you in a lot of pain? Should I take you to the infirmary to get checked?" I was still trying to push through, not wanting to show any weakness in front of these people. I gave them a provocative smile. You just wait and see. Didn't you say Chi Nianan doesn't want me anymore? It'll show you how much she cherishes me and how well she treats me. It'll make you so jealous you'll go crazy. Hearing my declaration, almost everyone thought I had gone crazy. Let the Chi young lady pamper and spoil you. Dream on, the Chi young lady has dated so many boyfriends already. Has anyone ever seen her spoil anyone before? This is absolutely impossible. Shen Yu saw me swaying slightly and quickly grabbed my arm, wanting me to lean on her. But I wasn't used to being too intimate with others, so I gently dodged and smiled at her, saying I was fine. Don't worry too much. Shen Yue frowned. Maybe you should go to the infirmary for a checkup. It's good to rest there for a bit. Just then, a female student who knew Shen Yu approached and showed the two of them her phone. I happened to record what happened just now. Look. They clearly threw it at you on purpose. Hearing this, the boys playing ball panicked immediately. Don't make false accusations. It was just an accident. How can we control where the ball flies? Thanks, friend. Shen Yue took the phone and held it close to my eyes. In the video, when that boy threw it, his eyes were fixed on me. After hitting me once, he and his friends showed triumphant expressions. Then they continued to throw again. Shen Yu watched, fuming with rage. Everything is plain to see now. Do you have anything else to say? She pointed the video toward those boys. Their faces turned deathly pale. Not daring to utter a word, they could only apologize. Shen Yue shouted, and they looked at each other hesitantly, unwilling. Someone was terrified by Shen Yu's attitude and was about to apologize. And suddenly a girl stopped them, saying no apology was needed.
Why apologize?
So they threw it. So what? Hez no longer protected by the Chi young lady. Should we still be afraid of him? The girl who spoke had a family background similar to Shen Yu's, so she wasn't afraid of her at all. She had hated me for a long time, so she was gloating to see someone teaching me a lesson. But the boy who was going to apologize was a bit worried. After all, I had just made a threat. Moreover, the Chi young lady had previously expelled Long Aocean because of me, and even stood up for me in front of everyone. With such ruthless methods, that boy felt a hint of unease in his heart. Is it really okay for them to treat me like this? What if the Chi young lady really values me? Someone's heart tightened. After all, the example of Long Ocean was still fresh. No one wanted to be expelled. If they were truly kicked out of Shangdae, their families would surely beat them to death. No one wanted to become the second Long Ocean. At first, when they hit me with the ball, they just saw me dazed and wanted to take the opportunity to vent their anger. They thought that by pretending to be careless, they could get away with it smoothly. Who knew I would counterattack so strongly, even pushing things to such a serious level? The boys looked at each other, all having the same thought. So they ignored the girl who was stopping them and bowed in unison before me, even tearfully apologizing. It's our fault. Please forgive us. From reluctant to sincere. Change in attitude was like a roller coaster. I felt extremely dizzy, so I didn't care to hold a grudge anymore, just waving my hand to signal them to let it go. Xiaoyan, are you just letting it go like this? Shen Yu seemed unwilling, still wanting to seek justice for me. I sat down, feeling uncomfortable standing for too long. Then I signaled her to borrow her phone. Shen Yu didn't understand, but still gave it to me. I took the phone and sent the video to my own phone. Following that was a series of quick actions. I cut the part where I was hit. That pitiful yet slightly funny look. Sent directly to Chi Nianan. Nianan, look, I'm so miserable. Can you stop being mad at me? After the message, I deliberately added an emoji, a soot-black face icon, as if hit by an explosion. Shen Yu saw me staying in one position for a long time without moving and felt something was wrong. So she touched me gently. Xiao Yuan, what's wrong? Are you okay? Your face looks even paler than before. She was extremely worried. I looked up from the phone screen and turned to look at her. She doesn't care about me. Who is she? Shen Yue didn't understand, but her heart suddenly tightened. Could it be the Chi young lady? I didn't answer her at all. Shen Yu glanced at the crowd surrounding us, gesturing for them to back away. Xiao Yuan, your complexion is really not good at all.
Let me take you to the infirmary.
Okay. This time, I nodded obediently without opposing. I still felt dizzy even. A bit afraid that I might have a concussion. Shen Yu hurriedly helped me leave. Luckily, the infirmary wasn't far, but the bright sun overhead made me feel even more dizzy. My body involuntarily leaned on Shen Yue. Shen Yue took the chance to put her arm around my shoulder, her face slightly blushing. And finally, we reached the infirmary. A cool breeze from the air conditioner blew over my face. This wasn't my first time here. Looking at the familiar sick room, a scene suddenly flashed in my head from the last time. Chi Nianen stood up for me. For a moment, I missed her. I wonder if She's still mad. I already sent my miserable look over there to please her. Could it be she watched it and didn't feel even a bit of sympathy. The more I thought, the sadder I felt. I remembered when I was little. Whenever I tripped and cried, she would copy Grandma's way and hit the floor to vent her anger for me. Now, Xiao Yuan. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through my thoughts. I forced myself to look up, unexpectedly seeing Zhou Qi.
Why are you here?
Zhou Qi was lying lazily on a hospital bed playing with his phone, looking like he wasn't sick at all.
Hey.
Zhou Qi laughed awkwardly.
I just came here to rest.
What's wrong with you? Do you feel unwell somewhere?
Oh, who is this girl?
He noticed Shen Yu, because Shen Yue was almost holding me. Shen Yue looked surprised, seeing the interaction between the two of us. I introduced, she sits in front of me. Before I could finish, another wave of severe dizziness hit me. I frowned uncomfortably, and cold sweat began to break out on my forehead. Zhou Qi was startled, and before he could react, Shen Yue hurriedly helped me to an adjacent bed. Xiao Yuan, lie down. It'll probably feel a bit better if you lie down. I almost crawled onto the bed. Shen Yu even personally helped me take off my shoes. After settling me in, I heard her whisper, "I'll go call the doctor."
Yeah.
I nodded. Once Shen Yue went outside, Zhou Qi jumped down from his bed, pulled a chair next to mine and said, "Xiao Yuan, where do you feel unwell? Your complexion looks terrible." I said, "It feels much better now that I've lied down. I'm not as dizzy as before." Then I told him I was hit in the head by a ball and was a bit dazed. Zhou Qi looked at me with pity. Poor Xiao Yuan.
Why is your luck so bad?
I sighed, not telling the whole truth. Mainly because I was too lazy to open my mouth. I don't want to talk right now. Can you please stop talking to me?
All right, stop.
Just stay here and keep you company. A few minutes passed and Shen Yue brought the doctor in. She explained the situation to the doctor, asking him to check on me. The doctor gave me some glucose first, then began the examination. Don't worry, it's not a concussion.
You'll be fine after some rest?
No need to attend the morning classes. I'll write a sick note for you, but you have to be careful from now on. A volleyball hitting the head can be a minor or major issue. Sometimes it can lead to very serious consequences. I understand. Thank you, doctor. Shen Yue immediately spoke up. The doctor looked at her and smiled, saying, "Take good care of your boyfriend from now on. Don't let him get hurt again." All right, follow me to get the leave permit. Shen Yu's face turned slightly red, but she didn't refute him. I reacted a few seconds late, before I could explain that I wasn't her boyfriend. The doctor had already led Shen Yue away. As soon as they stepped out of the door, Zhou Qi immediately jumped up.
Boyfriend.
Zhou Qi exclaimed in surprise, eyes wide open. "Is she your girlfriend?" "Not bad. Xiao Yuan, you've only been back in the country for a few days, and you've already scored a girlfriend." I explained with a bitter smile. "It's not like that. We're just friends. There is no boyfriend-girlfriend thing." The doctor misunderstood. "Can't you see that too?"
Huh?
Zhou Qi gave a suggestive smile again. "Well, I see it. Tisk, didn't you notice? She was so worried about you. She even personally took off your shoes just now. I wouldn't believe it even if I died. If you said she doesn't like you, I almost wanted to hold my head and groan. I'm very tired right now. Can you stop bothering me?" "All right, shut up." Zhou Qi immediately mimed zipping his mouth. Over 10 minutes later, Shen Yue returned, carrying a plastic bag. I immediately opened my eyes. Shen Yue smiled at me, taking items out of the bag one by one. "I bought some food for you. There's a sandwich, and yogurt too, and some other things. See what you like. If you don't like it, I'll go buy something else." "Is the yogurt strawberry flavored?" As soon as I heard there was food, my eyes lit up, and I sat straight up. Zhou Qi also pounced over from the other bed. "I want to eat too." He was quick as lightning, grabbing the sandwich. "I want to eat the sandwich." I felt annoyed and reached out to snatch it back. "Eat something else? Isn't there plenty left?" "No. I only want the sandwich." "Give it to me. I want to eat it too." "I got it first." "It's your fault for being too slow. I'm a patient right now. Can't you be a bit more considerate?" Shen Yu looked at the two of them joking, momentarily dazed. This kind of interaction was truly overflowing with closeness. Regarding Zhou Qis' identity, of course Shen Yue knew it. The Zhou family was one of the 4 great families, an illustrious background far beyond her reach. Yet I had such a good relationship with him, and combined with Qi Nianen's protection of me, a shocking realization suddenly dawned on Shen Yue.
Are you two very close friends?
Shen Yue finally couldn't help but ask. Zhou Qi's movements suddenly stopped as he looked at her, excitedly, and put his arm around my neck, saying to Shen Yu with a squinting smile, "Xiao Yuan and me, we're not just ordinary good friends. We've known each other since we were kids. We know each other as well as anyone can. We are each other's closest friends." Although Shen Yue had already guessed as much, hearing this answer, she still couldn't help but look stunned. She smiled bitterly in her heart. Previously, she had always seen me as a child from an ordinary family, even though I mentioned I was a transfer student. From America, everyone usually defaulted to labeling top students as commoners, as poor kids overcoming difficulties. Additionally, no one had seen me being picked up by a luxury car, so everyone thought I was lying, I said with a bit of guilt. "Shen Yu, it wasn't that I deliberately hid it from you." Shen Yue nodded understandingly. "I know. Actually, you've never personally talked about your own family background. It's all just their own blind guesses. So you've done nothing wrong at all."
"So are you and the Qi young lady also childhood friends?"
Shen Yue asked further. This was what she wanted to know most. I nodded, Zhou Qi stood by and added with a laugh, Xiao Yuan and Qi Nianan, their relationship is much closer than mine. They've known each other since Xiao Yuan was born. Shen Yu's expression suddenly became a bit awkward, so that is how it is. Then all the questions had been answered. Why Qi Nianan treated me so specially, and those threats I just made to those boys. It turned out they weren't baseless boasts. She suddenly really wanted to see the faces of those boys when they found out about the relationship between me and the Qi young lady. It would surely be quite a sight, probably very interesting. Originally, Shen Yue wanted to stay and keep me company, but since Zhou Qi was here, she felt she wasn't needed. After chatting for a while, she went back to class. Come visit you again after school. Rest well. As soon as Shen Yue left, Zhou Qi put on a weird face and said, did you see her disappointed look just now? As soon as she heard about your relationship with Qi Nianan, she looked like, how should I put it? Like she just got heartbroken. I glared at him. I already told you not to talk nonsense. Shen Yu and I are purely friends. Her concern for me is just that of a friend. That there's nothing dark like what your head is thinking. Zhou Qi snorted in disdain at me. Just wait and see. You'll understand later.
She definitely likes you.
I snatched the sandwich from his hand. If you say another word, I won't let you eat. Whoa. All right. I won't say it. Give it back to me. Not giving it. I rolled my eyes and quickly unwrapped the sandwich and stuffed it in my mouth. Zhou Qi immediately cried out, Fang Yuan, you're so cunning. My mouth was still full of food, so my voice was muffled and unclear. This was originally bought for me by Shen Yue anyway. Inside an office, Qi Nianan was sitting lazily on a long sofa. Her eyes never left her phone screen, and a slight smile would occasionally appear on her lips. Zhou Qi gently pushed the door open and entered, glanced around and saw her. Only then did he officially step inside. Qi, eldest young lady, did you and Xiao Yuan have a fight? He asked directly without hesitation. Qi Nianan looked up at him and said with an expressionless face, my office doesn't seem to be a place where you can just walk in as you please, right?
Why so stingy?
I'm here to act as a mediator for you two. Zhou Qi approached her, curious about what she was watching, leaning his head over to peek at her phone screen. Qi Nianan skillfully moved her phone away. This is a private matter between me and him. Zhou Qi didn't seem to get it and asked,
What are you sulking about?
just because of that photo of him and Yunwan. They were just sitting and eating together. There's nothing suspicious about that. Besides, I was there too that day. Were you washing your face that day? Qi Nianan suddenly narrowed her eyes. Zhou Qi suddenly woke up. He remembered that he seemed to have promised me to keep this matter a secret. Zhou Qi mentally slapped himself. Just because of his loose tongue, he had let it slip. He quickly laughed it off. Anyway, there's nothing suspicious between Xiao Yuan and Yunwan. He told me so himself. He only sees Yunwan as an ordinary friend. There is absolutely no romantic feelings involved. When Qi Nianan heard this, the cold and sharp aura around her suddenly softened. Really? Zhou Qi nodded repeatedly. Of course, why would I lie to you? When us brothers have heart-to-hearts, it's always words from the bottom of our hearts. Besides, he even told me to actively pursue Yunwan. If he also had feelings for Yunwan, would he say something like that? Qi Nianan clearly believed him. Her cold and stern expression relaxed, returning to her usual carefree look.
Then why did he go meet Yunwan that day?
She questioned, not only meeting secretly behind my back, but even daring to lie to me when he returned. Whenever she thought about that, the anger in Qi Nianan's heart would flare up. Zhou Qi clicked his tongue. I don't know about that. It seems they were just chatting. They didn't talk about anything major. Actually, this alone was enough to make people shocked. After all, Yunwan usually kept a great distance from boys. No boy had ever received such favor from her before. Zhou Qi felt a bit disappointed. He had always longed to be the one and only exception for Yunwan. Who knew I would get there first? Qi Nianan's mood had improved significantly now, no longer as cold and harsh as when Zhou Qi first stepped into the room. Sometimes I really can't understand. Why do you men like lying and deceiving others so much? She grumbled, and Zhou Qi raised an eyebrow and said with dissatisfaction, can you really blame us guys for this? Please, my dear Qi eldest young lady, although I don't know what Xiao Yuan lied to you about, but think about it. Don't you and Yunwan already have a grudge between you? With that tyrant personality of yours, if he wanted to meet Yunwan and let you know, would you have allowed him to go? The answer is obviously never. Qi Nianan narrowed her eyes at Zhou Qi. Looking at her expression, it was clear that he had guessed it right on the money.
I wonder if Xiao Yuan knows.
How stingy you are, and you still dare to criticize us. Men for this and that.
What about yourself?
Being all spiteful toward Yunwan over trifles. You're the most childish one here, you know that.
What did you say?
Qi Nianan narrowed her eyes dangerously at Zhou Qi. He stuck out his tongue and shrank back, only then, realizing he had overstepped with his words. He wasn't me. Qi Nianan wouldn't easily yield to him time and time again. Fine. Go to the infirmary and check on Xiao Yuan. Hurry over there and make up with him. He stood up to leave and Qi Nianan frowned and asked back in confusion. The infirmary.
Why is he in the infirmary?
It's one thing if you're lazy and go there to sleep. Did you dare to drag him along too? It's not like that. Don't you know yet? Zhou Qi pointed at her phone. He had peeked earlier, saw the video on it. Chi Nianan picked up the phone.
What do you mean by that?
Wasn't this video staged and filmed by him on purpose? It turned out she was still convinced that the film was directed and acted by me, just to pretend to be pitiful to make her happy and stir her sympathy to forgive me. Zhou Qi's words were like a sledgehammer hitting her head.
What do you mean staged?
Xiao Yuan really got hit in the head by a ball, okay? He almost had a concussion. Is still resting in the infirmary right now.
What?
Qi Nianan's face immediately changed drastically. Before Zhou Qi could even regain his senses, she had already dashed out of the office like a gust of wind. Qi Nianan rushed desperately to the infirmary. However, there was no sign of me. She frowned deeply. Could it be that? Zhou Qi kid lied to her. However, an intense sense of unease suddenly welled up in her heart. Just then, a doctor passed by. She grabbed the doctor and asked urgently, "Where is Fang Yuan?"
Isn't he supposed to be resting in here?
The female doctor was momentarily dazed, seeing it was the Qi young lady. Then she replied respectfully, "Miss Qi, are you referring to that? The boy who got hit in the head by the ball." My Nianan's heart suddenly tightened. It turns out Zhou Qi really didn't lie to her. My little fool, it turns out he really was hit by the ball. She seemingly couldn't understand it. How could I be so foolish to this extent? Clearly, he was in so much pain from the injury. Yet, he still had the mind to record a video and send it. To her, no matter what. It's him? Is his condition very serious? Didn't they say he was resting here? So why isn't he anywhere to be seen now? Qi Nianam pressed the female doctor. The coldness between her eyebrows made people afraid to even approach, facing the eldest miss of the Qi family, who was famous for her unpredictable temper. The female doctor was terrified, trembling with tension, fearing she might say the wrong thing. She hurriedly explained that student's condition is not serious, no concussion. He just needs good rest to recover. Where did he go? Can't you answer all my questions at once? Qi Nianan completely lost her patience. Cold sweat poured down the doctor's forehead. Sorry, Miss Qi. Qi Nianan's gaze was sharp. Can you just say it? Where on earth did he go? The female doctor spoke all at once. He left not long ago. His girlfriend came and took him away. Girlfriend. Qi Nianan's eyebrows knitted so tightly, they could have crushed a fly. A freezing aura immediately radiated from her. The doctor just wanted to be miles away. The doctor had to nod. Yes. That's right, his girlfriend. When he arrived, it was also his girlfriend who brought him.
Who? Yunwan.
Qi Nianan asked coldly. The doctor knew Yunwan, so she immediately shook her head. Not her. It's another girl.
Who?
Qi Nianan frowned, an image flashing through her mind. On the first day of transfer, I was with that girl in the cafeteria. Could it be her? Qi Nianan suddenly turned to leave, but stopped the next second. She spoke overbearingly to the doctor. Listen carefully. He is my man. Remember it well? With that, she rushed straight out. Only after leaving the infirmary did she remember to call me. Just now, she was so anxious she ran straight here, not expecting that I wouldn't be there. The phone rang a few times before I picked up. Before she could even speak, my cheerful voice came through. Nianan, you're not mad anymore, right? Qi Nianan's heart skipped a beat as she whispered, "You fool. You're so foolish." My voice immediately became aggrieved. Why are you suddenly scolding me? What do I need to do for you to stop being mad? I can explain everything to you. Just listen to my explanation first, and then decide if you're still mad at me, okay? Qi Nianan, with her hot temper, walked forward while on the phone, ignoring what I said and asking directly, "Where are you?" "Am at." Just then, Qi Nianan looked up and saw me not far away. Her footsteps faltered for a moment. Then she rushed over the next second. "I see you. Stay right there. Don't move." With that, she ran over quickly. I was stunned by her sudden shout and stood there frozen. I just stood there like a fool, as if guided by instinct. I looked towards her.
Nianan, why are you?
She was very fast and soon reached me. Before I could even finish asking, Qi Nianan's knife-like gaze swept over. Shen Yu, who was standing beside me, her voice was bone-chilling. "Do you want me to cut off your hand?"
Let go of him right now.
Qi Nianan's shout stunned Shen Yue, her face pale, but she finally let go reluctantly. Qi Nianan immediately pushed Shen Yue aside and arrogantly took the spot next to me. "If you're not well, why aren't you in the infirmary?"
Resting? Why are you running around out here?
Her tone was full of reproach, but compared to when she was furious, it was much gentler now. I blinked and glanced at the direction I was headed earlier. Qi Nianan followed my gaze. The 11th grade building, she understood instantly. It turns out my fool was coming to find me. "Fang Yuan, you really are beyond stupid." Though she scolded me once more, her eyes became incredibly soft, and even her grip on me lightened. "Who is this person? Why did the infirmary doctor say she was your girlfriend?" "Fang Yuan, explain this Shen Yue girl to me right now. You went to the infirmary. No wonder she suddenly came looking for me." Qi Nianan glared at me. The point is the second part.
Answer me?
The doctor just misunderstood. It has nothing to do with me. She's my classmate. She sits in front of me. She's helped me a lot. Don't be so mean to her. Chi Nianan noticed that because of my words. Shen Yu's gaze immediately darkened. A smug smile played on her lips, but she still feigned dissatisfaction. I'll accept your explanation for now. Let's go. I'll take you back to rest. You're clearly unwell, yet still wandering around. She glared at me, but wasn't this all her fault? If someone hadn't suddenly flown into a rage, I wouldn't have been distracted and hit by the ball. Wouldn't have needed to rest in the infirmary, or even had to run out to find her. To make up in this situation, I looked at her apologetically. Shen Yue, you should go back to class first. With her here, it'll be fine. Thanks for your help. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Shen Yu finally found her voice. Xiao Yuan, there's no need to be so polite. Hurry and go rest in the infirmary. She turned to Qi Nianan and said politely, Miss Qi, I'll leave Xiao Yuan in your care then. Qi Nianan immediately felt annoyed hearing that. Dissatisfaction was clear in her eyes. She brushed Shen Yu aside. You should get one thing straight. Xiao Yuan and I are the closest ones. You're just an outsider. Why do you need to speak to me like that? Get lost. I don't want to see you. This person is an eyesore no matter how I look at her. Qi Nianan, am truly speechless at your personality. Shen Yu's expression was extremely ugly. I looked at Shen Yue full of guilt. Sorry, Shen Yu. All right, why are you apologizing to her? Let's go. Did you hear me? If you don't go, it'll hit her. Qi Nianan finally lost her patience and used a threat. I couldn't do anything about her, so I had to say goodbye to Shen Yu and let Qi Nianan take me away. Shen Yu watched the two walk away, her gaze instantly sinking. The result was completely unexpected. Qi Nianan didn't take me back to the infirmary, but instead led me into a building with a magnificent European style. Though I'd seen many such buildings in the US, I was still overwhelmed by everything before me.
Where is this place?
I entered the first floor hall. On the high ceiling were beautiful, shimmering crystal chandeliers. The entire hall was so beautiful I couldn't look away. Inside it was an elegant spiral staircase. It was like a classic European castle. This is the student council building. Qi Nianan explained indifferently, carrying me to the second floor and going straight into a room. I only managed a glimpse of the sign on the door. Student council president's office. I was a bit stunned. Could it be? Qi Nianan pushed the door open and entered, seeing Zhou Qi inside. Her eyebrows immediately furrowed. Why are you still here? Zhou Qi was sitting on the sofa, eating chips and drinking soda, looking completely at ease. Zhou Qi saw Qi Nianan and me and asked with a smile. Oh, did you two make up? Qi Nianan put me down, but rudely chased Zhou Qi out. Get out now, my office. Isn't your lounge just made up and you're already burning bridges? Though Zhou Qi grumbled, he still obediently got up from the sofa. He reluctantly stepped outside. Qi Nianan glanced at him. Is there no lounge on the first floor? Or you could go rest in the infirmary. Fine, I'm going. Why so serious, stingy girl? Zhou Qi muttered under his breath. He wouldn't dare scold this eldest miss to her face. That privilege is mine alone. Zhou Qi was about to leave the office when he suddenly stopped and turned back to look at us. Only then did he notice that Qi Nianan had been holding my hand all along. He immediately flashed a suggestive smile. Chasing me out so you two can have some private space, right? Miss Qi, what do you plan to do to our Xiao Yuan? I was a bit embarrassed by that look. Unexpectedly, Qi Nianan suddenly pulled me into her arms, and her thin lips gently brushed against my cheek. She raised her eyebrows mischievously and said to Zhou Qi, Do you know what my current relationship with Xiao Yuan is? Zhou Qi asked curiously.
What relationship?
Qi Nianan smiled. We are engaged. He is now my fiancé. So even if we close the door to do anything, inside it's perfectly natural. Zhou Qi was instantly stunned.
What? You two are engaged.
Since when? I answered sheepishly. Not long after I returned to the country. Actually, the engagement was because...
Ouch.
I was pinched hard by a certain someone. Qi Nianan turned to Zhou Qi. Can you leave now? Stop disturbing us. Zhou Qi wasn't too surprised by the news. After all, we've been childhood sweethearts, so being together seemed like an obvious conclusion. Fine. I won't be a third wheel anymore. Zhou Qi waved his hand and left knowingly. Qi Nianan led me to the sofa to sit down. She looked at the trash on the coffee table and frowned in disgust. I should have made him clean up before letting him go.
It's all right.
As I spoke, I grabbed a cushion and lay down in the corner of the sofa, looking around. This place really is comfortable. Yeah, that's why I brought you here. It's better than the strong smell of disinfectant in the infirmary. I lay back comfortably, glanced at her, and asked. I saw the sign on the door earlier. This is the student council president's office. Are you really the president? I find it hard to believe. Someone as willful as her, being the student council president. Qi Nianan gave me a sidelong glance. Do you have an issue with that? I said nothing more and closed my eyes to rest. I wanted to ask if she was truly over her anger, but maybe due to exhaustion and having her by my side. I felt a strange sense of peace. So when sleepiness came, I let myself drift off to sleep. Qi Nianan saw that I'd fallen asleep so quickly. She was both amused and sympathetic. This also showed I was truly exhausted. The air conditioning in the room was quite cold. Seeing me hugging the cushion, curled up like a small kitten, fearing I might catch a cold, she took a small blanket and leaned down to cover me. She stayed, leaned over, not standing up immediately, but remained in that position, staring intently at my sleeping face. A few strands of my bangs fell over, revealing a red mark, likely a bruise from where the ball hit earlier. Suddenly, she remembered something. Her eyes narrowed as she recalled the video I had sent her. Right then, I let out a soft moan and turned over. My phone fell out from my clothes. Nianen picked up the phone and found the original video on it, the unedited version. After watching it, her beautiful face immediately darkened, her gaze ice cold. It was exactly as she had suspected. Her gaze returned to my sleeping face. This handsome face makes one want to steal a kiss, but it also makes me look so easy to bully. Nianen leaned down and placed a light kiss on my lips. Fool. Getting bullied and not even saying a word. At the same time, the photo of Nianen comforting me spread across everyone's phones in school. Upon seeing this photo, some were so scared their faces turned pale. Others were madly envious. Long Aodian angrily smashed his phone. His face darkened, eyes bloodshot, panting with rage. Maid beside him didn't know what was happening. She was so terrified, she froze and didn't dare move. Long Aodian glared over. He shouted loudly, "Pick it up for me right now." The lavish living room had hand-woven Italian carpets. The phone fell on the carpet, so it wasn't completely shattered. The maid tremblingly picked it up and handed it to him. Long Aodian snatched the phone away. He threw it hard once more. This time it hit the wall with a dull thud. Brother still upset about the school incident. Lu Guan smiled, slowly walking down the stairs. How about this? Should transfer to high school, no? 22 as well.
Well, have each other's company?
Long Aodian glanced at him disdainfully. Who'd want to go to school with a mistress's son? I wouldn't go to that trashy school even if invited. The corner of Lu Guan's eye twitched slightly. He knew perfectly well Long Aodian would refuse. But the other's tone still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Shang Dai doesn't want you. Shang Liya won't take you either. Tisk. Tisk. Lu Guan still kept the smile on his lips, but his words were full of mockery. I really admire you, being able to rest properly for so long. Shang Liya Academy is another noble school. Besides Shang Dai, Lu Guan, who do you think you are? Long Aodian, already heated, immediately exploded in anger.
You dare mock me?
Do you believe I'll kick you out of this house? Lu Guan didn't care about him, simply leaning down to pick up the phone. Seeing the photo on the screen, his gaze suddenly changed. This photo, he recognized me in the photo. Long Aodian saw the hatred in his eyes. Seeing someone sharing his foul mood, he burst out laughing. This Fang Yuan kid is Miss Kiss' new favorite. He spoke with clenched teeth and resentment. It's because of him that I got expelled. Lu Guan's eyes were cold as he slowly sat beside him. Brother, although I know you hate me, if we share a common enemy now,
Why don't we cooperate?
You hate him too.
Long Aodian felt curious. He saw in Lu Guan's eyes not only resentment from being dumped by Miss Chi, but a much deeper hatred. He relies on Miss Kiss pampering and acts arrogantly toward everyone. I've been annoyed by him for a long time. Lu Guan curled his lip. Mentioning me was like touching the deepest grudge in his heart. So how do you want to cooperate? Long Aodian asked. Lu Guan looked at my photo on the phone, smiling radiantly and happily beside Nianen, making him want to tear that smile of mine apart. Brother, what would you say a man cares about most? He asked with a bright smile, but a viper-like malice flashed in his eyes. What is it? Long Aodian realized he had an idea. Lu Guan glanced at the servants nearby and ordered, "All of you dismiss." Strangely, Long Aodian didn't complain this time about his acting like the master of the house, waiting until the servants were all gone. Only the two of them remained in the living room. Lu Guan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "If a man loses his handsome face and his body becomes filthy, do you think Miss Chi would still like him?" Long Aodian narrowed his eyes suggestively. You mean find someone to ruin his looks and then turn him into a cripple? Lu Guan smiled, but his words were the cruelest, like cutting off a hand or a leg, or blinding his eyes, or slicing off his nose. Thinking about that look is disgusting enough. Long Aodian frowned uncomfortably after hearing that. Isn't that too cruel? He thought he was ruthless enough. But Lu Guan's scheme was even more horrific. Just imagining the scene Lu Guan described was enough to make one feel nauseous and creeped out. Such things for a young man would truly destroy his entire life. Especially when Lu Guan said these things, still keeping a smile on his face. If it had nothing to do with him. That made it even more spine-chilling. Lu Guan paused for a moment, feigning nonchalance. Since I saw you hated him so much, I tried to come up with the cruelest method. If you want to be lenient, then you don't need to listen to my advice. Besides, I used to date Miss Chi. She never goes back to her exes. So I no longer have any hope. Whatever I do is useless. But you're different. If that Fang Yuan kid is gone, who knows? You might get a chance to win Miss Kiss' favor. He deliberately hit on what Long Aodian cared about most. Sure enough, Long Aodian said disdainfully. Why should I go easy on him? Lu Guan glanced at him and added intentionally. I thought you were afraid overdoing it. Would make Miss Chi feel resentful toward you. After all, these tactics are a bit too brutal. If Miss Chi finds out you're that cruel, she might never like you again. Before Long Aodian could think it through, he continued to add. But then again,
think about it. If we don't go all the way,
can you really vent the grudge in your heart? Plus, I'm afraid Miss Chi might feel pity for him and treat him even better then. Didn't that backfire? Do you want to continue seeing how? Pampered Fang Yuan is no. Long Aotian naturally didn't want that. The thing he wanted to see most now was my pathetic state, ideally thrown away by Miss Chi, suffering in despair until Hez half dead. Long Ocean had been hesitant, but hearing this, he immediately became decisive. So tell me, what should I do? He pressed Lu Guan. Lu Guan saw that had been persuaded and secretly felt smug. As for me, I know some people in the underworld. They specialize in handling these things. However, hiring them costs money, and I don't have any. Hearing this, Long Aotian looked contemptuous. Just money. I have it. I can give you the money. You take care of arranging this properly. In his heart, he despised Lu Guan even more. Truly a mistress's bastard, associating with nothing but street thugs. Never able to hold his head high, Lu Guan showed a troubled expression. With just me alone. I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult. This isn't exactly convenient, after all. Oh, right? Don't you have bodyguards? How about you lend me a few bodyguards? Long Aotian didn't think twice and said grumpily, fine, take them. But remember this well, this must be a success. Seeing Lu Guan like that, he felt extremely smug. He was the true young master of this family after all. Father didn't just give him plenty of pocket money, but also arranged personal bodyguards for him, while Lu Guan had nothing. This is the world of difference between a legitimate heir and an illegitimate child. Don't worry, brother. It'll definitely succeed, Lu Guan said with a smile. A flash of malice flickered in his eyes. At the same time, I slowly opened my eyes. And the image that caught my eyes was Qi Nianan sitting behind the desk. She was wearing headphones, her thin, charming lips moving slightly, speaking a foreign language I didn't understand, but her pronunciation was extremely pleasant to the ear. Her profile was extraordinarily beautiful, bathed in the sunlight. She radiated a breathtaking charm. I sat up, only now realizing I was on the sofa, with a thin blanket draped over me. Nianan, what are you doing? I sat cross-legged, rubbing my eyes and calling out softly. The foreign language she was speaking didn't sound like English. I couldn't understand it at all. Besides, the pronunciation was a bit strange.
Oh, right. It sounded a bit like French.
Does Qi Nianan actually know French too? Qi Nianan just glanced at me, then went back to talking to the person on the other end. She was still staring at the computer screen. Ace, if she were on a video call with someone, feeling curious, I left the sofa and tiptoed over.
What on earth are you doing?
I curiously poked my head in to see.
What could make her so serious?
Qi Nianan immediately used her palm to block my face, not letting me see. Then she quickly turned off the video before turning to scold me. Fang Yuan, do you even know what manners are? How dare you try to sneak a peek?
What's so secret that you won't even let me see?
Who were you talking to anyway? It's a secret. Qi Nianan gently pinched my nose. What language were you just speaking? I asked as she pulled me back toward the sofa. She had already shut down the computer. French. I thought to myself, it was French after all, but I still didn't understand it. Since when do you know French? How come I didn't know anything about it? There's a lot you don't know. How much do you think you really know me? Qi Nianan said amusedly. Since you went to America, the time we spent together has decreased. And on top of that, being at an age of growing up, the time apart has also caused both of us to have things the other doesn't know about. Thinking about it, she was right. After all, she doesn't know.
What happened to me in America either, right?
So, how many languages do you know now? I asked curiously. Chinese and English were given. Qi Nianan has received an elite education since childhood. The two of us could converse in English since we were little. It was also thanks to being exposed to English from a young age that I didn't face a language barrier when I went to America. Around 5 or 6, I think. Qi Nianan said casually. She couldn't be bothered to count them accurately. My eyes widened in surprise. 5 or 6, that's amazing. Qi Nianan curled her lips proudly, glanced at me, and raised an eyebrow. You're just realizing that now. I sat on the sofa, habitually crossing my legs, pulled a throw pillow into my arms, and looked at her with a sigh. Nianan. Feels like I don't understand you at all anymore. I have only been in America for a few years, yet she has changed so much. I even felt like she was hiding quite a few secrets. This couldn't help but give me a sense of estrangement. But then Qi Nianan suddenly leaned in close, that indescribably beautiful face of hers, leaving only a few centimeters between us. Want to understand me? She asked, her voice seductive yet carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Caught off guard, my gaze collided with her ink black eyes. It felt as if they were incredibly deep. Yes, if they wanted to suck me right in. I was flustered for a moment, then mumbled, I don't know. I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Qi Nianan pressed. She frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with that response. I just don't know, okay? My heart was very conflicted. Both wanted to understand her and didn't want to. I couldn't even explain this feeling myself. I wanted to know more about her, but there was a vague sense of unease. If we got too close, would it change? The relationship between us, I didn't want it to change. I liked things exactly as they were. Being by her side felt easy and comfortable. I took the chance to ask, Nianan, does this mean you're not mad at me anymore? Did I ever say that? Qi Nianan huffed. I immediately felt unhappy and pouted. Then what do you want? What on earth do I have to do for you to stop being mad? Qi Nianan looked me straight in the eyes. Her arms crossed over her chest. She spoke to me with full pride.
Didn't you say you wanted to explain yourself to me? Where's the explanation? I want to hear it before I decide whether or not to forgive you. The explanation. I suddenly didn't know where to start. Thought for a moment before saying, I didn't mean to lie to you. But if I had told you I was going to see Yunwan, you definitely would have gotten angry. Qi Nianen's face hardened. You knew perfectly well I'd be angry.
So why did you go see her anyway?
You're being way too domineering. Just because you'll get angry doesn't mean I can't go see my friend, right? On what grounds? Qi Nianen gave a haughty laugh. On the grounds that I'm your wife. Felt like I was going to explode with frustration. I shouted at her. Qi Nianen, how can you be like this? I don't even bother interfering with you having boyfriends. So why are you stopping me from making friends? This is just completely unreasonable. Besides, their engagement wasn't voluntary, and she had been against it from the beginning too. Friends, is there really such a thing as pure friendship between a man and a woman? Are you lying to me or just lying to yourself? Qi Nianen scoffed at those words. She added another point. Besides, I don't have any boyfriends right now. I snorted coldly. So what if you don't have one now? It doesn't mean you won't have one later. She's always been popular, changing boyfriends like clothes. Could I really expect her to stay single for me? Qi Nianen turned to look at me. Why are you so set on being friends with her? Do you dare to swear that you don't like her? Even though she had heard things from Zhou Qi, she did this on purpose. She wanted to hear me say from my own mouth that I didn't like Yunwan. Who would have thought it'd blurt out, I like her. Qi Nianen froze. Cold light immediately flashed in her eyes.
What did you say?
I hurriedly explained. I like her. This is in admiration for someone talented. The kind of liking you have for a friend. I admire her, so I want to be her friend. That's all it is. Why is it that coming from you? Sound like some girl, crazy guy. Everyone feels this way. It's human nature. When you meet someone brilliant, anyone would want to know them and want to become friends with them. It's perfectly normal. Am I only allowed to hang out with boys? Can't. I have any female friends. I really don't know how things are here at home. But in America, I had plenty of close female friends. The relationship between us was purely friendship, without a hint of ambiguity. But Qi Nianen took a deep breath, stifling the urge to strangle me. Is this kid intentionally defying me? Fine, let's just say you think that way. But what about her? She clearly already has a boyfriend, yet she still cares about you like that and gets so close to you. If she doesn't have an agenda, then what is it? Someone like her. What exactly do you still admire about her? If she could, she'd really like to split my head open, just to see what's actually inside. Can't he figure out such a simple truth? I was stunned. She's not the kind of person you're making her out to be. Can you please stop assuming the worst about people? As if I care enough to make assumptions. Qi Nianen gave a cold laugh. This is the truth. Do you have anything else to say in her defense? Someone who clearly has a boyfriend that still fusses over another guy incessantly and even goes on private dates. You want to be friends with that kind of green tea girl? In the heat of the moment, I unexpectedly shouted, no, she doesn't have a boyfriend. I felt incredibly guilty toward Yunwan. I had clearly promised to keep her secret, but now I was forced to say it. No boyfriend. Is that what she told you? Qi Nianen's deep eyes were full of sarcasm. Yes. That's what she told me. I nodded. She only uses that as an excuse, just to reject the guys who come to confess to her. And you believe her? Her ink-black eyes stared at me coldly. I do. I looked at her confused. Qi Nianen gave a few cold laughs. She says she doesn't have one and you just believe it. Can you possibly be any stupider? I hate it most when she calls me stupid. I glared at her resentfully, stubbornly remaining silent, scolding me after just a few words. I didn't want to talk to her anymore. Then what if I tell you she does? Why don't you believe me? Fang Yuan, how long have you even known her? You choose to believe her over me. Qi Nianen was about to explode with rage. Her eyes were red with anger as she glared at me. Say something, Fang Yuan. I glared back at her just as angrily. I don't want to talk to you at all anymore. You're being completely unreasonable. You're just biased against her. But Qi Nianen suddenly shouted, let me tell you something. I saw her with my own eyes alongside her boyfriend. Hearing that, I was instantly stunned.
What? My mind suddenly became a mess.
Who should I believe after all? I always felt that Yunwan wouldn't lie to me. She had no reason to deceive me. But Qi Nianen and I have been childhood sweethearts for so many years. My trust in her is absolute. Even if the whole world were to deceive me, she never would. I looked into Qi Nianen's eyes, my heart growing more confused. I knew for sure that she wasn't lying. So Yunwan lied to me. I muttered to myself. Maybe it's just some misunderstanding. My intuition tells me she didn't lie to me. It's also possible you saw wrong. How can you be so sure the person you saw was her boyfriend? You? Even after all this? You're still defending her. Qi Nianen was truly going crazy. She just wanted me to shut up immediately. She didn't want to hear another word of excuses for Yunwan coming from my mouth. Fang Yuan, I really want to shut your mouth, she said through gritted teeth. I dazed for a moment, then suddenly realized. Her eyes were fixed tightly on my lips. The look on her face was as if she truly wanted to use her own lips to silence me. She must be joking, right? But her eyes didn't look like she was joking at all. You?
Stop messing around. Being stared at by her made my face flush, and I felt a bit panicked. But Chi Nianan suddenly grabbed my chin firmly. If she were actually about to kiss me. Chi Nianan, I suddenly shouted.
What on earth are you trying to do?
Stop joking around. Play all you want, but no one ever jokes like this. Chi Nianan's slender, well-defined fingers gently caressed my rosy lips, her gaze deepened by several degrees. I'm not joking. I don't like hearing from your mouth the name of that person, and I especially don't like you defending her like that. Since you're being naughty, I have to punish you. I didn't mean to defend Yun Wan. I was just telling the truth. I felt her gaze was so intense. Wherever she looked felt like it was burning up. Let me go first. Instead, Chi Nianan suddenly pulled me forcefully toward her, lowered her face, and really intended to kiss me. Startled, I immediately covered my mouth with my hand. However, her thin lips pressed a kiss precisely onto the back of my hand. I could only feel my heart pounding incessantly, as if it were about to jump right out of my chest. The Chi Nianan before me now in that split second had transformed into a complete stranger to me. Her eyes looking at me were full of aggression, without a trace of the gentleness she once had for me. I suddenly found myself afraid of a Chi Nianan like this, especially those thin lips pressed against the back of my hand, which were so hot it felt like they might catch fire. The burning heat spread from my face all the way to my ears. I glared at her, because I was covering my mouth. My voice came out as muffled, indistinct sounds. Chi Nianan, if you do this, it'll really be mad. I was angry first, you know? Chi Nianan spoke with complete logic. Her gaze remained determined as she tried to pull my hand away. If she wouldn't let it go until she kissed me today. Has she lost her mind? She's about to drive me crazy. Why is she suddenly acting like this? The moment things don't go her way, she demands a kiss. In my panic, I don't know where the strength came from, but I used both hands to push hard against her chest. Fine. I just won't mention her anymore. Okay.
Stop acting up.
Actually, in my heart, I understood 90% of it. She wasn't joking around at all. She really wanted to kiss me. There is definitely something wrong with her head. Unexpectedly, Chi Nianan smirked wickedly, only uttering 2 words. Too late. Her eyes were burning with fire, staring relentlessly at my lips. She seemed to be filled with an ultimate craving, desperately missing the sweet taste of kissing me. So even if I wanted to tell her to stop, or didn't want to, she would keep going anyway. Nothing could stop her. This time she was even more direct, one hand gripping the back of my neck. Then she leaned down and kissed me straight on the lips. My pupils contracted in shock. My hands, which had been against her chest, hurriedly moved to cover her thin lips. But never in a million years did I expect this bastard Chi Nianan to actually lick the palm of my hand. I just felt my face, in that instant, turn as red as a ripe fruit. I told you I didn't want to. I looked at her sternly, expressing my will clearly. Objection overruled. Chi Nianan pulled my hand down, her wicked gaze burning like fire. Those 2 words escaped from her charming, thin lips. I was truly about to die of anger because of her. How could she be so domineering? Normally, her bossiness just makes me want to roll my eyes in helplessness. But today was strange. That bossiness made my heart pound like a drum. Chi Nianan, I let out a soft exclamation. This time, it seemed I was really angry. Chi Nianan looked deep into my sparkling eyes, feeling that those ink-black eyes were even more brilliant than usual today. Even more beautiful. Bastard. I cursed. Right after that, I unexpectedly threw a kick at her leg. Taking advantage of her opening, I quickly escaped her embrace and ran away at full speed. Chi Nianan's movements froze for a moment, and she didn't chase after me.
Damn it.
She cursed under her breath, then kicked over a nearby chair with force, as if she hadn't vented enough yet. She swept everything off the table onto the floor.
Damn it.
Truly damn it. She cursed resentfully in her heart, unsure if she was cursing others or blaming herself. I didn't dare stop, fearing Chi Nianan would chase after me, and ran straight down to the first floor. Just then, I happened to run into Zhou Qi coming out of the break room. The 2 of us almost collided. Zhou Qi was startled. Xiao Yuan.
What happened?
He saw that my expression was awful, and that I was still angry. Zhou Qi instinctively looked upstairs, then asked curiously, "Did the eldest Miss Qi make you angry again? Haven't you 2 made up already? Who wants to make up with her?" I said angrily. Zhou Qi immediately understood the situation. It seemed these 2 were fighting again, and Chi Nianan must have done something to drive me over the edge. Tell me, what did she do to make you so mad? Hearing this question, I couldn't help but remember what had just happened, and so my face turned red again. Seeing my reaction, Zhou Qi was dying of curiosity. To make me this angry, what on earth could Chi Nianan have done? Of course, there was no way I could say it, saying that Chi Nianan suddenly hit some nerve and insisted on kissing me. How could I even mention that? I looked at Zhou Qi, then grabbed his arm tightly. "Xiao Qi, can I sleep at your place tonight? I don't want to see her anymore."
Sure, that's fine.
Zhou Qi nodded. His family knew I was back in the country, so they kept urging him to bring me over to visit. His parents both like me a lot. In the next second, Zhou Qi suddenly noticed something. He looked at me in surprise.
Wait a second. You.
Are you actually living with her?
Yeah, that's right. I let out a sigh. My dad and her mom, too. They both insisted that I live with her. They even made us sleep in the same bed. Still don't understand to this day
Why my dad suddenly decided to make me.
get engaged to Chi Nianan. You guys are living together and even sleeping in the same bed. Zhou Qi exclaimed in utter shock. Even though no one was around, I still reminded him. Keep your voice down. What if someone's hiding nearby and hears you? So have you guys done it yet? Zhou Qi stuttered, asking with a red face.
On what?
I was completely clueless. Zhou Qi gave an awkward cough. You know that thing? The thing men and women do when they sleep together. It finally clicked. So that's what he meant. My face instantly turned bright red, and in my embarrassment and anger, I shoved Zhou Qis' hand away. What nonsense are you talking about? Nothing like that happened. Zhou Qis' words made me suddenly remember the box of Durex her mom had bought, which was still sitting in the room. If Zhou Qi were to find out about that, wouldn't his imagination run even wilder? Zhou Qi smiled suggestively and pointed at me. Look, you're blushing. Even if you guys haven't done that yet, you've at least done other intimate things, right?
What other things?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I really wanted to just turn around and leave. But since I planned to sleep at Zhou Qis' place tonight, I couldn't just abandon him. I grabbed Zhou Qis' hand and pulled him outside. Let's go. It must be time to go home, right? I was staying here in constant fear that Chi Nianan would come downstairs. I really didn't know at this moment.
What kind of face to use to face her anymore?
Fine. I won't ask anymore. Let's go. I'm getting hungry too. Let's go grab some food. Zhou Qi said, but in his heart he was secretly planning to dig out all these secrets. When we slept together tonight, in the afternoon when school let out, everyone noticed that Chi Nianan's supercar was parked outside. She seemed to be waiting for someone. Quite a few curious people gathered around to watch, but they waited all the way until dusk, when everyone had already gone home. Yet no one was seen getting into Chi Nianan's car. In the end, Chi Nianan's car had no choice but to drive away. Upon returning to the luxury apartment, as soon as Chi Nianan entered the living room, she called out, Fang Yuan. She stood waiting for a while, didn't receive any response at all. She frowned and muttered in annoyance. What the hell is this? Is it possible he still hasn't come home? The apartment only had a few rooms. She restlessly searched all around the house, but my figure was nowhere to be found. She stepped out of the bedroom. She took out her phone and called me.
Ring, ring, ring.
Click. The call was abruptly cut off. Chi Nianan froze for a moment. Then she glared at her phone in anger. That rotten brat. You dare hang up on me. Could it be that Hez still angry? I'm the one who should be angry. If you're not coming home, then don't come back.
Suit yourself.
Chi Nianan thought angrily to herself. She threw herself onto the sofa and picked up the iPad from the coffee table to play games. Outside the window, it was gradually getting dark. Chi Nianan's stomach also began to growl with hunger. She still didn't get up, only casting a glance toward the entrance. Is that brat really not planning to come back? She secretly wondered where I could have gone. He probably just went back to the Chi residence. Should I call and check on things there? Chi Nianan thought for 2 seconds, then took out her phone and called home. Someone answered after just one ring. Young mistress, is there anything you need? The person answering was the butler, with a voice that carried the air of a British gentleman. Well, Chi Nianan rarely hesitated. She figured she couldn't ask directly if I was home. If I wasn't there, wouldn't her parents find out that she and I were having a fight? It's nothing big. I just wanted to ask about something. Her fingers tapped on the sofa as she carefully weighed her words. Xiao Yuan really likes the braised pigeon soup at home. Have the staff cook a portion. Yes, shall I send it to your apartment, mistress? The butler asked in return.
Yes, bring it over.
Chi Nianan hung up right after speaking. Her expression immediately turned cold, because if I were at the Chi residence, the butler would have said they were already cooking for me there. Therefore, this proved that I was not at the Chi residence at all. It was getting later and later, and Chi Nianan's mood became increasingly troubled. The Chi family staff delivered the packed pigeon soup and brought several other dishes along with it. Chi Nianan looked at the table overflowing with food. Many of them were dishes I liked. I had stayed at her house for a while and had almost completely blended in with the staff, so even the chef remembered my tastes well, always making sure to cook things I liked. I have to admit, I have a very strong charm. I could always easily win people over, even when I didn't realize it myself. Chi Nianan felt her heart becoming even more restless. Her ink-black eyes glanced at the clock on the wall. It was long past dinner time now, yet there was still no sign of me.
Damn it. Are you really not planning to come home?
Chi Nianan really wanted to drag me back and give me a sound thrashing. Argue if you must, but how could you? Just run away from home without a word like that. She couldn't help but wonder, where is that brat right now? Who is he with? Could he have gone to find that Yun Wan girl? ID better not have done that. If I dared to run to that girl's side at a time like this, she would definitely go crazy. Where on earth are you? Just who are you with? Chi Nianan felt her sanity on the brink of collapse. Why is it that whenever it involves me, she finds it so hard to stay calm? She gets worked up so easily. Sometimes she really felt that I was her Achilles heel. Facing a table of delicious food, still piping hot, the appetizing aroma filling the air, making anyone crave it. If I were here, I would surely be happy and excited. But Chi Nianan didn't have the slightest appetite. Suddenly, the phone rang out. Chi Nianan hurriedly grabbed it to check, but it wasn't a call from me. Her face immediately showed clear disappointment. However, the
The person calling was Zhou Qi. She let the phone ring for a while before answering. Zhou Qi started complaining as soon as he spoke. Elder Miss Qi, why are you only just picking up now? If you have something to say it quickly. Qi Nianan's voice was full of impatience. It was a mercy that she even answered, while in such a bad mood. What's with the attitude? I was afraid you'd be worried about Zhao Yuan, so I specifically called you. Fine, if you don't want to know, then I won't say anything. Zhou Qi said it on purpose, but he didn't actually hang up, waiting for Qi Nianan's reaction instead. As expected, Qi Nianan shouted,
Wait,
"Is Xiao Yuan with you?"
that's right. See?
He knew perfectly well that Qi Nianan was very worried, and she had indeed guessed correctly. So when is he coming back? Qi Nianan asked urgently. Zhou Qi laughed and said, He's not coming back. From now on, he'll be staying at my place. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Zhao Yuan. What did you just say? Qi Nianan gritted her teeth, the veins on her forehead throbbing. I dare him not to come back. Tell him to get on the phone for me. Zhou Qi said he couldn't. Didn't you already call him earlier? After you hung up, he put you on his blacklist immediately. I'm calling you in secret right now. Xiao Yuan doesn't know. Hey, didn't you two already make up?
Why are you fighting again?
Did you do something unreasonable to Zhao Yuan again? You said. He dared to blacklist me. Qi Nianan hissed each word through her teeth. Even through the screen, Zhou Qi could feel her towering rage. He could only awkwardly try to smooth things over. Yeah, so I'm curious.
What kind of outrageous thing did you do?
To make him this angry. Qi Nianan rubbed her temples, her face full of annoyance.
Wasn't it just that she wanted to kiss me?
So what if she actually kissed him? Was it really worth flying into such a rage? She even wanted to ask Zhou Qi. It's not like a kiss would hurt. Countless men dream of such a privilege. Yet I kept avoiding it like the plague. But she swallowed the words she was about to say. Seeing her silence, Zhou Qi took the initiative to speak. Actually, Zhao Yuan is just sulking. He could just stay at my place tonight. We need to have a little talk. But you, hurry and find a way to coax him back. That's what matters. Unexpectedly, these words immediately triggered Qi Nianan's pride. Why should I have to coax him? She snorted coldly, her tone as stiff as stone. He's the one who lied to me first. I haven't even forgiven him yet. And yet he dares to act all offended. Whether he comes back or not, I don't care. Just thinking about how I dared to blacklist her made her feel like she was going crazy with anger. What annoyed her even more was the reason I was sulking was that she wanted to kiss me. Do I hate her that much? The two of them are fiancés. Isn't kissing perfectly normal? Thinking about how I rejected her intimacy. The frustration in Qi Nianan's heart seemed ready to explode. She threw her phone hard onto the coffee table. Fine. The message has been delivered anyway. Decide for yourself what to do. Zhou Qi hung up, feeling uneasy. Terrifying silence filled the room. Qi Nianan's face darkened. Her gaze swept over the lavish table of food. So you're not coming back? I'll eat by myself. She sat down resentfully and picked up a piece of braised pork with her chopsticks. This was my absolute favorite dish. However, after only 2 bites of rice, her movements suddenly came to a halt. Memories came flooding back like a waterfall. When she was little, she was very picky about eating. It was me who stood on a chair, clumsily picking up a piece of braised pork and pretending to sniff it, coaxing her in a voice both exaggerated and adorable. It smells so good. Come on, just try one bite. In that moment, a bitter, choking feeling surged in her chest. The aroma of food was clearly all around, but she felt strangely tasteless. Without me eating with her, this meal felt like chewing wax, completely impossible to swallow. Qi Nianan slammed her chopsticks down. She jumped up and strode toward the door, grabbing her car keys and slamming the door as she left. At the same time, in the luxurious villa of the Zhou family, I had just finished my shower. The first thing I did was grab my phone and turn on the screen.
Empty.
No messages. No missed calls.
Stupid Qi Nianan.
I frowned in frustration and muttered a curse. It's past 10 p.m. already, and I still haven't gone home. Yet, she hasn't even bothered to call me once. Even if I did blacklist her, couldn't she have learned from Yunwan earlier by calling from a different number? There's really zero sincerity. I angrily tossed the phone back onto the bedside table, but my eyes seemed out of my control, glancing toward it over and over again. Just then, Zhou Qi came in with a plate of fruit. Xiao Yuan, have some fruit. Uncle Cheng asked if you wanted some sweet tea. No thanks. I'm not in the mood to eat. I answered listlessly, my chest feeling tight. Hardly in the mood to eat or drink.
Zhou Qi had also finished washing up.
The two of them looked like twins, leaning close together. Looking at the sliced peaches on the plate, I hesitated for a moment, but finally ate a piece. It was very sweet, and that light sweetness finally helped ease the melancholy in my heart just a little bit. I guess when you're unhappy, you should eat something sweet. After the fruit, the two of them lay side by side on the bed. Zhou Qi turned to look at me, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Hey, Zhao Yuan. What exactly is going on between you and Qi Nianan? Come on, tell me everything. This was late night bro talk time. But I just stared at the ceiling,
my mind full of that woman's image.
I don't want to talk about it.
I replied sullenly. Oh, I said that. I couldn't help my mind from wandering.
What is Chi doing right now?
Is she out somewhere having a good time? Or is she alone in that empty apartment? With a cold bed and empty room, could she be hogging the whole big bed? And feeling quite happy about it.
Stupid Chi.
I cursed her silently. Joe Chi saw I didn't want to talk, so he didn't push and just changed the subject. So what do you want to chat about then? My mind is a mess. Suddenly, I turned over and stared at Joe Chi. Oh, right! You must know, what exactly is the grudge between Chi Nianan and Yunwan? I've been wanting to get to the bottom of this for a long time. Joe Chi was Yunwan's #1 fan, so he would definitely know the details. As expected, Zhou nodded immediately. I know. Then hurry up and tell me. I suddenly became excited. That story? Zhou hugged his pillow and began to recount it in detail. Actually, it's not that big of a deal. Just a trivial matter. I couldn't take it anymore. Just get straight to the point.
All right.
Zhou immediately turned serious. A while back, there was a girl who annoyed Chi Nianan. Chi Nianan wanted to have her expelled immediately. Ironically, that girl happened to be Yunwan's neighbor. Yunwan stepped in to protect her, and ended up in a direct confrontation with Chi Nianan. You know Chi Nianan's queenly temper all too well. No one dares to mess with her. The thing is, Yunwan's grades are so outstanding. Shez, like the star student, the school spent a lot to bring in, so there was no way the school would let her leave. In the end, only that other girl got expelled. But from then on, Chi Nianan and Yunwan became bitter rivals. That's how it all went down. Zhou finished and pouted, saying, Daunt, you think Chi Nianan went way too far, just over something so minor. She was willing to ruin someone's entire life. Shes, so narrow-minded. Hearing these words, my eyebrows immediately furrowed. But do you know what exactly that girl did to make her so angry? Zhou shook his head blankly. I have no idea. I suddenly sat bolt upright, looking at Zhou with deep annoyance. Then how can you just jump to conclusions like that? You have no idea what actually happened. So based on what do you dare to say it was minor? And calling Chi Nianan narrow-minded. Shiz, not that kind of person at all. True. Chi Nianan can be bossy and stubborn, but Shez definitely not someone with a petty heart. Zhou sat up too, his gaze becoming meaningful.
Why are you defending her so fiercely?
A rant you two in the middle of a fight? I thought you'd join me in trash-talking her. My face heated up slightly. I'm just speaking the truth. Besides, hearing someone else badmouth Chi Nianan made me feel strangely uncomfortable, even quite angry. I don't understand her at all. So on what grounds can they talk about her like that? Especially Zhou after all these years of friendship. How could he misunderstand her so much? Seeing my cheeks flushed with anger, Zhou couldn't help but poke my cheek. Are you really mad? I looked him straight in the eye and said with total seriousness,
Zhou Chi Nianan isn't the person you say she is.
Stop misunderstanding her, okay? Only then did Zhou awkwardly scratch his nose. All right, I get it. I'll reflect on it. I admit it's because I like Yunwan, so I'm a bit biased toward her. He pulled me back down to lie down, trying to ease the atmosphere. Yunwan isn't wrong either. She just wanted to protect her friend. I didn't say another word, just silently turned away. My gaze drifted back unconsciously to the phone on the bedside table. Just then, phone suddenly let out a ting. A message arrived. In that split second, I practically lunged for it, grabbing the phone in a flash. Zhou was startled by my sudden movement. What are you doing? You scared me to death. But when he saw me, with a bright smile on my face, he understood the situation immediately. He teased suggestively. I knew it. You've actually been waiting for a message from Chi Nianan this whole time, haven't you? Your mouth says no, but your body is being way too honest. Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you talking? I don't care at all. Embarrassed and annoyed, I gave him a kick. I eagerly opened the message to check it. The next second, Zhou watched. The expression on my face, which had been all smiles, suddenly turned as gloomy as an approaching storm. What's wrong? Did Chi Nianan say something to annoy you? He leaned in closer, curious. My face fell in deep disappointment. I tossed the phone aside and muttered.
Stupid Chi Nianan.
Zhou picked up the phone to see, and his expression changed slightly too. He discovered that the sender was not Chi Nianan at all, but Yunwan. The message was clearly about the photos. Zhou's gaze suddenly became complicated. Xiao Yuan. Is there something going on between you and Yunwan? It's just normal, I replied listlessly. To my surprise, Zhou suddenly burst out laughing. A hearty, uninhibited laugh.
Ha ha.
Now I believe it. You really don't like Yunwan at all. Now I was completely baffled. Haven't. I said this for a long time.
Why does everyone keep thinking I like her?
I really can't understand it. I'm just admiring her and wanting to be friends. Isn't that perfectly normal? Normal. Completely normal. Zhou nodded vigorously and sidled up to me, saying with a squinty-eyed grin. Now, I believe you 100%. I became even more confused. Why only believe it now? Zhou waved the phone in front of my face, grinning craftily like a fox. Because the one you really like is Chi Nianan. Boom! My face instantly turned as red as a ripe jackfruit, and I immediately protested. I don't.
Zhou grin grew even more triumphant.
You still dare to deny it.
When you thought it was a message from Qinian, weren't you thrilled out of your mind? The moment you saw it wasn't her, you looked miserable.
Isn't that clear enough?
He pressed further. It proves you don't like Yunwan at all. And the one you truly like is, I couldn't listen to any more. So I clapped my hand over his mouth. I told you I don't. My face red as a sunset cloud. Wasn't convincing in the slightest. Turned from embarrassment to anger, grabbing his neck with one hand, threatening him fiercely.
Zhou.
I dare you to say one more word. Zhou immediately raised his hands in surrender. All right, spare me, big bro. Stop talking. Okay, only then did I let go. He still asked curiously, but aren't you two already engaged? That was just forced by our parents. It's not like I agreed to it, I said, full of resentment. Besides, that Qinian, just mentioning it made me annoyed again, and I cursed that fickle girl 10,000 more times in my head. Zhou clicked his tongue twice. Listen to that. The smell of jealousy is so strong, it's practically overflowing from the screen. I gave him a warning glare, raising my fist to threaten him with a beating. You still dare to say another word. Zhou immediately shut his mouth in surrender. Just then, he suddenly froze, exclaiming in surprise. Huh? What is it? I looked at him, puzzled and questioning. The next second, Zhou lunged off the bed and rushed straight onto the balcony. His balcony faced the main gate of the villa directly, giving him an excellent view. A moment later, I heard him cry out in shock. Xiao Yuan, there is a supercar down there. I think it's Qinian's car. Hurry and come look. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Zhou kept urging me, quick, come on. That sapphire blue Bugatti. It's definitely her car. The sapphire blue Bugatti really was Qinian's car. I couldn't hold back any longer. Jumped off the bed and dashed toward the balcony. Zhou pulled me close to him, pointing outside and saying, look right there by the gate. I eagerly poked my head out to see, but it was pitch black outside. Under the faint lights in the courtyard, couldn't see any sign of anyone. The place was completely empty. There is nothing there. As soon as I said that, Zhou suddenly clutched his stomach and burst into laughter.
Ha 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 ha. You've been pranked.
Look at how flustered you got. You really want her to come find you that much? I immediately realized it'd been played. I let out an angry roar.
Zhou.
I'm going to kill you. Seeing my fist about to land, Zhou quickly jumped back onto the bed, begging for mercy. I just wanted to test you a bit. Ow, do you understand your own heart?
I don't!
You're still being so stubborn? I glared at him angrily. The two of them played around for a while. Zhou saw I was still being obstinate, so he didn't push me anymore.
All right. No more jokes. Come up and go to sleep.
I glared at him twice more, but climbed onto the bed anyway. The two of them returned to their previous positions. Zhou propped his head on his hand and asked with a grin, let's change the subject then. Xiao Yuan. What kind of girl are you into? I snorted immediately. Definitely not someone like Qinian. Zhou suppressed a giggle and continued probing. So what kind of person do you like exactly? Tell me. Come on. I cradled my head in my hands, staring up at the ceiling, beginning to think seriously. I like someone who is really smart, has a calm personality, and is very thoughtful. Someone who only has eyes for me, and wouldn't even glance at another guy. With beautiful, deep eyes that seemed to understand everything about me, who can understand me without me even speaking. I described her piece by piece. Zhou expression began to shift. He looked me straight in the eye and said slowly, Xiao Yuan, don't you realize? The person you're describing is exactly like Yunwan. I was stunned for a moment. Is she? Zhou nodded with a serious look on his face. Yunwan is exactly that kind of person. She matches your description perfectly.
You seem to understand her quite well.
I looked at him and asked. The moment Yunwan's name was mentioned, Zhou's eyes changed instantly. He couldn't hide his affection for her at all. Zhou gave a wry smile. Actually, I don't know if I did say I understand her well. She's truly a wonderful person. Even though she usually seems cold, she's actually very gentle deep down. It's just that she doesn't show that side to everyone. I never thought it'd be someone who receives such special treatment from her. Yeah, she really is a good person. I nodded, agreeing from the bottom of my heart. It's just her background that's unfortunate. Zhou became excited. Can you believe it? She had a family background like Qinian's. She would definitely be on the same level as her. Hearing that, I sighed inwardly. One's origin is truly a matter of fate. Zhou lamented sadly.
Why is the world so unfair?
I looked at him, my gaze incredibly firm. Even if she wasn't born into the best circumstances, I believe that, with her own talent and strength, she can become the most outstanding person of all. Zhou was dazed for a moment, then nodded vigorously. I believe that too. We both looked at each other and smiled. Everything understood without a word. All right, it's time for bed. Pulled the blanket over me. Okay, turn off the light. Zhou replied and switched off the bedside lamp. In the darkness, he was half asleep, mumbling as if he'd forgotten to tell me something, but he couldn't recall it, and just tossed over. Good night, Xiao Yuan. Yeah, good night. I closed my eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. Soon after, I fell into a surreal dream. The room was covered in a faint mist, and I was lying in bed. A beautiful figure was leaning over, staring at me. Her sweet voice whispered in my ear, Fang Yuan, you've been naughty. You need to be punished.
What?
I was still dazed and couldn't see her face clearly when she suddenly leaned down and locked her lips with mine. The warm, soft sensation was incredibly vivid. I was being kissed. As the thought flashed by,
I widened my eyes in shock. The person on top of me was actually Chi Nianen. On her stunning face was her signature enchanting smile. Her thin, sexy lips captured mine, and a tingly, suggestive feeling began to spread. In that moment, I thought blankly. So, her lips are actually this soft. Before I could even react to push her away, Chi Nianen gave a wicked smirk. The next second, something soft and hot slipped past my teeth, deep into my mouth. It was her tongue. My face instantly flushed like it was on fire. But this little devil kept pressing forward. Her hot tongue entangled mine wildly, grinding and lingering. When our lips finally pulled apart, suggestive thread of saliva followed. Chi Nianen's dark eyes gazed at me passionately. With a mischievous smile, "Xiao Yuan, your little mouth is so sweet. It's got me addicted." The heat spread from my cheeks to my ears. How could she say something so embarrassing? She lowered her head once more, her deep, sultry voice making me forget to breathe. "Let me kiss you one more time." Wait, blushing. I tried to stop her, but that alluring face just kept getting closer and closer. When I suddenly jolted awake, my face was still flushed with a rosy hue. Zhou Qi was woken up by me, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he asked, "Xiao Yuan, what's wrong? A nightmare?" I pulled my knees up and buried my face in them, shaking my head frantically. It wasn't a nightmare. It was a wet dream. The thought made my face turn even redder. The scariest part was how incredibly real it felt. If the sensation of her kiss was still lingering on my lips, I couldn't help but recall that carefree, seductive face in the dream. So She's that charming when she kisses someone. My heart was pounding like crazy. I felt like I was going insane.
Why did I have to have such a bizarre dream?
And of all people, about that Chi Nanan, Zhou Qi moved closer in a daze and hugged me, patting my back to comfort me. "Don't be scared. It's just a bad dream. You'll forget it soon." When he fully woke up and saw my face clearly, he was startled. "Huh? Xiao Yuan, why is your face so flushed? Is it? I just wanted to find a hole to crawl into." Quickly fanning my face to calm down. "It's probably just too hot. Stop crowding me. I need to get up." I pushed Zhou Qi away and bolted into the bathroom like a flash. I stayed in there for a full half hour, until the redness on my face completely vanished, then finished washing up and came out. Zhou Qi was still lounging in bed, finally waking up properly. Stretching before getting up. "Xiao Yuan, what do you want for breakfast?" "Anything is fine." I still felt a bit shy, afraid he'd noticed something was off, not even daring to look him in the eye. Walking straight toward the bed. Just as Zhou Qi went into the bathroom, the maid knocked on the door. She brought my clean laundry from yesterday and asked about our breakfast preferences. Luckily, thanks to that wet dream, two of us had woken up earlier than usual. After breakfast, the Zhou family driver took us to school on time. But as soon as we reached the gate of Shangde Academy, I was completely stunned. The school gate was packed with people. The first time I'd ever seen such a sight. I asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Zhou Qi was full of excitement the moment he got out. "I don't know. Let's go check it out." He dragged me along, and amidst the crowd was a cool silver supercar parked there. Zhou Qi's eyes lit up as he shook my arm excitedly. "Ah, it's the latest limited edition Lamborghini. Wait, isn't that Chi Nianen in the car?" I was dazed, and before I could look over, the surrounding gossip reached my ears. "Isn't that Qin Feng?
Why is he in Nianen's car?
Are they back together?
No way. She never goes back to her exes."
Right. Her current guy.
"Isn't it? Fang Yuan from the 10th grade S class. How did he get replaced so quickly?" Fang Yuan probably upset her, so he must have been dumped. Those people didn't notice at all that the person named Fang Yuan they were talking about was standing right next to them. One male student gloated. "I knew this would happen sooner or later. That Fang Yuan guy thought he was someone special. If Shed give up the whole force for just him." Exactly. The others immediately chimed in. "I even heard that Fang Yuan guy got plastic surgery just to seduce her, and even his height is faked with insoles." Zhou Qi finally couldn't take it anymore. His face darkened as he glared at them. "What did you just say?" "Shut up, all of you." The students jumped in fright, only then, realizing the subject was standing right there, and backed away in terror. Zhou Qi was shaking with rage. "Who are you calling a plastic surgery case? Let me tell you something. Mi Zhao Yuan is a 100% natural beauty." I tugged on his sleeve. "Forget it. Don't waste your breath on them." Just then, Qi Nianan arrived, leading Qin Feng. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned. The current and the ex are facing off. This drama is absolutely top tier. Qi Nianan, her face still bearing that carefree, playgirl smile, greeted us. "Good morning." Qin Feng, tucked in her embrace, looked at me with a condescending smirk. Qi Nianan's face still held that flamboyant smile. "Hey," she spoke. "Morning?" Qin Feng by her side gave me a triumphant grin. "Good morning." Zhou Qi shot me a worried glance, then vented his anger directly at Qi Nianan. "Qi Nianan, how can you be so heartless?"
"What did I do?"
Qi Nianan smiled with an innocent look.
Zhou Qi was losing it. "You're clearly engaged to Fang Yuan. So, how can you walk around with another man right in front of him?" I pressed his hand down again to stop him, and looked at Qi Nianan
forcing a smile. Good morning. Just this morning. I had just dreamed of how passionately she kissed me. And now, she's here with another man, smiling and laughing in front of me. If nothing had ever happened. Why does my heart feel so heavy? Like a giant stone is weighing it down. Clearly, there's nothing wrong. Her attitude toward me hasn't changed. She still proactively greeted me, mixed with her usual teasing and playfulness. Everything was exactly the same as before, but that very sameness felt indescribably strange deep inside. It seemed like something had shifted completely. Nyanan looked deep into my eyes, her lips curling slightly.
Well, head in first.
With that, she led Chin Feng straight into the school. I stood there in a daze, feeling a sudden hollow ache in my chest. Xiao Yuan, are you okay? Chi looked at me with concern. He felt like I was about to burst into tears and was indignant. Nyanan is definitely doing this on purpose. She wants to make you jealous. I didn't want to answer. Gloating and mocking stares from all around made my entire body feel uneasy. Let's just go. I pulled Chi and walked through the gate. But even after escaping those gazes,
the weight in my heart didn't lighten one bit.
What is this feeling anyway? My thoughts were as tangled as a mess of yarn. Could it really be like Chi said? That I'm actually jealous? No. That's impossible. I shook my head vigorously, hurriedly denying that terrifying thought. Why would I be jealous of that Nyanan? I don't care who she chooses to be with. Chi saw me shaking my head and frowning, so he worriedly grabbed my arm. Xiao Yuan, don't bottle it up inside. Let's just curse that bastard Nyanan together. But I just looked up at him and suddenly smiled. Why should I curse her? Chi was dazed. Shez, clearly trying to make you jealous. I curled my lip with a nonchalant expression, as if I'd ever be jealous. She and I aren't even a real engaged couple. Who Shez with has absolutely nothing to do with me. Chi still looked deeply concerned, but I don't think you truly feel that way. I pretended not to hear him, and let go of his hand as we reached the building. Alright, class is starting soon, heading in. With that, I turned and bolted away, giving him no chance to offer more comfort. However, the moment I stepped into the classroom, everyone's eyes were like spotlights, all focused directly on me. I acted like I didn't see a thing and walked straight to my seat. Xiao Yuan. Shen Yue looked at me with worry. I gestured for her to be quiet and smiled. Don't say anything. Can I just have some peace for a moment? Shen Yue nodded, then took a carton of strawberry milk from her desk and gave it to me. Thanks. The smile on my lips finally held a bit of sincerity. It's nice to have someone remember what I like. However, just as I poked the straw in, before I could even take a sip, the whole class suddenly burst into an uproar. Everyone turned to look at the door at once.
What is Chin Feng doing in our class?
My heart tightened as I quickly looked that way. Sure enough, Chin Feng walked in with a smile, followed by a student carrying his bag. He stood on the podium and said mockingly, "Hey everyone, I'm transferring to Class S starting today. I hope we can all get along well." After speaking, Chin Feng walked straight toward me. The whole class held its breath, everyone looking like they were waiting for a show. The current and the ex. This was about to be a direct showdown. Chin Feng sat right across the aisle from me, flashing a triumphant smile in my direction. Every word was a jab. Nyanan is really so good to me. I only mentioned wanting to be in Class S, and she got me moved here immediately. This was a blatant provocation. If I didn't fire back, wouldn't it look like I was afraid of him? I casually raised an eyebrow. Then you'd better cherish it, or else. When Shay's happy, she lets you in. But when Shay's not, she can kick you out just as fast. Don't you agree? Chin Feng's face instantly darkened. Every word I said was true. It made him look like nothing more than a toy that could be tossed aside at any moment. But he quickly regained his composure, holding his head high with arrogance, and stared at me with a cold laugh. Fang Yuan, do you still think you're Nyanan's man? Him, the one Shez with now. And you're just ancient history. He suddenly raised his voice, threatening. You better watch your step, or else, with just one word from me to her, you'll be packing your bags and leaving Class S. Before I could even open my mouth, Shen Yue beside me had already lost her patience. She slammed the table with a loud bang. You want to kick Xiao Yuan out? Do you think Class S is a place for you to run wild? Who exactly do you think you are? Chin Feng was startled by her intensity and didn't dare to argue back. I turned to him and gave a cold laugh, my tone perfectly calm. Fine, you're welcome to try. I'd love to see if you actually have the guts to get me kicked out of this class. I scoffed inwardly. Even if Nyanan were 10 times older, she wouldn't dare do that. Too bad Chin Feng was completely oblivious. He still assumed that my entry into Class S was just like his entirely dependent on Nyanan. He was convinced that since it'd been dumped, I should just obediently get lost from here. But Class S at this school is legendary, and being part of it is a supreme honor. That's why Chin Feng felt so incredibly bitter.
I, a discarded ex.
What right did I have to still be here? And to top it off, a rich girl like Shen Yu was actually standing up to protect me. Class S has always been a sacred entity in the school, in unparalleled glory for those who enter, which is why Chin Feng was so frustrated. I'm just someone who got dumped, so how can I still stay here and even have a noble young lady like Shen Yue speaking up for me? He didn't back down, announcing to Shen Yu, "Fine, just you wait then, and see who's really got the upper hand." Shen Yue looked at him like he was an idiot and gave a long, dramatic eye roll. He suddenly smirked and leaned close to my ear, whispering, "If he knew the true relationship between you and Nyanan, how terrified do you think he'd be?" I curled my lip too.
I'd love to see that sight myself. I'm certain that Chi Nianan would never, for the sake of some guy, ever kick me out of Class S. In fact, even if she wanted to, the principal wouldn't even dare to do it. Exactly. If this reached the ears of the Chi family, she'd be scolded to pieces for sure. I didn't bother with an idiot like Qin Feng anymore, no matter how much he glared at me. I treated him like he was invisible. I just casually chatted with Shen Yu. Shen Yu turned around and lowered her voice, asking curiously, Qi Nianan is really acting strange this time. Why on earth would she go back to that guy? This was what everyone was wondering, because she never uses recycled goods. Once she breaks up, she forgets them instantly. I replied irritably, I don't know, and I don't care to know. I don't know why, but whenever Shez mentioned, I feel a tightness in my chest, and an uncontrollable anger just wells up. Just then, the gossip of some classmates nearby caught my attention. I recall she almost never lets guys in her car, especially this early in the morning. Did she go out of her way to pick him up, or…
Isn't it obvious?
They must have spent the night together. Suggestive tone of one of the girls made the whole area go silent.
How do you know that?
Coming to school together doesn't mean they spent the night together. Girl acted like she knew everything. Have you ever seen Chi Nianan pick up any boyfriend for school with her personality? At most, Shed just send a driver, but Shed never go herself. So, the most likely scenario is they were together last night, and she just dropped him off on her way. That logic seemed practically foolproof. Suddenly, someone blurted out, if they were together last night, do you think they slept together? Girls all broke into suggestive giggles. Do you even have to ask? They definitely. Qin Feng, were you and Nianan together last night? Qin Feng had overheard their conversation, and a smug look was plastered across his face. He intentionally acted bashful. Why are you asking me that? I'm not telling. His behavior only sparked more curiosity. From everyone present, the crowd immediately swarmed around him. Who wouldn't want to hear gossip about Qi Nianan? But no one noticed that my face had turned dark as thunder. My fists were clenched tight on the desk. They were together last night.
Did that Chi Nianan
actually take him back to our apartment? Does that mean he even slept in my bed? My chest heaved with intense fury. Just the thought of that scene made me feel like I could kill someone. Qin Feng shot me a malicious glance, and seeing my enraged reaction, his smile grew even more triumphant. He intentionally said to the crowd, "Oh my, how could I speak of such an embarrassing thing out loud?" Anyway, as for Chi Nianan, she really was together with me last night, since he confirmed it himself. The crowd immediately went wild. A deafening slam echoed through the room. I slammed the table and stood up abruptly, my handsome face darkening ominously. No, I absolutely have to go ask Chi Nianan for an explanation right now. If she really brought him home to mess around, then I absolutely cannot forgive her. Qin Feng was still there, patting his chest and acting all dramatic. Fang Yuan, why'd you slam the table so hard? You scared the life out of me. Shen Yue saw that I wasn't right and immediately told Qin Feng to shut up. I glared at Qin Feng through gritted teeth and turned to bolt out of the classroom. But the moment I moved, Shen Yue grabbed my hand tightly. Zhao Yuan, please, just calm down a bit. But how can I possibly stay calm? Right now, I just want to charge over to Qi Nianan and demand the truth. Is what Qin Feng said really the truth? I don't care what she and Qin Feng did in the past. But how could she bring him back to the apartment we share? That's my home. If she really did that, then it's truly going too far. But Qin Feng thought I was just putting on an act. He sneered, deliberately trying to provoke me. What do you want to go find Sister Chi and ask for the truth? Go on, hurry up and go. I'm just afraid you won't dare to. Of all the men around Chi Nianan, none have ever failed to be obedient. Who would dare to run over and question her about this? Qin Feng was certain I wouldn't dare, even if I did dare. It would be even better, as it might just happen to piss off Chi Nianan. He could just sit back and reap the rewards. Shen Yue couldn't take it anymore, pointing at Qin Feng and shouting angrily, I told you to shut your mouth. Do you hear me? Everyone around was stunned. Has she lost her mind? He actually dared to yell at Chi Nianan's man. You have to realize, Qin Feng is currently Chi Nianan's boyfriend. By doing this, if Qin Feng goes to tattle, Shen Yu will be in deep trouble. Since Shen Yu dared to do that for me, if she's not crazy, she must really like me. Qin Feng was humiliated by the shouting, but having just arrived in Class S, it wasn't convenient to start making enemies right away. Just then, the bell rang for class. The teacher entered the room. Shen Yue quickly pulled me down to my seat, whispering comfort. Don't let this guy provoke you. Who knows if what he said is true or false anyway? Can you just calm down and think it over? Seeing me nod slightly, she finally sighed in relief. She whispered again. Personally, I don't believe it's true. Even though Sister Chi has dated many boyfriends, I've never heard of her staying overnight at a guy's house or bringing a boy back to hers. Why? Because Chi Nianan is the most famous person in this whole Thuongduke Academy. Every move she makes is watched by the entire school. The guys who date her want nothing more than to brag about it to the whole world. If anyone actually slept with her, it would definitely make a huge scene for everyone to know. But news like that has never leaked out before. I stared blankly at Shen Yu. Really? Shen Yue nodded vigorously. It's true. Do you believe me? I nodded, not saying another word. But this class made me feel like I was sitting on pins and needles. Even if Chi Nianan didn't sleep with Qin Feng, what if she really did bring him to the apartment? Even if she just let Qin Feng step into the living room, I wouldn't be able to stand it. It's true. If this is the truth, it'll set a fire and burn that whole apartment down. I thought to myself in a rage. Bell for the end of class just rang, and I couldn't hold back, standing up and heading straight out. This time Shen Yue didn't stop me, only following me quietly with a worried look. Who would have thought Qin Feng also came out and was heading the same way? Clearly, he was also looking for Qi Nianen, even passing me with the arrogant air of a winner. As soon as I got to the first floor, I bumped into Zhou Qi. Xiao Yuan, where are you going? Zhou Qi stepped forward and familiarly hooked his arm around mine. When Qin Feng saw how close Zhou Qi was with me, his expression immediately changed. I'm going to find Qi Niana. My voice sounded like something was stuck in my throat. Very strange.
What's wrong? Why is this guy walking with you?
Zhou Qi looked toward Qin Feng in confusion. Shen Yu knew I didn't want to speak, so she told Zhou Qi what had happened in class. That's the story. Qin Feng, standing nearby, started to panic, turning around to slip away quickly. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qi barked a command for him to stop. Stop right there. Qin Feng's body stiffened. He managed to squeeze out a sycophantic smile. Brother Zhou Qi, do you need something from me? Zhou Qi led me over to stand in front of him, giving a cold laugh. You said Qi Nianen was with you all night. The two of you actually did it. Well? About that? Qin Feng stuttered. You liar. Zhou Qi bluntly threw those words in his face, scoffing in ridicule. I bet she hasn't even kissed you yet, right? Qin Feng's face instantly turned pale. If his secret had been exposed. Sorry. I have something to take care of. He said that and almost ran for his life. Zhou Qi pulled me outside, walking to the shade of a green tree. I finally couldn't help but ask, how did you know he was lying? Zhou Qi sat on a bench and laughed. It's simple. Really. For those of us close to Qi Nianan, everyone knows the deal with that tigress.
What deal?
Why don't I know about it?
My eyes were full of confusion. Zhou Qi suddenly realized something. Right? You've been abroad for the past few years, so it's normal you wouldn't know.
So what is it exactly?
Spit it out. I couldn't take it anymore. His way of being so cryptic is so annoying.
Ouch.
Don't pinch my arm. That hurts.
Zhou Qi quickly pulled his hand back.
Okay. I'll tell you now.
Just stop getting physical, all right?
Only then did I stop, staring at him, seriously. Zhou Qi cleared his throat. Actually, Qi Nianen. It seems she has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Cleanliness. Doubted I heard right, digging in my ear. How could she have a cleanliness obsession? Her house is as messy as a pigsty. Before I moved in, her room was anything but clean. That's not what I mean. Zhou Qi glanced at me. It's an emotional cleanliness obsession. That makes it even more impossible. It sounds like a fairy tale. The number of boyfriends Shay's had could probably line up for several blocks. Someone that flirtatious is called emotionally clean. If Shay's clean, then wouldn't I be a saint? Zhou Qi didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Fair point.
Frowned in frustration. What exactly are you getting at? What does this have to do with
Qin Feng lying?
Felt it would be better to just find Qi Nianen and ask her directly. As I was about to stand up, Zhou Qi pulled me back. Don't be so hasty. Going to look for her again. Of course. I have no idea what you're talking about. Xiao Qi, were you really bad at literature class? I complained irritably. Zhou Qi felt deeply insulted. Sigh, my literature was bad, okay. Let me reorganize my thoughts. Just let me finish speaking, alright. Give you one more chance. I sat back down. Zhou Qi thought seriously for a moment, then finally spoke. Why do I know Qin Feng is lying? Because that Qi Nianen girl, even though she has dated many boyfriends, she has that cleanliness obsession. Shez never even kissed them, let alone had sex. It's as simple as that. I don't believe you. I snorted, keeping a straight face. It's true. Zhou Qi nodded eagerly, looking me straight in the eye to confirm. Xiao Yuan, I have no reason to lie to you about this. I was still half skeptical. Then how do you know? Did Qi Nianen tell you herself? How could she possibly tell me? Someone tricked it out of her at a bar once. I was dazed for a long time. So it's true. Qi Nianen has dated so many guys. How could she never have kissed any of them? Suddenly remembered yesterday. How she was like crazy insisting on kissing me. My cheeks immediately flushed red. Cleanliness, obsession, my foot. She doesn't like kissing people randomly. Then what kind of fit was she throwing yesterday? She didn't seem at all like the person Xiao Qi was describing. Maintaining my skepticism, I said nonchalantly. You guys were definitely tricked by her. Would she really just admit something like that? Isn't that really embarrassing for a girl? Qi Nianen cares so much about her image. Zhou Qi wagged his finger, looking certain. She couldn't have tricked us. Got her drunk. When girls get drunk, they love to gossip about dirty little secrets. And it turns out Qi Nianan said Shay's still a. Zhou Qi covered his mouth and giggled. Shez a what? My face was full of confusion. Zhou Qi glanced at me. You don't get it. Shez, still a virgin. My face turned bright red. I asked him in disbelief. Did she really admit that herself? I remembered earlier. It seemed she really did tell me that she was still pure. Could that actually be the truth? Zhou Qi shrugged. Probably anyway, she said. She never even touched those guys. She didn't even have the desire to kiss them. He continued his analysis. So think about it. Does Qin Feng really have that much charm to make Qi Nianen break her rule and sleep with him? It sounds fake just hearing it. That guy said it just to provoke you. You're just too gullible to actually believe those words. I blushed and quickly tried to justify myself. I'm not even angry about that. I don't care who she sleeps with. What pisses me off is how she could bring someone to the apartment. Zhou Qi rubbed his chin,
looking determined. I think that part is fake too. Even if Chi Nianen wanted to make you jealous, she would never bring him home. If she actually dared to do that, then I'd burn that whole apartment to the ground, I said with a serious face, declaring angrily. Seeing me like this, Zhou Qi couldn't stop laughing. Total jealousy. Yet this kid still stubbornly refuses to admit it. He quickly stopped me. All right, don't be so impulsive. If you go demand answers now, you've already lost. Arguing like that in front of so many people. You want to become the laughingstock of the school? I thought about it, and he was right. Just hold it in for a bit. Zhou Qi leaned in close to me with a devilish smile. Wait until lunch? Well, invite her to eat with us, then expose that guy's lie right in front of her. Just think about it. How satisfying it'll be to slap him down like that. Just thinking about it feels great. And so, at lunchtime, just as Qi Nianen and Qin Feng walked into the canteen, Zhou Qi pulled me along and walked over with a smile. Qi Nianen, Zhao Yuan and I forgot our meal cards. Would you mind treating us to lunch? Qi Nianen's gaze immediately fixed on me, with that same indifferent smile. Of course, this scene left all the students in the canteen stunned. Sister Qi, new and old flames, actually sitting together in one place. It was truly a rare Shurafield scene. Nobody even bothered to eat their food, just craned their necks to eavesdrop on the gossip. I'll have the black pepper beef rice. After Zhou Qi ordered, he turned to ask me.
Xiao Yuan, what about you?
I answered haphazardly. Same for me. As soon as I said that, Qi Nianen raised an eyebrow, her dark eyes staring intensely at me.
Don't you dislike black pepper?
I was still mad at her. So I immediately glared at her. Well, I like it now. Okay, fine. Whatever you want. Qi, Nianen replied dismissively. If she didn't care at all. But if she didn't care, how could she remember my preferences so clearly? Qin Feng's face next to her instantly darkened, but he still forced a fawning smile on his face, quite different from how he was in class. He thought Qi Nianen would ask him what he wanted to eat. As it turned out, she didn't pay him any mind. He had to tell Shunian himself that he wanted cheese-topped pan-fried chicken rice. Before long, all the food was served. I had just taken one bite of the black pepper beef. When my eyebrows knitted together, my chopsticks just poked around the bowl. I couldn't swallow another bite. Just then, Qin Feng cut a piece of the pan-fried chicken. With a flattering look, he offered it to Qi Nianan. Sister Qi, you should try some of this. But Qi Nianan didn't even spare him a glance. The next second, she suddenly reached out and took a bowl of rice right from in front of me. I thought she was going to cause trouble. But then her plate of braised eggplant rice appeared right in front of me instead. That was exactly the dish I loved most. Clearly you don't like it. Yet you're so stubborn. Qi Nianen glanced at me, her voice full of feigned annoyance. Although I wasn't happy with her attitude, looking at the plate of braised eggplant, I suddenly felt an unusual sweetness in my heart. Glancing over at Qin Feng, his face was turning all sorts of colors. What a great show. Zhou Qi curled his lips into a smile. Suddenly looking at Qi Nianan, he directly dropped the bomb. Great Miss Qi, I heard from your boyfriend that you were with him last night, and even stayed the night. He winked at me while saying it, immediately understood his meaning, and changed my expression to one of accusatory questioning, turning to Qi Nianen to interrogate her. Did you bring him to the apartment where we live? Qin Feng's face instantly turned ashen. Is Qi Nianan's sharp gaze pressured him for answers. Are these your words? Qin Feng waved his hands frantically. No, I never said that. Zhou Qi crossed his arms, exposing him with a cold laugh. Scared now, are you? Why didn't you think of the consequences when you were lying? Qin Feng's eyes began to redden. I only said Miss Qi was with me last night. I never explicitly said that I went to her home. I understood the issue immediately. That word trap was played quite expertly. But I focused on only one key point. I turned to look at Qi Nianen, asking her word for word. Last night, were you really with him? Qin Feng cut in immediately.
Yes, absolutely true.
As for Qi Nianen, she just looked at me in silence, not saying a word, which was a silent admission. I took a deep breath. A radiant smile appeared on my aggrieved face. I suddenly stood up. Full. Thanks for the treat. With that, I turned and left, without looking back once. However, in the afternoon after school, I was blocking the apartment door. The moment Qi Nianen tried to close the door, I reached out to stop it. Wait. She stared at me, and I raised my chin, getting close to her. What am I not welcome to come back? I walked into the house naturally, changed into my slippers, feeling as relaxed as if I were in my own home. You went to stay at Zhou Qi for a night. It's not like I said I wasn't coming back. I still had that radiant smile on my face as usual.
If what happened at noon never even occurred?
But the more I smiled like that, colder Qi Nianen's eyes became. I acted like I didn't see it, and went into the bathroom to wash my face. After coming out, I even stretched. I opened the fridge and turned to look at her. Do you want anything to drink? The next second, Qi Nianen's patience completely collapsed. She suddenly grabbed my arm, pinning me against the fridge door. Her beautiful face was full of anger. She roared at me. Fang Yuan, do you really not feel anything at all? I was frozen in fear by her, only able to stare at her blankly. Qi Nianen's beautiful face became even more troubled. You are doing it again. This trick really works best on her. Bang! She punched the fridge door, making a loud noise. I told you not to cry. I stared back at her stubbornly, eyes glistening. Not crying.
Why are you yelling at me?
Qi Nianen didn't have the energy to bicker with me anymore, so she turned to leave. Just then, I suddenly rushed up from behind and hugged her tightly around the waist.
This time, I couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Tears immediately soaked through the back of her shirt. Her body stiffened. Her heart softened by my tears, just as she was about to turn around to comfort me. Choked out the words. Sorry, I sniffled. My voice both pitiful and full of apology. It was my fault first. I haven't properly apologized for tricking you before. And about Yunwan too. She really is just a normal friend. In my heart, you are naturally the most important person. No one can compare to you. Nianan, please don't be mad anymore. Can we? Can we stop fighting? I thought to myself that since I was the one who messed up, then bowing my head to apologize first should be enough. Arguing over an outsider is just too stupid. Chi, Nianan sighed repeatedly, her heart having long since softened, especially when she heard that no one can compare to you. It moved her to the point of melting. She gently removed my hands, turned around and embraced me, her voice tender yet helpless. You dummy. Truthfully, she felt pretty stupid herself. She had long ago gotten over me meeting Yunwan. What she was actually mad about was me rejecting her kiss. But she could never bring herself to say something like that out loud. Hearing her voice soften, I let out an even louder wail. If to vent all the grievances of the past few days, without any hesitation. I wiped all my tears and snot onto her. She looked down at my childish behavior, between laughter and tears, yet finding it incredibly adorable. Aunt, wipe your nose on my shirt. It's so gross. I even intentionally lifted the hem of her shirt and blew my nose. Now her shirt was really dirty. She led me to the sofa and told me to sit down, then stood up to go to her room to change. I immediately grabbed her hand. Where are you going? Nianan pointed at the stain on her shirt and teased, do you want to keep the evidence? Only then did I let go of her hand. Unexpectedly, she stood up and went straight to the fridge, taking out a carton of strawberry milk, my favorite. She placed the milk on the coffee table in front of me. Before heading back to her room, I watched her receding back, feeling an immense sweetness in my heart, and gulped down the milk. By the time I finished drinking, she had come back out, still as beautiful and heart-stirring as ever. She sat down beside me and asked with a smile, what do you want for dinner tonight? I bit the straw, tilting my head in thought for a long time. Couldn't think of anything. Can't think of anything. Nianan smiled and pinched my cheek. Are you feeling hungry yet? I shook my head. Not yet. And well, go a bit later. She took out her phone to send a message, then said to me, shall I ask Zhou to join us? I nodded, resting my head naturally on her shoulder.
Why do you look so tired?
She looked at me with a smile. I let out a deep sigh, my voice lethargic. Fighting is so exhausting. Can we not fight anymore in the future?
Wasn't it your fault?
Who told you to lie to me first? With her devious mind. Of course she had to seize the opportunity, make me more obedient. Hearing that, my face showed a look of regret again. I already said I'm sorry. I won't lie to you again. Okay, but you can't always be so overbearing like this. I suddenly thought, if I really marry her in the future, wouldn't I be suffocated by her control? She looked at me again and said, then you can't always be so careless either. You need to be more careful about who you befriend.
Like that Yunwan girl, for example.
She was clearly not happy at all. I didn't want to bring that up again, to avoid another argument. Anyway, I think Yunwan is worth being friends with. Next time, I must find a chance to ask her why on earth she hates Yunwan so much. I suddenly looked up, asking her what was going on between her and Qin Feng. Were you really with him last night? Unexpectedly, she smirked wickedly, giving an ambiguous smile. Are you jealous? My face flushed hot, and I snapped at her. Get lost. Who would even care about you? I just looked down on you for going back to that kind of man. At least find someone better. But Nianan just looked at me with a smile. When did I ever say I went back to him? Froze for a moment. Not back together. Then what exactly happened? Spit it out. Thinking about the arrogant face of Qin Feng made me furious again. Once the truth is out, let's see how she slaps him in the face. Seeing my smug smile, Nianan knew exactly what I was thinking. She decisively shifted all the blame away. A friend asked me out last night, and I just happened to run into him. Never said I was getting back together with him. Of course, she wouldn't admit she did it on purpose, wanting to use Qin Feng to make me jealous. I glared at her resentfully. Then, why did you help him transfer to Class S? His smug attitude is just unbearable. Nianan smirked. If she had expected this. Did he provoke you? I gave a loud huff to show my dissatisfaction. Don't think I didn't see through it. You definitely did this on purpose. Unexpectedly, she didn't care at all. It's simple. If Hez an eyesore to you, just transfer him out. Which class do you want him in? These words made my heart feel completely refreshed. Wasn't this exactly what I told Qin Feng? If Nianan is happy, she'll let him in. If not, she can still kick him out just the same. Just thinking about Qin Feng's face when he gets transferred made me unable to stop smiling. Being moved out after just one day in Class S, it's a bit pitiful when you think about it. Maybe I should be merciful and let him stay a few more days. That evening, Nianan called Zhou, Li Ya, and the others to eat at the Hoding Club. As soon as Li Ya entered, she giggled and tried to hug me. Great young Master Fang, I've missed you to death. In the end,
Qi Nianan pushed her away directly, giving her a cold glare. Li Ya teased, I just called you over for dinner. Anyone else would think Zhao Yuan is your husband? To my surprise, Qi Nianan placed her hand on the back of my chair, smirking proudly. Xiao Yuan is my husband, so what? The friend beside Li Ya was stunned and whispered, is he really Fang Yuan? Is he truly Miss Kiss husband? Who on earth is he? Only then did Li Ya lower her voice, revealing my true identity. You know, the legendary Fang family, right? The other person gasped. That Fang family, is it for real? Li Ya pointed at me. This man right here is the only young master of that Fang family. People only know about the four great families, unaware of the hidden powerhouse that is the Fang family. Most of their assets are overseas. They're so low-key that only the top elite know of them. Li Ya then dropped another bombshell. You know which school Xiao Yuan attended in America? The #1 elite academy in the US. My family couldn't get in even with a push, but the Fang family could. Just imagine how powerful the Fang family is. Just then, Qi Nianan suddenly called Li Ya over, a mischievous smile playing on her beautiful face. Come to school tomorrow.
Lend me a hand.
Seeing her devilish smile, Li Ya instantly got excited. What is it? Qi Nianan twirled the glass in her hand, a look of satisfaction in her eyes. Something very interesting. So the next day, at the gates of Shangde Academy, a long line of top-tier supercars rolled in. Lamborghini, Maybach, Bugatti, each worth tens of millions. Even more exaggeratedly, they were all limited editions, things money can't always buy. The car doors opened in unison. Under the gaze of gaping, stunned onlookers, I smiled brightly. Surrounded by Qi Nianan's group right in the middle, everyone present was dumbfounded. What's going on here? The people surrounding me right now are truly those standing at the peak of the pyramid. Qi Nianan and Zhou Qi, two from the four great families.
Li Ya, the mayor's eldest daughter.
Meng Yu, the second miss of the Meng family. This group of beauties and heartthrobs walking together dazzled the entire school. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were filming a reality show. However, no one could understand why a nobody like me was standing in the very center. What shocked them even more was that Qi Nianan was on my left, and Zhou Qi was on my right. Zhou Qi even had his arm around my shoulder. Li Ya even leaned past Qi Nianan to chat with me with a completely flattering look. What on earth is the situation? Every student present was totally bewildered. Li Ya even showed off, running her fingers through her long hair, soaking up the crowd's attention. Our entrance is truly one of a kind, Zhou Qi said with a laugh. Don't worry, in less than a few minutes, this video will be spreading all over the school. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this really necessary? Making such a huge scene, I felt quite uncomfortable. I thought to myself, if I said I didn't want to walk with him now, would I be flattened on the spot? But Qi Nianan teased with a smile, giving you a chance to show off and you're complaining. In the history of Shangde, the only person to ever have this privilege is you. I shrugged, flashing a bright smile. This feeling is actually quite nice, even though the jealous, envious eyes of the boys around me looked like they wanted to drown me. Getting close to the school building, I clapped my hands. All right, break it up. Lunch is on me today.
Well, gather again then.
Li Ya immediately flattered with a smile. Since young Master Fang is treating, I won't hold back. I'm telling you now, no cafeteria food. I waved as I left the group. Up to you? Heading to class first. Who knew that as soon as I entered Class S, the whole class's eyes would turn toward me in unison, full of meaning. I didn't care and walked straight to my seat. Just then, Qin Feng walked in, his face looking extremely grim. Staring at me intently, he clearly saw the scene at the school gate too. I suddenly remembered Qi Nianan's words from yesterday.
Which class do you want to transfer him to?
The old Class A or Class F. It's up to you. Class A and Class F. Heaven and hell. Only now did I realize that Qin Feng's fate was now entirely in my hands. This was truly a first-time feeling. It was marvelous. I subconsciously glanced at Qin Feng. He suddenly stiffened, opening his mouth to act tough. Fang Yuan, don't think. I shook my head, cutting him off. Qin Feng, can you just be quiet for a bit? Nothing decent comes out when you open your mouth, daring to provoke me at a time like this. Are you really that stupid? Qin Feng instantly flared up in anger and shame. He hissed, aren't you just relying on the favor of Miss Qi? I don't know what tricks you used, but don't get too smug. The 7th Miss will get tired of you one day. I was completely speechless. Favor, I have no idea what he's talking about. Besides, his voice was too shrill, making my ears ache. I suddenly shot him a sharp look, coldly warning him. Qin Feng, either shut up, or ill have you transferred to Class F. Take your pick. Qin Feng froze instantly, completely dazed. He instinctively thought I was bluffing, but he couldn't suppress his fear.
What if it was real?
Moving to Class F. Just the thought of that made him choke. Qin Feng's face tensed and then stiffened, until finally all he could do was snort coldly, turning his head away proudly, pretending he didn't care to argue with me. I just found it hilarious. Shen Yu, sitting at the desk in front, looked at me with a complex expression. Xiao Yuan. She wanted to ask who I really was. She thought I was just Qi Nianan's childhood friend. But after this morning's scene, even the mayor's daughter Li Ya was flattering me. How terrifying was my real identity, after all. Shen Yu suddenly didn't dare to know anymore. As for me, I was clueless. Is something wrong? Looking at my innocent, smiling face, Shen Yu seemed to realize something and also smiled slightly. I just wanted to ask if you've eaten breakfast. I have a fruit sandwich here, I replied happily. I'll eat it. Finally, after waiting until school was over, Qin Feng felt like a weight had been lifted. After several classes of being on edge, he was regretting everything.
Why did I have to sit next to him?
Just as he was about to pack up and sneak out, a piercing scream suddenly erupted outside the classroom. Ah, Miss Chi.
Why is she here?
Is she here to find Qin Feng? I heard they're back together. Your news is so outdated. Didn't you see the scene this morning? While everyone was gossiping, Ian, incredibly beautiful figure, stepped into class S. Chi Nianon's beautiful face wore a carefree, wicked, and enchanting smile. It instantly set the classroom atmosphere ablaze. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, his eyes glued to her. Is she here for me? Seeing Chi Nianan walking toward him, but to his surprise, Chi Nianan's dark eyes didn't even spare him a single glance. Walking right past him, Qin Feng's face froze instantly. Chi Nianan's gaze, from start to finish, was only on me as she smiled and said, "The reservation is made. I'm here to take you there." I looked at the fangirls around me, half laughing, half crying, waved to the dazed Shen Yu, and quickly pulled Qin Yanan away. "Where are Li Ya and the others? They're just waiting for you." The two chatted as they walked away. Qin Feng stood rooted to the spot, his head spinning. He dared to call Li Ya by her name, and in such a close tone, he sucked in a breath of cold air. "Just who on earth are you?" To my surprise, Qi Nianan took me to the student council building.
"Are we eating here?"
I asked curiously. She hooked her arm into mine and led me inside, passing through the hall with a massive crystal chandelier. We entered a room. I had a 5-star hotel deliver food here to avoid the hassle of going out. Pushing the door open, sure enough, Li Ya's group was all there. As soon as Li Ya saw me, she immediately stood up to pull out a chair for me, smiling flatteringly. "Xiao Yuan, you were so impressive this morning. A ton of people kept surrounding me to ask about you. Don't worry, I didn't say a word." Qi Nianan shot her a look that said good for you, pushed her hand off my chair, and warned, "If a single rumor leaks out, it's all on you." I didn't bother with them, only caring about what we were eating. Li Ya immediately shifted the subject. "Xiao Yuan, didn't you say you were treating?" I smiled and pulled out Qi Nianan's wallet, slamming it onto the table. He said, "I'm treating. So I'm treating. Using someone else's wallet to treat. This is something only I could do."
Li Ya was the first to object.
"Great young Master Fang. You can't do that?" To her surprise, the owner of the wallet, Qi Nianan, gave her a cold look. "Do you have a problem?" Li Ya immediately backed down, shaking her head and waving her hands frantically. "No problem at all. No problem. I wouldn't dare have an opinion." The others pretended to be looking at the scenery. Who would dare provoke this young master? Right then, I spoke up with a smile. "Ah, fine. If I'm treating, I'm treating. I don't have cash, but swiping a card is fine, right?" Saying that, I pulled a card from my pocket and placed it on the table. A pure black card. As soon as Li Ya saw the card, her eyes widened and her finger trembled as she pointed at it. "Xiao Yuan. Quick, let me see that card of yours." I thought she was overreacting. I handed it to her anyway. Li Ya flipped it over and over, examining it. If she wanted to see right through it. The next second, she suddenly turned to Qi Nianan. She saw Qi Nianan pursing her lips slightly, giving her a faint smile. I was even more confused. Is something wrong with this card? Zhou Qi suddenly laughed and said she recognized it. "That's Qi Nianan's supplementary card, right?" I nodded.
"That's right."
No sooner had I spoken than Li Ya was cradling the card in her hands. Her eyes lit up as she wailed, "Oh, great young Master Fang, this is the supreme black card. There are only 4 of these in the entire city, one for each of the 4 great families. This is something ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream about." I didn't care in the slightest. "Isn't it just a black card? My mom has one too."
"What's the big deal?"
"It's a shame she's the mayor's daughter, yet acts like she's never seen the world." Li Ya retorted excitedly. "This is not the same thing at all. This black card is totally different from others. You just don't understand." I really didn't understand. I'd seen Qi Nianan's black card, and it looked exactly like my mom's. No difference. Li Ya handed the card back to me, looking at Qi Nianan with a deep sigh of admiration. "Miss Qi, you really have to spoil him this much? You even gave him your supplementary card." I immediately glared at her with dissatisfaction. What if she gave it to me? Do you have a problem with it? If Nianan wants me to use it, what's it to you? Li Ya glanced at Qi Nianan and whispered, "I don't dare have an opinion. I'm just crazily envious." Halfway through the meal, I started getting sleepy. My head kept nodding off. Qi Nianan reached out to support my head, letting me lean on her shoulder, then told the others, "Hez sleepy. I'm taking him upstairs first." A second later, she stood right up, helping me out of the room, once their figures had vanished. Li Ya, staying behind, looked at Zhou Qi. "Hey, have you ever seen our Miss Qi? Be this gentle and attentive to any boyfriend." Zhou Qi glanced at her with a knowing smile. "Can those other guys even be compared to Xiao Yuan?" Li Ya immediately smelled some drama. Are they dating? Zhou Qi shrugged. I don't know. Li Ya was even more certain. I see the way Nianan spoils Xiao Yuan. It's like Shes treating him as precious as can be. Afraid hell break if touched or blow away if breathed on. Zhou Qi shot her another look, speaking coldly. You think Qi Nianan just started spoiling Xiao Yuan now? A single sentence woke her from her daze. Li Ya slapped her forehead hard.
That's right.
Haven't they been like this since they were kids? It's just that He's been studying abroad these past few years, and we've had less contact, so we gradually forgot. Zhou Qi sighed with emotion. I've admired Fang Yuan since we were little. Everyone is good to him, plus he has Qi Nianan, always pampering and protecting him. Li Ya suddenly leaned in close.
Zhou Qi, are you looking for a girlfriend?
Someone beautiful, smart, and funny. Zhou Qi smiled brightly, then pushed her face away, and heartlessly uttered 2 words. No thanks. He then narrowed his eyes with a grin and crooked his finger. How about this? If you beat Yun Wan in the next exam, I'll steal my sister's black card for you to use once.
How's that sound?
Li Ya immediately protested.
Is that girl even human? A perfect score in every subject who can beat that. Meanwhile, in the second floor room, Qi Nianan gently laid me down on the sofa. Unexpectedly, the moment I was down, I mumbled in my sleep. Nianan, the lights are too bright. Qi Nianan replied in a low voice. I know. She walked over and drew the curtains, blocking out all the light from outside. Immediately after, my dreamy voice rang out again. Nianan. Pillow. Pillow. Clearly the pillow was right by my feet. Qi Nianan walked over helplessly, picked up the pillow and tenderly placed it under my head. The long pillow too. So she got the body pillow for me, letting me hold it in my arms. I want the small blanket too. Qi Nianan's dark eyes looked at me, speechless. This kid and his demands, ordering people around has become way too natural for him. Just think. Miss Qi usually is the one ordering everyone else around. She's never been bossed around like this. I'm the only one brave enough to order her around so boldly. Despite those thoughts, Miss Qi still went to get the small blanket and personally tucked it over my stomach. She has a habit of keeping the AC at a very low temperature, so the AC in the room was running at full blast. She thought for a moment, then turned up the AC temperature slightly to prevent me from catching a cold. I felt much more comfortable, hugging the body pillow as I peacefully took my nap. Just as Zhou Qi had said, the grand entrance this morning was quickly captured on video by someone and spread throughout the school. Even students from other schools now knew about it. Could be imagined that Long Aotian had seen it too. And so, Long Aotian once again smashed his phone. This time was even more disastrous. He hurled it straight at the wall. The phone shattered into pieces, instantly ruined. The maid stood trembling by his side, not knowing whether to go pick it up or not. Long Aotian was clearly enraged to the extreme, his eyes bloodshot, his chest heaving violently, looking as if Head just had an asthma attack. The maid's face turned pale with fear, not knowing if she should offer any comfort. She originally thought she had seen the young master at his angriest last time, but unexpectedly, this was even more terrifying. She could almost see the flames of rage atop the young master's head, about to burst into an inferno. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Are you brain dead? Pick up the phone for me, now. Long Aotian turned his head, his furious eyes glaring at the maid as he roared. Yes. Yes, young master. The maid hurried over to pick it up. She saw the phone had split in 2, and the screen was completely cracked. Even if picked up, it was useless. But the maid didn't dare disobey his command, so she could only bring the broken phone back, presenting it with both hands to Long Aotian. Long Aotian took it to check, then threw it straight at her in a rage. You useless thing. It's completely broken. How am I supposed to use this? Get the hell out of here. I'm going to die of anger. Maid was hit on the forehead by the phone and fell to the ground. So aggrieved, she felt like crying. But she could only grit her teeth and bear it. Long Aotian barked a call for the butler. The round middle-aged butler rushed over flatteringly. Master Aotian, what are your orders?
Long Aotian commanded.
Call Lu Guan for me. Tell him to get here immediately. Right now, give him 10 minutes. I don't want to wait a single minute longer. The butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yes, sir. I'll call him right away. And so 10 minutes later, Lu Guan appeared. His eyes clearly showed that he understood everything. It was obvious he knew exactly what Long Aotian was so angry about. As soon as Long Aotian saw him arrive, he threw the iPad down in front of him and roared in a rage. Didn't you say you'd take care of that Fang Yuan kid? What the hell are you doing? Why haven't you made a move yet? Look at how high and mighty he is right now. Are you just gonna let him keep acting so arrogant? I'm about to reach my limit. Lu Guan's face darkened, his expression turning extremely grim. Of course I don't want that. He had already seen that video. But in reality, what hit him the hardest was the news that Qin Feng and Qi Nianan had gotten back together the day before yesterday. Qi Nianan never used to go back to her exes. This was something everyone knew, so he didn't dare to dream pointlessly that he could ever return to Qi Nianan's side. But when he saw that news, he could no longer sit still.
Why was Qin Feng able to do it? Even though he was the son of a mistress, Lu Guan had never felt inferior to other boys, especially that Qin Feng. Lu Guan felt he was 100 times better than him. If Qin Feng could get back with the eldest young lady, then why couldn't he? This thought, once it surfaced, clung to him like a nightmare, making him obsess over it frantically. So he couldn't help but think, if only I disappear, then perhaps he would have a chance to return to Lady Kiss' side. Long Aodian took all his frustration out on Lu Guan. You needed money. I gave you money. You needed people. I let you borrow my bodyguards. Why are you so useless? I don't care. You must take action right now for me. I don't want to see Feng Yuan's arrogant face anymore. Make his life a living hell. I understand it'll have someone take action today, but it might cost more than originally planned. Lu Guan momentarily endured him. Long Aotian snorted coldly. So what if it costs money? As if I'm short on cash.
Wasn't it because your mother was greedy for my family's money?
That she seduced my father. Otherwise, how could someone like you even exist? Go and get to work. Do you hear me? Long Aotian sneered. If it costs money, then let it. Do you think I'm lacking money? Wasn't your mother targeting my family's wealth? When she lured my father in, where else would you have come from? Go take care of it. Is that clear? After saying this, he followed up with more foul insults. Lu Guan kept his head down, his hands clenching into fists before slowly relaxing. I'm going now? He spoke in a soft voice, not showing even a hint of emotion. Get out. Get out of my sight. Truly a useless piece of trash. Long Aotian had been driven insane by that video to the point of losing all reason. His whole body was like a bomb about to explode. The butler, hearing those vulgar words, couldn't help but frown in weariness. He personally saw Lu Guan to the door and even offered some comfort. Master Lu Guan, the master's temper has always been like this. Don't take it to heart. He's just in a fit of rage right now, so it's unavoidable that his words are a bit harsh. Don't be sad anymore. Lu Guan was in a state of extreme suppression and resentment. As soon as he heard the comfort, his eyes immediately turned red. He said with a choke, I thank you, butler. The butler sighed, not knowing what else to say. After ordering the driver to take him home, he turned and went back inside the villa. As the door opened and closed, he could still seemingly hear the sound of Long Aotian screaming and cursing in a fury. His eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at the luxurious villa in front of him, extreme hatred surging in his heart. Lu Guan gritted his teeth in resentment. Why did he have to be labeled the son of a mistress? To live a life of such humiliation and contempt, both being sons of Han Guo Shen. Why did Long Aotian get to study at Shangde Academy, while he was only allowed to attend high school number 2. Long Aodian enjoyed the life of a young master. While he always had to smile and flatter others, it was so unfair. Lu Guan's eyes turned as red as blood, hiding a terrifying malice. No one knew what he was plotting in his head. In the afternoon after school, I was walking with Qi Nainen's group on the school slope. Even without this morning's incident, the status of our group would have always attracted everyone's attention, and no one dared to come close. It could only watch us from a distance. It was a world that others couldn't reach. So, let's go eat barbecue at Zuyuan tonight. I haven't been there in a long time, and I'm drooling just thinking about it. Zhou Qi put his arm around my shoulder and said happily. I smiled and agreed. I haven't had BBQ in a while either. Though when I was in the States, I occasionally went to eat barbecue with my classmates. The style there is completely different from our country. Actually, the good food in America can't possibly be as diverse as it is here. That's why I didn't like studying abroad. Zhou Qi pouted, showing his disdain. His family originally wanted to send him abroad too, but he vehemently refused. In America, if it wasn't French fries or hamburgers, then it was just grilled meat and sausages. With a foodie soul like his, if he left China, had surely be done for in less than half a month. Li Ya teased. You really are a glutton. In the future, anyone could just use some tasty food to lure you away and kidnap you. At that time, don't you dare admit you know me. Zhou Qi snapped back. Never knew you in the first place. Who are you even? Qi Nianen watched the two of them bickering, only smiling without saying anything. Our group talked and laughed merrily as we walked. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. People around us looking on all felt incredibly envious. From a distance, I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. My eyes stopped on Yun Wan. Compared to the liveliness of our group, Yun Wan was walking alone, looking quite solitary. That figure looked so lonely. A bit of sympathy arose in my heart. I looked at Qi Nianan and said, I'm going over there to say hello to her. Without waiting for her to reply, I had already run off. When Qi Nianan saw me running to Yun Wan, her beautiful face immediately turned sour. But thinking about how I had the sense to actively ask for her permission, she felt her heart soften slightly. It's just to say hello. If I didn't even allow this, wouldn't that make me look really narrow-minded? Lady Qi told herself she was an extremely generous person. She kept telling herself that. However, her long legs were already quickly pacing to follow behind me. Walking in front, I felt something and suddenly turned my head back. Sure enough, this tail was following right behind. I stopped in my tracks and gave her a glare. Qi Nianen also stopped following. The two of us were like we were playing a game of red light, green light, looking quite funny. I winked to signal her to stop following me. Qi Nianen pouted, looking disdainful as if she didn't care. If you don't want me to follow, then fine. No need to be so tense. Who wants to follow anyway? Seeing that she really wasn't following anymore, I felt relieved and hurried toward Yun Wan, cheerfully tapping her on the shoulder. Yun Wan. Yun Wan turned her head,
and when she saw me, a faint smile appeared on her cold face.
Oh, it's you.
Perhaps because someone's gaze was staring too sharply. She instinctively looked behind me and caught Chi Nianen standing not far away. She smiled slightly and whispered to me, "Have the two of you made up?" I nodded and walked alongside her. I asked, "How have you been lately?" So sorry. That girl gets sulky so often, so I didn't dare come look for you. It's okay. I've been focusing on studying for exams lately. The 12th grade has their monthly tests this Friday. Then you'll definitely be fine, since you're so smart. I only found out from hearing my friends talk. It turns out you always get perfect scores. What's your secret to studying? When mentioning academic achievements, even someone as consistently calm as Yunwan rarely showed a flicker of pride in her eyes. In terms of family background, you couldn't compare to many people here at Shangdae. But when it came to academics, she had full confidence to surpass anyone. Everyone has their own pride, and Yunwan was no exception. I suddenly remembered something, secretly glanced at Chi Nianen behind us, then moved a bit closer to her, whispering at a volume only the two of us could hear. "Didn't I say I'd treat you to a meal last time? Once you're done with these exams, I'll treat you whenever you're free." Not far away, Chi Nianen saw my secretive behavior. Her dark eyes immediately narrowed in suspicion. Who knows what this guy is whispering to Yunwan about? Suddenly, a motorcycle zoomed past her, at a terrifying speed. Chi Nianen? That bike? Just as Li Ya was about to shout a warning, Chi Nianan also realized something was wrong. But unfortunately, it was too late. No matter how agile she was, she couldn't possibly be faster than a motorcycle revving at full throttle. The target of that motorcycle turned out to be me. It charged straight at me with crazy force. Chi Nianan could only stand there wide-eyed, completely unable to stop it. Her eyes were full of panic, her heart tightening with fear. "Xiao Yuan, look out." Yunwan's eyes suddenly became unusually determined. Right after the shout, she managed to react, swiftly grabbing me in a tight hug, leaning her body to shield me closely to her chest, and used her own arm to take the blow from the motorcycle charging aggressively at us. The motorcycle grazed them, a massive impact sending them both tumbling to the ground. The driver clearly had a premeditated plan. He didn't stop for even half a second. After causing the accident, he sped right out of the school gate and disappeared. Xiao Yuan. At this moment, Chi Nianen didn't care about that guy at all. She only thought of me as she rushed over like a gust of wind. "I am okay." Scrambled up from the ground, my whole body still tightly held in Yunwan's arms. The fall just now had only left me a bit dusty, with no significant injuries, completely safe and sound.
Yunwan, are you all right?
I hurriedly turned to look at Yunwan, but the result was that as soon as I saw her clearly, a patch of bright red blood suddenly appeared before my eyes. Yunwan. She was clutching her right arm tightly, cold sweat pouring down her face. Her lips had turned pale from the pain. Yunwan. I froze in place, staring at the pool of blood on the ground. My face instantly turned pale, and my mind went completely blank. I didn't dare look at her wound any longer. What should I do? How could a fall cause so much bleeding? How could this be happening? And looking closely again, Yunwan's right arm had a long gash, and fresh blood was gushing out continuously. Looking at that scene, my hands couldn't stop shaking, and my whole body went numb. Why did it end up like this? I looked at Yunwan in a panic, my fingers trembling uncontrollably, having no idea what to do. This isn't good. My mind was racing. We can't let the blood keep flowing like this. We have to stop the bleeding immediately. Chi Nianen, standing not far from me, also rushed to the scene quickly. The moment she saw Yunwan's wound, her expression immediately turned terrifyingly dark. This wound was clearly caused by a very powerful impact. There was no more time to think now. Chi Nianen's face hardened. From a girl walking by, she snatched away the uniform's silk scarf and quickly wrapped it tightly above Yunwan's wound, teeing it firmly to temporarily control the bleeding.
"Li Ya, call an ambulance, fast."
She shouted to Li Ya, who was running over in a panic. Li Ya was stunned, hurriedly replying,
"Oh, okay.
"I'll call right now." "Don't, just notify the school clinic. Tell the doctors there to come here first. Hurry up, and call an ambulance too." Zhou Qi also managed to run over, and seeing this scene he was paralyzed with fear. His eyes were as red as a rabbit's, staring blankly at Yunwan's pale face.
Yunwan, are you okay?
Why did this happen?
What on earth happened? I stayed close to Yunwan, not daring to move much, only instinctively leaning into her. So worried I just wanted to shrink away, fearing that something terrible would happen to her. "Yunwan, how are you feeling now?" "Oh God, what should I do? She's bleeding so much. With this much blood, could she?" I was truly terrified. I could only try to reassure myself. With Chi Nianen here, Yunwan will surely be fine. Chi Nianen gritted her teeth, performing the most basic first aid to stop Yunwan's bleeding. But this was only a measure to buy time. To keep too much blood from being lost, she stared at me, her gaze incredibly stern. She suddenly put her arms around me, pulling me tightly into her embrace. She leaned close to my ear and whispered reassuringly, "Don't be afraid. She'll be okay." But bleeding this much. Maybe an artery was hit. It's dangerous if we can't stop the bleeding. Chi Nianen gently placed a kiss on my face,
Don't worry, I'm here.
Who knows? Whether it was her voice, which always had a power that made people believe, or her strong heartbeat that enveloped me. My mood gradually began to calm down. Yunwan gritted her teeth against the pain. Her arm hurt so much at the slightest movement that she nearly fainted. Her face was as pale as a sheet. She was still stubbornly refusing to give in. She looked toward me and Chinianan embracing, indescribable loneliness suddenly flashing in her eyes. Not long after, the school doctor arrived, performing more advanced first aid to stop Yunwan's bleeding. About 10 minutes later, the ambulance finally arrived. In my heart, I felt secretly lucky. Thankfully, Shangdi Academy is quite close to the hospital. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare think about the consequences. Yunwan was put into the ambulance, appearing to have passed out some time ago. I scrambled to follow her in. Chinianan held me back. What are you pulling me for? I thought she wasn't letting me get in the ambulance. But Yunwan was hurt because she saved me. If I didn't see her safe with my own eyes, how could I possibly be at peace? Chinianan gave me an angry glare. I'm telling you to come in my car. I stood there stunned for a moment, only then realizing that she didn't want me to ride in the ambulance. Who knows if that ambulance is even clean? Maybe I'd catch some disease. This girl, seriously, I pouted. Chinianan didn't bother explaining further, killing intent clearly radiating from her. If I mumbled one more word, she'd probably blow her top. She turned to Leah and said, "You get in the ambulance." Me. Leah was startled, but at Chinianan's murderous glare. She immediately swallowed her words and scrambled into the vehicle. Time was tight. The ambulance sped away as soon as it cleared the school gate. Zhou Qi originally intended to fight for a spot to follow, but seeing Chinianan had already arranged everything, he could only remain silent. As Chinianan dragged me toward her car, Zhou Qi also came running after us. Let me come too. Zhou Qi's attitude was extremely firm. I understood his feelings best. As long as Yunwan hadn't fully recovered, he wouldn't be able to sit still. Chinianan roared at him in annoyance. What do you think you're going for? But Zhou Qi ignored her, insisting on going and diving into the car. Chinianan's face hardened as she also got in the car. My heart was still trembling with worry. I couldn't suppress my impatience and urge.
Drive fast.
My eyes were glued to the taillights of the ambulance ahead, until it completely vanished from my sight. As Chinianan started the car, she gave me a cold glance.
Wipe your tears first.
Seeing you cry over another girl? I really want to go crazy. If it weren't for Yunwan being injured, she would have definitely given me a thorough scolding. I quickly used my sleeve to wipe away the tears. Is that good enough? Let's go? Chinianan's face remained icy, but she finally hit the gas and took off. At the hospital, Yunwan had already been taken into the emergency room. Seeing everyone arrive, Li Ya's expression was very grim. The doctor said the wound is severe. Ian artery was severed. Current situation isn't looking very good. Fang Yuan and Zhou Qi were both stunned hearing that. Not very good. Could it be that? My heart suddenly tightened with fear. My face went as white as a sheet, drained of blood, and my whole body suddenly slumped as if I'd lost all vitality. Chinianan immediately noticed my unusual state, hurriedly pulling me close, her hands cupping my face. She observed me anxiously and asked, "Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" I just shook my head, in no mood to speak. Zhou Qi was also affected by me. His eyes bloodshot. He sobbed, tears falling continuously. Li Ya was bewildered. Hey, what's wrong with you two? The injury is serious, but the doctor didn't say she is going to die. Is it really necessary to cry this tragically? Tears just keep falling. But the doctor didn't say she's going to die right away. Before she could finish, Zhou Qi couldn't take it anymore. He raised his hand as if to slap Leah. I pulled him aside and shouted, "Shut your mouth right now." Leah was completely stunned. Even if Yunwan saved Zhao Yuan, did they really have to be this heartbroken? Zhou Qi gave her a side eye. Is your brain waterlogged? Have you forgotten that Zhao Yuan's mother passed away? Leah stood there frozen for nearly 10 seconds, only understanding the issue after a long moment. She nodded as it dawned on her.
Oh, I remember now.
I went to America to study, but it was actually to take my mom there for treatment. But after only half a year, my mother passed away. Since then, the Fang family has remained settled in America, rarely returning to the country. Because of those 4 long years, I gradually lost contact with everyone. Li Ya looked puzzled again. But what does Yunwan's injury have to do with his mother's death? Zhou Qi sighed. You even have to ask? Didn't you just say it yourself? That phrase, "the situation is not very optimistic." It's those exact words. When Zhao Yuan's mother was in trouble, he must have heard them countless times. Now he's extremely haunted and terrified whenever he has to hear them again. Zhou Qi looked at me now, feeling incredibly pained for me too. He wished he could go back to the old days. The time when I sobbed and said, "I really can't bear to be away from my mom." The time I cried so much that I didn't care about anything else. Gradually, Zhou Qi's eyes turned red again. Li Ya, seeing that he was about to cry again, immediately became frantic. Good grief. Why are you crying again? It's one thing for Zhao Yuan to cry, but why on earth are you crying too? She rummaged through all her pockets, but couldn't even find a single tissue. Finally, she had to pull over a girl who was passing by to borrow some napkins. Only then could she give them to Zhou Qi. Elsewhere, not long after, the operating room door finally opened. As soon as the doctor stepped out, everyone rushed over to surround him. Zhou Qi was the first to charge forward, anxiously and repeatedly patting the doctor's arm. Doctor.
How is she?
The doctor initially planned to act important, but as soon as he met the cold, regal gaze of Chi Nianan, he immediately softened up. His attitude and voice became much more polite. The patient's surgery was very successful. The doctor said that Yunwan's hand had been saved, but the warning that followed made my heart feel heavy. Her wound is very deep. It reached even the tendons and bones. For the next half-month, she must absolutely not allow her right hand to carry heavy objects. Otherwise, it will leave permanent sequelae in the future. I finally couldn't help but ask the doctor in a strained voice, "What kind of sequelae?" The doctor explained while wiping away beads of sweat. In mild cases, the arm won't be as flexible as before, and in severe cases, it could leave a lifelong disability. I clung to the last shred of hope and pressed further. Then, if she receives good care and rest, is it possible for her to recover completely? The doctor nodded. It's possible. Upon receiving this answer, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but the stone in my heart seemed to grow even heavier. Because after all, Yunwan was injured while saving me. This burden of debt suffocated me so much that I couldn't move forward. Returning to the apartment, I remained silent and gloomy, not uttering a single word. Nianan saw that I hadn't touched dinner, so she immediately asked what I wanted to eat. I still didn't respond, but silently walked straight into the bathroom. She watched my retreating back, and an indescribable feeling welled up inside her, one that wasn't pleasant at all. This brat. Could it be that he really likes that girl named Yun? Thinking of this, Chi Nianan's expression darkened completely. Even so, she still ordered takeout according to my taste. But when she walked out of the study, she found the living room plunged into silent darkness. She was about to turn on the light when in the shadows, my hoarse and weak voice echoed, "Aunt, turn on the light." Chi Nianan's eyebrows immediately furrowed. She clearly heard the sound of choked sobs that I was trying to suppress.
Are you crying?
She immediately fumbled her way to the side of the sofa. Under the dim moonlight, she found Meme curled up into a ball. Sensing her approach, I couldn't hold back any longer. I lunged forward and grabbed the hem of her clothes. I buried my face in her shoulder, my voice trembling heartbreakingly. "Chi Nianan, I miss my father so much." These words were like 1,000-pound weight striking Chi Nianan's heart directly. She opened her arms wide, hugging me tightly as if to embed me into her skin, then placed a gentle kiss on my forehead. The next second, I completely broke down. Unable to hold back any longer, I burst into tears, sobbing like a child.
Mom.
I miss you so much. Really, I miss you so much." Tears fell incessantly, soaking a patch of her shirt. Hearing my heart-wrenching cries, Chi Nianan's eyes also grew red and blurred with tears. She could only hold me even tighter, using gentle kisses to wipe away the tears on my face. I cried until I was out of breath and couldn't make a sound. I choked out a question to her. "Chi Nianan, do you still remember my mother? You will never forget her, right? Never ever forget, isn't that right?" She kissed my eyes, her voice low but full of determination. "Yes, I will never forget." Receiving that promise, I cried even harder. Meanwhile, Chi Nianan's mind drifted back to the old days. She remembered the gentleness of Mother Fang, and also lamented how fragile life could be. But right now, a detail that had been overlooked flashed in her mind like a needle piercing her thoughts. Yunwan was clearly injured by a very great force. While I was still immersed in sadness, Chi Nianan's arms suddenly tightened around me. She didn't let go, turned to get some tissues for me and asked softly, "Do you feel any better after crying it out?" I nodded obediently. She checked the clock and finally asked, "Can I turn on the light now?" I nodded again, looking very well behaved at this moment. The moment the lights came on, she could see my face clearly. She frowned slightly. "Look at you. Your eyes are all swollen." As she spoke, she handed me a bottle of mineral water, then took a cold can of Coke from the fridge, placing it right in front of me. My throat had long been parched, so I gulped down more than half the bottle, then used the cold Coke can to compress my eyes and reduce the swelling. At this point, I looked at her coquettishly, my round eyes still glistening with tears. "I want to call my dad." Without a word, she took her phone out of her bag and handed it to me. As soon as the call connected, before I could say a word, my father realized something was wrong.
What's wrong, son?
That single sentence was enough to make me choke up instantly. My voice began to tremble again. "It's nothing. I just missed you, Dad." On the other end, my father laughed and advised, "You two must treat each other well at home." I couldn't help but protest. "It's always her who bullies me, Dad." After saying that, I glared at Chi Nianan, just as she happened to look over. Unexpectedly, after hanging up, Chi Nianan stood up abruptly. She reached out to me. "Let's go," I asked blankly. "Go where? Isn't the takeout coming soon?" She tilted her chin. "No more takeout. Let's go home for dinner."
Home? Which home?
Before I could process it, she grabbed my hand, pulling me straight up from the sofa, looking into her smiling eyes. At this moment, it finally dawned on me. It was the Chi family home. My instinct was to refuse. "It's so late, going back will trouble your parents." As a result, she glared at me again, then said something that made my heart flutter intensely. "How can going back to your own home be a trouble?" As she spoke, she took out her phone to call home, telling the kitchen to prepare food. Just as I finished changing my shoes, she went back to the kitchen, grabbing a cold Coke and stuffing it into my hand. "Keep compressing it in the car for a while. If you see my parents with eyes like that, they'll think I'm the one who made you cry." I froze for a moment, then gave a soft yes. Once again, she took my hand and led me. If she were afraid I'd get lost. I looked down at our interlaced hands, a long-lost sweetness suddenly welling up in my heart.
Upon arriving at the Chi home, Chi Nianan's father enthusiastically rushed over to hug me. Xiao Yuan. I smelled the delicious aroma of food throughout the house. My stomach began to growl with hunger, but I didn't have the heart to refuse his warm hug. Chi Nianan immediately intervened in her father's actions, pulling me away directly. Dad, we're very hungry. Can we eat dinner first? Father Chi then looked at me with pity. Xiao Yuan has lost so much weight. Hurry, let's go eat. Chi Nianan pulled me down to sit and immediately ladled a bowl of soup for me. Drink some soup to warm your stomach first. Although her voice was a bit domineering, it contained an undeniable tenderness. Father and Mother Chi sat to one side, watching our intimate interaction. They couldn't stop smiling. When I had eaten quite a bit, Chi Nianan ladled another bowl of soup for me. I pursed my lips in protest. I'm full already. Drink a few more sips. She returned to her usual domineering self, so I had no choice but to obediently drink the soup. Unexpectedly at that moment, Father Chi suddenly leaned in close, asking with a squinting smile, Xiao Yuan, how far have you two progressed? The mouthful of soup I had just taken was sprayed out as I choked, my whole face turning as red as a ripe gack fruit. Father Chi glanced reproachfully at his daughter, then winked at me. It's all because this girl won't tell her father anything. But surely you've at least kissed by now. Not yet. My face turned even redder. Chi Nianan looked away guiltily. Her father didn't believe it at all, looking at his daughter with meaningful eyes. Nianan, that gift your mother left in your room last time. Have you used it yet? I suddenly remembered that whole box of Durex condoms, and this time I choked even more violently. Too embarrassed to look at anyone, I jumped up like a spring. I'm going to the bathroom for a moment. After saying that, I ran out of the dining room for my life. Just as I left, I heard Father Chi's painstaking advice, saying to Chi Nianan, daughter, why haven't you taken action yet? You must find a way to seal the deal with him. Before the sentence finished, Chi Nianan also stood up abruptly. Full too. With those words, she also immediately fled the scene. When I walked out of the bathroom, I happened to hear Mother Chi saying, how about cutting some watermelon? Father Chi immediately objected. No, Xiao Yuan likes cantaloupe and strawberries. He likes strawberries the most. Hearing their conversation, I smiled, feeling a warmth in my heart. I immediately understood why Chi Nianan had suddenly brought me back here. Her father waved at me as soon as he saw me. Xiao Yuan, come here and eat your favorite strawberries. He stuffed a large plate of fruit into my hands. His eyes filled with kindness as he looked at me. My heart was instantly filled by that care. Right after, Father Chi took my hand and said, sleep here tonight, don't go back to that apartment. It was only then that I realized, in places I didn't even know, she had silently done so much for me. I nodded emotionally, but then suddenly realized, by the way, where is Nianan? Just as I spoke, I saw Chi Nianan walking over, but her expression looked very strange, her whole face showing clear impatience. While I was still confused, she spoke. Let's go. We need to make a trip to the hospital. Something happened to that person. Hearing that, my heart immediately tightened.
What happened?
I hurriedly explained to Father Chi, saying that a friend was in the hospital. But Chi Nianan grabbed my hand and led me away quickly. No need. Well, just go handle it. Mom and Dad, you should go to bed early. She left those words behind, not giving her father a chance to ask any more questions. When we arrived at the hospital, I was as anxious as sitting on pins and needles, practically running all the way inside. Chi Nianan saw me almost bump into others several times. Can't you slow down a bit? The doctor is there. That person isn't going anywhere. I was still extremely worried. The doctor said her hand can't move, so why is she demanding to be discharged so urgently? Chi Nianan's face was full of distaste. Who knows? She's such a nuisance. I glared at her unhappily.
How can you talk about her like that?
As soon as we reached the hospital room door, we heard Yun Wan's anxious voice. Doctor, I really must be discharged right now. Please, doctor. I was stunned the moment I stepped in. This was the first time I'd seen Yun Wan look so panicked and worried. What on earth happened to her? Nianan didn't care about that. She walked forward with decisive long strides, her tone extremely unpleasant. Listen. Lucky girl, since you're injured like this, just lie there quietly. Soon as Yunwan saw her, she immediately regained her coldness. She responded indifferently, Miss Chi, I don't need you to concern yourself. Chi Nianan immediately flared up. Damn it, who's free to worry about you? If it wasn't because you saved Zhao Yuan, I wouldn't even bother looking at you. Seeing the situation between the two smelling of gunpowder, I hurriedly ran up to pull Chi Nianan behind my back. I turned to look at Yunwan, my eyes full of worry. Yunwan, your hand is seriously injured. You can't move it carelessly. If you have something urgent, just tell me and I'll do it for you, okay? To my surprise, Yunwan looked deep into my eyes, extremely seriously. She shook her head. I'm sorry, I can't stay here. Her voice carried a hint of pleading. Zhao Yuan, can you help me? I looked down at Yunwan's injured arm, gritted my teeth, and determinedly refused. No, you really can't be discharged. I lowered my voice, almost begging her. Yunwan, I'm begging you. Just stay here for observation for 2 more days. Okay, but Yunwan remained firm. Xiao Yuan, I really have to. Before she could finish, Chi Nianan shouted irritably. If we tell you to stay, then stay. Why so many unnecessary words? Don't you want to keep that hand anymore? Yunwan suppressed her anger and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 at night. She stared at Chi Nianan, enunciating each word. My father is waiting for me at home.
If I don't go back, hell be worried to death. The hospital room suddenly fell into silence. My heart trembled slightly. I looked at Yunwan anxiously. Then what should we do now? But your condition right now really doesn't allow you to go home. Even Chi Nianan, who was just full of domineering spirit, had her tone soften a bit. Can't. You just make a phone call. Just lie and say you're sleeping over at a friend's house. I hurriedly nodded in agreement. Exactly. Exactly. That's a normal thing to do. To our surprise, Yunwan gave a bitter smile. My father won't believe it. Since I was little, I've never slept over at a friend's house. Hearing those words, my heart was suddenly filled with distress. Never slept over at a friend's house since childhood. So that's why she was always alone. The feeling in my heart was indescribable. I turned to look at Chi Nianan and asked, "Now what?" Chi Nianan clicked her tongue in annoyance. Then she turned around to find the doctor. A few minutes later, she came back and said, "You can be discharged." Yun Wan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she excitedly prepared to get out of bed. But Chi Nianan's next words made her freeze. "But you must accept my arrangements. First, a special nurse will go home to care for you. Second, you must return to the hospital during the day. You can only go home in the evening." Yun Wan hesitated for a moment, "But I still have school." Chi Nianan gave a cold laugh. "You still plan to go to school in this state? Do you really want to cripple this hand forever?" I quickly nudged her with my elbow, then turned and softly advised Yun Wan. "Yun Wan, just agree to it. Your hand was injured because you saved me. If something happens to you, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life." Yun Wan looked into my eyes, and finally she compromised. Shortly after, accompanied by the private nurse, Yun Wan got into the car that Chi Nianan had arranged. I still didn't feel at ease, so I also got into another car with Chi Nianan to follow them. In the car, I stole a glance at Chi Nianan, who was driving. Her face was dark, looking as if she were trying to suppress her anger. My heart felt an endless sense of apology. I spoke up gratefully. "Thank you so much, Nianan. Yun Wan was injured for my sake. I should have been the one caring for her, but you stepped in and helped so much." Just then, we hit a red light, so the car stopped. Chi Nianan suddenly turned to look at me, her deep black eyes seeming to see through my soul. "If I didn't hire a private nurse, were you planning to take care of her yourself?" She knew me too well. I didn't dare admit it. Seeing her expression about to explode, I hurriedly forced a flattering smile. "Well, that's why, if you weren't here, I really wouldn't have known what to do." Chi Nianan still looked at me with an expressionless face, as if waiting to see what I would say next. I rolled my eyes mischievously, then tried to please her by hugging her arm tightly, looking up at her with my small face and a bright smile. "Nianan, you really are my guardian goddess, the superhero of my life. I truly can't live without you." These sweet words seemed to be very effective. Chi Nianan's expression immediately softened, becoming gentler. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch upward. The next second, she leaned her beautiful face towards me, pointing at her cheek with her finger. Her hint was very clear. I pretended not to understand. "The light is green, focus on driving." To my surprise, Chi Nianan suddenly leaned over, planting a peck on my cheek. "Hey." My face immediately turned as red as fire. She smiled wickedly. "This is your reward." I hurriedly turned my face to look out the window, pretending to admire the scenery along the way. The heat on my cheeks wouldn't fade away. An image suddenly appeared in my mind. It was the time I had cried the hardest. At that time, she had held me tightly, gently kissing me to wipe away my tears. In that moment, Chi Nianan was unbelievably gentle. Just then, the words were here, pulled me out of my wandering thoughts. I looked over vaguely. Sure enough, Yun Wan had gotten out of the car with the help of the nurse. I instinctively turned my head, only to bump right into her lovely face leaning close, our eyes meeting deeply. Chi Nianan's black eyes were staring intently at me.
"What were you dazing off about?"
The distance was too close. I seemed to smell the faint scent from her body, and my heart suddenly skipped a beat. I hurriedly looked away and scrambled out of the car. Before me was an old, worn-out apartment building. I immediately understood the reason why she didn't want us to take her all the way to her room. I smiled delicately and nodded. "Then, please take care of yourself. I'll visit you at the hospital tomorrow." Chi Nianan's mood seemed quite good today. She even told Yun Wan not to overexert herself. "You must listen to the nurse." Yun Wan glanced at her, responded with a soft, indifferent sound, and then went upstairs with the private nurse. On the drive back, I suddenly thought of something. I curiously turned to ask Chi Nianan. It seems Yun Wan has never mentioned her mother. Is it because the relationship between them is not good? But Chi Nianan just looked at me and gave a soft scoff. She lives in a single-parent family. It's just her and her father. I immediately realized everything. No wonder Yun Wan was so worried about her father. But wait a minute, something's not right. I suddenly turned around, looking at her with a mix of surprise and suspicion. "How do you know her family situation so well?" Chi Nianan again pretended she didn't hear anything, just focusing on the road ahead. There was no way I was going to believe that. I reached out and grabbed her arm, pressing her. "Hey, why do you know so much?"
Don't you hate Yun Wan?
"So why are you so well informed about her family? This is really strange, with her personality for someone she hates. She would absolutely never bother to find out anything." I felt as if I had just sniffed out something that wasn't normal at all, seeing her still silent. I became even more curious. "Hey, tell me."
Chi Nianan turned to narrow her eyes at me. She stared at my hand holding her arm. Don't, grabbing the steering arm like this is dangerous. I saw the car had started to enter the main lane, so I had to dejectedly pull my hand back, but I still didn't give up and continued questioning.
What kind of friction do you and Yunwon actually have?
Why do you hate her so much?
Chi Nianan gave me a look of pure arrogance. Does hating someone need a reason? I was so angry I just wanted to teach her a lesson. I gritted my teeth and endured tirelessly asking, then tell me, why do you know her family's affairs in such detail, can't you? Chi Nianan threw 2 words straight at me. No. I clenched my fists in anger. Then my eyes rolled mischievously. I deliberately smiled in a suggestive way. I know it now. Actually, you've always been silently caring about her, right? All that friction and whatnot is just to hide the fact that you're paying attention to her, isn't it? Could it be that you? To my surprise, Chi Nianan suddenly slammed on the brakes. She reached out and pressed hard on my forehead. Her eyes were full of disdain. Don't think your reverse psychology works on me. I'm not falling for it. I immediately deflated like a popped balloon, howling in grievance.
Why do you insist on not telling me?
Only then did Chi Nianan speak leisurely. I have absolutely no interest in her. I just happened to find out a few things. Is that really it? Showed a face full of doubt. The traffic light turned green. She remained silent and continued driving. Not until we arrived back at the Chi house as soon as we got out did she wrap her arm around my neck and yank me into her arms, leaning down and warning me seriously. In short, you better stay far away from that. Lucky girl for me. Do you hear me? I looked up at her again and gave a very bright smile. Then I let out just 2 words. Won't listen. This was a classic case of tit for tat. I unexpectedly pushed her away and then ran inside the house.
You little brat.
But the next second, I was caught by her and was immediately pinned against the wall. Her 2 hands were against the wall on either side of me, pinning me down with no escape. A smile plays on her face. Her eyes hide an unfathomable danger. What did you just say?
Why don't you say that one more time?
I immediately played dumb, blinking my eyes with innocent, wide-eyed wonder. Did I say something? I already forgot. Chi Nianan's smiling face suddenly leans in close, only centimeters away from mine. Her thin, seductive lips curl up slightly. Oh, you forgot. I nod frantically like a chicken pecking at grain. My heart has long since skipped a beat. This won't do. I have to run, just as I'm about to slip under her arm to escape. She predicts it, and with a slight flick of her wrist, I tumble straight into her arms. Chi Nianan gives a mischievous laugh, looking down to tease me. Can't bear to leave my embrace that much. I'm guessing not. My face turns beet red as I glare at her. She's truly shameless. She narrows her eyes, her voice dropping to a low whisper, both sultry and dangerous. Nothing. Truly nothing. I don't believe you. As she speaks, she leans in closer and closer, the distance between our faces shrinking away, my heart racing wildly. Suddenly, a wave of whispers snaps me back to reality. Chi Nianan senses it too, and releases me. We both look toward the corner. There are actually 2 heads peeking out, spying on us. Chi Nianan rolls her eyes. Dad, Mom, why aren't you 2 asleep yet? My face flushes deep red as I quickly move aside, but she pulls me right back into her arms. Let's go. Let's head to the room and sleep. Holding me tight, she walks past her parents, leaving me only able to give a polite smile and say goodnight. I only hear Chi Father's suggestive words from behind us. The youngsters are in such a hurry to go cuddle in their room.
Why would they need any sweet soup now?
Back in the room, I'm still taking a shower. Chi Nianan finds a small box on the nightstand. She picks it up and whispers in confusion. The brand has changed, and it's even strawberry flavored. A strawberry umbrella, and it's a pack of 7. Her father really wants her to devour him completely as soon as possible. She shakes her head and tosses the item into the drawer, closing it with a sharp click. However, even though the item is out of sight, wicked images begin to dance in her mind. Just then, the bathroom door opens, and I step out, my body still shrouded in steam. Chi Nianan, what are you doing? A flash of embarrassment crosses her face, and she even stammers a little. No. Nothing, let's just sleep. She reaches out to turn off the light. I stop her immediately. Wait, my hair is still wet. Where's the hairdryer? She clicks her tongue, putting on a show of annoyance.
Why are you so troublesome?
I ignore her completely, walking straight to the nightstand, reaching out to pull open the drawer. Seeing this, Chi Nianan panics, and she suddenly grabs my wrist. What are you doing? Search for a reason. Narrowing my eyes in suspicion. Shez, so tense. Could it be? Is there something shady hidden in that drawer? To my surprise, Chi Nianan pulls me back. The hairdryer isn't here. I'll go get it for you. I stay still, obediently playing along. Then hurry up. Seeing that I don't seem suspicious, she lets down her guard, pushing me down onto the sofa. So stay here and be a good boy while you wait for me. I nod in response, just like a preschooler. Okay. As soon as she leaves, I spring up, bolting straight for the nightstand. I stealthily pull open the drawer. Huh? It's empty inside, except for this one little box.
What is this?
I'm only 16, so I curiously pick up the box and read the writing on it. Strawberry flavor, ultra-thin, natural latex. My face instantly burns bright red, as if I've been scorched. I immediately toss the box back into the drawer and slam it shut in a panic. So it really was an umbrella, and in my favorite strawberry flavor, no less. So this is what Chi Nianan prepared specifically for me. The more I think about it, the redder my face gets. Just then, I hear footsteps. She's coming back. I'm doomed.
She'll definitely notice my face is this red. I rush into the bathroom and lock the door with a loud thud. As soon as Chi Nianan enters, she hears the door slamming and calls out in confusion. Fang Yuan. She instinctively looks toward the nightstand, her heart tightening. She walks over and knocks on the door. I've got the hairdryer.
What are you doing in there?
I am using the bathroom. Is that not allowed? I shout from inside, my face still burning, frantically splashing cold water on my face to cool down. A few minutes later, I finally sluggishly emerge. Shez leaning against the bed looking at her phone, seemingly not paying me any attention. I heave a sigh of relief, use the dryer on my hair, then lie down on the bed. Turning off the light then. Room is instantly plunged into darkness. I instinctively edge toward the side of the bed, staying as far from her as possible, nearly falling off. In the darkness, her sweet voice rings out. Hey, move in a bit. You're about to fall. I have no choice but to grit my teeth and inch inward like a little caterpillar. The next second, Chi Nianan reaches out directly and pulls me right into her arms.
Don't move.
Her voice sounds a bit displeased. So of course, I don't dare move, but my whole body instantly stiffens.
What?
What is she planning to do? Does she want to? I don't dare think further. It's so embarrassing. Chi Nianan, don't you dare do anything reckless. But before I can even finish my sentence, she interrupts me directly. Stop talking and go to sleep. Everything around me immediately falls silent, and I can only hear her steady, powerful heartbeat.
Thump. Thump. Thump.
Listening to that reassuring sound, I actually find myself quickly drifting off in her arms. Early the next morning, I head down for breakfast in high spirits, but I feel Chi Father's eyes constantly lingering on me. The strange look, full of suggestive curiosity. I suddenly recall the scene of him catching us last night, and the tips of my ears instantly turn red. Chi Father has definitely misunderstood, thinking we were being intimate. Just then, Chi Mother gives a soft cough and nudges Chi Father with her elbow. That look seems to be saying, strain yourself a bit, be careful not to scare Fang Yuan. To my surprise, Chi Father's smile widens as he looks back.
What's the big deal?
Fang Yuan will be our Chi family's son-in-law sooner or later anyway. I bury my face in my porridge, wishing I could find a hole to crawl into, but Chi Father's voice rings out. Fang Yuan, did you sleep well last night? Did Nianan do anything to make you tired? Or thirsty? Chi Mother coughs repeatedly, finally managing to cut him off. I can't sit still any longer. So I pick up my bowl and gulp down the porridge in one go, then spring up and bolt. Mother, father, am full. I quickly run from the dining table, cursing Chi Nianan in my head.
Why didn't she come down for breakfast?
Leaving me to face them all alone. It's so awkward. I head to the room and find the door slightly ajar, so I push it open and walk in. I happen to see Chi Nianan standing by the nightstand, secretly taking something out of the drawer and stuffing it into her pocket. I'm curious, but then I suddenly remember what was in that drawer, and the tips of my ears instantly turn red again. She really was the one who bought that strawberry box. I stand in the doorway, unable to move forward or backward. Just then, a maid walks up. Master Feng, the porridge you asked for is ready. Shall I arrange a driver to take it to the hospital? I immediately pretend I've just arrived at the door, pushing the door wide open and answering loudly. Take it over myself. After the maid leaves, Chi Nianan finally turns around, her face a picture of annoyance. You want to personally bring porridge to that young girl? I glare at her. Don't keep calling Yunwan that. The girl has a name. She once again looks like I've provoked her. Wouldn't it be fine for the driver to take it? We still have classes to attend. Fang Yuan, can you be a bit more serious about your studies? I put my hands on my hips, acting like your attitude towards studies is so serious. Don't you also spend half your time at school just flirting with handsome guys? My surprise, Chi Nianan raises an eyebrow, her face full of disdain. I need to flirt with handsome guys. With my charm, all I have to do is beckon with my finger, and boys will come flocking to me. Looking at her calm and confident expression, I suddenly feel a bit uncomfortable. That's right, she's so beautiful. There's no shortage of handsome guys offering themselves to her. Turn to leave. Hey, Fang Yuan. Chi Nianan strides after me, grabbing my arm with a smug tone.
What? Are you jealous?
I shake off her hand. Who's jealous? Why would I be jealous of you? But the more I protest, the wider her smile becomes. This stubborn little fool. She stretches out her long legs, pinning me directly against the wall, leaving me with no way out.
Really not jealous.
She gives a mesmerizing smile and whispers, is it really not? I adamantly deny it, glaring at her. Really? Really am not jealous? Her smiling face inches even closer, her gaze seemingly trying to pierce right through me. My heart skips a beat, but I stay stubborn. Really am not. She narrows her eyes slightly, her gaze turning dangerous. Doomed. I need to run. I know her too well. She is about to do something wicked. I'm trapped in her embrace, with absolutely no way to escape. The next second, her slender fingers lift my chin, her warm breath fanning my face as she says domineeringly, tell me you're jealous, or else ill. I swallow hard, my cheeks flushing pink. You'll do what? I'll kiss you. She gives a wicked grin, but her eyes are incredibly serious. Her thin lips, slowly, inch by inch, move closer. 3 centimeters. 2 centimeters. 1 centimeter. My face feels hot enough to ignite. I immediately put my hands up to block her chest, finally giving in and shouting, fine. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Are you satisfied now? Chi Nianan curls her lips, her voice dripping with allure. Very satisfied. With that, her exquisite face suddenly looms large before my eyes. I stare wide-eyed in shock, my hands against her chest, gripping her shirt tightly, my heart pounding like a drum. A softness gently brushes against my cheek, in incredibly distinct warmth. She actually didn't kiss my lips, but just gave me a quick, light kiss on the cheek. Like a little girl who just pulled off a successful prank, she says mischievously.
What's wrong?
Disappointed. I didn't kiss that little mouth of yours. Chi Nianan. My face is burning red as I glare at her in protest. You didn't keep your word? I said it and you still did that, you jerk. That's just too much. And at this moment in the corridor corner, Chi father is hiding behind the wall, frantically snapping photos with his phone. Once Hez satisfied with the shots, he takes advantage of them not paying attention to slip downstairs. He says with a chuckle to his wife, "Wait until their wedding, I'll turn these photos into a video and play it. It'll definitely be a huge surprise." At the hospital, I carry a thermos into the patient room, only to find Zhou Qi already there, also holding a thermos, but looking utterly disappointed. "Yunwan, please just have a taste. Even just one spoonful would be fine. I made this porridge with my own 2 hands." Zhou Qi is full of pleading, but Yunwan coldly refuses. "No need. I already ate this morning. Thank you." Rejected again. Zhou Qi face falls. He still forces a smile. "It's okay. I'll make it for you next time then." Yunwan becomes even more distant. "There is no need. The hospital provides food. You don't have to go through the trouble." "It's no trouble, really," Zhou Qi quickly explains. "I've been practicing my cooking lately, so I just brought some over for you to try. You saved Fang Yuan, so of course I have to thank you." I stand in the doorway stunned. This is the first time I've seen Zhou Qi try so hard to please someone like this. I realize now that Zhou Qi feelings for Yunwan go far beyond what I imagined. Chi Nianan stands beside me, pouting suggestively as she looks into the room. "Are you going in or not?" I look down at the thermos in my hand, then at Yunwan's cold expression. This is also the first time I've seen her with such a frigid look. Will I get the cold shoulder if I go in, while Im's still hesitating? The two inside the room spot us. Zhou Qi is a bit nervous. "Fang Yuan, how come you two are here so early?" Yunwan's gaze also shifts toward us, and the coldness in her eyes instantly melts away. "Fang Yuan, you're here." Her voice actually sounds a few degrees warmer. There is no leaving now. So I have to grit my teeth and walk in, silently hiding the thermos behind my back. I just came to see how your arm is doing." The doctor said it's healing very well." Yunwan says, her gaze lingering on my hands, with a faint smile in her eyes. "Did you bring me breakfast? Did you make it yourself?" Chi Nianan is immediately displeased upon hearing that. "You want to eat something he cooked himself. He grew up with me since childhood, and even I haven't eaten anything Hez personally made. What right does that Yun person have? I know her all too well. One look at her face and I know she's about to lose it." I quickly explain. "No, it's not like that. The auntie cooked it." I'm honestly completely useless in the kitchen. Then I look over at Zhou Qi and say with a smile, "Not like Zhou Qi is actually really good at it. His mother's cooking skills are on par with a 5-star chef. The dishes he makes are delicious. You really must try some. You'll regret it if you don't." I signal him frantically, trying to get her to eat Zhou Qi part. Who would have thought Yunwan would be so dense? Her eyes are still fixed on my hands. "What kind of breakfast did you bring for me?" she asks, a subtle smile playing on her face. I instantly feel a headache coming on. Does she really not understand what I am saying? I can only say awkwardly, "Didn't you say you already ate?" Yunwan finally glaces at Zhou Qi and gives a soft smile. "Since you both brought something, I can't bear to let your kindness go to waste. Besides, I only had a light breakfast before coming to the hospital. The hospital provides meals, but I prefer home-cooked food." Zhou Qi expression instantly shifts from gloomy to radiant. "Yes," he asks happily. "Really? You'll eat what I cooked?" Yunwan nods, seeing Zhou Qi smiling again. The weight on my chest finally lifts. I was truly afraid Yunwan would only eat what I brought. Zhou Qi would have been so hurt. Seeing that class is about to start, I only wanted to drop off breakfast and check in on things. So I get ready to head to school. But Chi Nianan has been waiting impatiently beside me, her face cold and stony. Don't dare make this young lady wait any longer. So I say to Yunwan, "Class is starting soon. We're heading to school now." It wasn't right for Zhou Qi to stay either, so everyone leaves together. However, as soon as we step out of the patient room, Chi Nianan reaches her limit, looking as if she can see right through me. "You're not allowed to come back at noon. Understand?" ID just shown so much concern for that Yun person, and Shez already fuming with resentment. I've long since grown used to her domineering ways, so I don't take it to heart at all. I'm more worried about Zhou Qi right now. Ever since leaving the room, his face has been clouded with gloom. I walk up beside him and ask caringly,
"Zhou Qi, are you all right?"
Zhou Qi is usually so open and optimistic. I rarely see him so dejected. To my surprise, he lets out a deep sigh, looking up at me with eyes full of complex emotions, and asks melancholy, "Fang Yuan, do you feel like Yunwan?"
Might have feelings for you.
I freeze completely.
You're saying Yunwan likes me.
Of course not. I deny it immediately without a second thought. Zhou Qi gives a bitter smile. How could it be otherwise? Look at how she treats you. Then look at how she treats me. There's such a massive difference. He doesn't want to lie to himself anymore. Liking someone doesn't necessarily depend on how long you've known them. I hurriedly shake off Qi Nianen's hand, ignoring her dark, glowering face, and rush over to pull Zhou Qi into a hug. I explain earnestly. She only sees me as a friend. That's why her attitude toward me is a bit better. That doesn't mean she likes me. How could someone just casually like another person like that? Zhou Qi pauses for a moment, looking somewhat swayed by my words. I quickly press my advantage. At least she doesn't seem like the casual type to me. If she were just like Qi Nianen, casually liking anyone, would she still be the Yunwan you like? Qi Nianen catching stray bullets. Right behind me is suddenly involved. Her dark eyes ignite with a fierce fire of rage. Zhou Qi mutters. It seems what you're saying is right, so before he can even finish his sentence, a hand grabs onto my clothes and yanks me backward. Moment I look up, it's none other than that Qi Nianan. What are you doing? I'm baffled, staring at her in confusion. Qi Nianan gives a mirthless smile, her dark eyes brimming with anger. If you want to talk, then talk. But why do you have to drag me into it? In her mind, am I just some fickle flirt who casually likes anyone? I look at her dark, clouded face and immediately realize I've misspoke. I was just using a random example. I didn't mean to target you. Qi Nianen gives a cold laugh. You called out my full name, and yet you say you weren't targeting me. I have no choice but to act pitiful toward her. Can't I just say I was wrong? Zhou Qi, seeing things go south, hurriedly makes his escape. I can only watch wide-eyed as my best friend flees, screaming in my head, you have absolutely no loyalty. The next second, Qi Nianen grips my hand tightly, sternly dragging me toward the car, with me completely unable to struggle free, only able to steal cautious glances at her expression. She's still angry. The atmosphere in the car is terrifyingly tense. I'm so scared I don't dare open my mouth, terrified of saying the wrong thing again. Just then, she suddenly speaks up, her voice ice cold. Do you really think that lucky girl only sees you as a friend? I suddenly look up, seeing that she's finally willing to talk. I quickly force a smile and nod. Yes. Everyone is just overthinking it. I even use my experiences in the US as an example. I had a lot of friends, and they also cared for me deeply. It can't be that they all liked me, right? Qi Nianan suddenly whips her head around, her dark eyes locking onto mine. I nod. I have both male and female friends like that. Her face instantly darkens like the bottom of a pot. However, taking advantage of the red light, she leans over to look deep into my clear eyes. Realizing I don't have a single trace of a guilty conscience, Qi Nianan suddenly understands something. This boy is way too dense when it comes to romance. She then realizes a shocking truth. I'm just that innocent. I've definitely never had a girlfriend before. At that thought, her accumulated anger suddenly mostly dissipates. A hint of joy even touches the corners of her mouth. The light turns green. As she drives, she asks gently, do you really like making friends that much? I immediately smile and nod. Yes. Making friends is incredibly fun. After my mother passed away, it was my friends who pulled me out of my endless sorrow and helped me see the beauty of the world again. So I have to live for her sake as well. Living life to the fullest and most vibrantly, seeing the sparkle in my eyes. Qi Nianen couldn't help but reach out and pat my head. She completely confirmed that. I really don't have any romantic feelings for that lucky girl. Soon, the car parked in front of Shangdi Academy. Qi Nianen held my hand as we got out of the car. She ignored all the stairs around us, leading me directly toward the 10th grade building. I originally wanted to break free, but thinking about the fact that we're living together, the whole school probably knows already, so I just let it be. But when we reached the foot of the 10th grade building, she didn't let go, but instead, she kept dragging me upstairs. I was completely flustered. You should get back to your own class. Class is about to start. Unexpectedly, she said something that made me freeze. No, I'm going to sit in on your class today. I was completely dazed. Why? An 11th grade senior running to a 10th grade class to sit with me.
What kind of move is this?
She shot me a glance, not giving me any chance to resist, and continued dragging me. Can't I just want to be with you? I didn't believe she was that free. What exactly is she up to? Next second, I was forcibly dragged to the door of Class S. The classroom was already packed, and I was the last one to enter. Qi Nianen walked into the class holding my hand, and the whole room went dead silent. But she led me straight ahead and sat down in the empty seat next to mine.
That seat.
The eyes of every single classmate instantly turned terrified and strange. Qi Nianan didn't care in the slightest. She looked at the empty desk and asked me,
Who's your desk mate?
I shook my head. I don't know. Since I transferred here, I've never seen them. Just then, the school bell rang. The teacher walked up to the podium. Her eyes met Qi Nianan's, and they looked like they'd seen a ghost. Me? Miss Qi.
Why are you here?
Qi Nianan lazily lifted her eyelids. Just go ahead with your lesson. Just act as if I'm not here. The teacher was stuck between laughing and crying, but they could only grit their teeth and start the lecture. Glances of admiration, jealousy, and hatred from the boys in the class felt like they were about to pierce right through me. However, there was one student who was gnashing his teeth in pure hatred. It turned out to be Qin Feng. A few days ago, he was just bragging to me that he had gained Miss Kiss' favor. But this scene right now was like rubbing his face in the dirt. Had anyone ever seen Miss Chi sit in on a class with a boyfriend? Never. Not once. Qin Feng bit his lower lip until it turned white.
Why?
Why do you get to be the exception? The exception to be treated like this. The third period was art class. The students moved to the art room. Before the class even ended, I had to head back to the classroom early for something. Unexpectedly, in the empty classroom, there was a figure acting all sneaky, fiddling with something at my desk. I stood there and shouted,
"What do you think you're doing?"
That person jumped in surprise and stood up. It was Qin Feng. I looked at him with deep suspicion.
What are you sneakily doing at my spot?
At first, Qin Feng looked a bit panicked, but seeing that Qi Nianan wasn't behind me, he immediately became arrogant again. He tilted his chin up. Who's touching your place? I just dropped something and was picking it up. I was half convinced and half doubtful, so I immediately went over to check my desk and chair. I even searched through the desk drawer, but I didn't find anything. Seeing that, Qin Feng gave a cold snort, full of arrogance, and turned to walk away. A few minutes later, all the classmates had returned. I was sitting at my spot, sending a WeChat message to Qi Nianan, asking her to buy me a drink and a sandwich. To my surprise, as soon as the message was sent, Qi Nianan walked in. I immediately looked dejected.
"Why did you come back so fast?"
Qi Nianan saw the message I had sent. Her dark eyes were filled with amusement. Hungry already. Just then, Shen Yue from the desk in front turned around and asked softly, "Xiao Yuan, I have some cookies here. Do you want some?" My eyes lit up, and I nodded vigorously.
Yes.
The next second, an icy stare landed on Shen Yu. Qi Nianan just gave her a cold look, and Shen Yue immediately shuddered, awkwardly pulling her hand back. "Sorry, Xiao Yuan. It looks like my cookies are all gone. No more cookies." My recently bright face slumped again. Qi Nianan was finally satisfied. She turned toward me. "You want a sandwich, right? You'll have someone get one for you." After saying that, she immediately made a call to her subordinate, Shu Nian. I was instantly revived and hurriedly placed my order. "Hey, I also want strawberry milk and pretz. And also," Qi Nianan narrowed her eyes at me. "Were you a pig in your past life?" Even though she was teasing me, she still turned and listed everything I wanted for Shu Nian to buy. Ironically, this scene was witnessed by Qin Feng. He walked back into the class. He gnashed his teeth in hatred, the fire of envy in his eyes growing more intense. After the call, Qi Nianan sat back down beside me. I finally couldn't help but ask her, "You're only staying for the morning, right? You have to go back to your own class this afternoon, don't you?" Being stared at by her like that, I felt quite uncomfortable and just wanted her to leave quickly. Unexpectedly, Qi Nianan leaned back and looked at me with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Do you really dislike me being around that much?" The surrounding classmates immediately gasped. "Oh my god." He actually dared to reject Miss Kiss' company. The looks of contempt from the boys in the class were practically hitting the ceiling. "If you don't want her, let me have her." I let out another sigh, thought about it, and then said, "It's not that I don't like you being here. It's just, what exactly are you planning? Please, just give me my freedom back." Qi Nianan suddenly laughed. A laugh that was both wild and charming.
"What could I possibly do?"
She spoke as if joking. "If I don't keep an eye on you, what if you go out and start flirting with others?" I was instantly speechless. Could she be afraid of me looking for Yunwan? No way, she wouldn't be that childish. While we were being all affectionate, Qin Feng's face had turned dark as thunder. The boys around were all gloating, waiting to enjoy his misfortune. Right then, Qin Feng suddenly stood up and walked straight out of the classroom. Everyone thought Qin Feng was heartbroken to death, which is why he fled the room, and the class immediately erupted in whispers. Serves him right. He was so arrogant before, even sitting next to Zhao Yuan on purpose. Now his own plan backfired. He wanted to provoke someone, only to get dog food shoved in his face. This is hilarious. Qin Feng heard these words at the back door, and was so angry he nearly ground his teeth to dust, but he didn't go far. Instead, he stood guard by the stairs until he saw Qi Nianan's subordinate. As Shu Nian approached with the bags, he lunged forward and dragged Shu Nian into a corner. Shu Nian was bewildered. "Qin Feng, what are you pulling me for? I have to deliver this to Miss Qi right away." Qin Feng glared intently, hit the bag in Shu Nian's hand, and reached out to snatch it. "Give me that bag." Shu Nian reacted very quickly, deftly dodging his hand, and looked at him warily. "Everything here was bought for Miss Qi. What are you trying to do?" Qin Feng blurted out an excuse in his haste. "I just want to take a look." "Can't I even look?" Qin Feng glared at Shu Nian with irritation. "Shu Nian, Miss Qi and I just broke up. Are you already treating me like nothing?" Shu Nian gave a light laugh. "Of course not.
But what exactly do you want to do?"
Qin Feng hesitated for a moment. Every time he thought of my smug face, the fury in his heart flared up again. He commanded in an overbearing tone, "Aren't you going to deliver a drink to Fang Yuan? Give me that bottle." As he spoke, Qin Feng pulled a small vial of white powder from his pocket. Seeing the small vial, Shu Nian was startled.
"What is this?"
"Are you planning to put this in the drink?" Qin Feng shot him a glance. "It's just laxatives. It won't kill anyone. Just help me out. It'll make it worth your while." He tried to snatch the bag again. Shu Nian quickly found an excuse.
I can't do that.
If the seal is broken, they'll know right away, and Miss Chi will skin me alive. Besides, who knows if this stuff is actually poison or not? Qin Feng growled with a twisted expression. She won't find out. You can just offer to open it for him. Now give it to me. Shu Nian inwardly rolled his eyes. Is this guy crazy? He actually thinks he's still Miss Qi's boyfriend. Without a second thought, he flatly refused. I really can't help you with this. I have to go now.
Bye.
With that, Shu Nian ran off without looking back. Damn it. The plan failed. He was so angry, he stomped his feet. He glared venomously at Shu Nian's retreating back. Just you wait. He would definitely make everyone around me betray me. Meanwhile, in class, I was devouring my food. Qi Nianan shook her head helplessly. Eat slower, or you'll choke. No sooner had she said it, I almost did choke, and hurriedly grabbed my milk, gulping it down. As a result, I was careless, and milk spilled all over my hand. Tissues.
Where are the tissues?
I called out impatiently, fumbling around inside my desk drawer. Suddenly, my hand touched a strange box, so I pulled it out to check. The packaging looked quite exquisite.
Huh, why is this here?
My face was full of confusion. Instinctively, I glanced toward Qin Feng's seat. Could he have put it there? Definitely checked the drawer before, but I only gave it a quick glance then. I didn't expect this box to be hidden behind my school bag. Qi Nianan also leaned in closer, and she saw the pink heart-shaped wrapping paper. Her expression instantly darkened. She asked coldly,
"What is this?"
I was flustered. I don't know either. I've no idea who put it in my drawer. I suspect it was Qin Feng. He sent a gift to make peace, but Qi Nianan's eyes were sharp. She immediately spotted a note tucked on top. She reached out and snatched the box away. I was about to say how overbearing she was, but my attention was caught by that piece of paper. The next second, Qi Nianan's face turned grim. She read every word of the letter's content. Fang Yuan, I fell for you at first sight. You shouldn't let that demon Qi Nianan suppress you. She'll just dump you when she's bored, so stay away from her. Can you give me a chance? Having finished, her dark eyes stared intently at me. Who wrote this to you? Hearing this cheesy love letter gave me goosebumps all over, so I hurriedly shook my head. How should I know who it is? Qi Nianan's voice was freezing. Fang Yuan got a love letter, I see. You must be feeling quite smug. I gave a bitter laugh. Look at my face. Does any part of it look like I'm smug? Qi Nianan snorted and glared at the box in annoyance. If you don't know who it is, then throw this thing away. Throw it away. Maybe let's see what's inside first. I rolled my eyes and thought, I still suspected Qin Feng was behind this. But why would he write this kind of love letter? I rubbed my chin like a little detective. Could Qin Feng be using this tactic to drive a wedge between Qi Nianan and me? I blurted out. Let me check it. Just one look. With that, I began to untie the ribbon myself. Just as I was about to open the lid, Qi Nianan's gaze turned razor sharp. She shouted, "Wait." Her reaction was lightning fast. In just 0.01 seconds, a single slap smashed the box to pieces. Boom! The mechanism inside the box instantly triggered. White powder scattered everywhere like falling petals. A clump of the material flew with unerring precision, smacking right into Qin Feng's face as he stood in the aisle. As the powder settled, Qin Feng's face was completely white, making the whole class burst into laughter. But the very next second, the students standing nearby who got hit by the powder screamed, "It's so itchy!" Their hands, covered in that powder, instantly began to itch like crazy. They scratched until bright red welts appeared. It's itching me to death. What kind of powder is this?
Is it poisonous?
Qin Feng had also regained his senses by now. He began to scratch his face frantically. God! It's so itchy. He glared at me in rage. It's all your fault for hurting me. At this very moment, I was absolutely certain that he was the one who placed it. If it hadn't been for Qi Nianan, I would be the one with a disfigured face right now. I gave a cold laugh and looked directly at him. You were sneaking around my desk earlier.
This box was definitely planted by you.
Qin Feng was scratching madly on one hand, while desperately denying it on the other. I didn't. You're making things up? Qin Feng's handsome face was now covered in bloody scratches. He suddenly turned toward Qi Nianan, tears streaming down as he put on an act. If he were the one most wronged in the world, Miss Qi, you have to believe me. I really didn't do it. The next second, he pointed his finger directly at me. It's him. Hez the malicious one. Hez intentionally framing me.
That's it.
He must have put this thing there himself. At this point, the entire class's attention shifted to me. To make his words more believable, Qin Feng continued to scratch his face wildly while wailing. Miss Qi, look at me. If I had said it, why would I hurt myself? Boo-hoo. You must get justice for me. I just rolled my eyes and watched his performance emotionlessly. It's a waste that this acting skill isn't being used for an Oscar. But trying to drive a wedge between Qi Nianan and me, that's just a pipe dream. Unexpectedly, in Qi Nianan's dark eyes, a hint of amusement flickered. She looked at me and spoke leisurely. And you? How do you want to explain this? I gave a light snort and leaned back in my chair, crossing my arms over my chest. I gave him a dominant glance. Do I even need to explain? This statement sent a wave of shock through the class. He really has a death wish, daring to speak to Miss Qi in that tone.
Everyone was waiting to see my tragic end. However, Chi Nianan broke into a wicked smile. She nodded in agreement.
That's right.
You really don't have to explain a thing? As soon as those words were spoken, the entire classroom fell as silent as a grave. Everyone stood frozen like statues, doubting if their ears were working correctly. What did Miss Chi just say? She actually spoke to me with a face full of doting, saying that I didn't need to explain. Chin Feng was completely stunned where he stood, even forgetting to scratch his itch. Is the Miss Chi standing before him, even the same person he used to know? How could she possibly dote on me this much? This blow was even more painful for him than being disfigured. He shook his head like a madman. No, this can't possibly be real. The intense itching on his face surged again. He scratched wildly, his fingernails even tearing the skin on his face, leaving behind streaks of bright red blood. His salty tears touched the wounds, making him grimace in agony. It's so itchy. It hurts so much. Suddenly, he saw the blood on his fingernails and let out a miserable scream.
My face.
Chin Feng dashed out of the classroom like a demon. Classroom was silent for a moment before exploding like a disturbed hornet's nest. Will Chin Feng's face be disfigured?
He brought that on himself.
Serves him right. Right then. Chi Nianan extended her slender fingers. She lifted my chin, forcing me to look straight into her eyes. She slightly arched an eyebrow, her gaze deep as if looking right through my soul. What's wrong? Feeling sorry for him now. I shook my head like a sulking child. He tried to hurt me. I have no reason to feel sorry for him. You know, being too kind isn't always a good thing. Chi Nianan reached out and gave my cheek a gentle pinch. My chubby cheeks flushed under her somewhat heated gaze. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the lunch break, and Chi Nianan took me to the student council. Zhou Qi, Li Ya, and the others had already ordered a 5-star catering spread. Just as we sat down, I noticed that Zhou Qi looked like he'd lost his soul, that dazed look of his. I didn't even need to guess that he was thinking about Yunwan. I stole a glance at Chi Nianan beside me, then secretly hid my phone under the table, intending to send a WeChat message to Zhou Qi.
Oh, right.
A voice suddenly rang out, giving me a start. I hurriedly looked up, only to realize it was Li Ya's voice. Li Ya didn't pay any mind to my reaction, and looked straight at Chi Nianan. The person driving that motorcycle was clearly trying to hurt Xiao Yuan. Are you planning to investigate this? Chi Nianan gave her a meaningful glance, a cold smile on her face. Do you even need to ask? I've had people looking into it for a long time. Just the fact that their target was me. She could absolutely never let that person get away with it. Li Ya hurriedly pressed further. So, have you found anything? Who's the one behind all this? I immediately pricked up my ears to listen. I also wanted to know who exactly was trying to harm me. However, Chi Nianan frowned slightly. The only clue we have right now is the surveillance footage that captured the troublemaker's face. Once we find him, well, know who the real mastermind is. Leah let out a sigh. Then it seems we haven't found anything yet. But no sooner had she finished her sentence, Chi Nianan's phone rang, and she picked it up. Her expression instantly became stern and cold. I saw her put the phone down and hurriedly asked, "Is there any news?" Chi Nianan nodded and pushed her phone screen directly in front of me. She played a video clip. However, when I clearly saw the person in that video, my eyes instantly widened to their limits. How can it be him? The setting in the video was a private hospital room, where a woman wearing a black mask was talking to someone lying in the hospital bed, and the person sitting on that bed, someone I truly never would have expected, was none other than Chin Feng. The video quality was very clear. Dense scratches all over his face were clearly from an hour ago. It was his own self-inflicted masterpiece. Since this was covertly recorded, there was no audio at all. I muttered in shock, not expecting it to be him. Just then, Li Ya also leaned in to look. She rubbed her chin and asked, "Was this woman the one on the motorcycle?" Her face is completely covered. So how can we tell? Chi Nianan gave her a meaningful look, then opened another photo on her phone. A private investigator obviously investigates thoroughly. In the photo, the woman from the video after leaving the hospital had taken off her mask. There was another picture, a screenshot from the school's surveillance cameras. Comparing the two faces together, there was no doubt anymore. It was the same person. At this moment, Li Ya slapped her thigh hard and cried out in shock. Whoa. So Chin Feng was behind this. That ex-boyfriend of yours looked like a decent guy. How could his heart be so wicked? I was also completely stunned. I had suspected for a while that he was involved, but I didn't expect him to be the actual culprit. The itching powder incident was just a prank at most, but that person on the motorcycle actually used a knife. If Yunwan hadn't taken that blow for me, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After Zhou Qi heard about what happened to me in class, he slammed his hand on the table. So angry, he was practically fuming. Time and time again. Hurting my friend? There is no way. I'm just letting him get away with this. Li Ya immediately chimed in. She turned to look at Chi Nianan.
Lady Chi,
how do you plan to seek justice for our
precious little Fang Yuan?
Aunt, go easy on him, just because he's your ex-boyfriend. To her surprise, Chi Nianan only gave her a cold glance. Do you really think it'd do that? Li Ya was about to tease her more. Chi Nianan swept a sharp, cold gaze over her. And another thing, who exactly is your precious? Try saying that again. Li Ya was so scared she started trembling, and hurriedly changed the subject, telling everyone to eat. I picked up my chopsticks with a heavy heart, but Chi Nianan kept piling food onto my plate. In the blink of an eye, my bowl was stacked high like a small mountain. I looked at her,
speechless. Are you actually going to let me eat? How am I supposed to finish all of this? Qi Nianan looked at my overflowing bowl, so she silently picked up a fried shrimp from it. Is this better? Are you taking your bad mood out on me? Her voice sounded a bit helpless, but a faint smile played on her thin lips. Truly, only I can tolerate this temperament of yours. I wasn't in the mood to argue with her. I just kept my head down and ate my rice. Seeing me so preoccupied with my thoughts, Zhou Qi immediately looked at Qi Nianan with concern. What's wrong with Fang Yuan? Is he in a bad mood? Qi Nianan's reply was very short and concise. This made Zhou Qi and Li Ya even more confused. Why would he be in a bad mood? Haven't. We found the person behind it. Exactly. Shouldn't he be happy? Actually, the strangest thing was that neither of them noticed. But Qi Nianan saw through everything with just one glance. She rested her chin on one hand, watching me intently, before explaining on my behalf. Who could be in a good mood after being hated for? No reason to the point that someone wants to kill them. Actually, her heart was also full of indulgence. Put it bluntly, Qin Feng hated me because of her. I've always had a simple nature. So, suddenly learning this truth, how could I possibly feel okay about it? Her dark eyes suddenly softened. She reached out and stroked my head. You silly boy, that's not your fault. I slowly digested this fact and finally looked up. I brushed her hand away. I know. And it's not like I think it's my fault anyway. Then, I tried to force a smile and looked over at Zhou Qi and Li Ya. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a little bit troubled. That's all. Li Ya finally felt relieved and put a piece of stir-fried beef on my plate. Turn that sorrow into appetite. I immediately pushed it away with my chopsticks in disgust. It's got your spit on it. I'm not eating that. Li Ya clutched her chest in mock hurt and turned to offer the meat to Zhou Qi instead. Zhou Qi also quickly moved his bowl away, with a look of extreme disdain. I don't want it either. I watched them fooling around, put down my chopsticks, and let out a sigh. To be honest, I still don't understand Qin Feng. I get why he hates me, but does it have to go as far as hiring someone to kill me? That's just going way too far. Li Ya seemed to be reflecting on it. Once someone reaches the absolute peak of jealousy, there is nothing they won't dare to do. But Zhou Qi had a different perspective. He felt that Qin Feng wouldn't have the guts to hire an assassin.
Li Ya immediately teased him.
Unlike you, who is capable of anything. Who knows? Maybe you'll lose your mind for love too. Zhou Qi felt very annoyed after hearing that and immediately countered. I would never be like that. Li Ya wagged her finger with a mischievous look.
Well, that's hard to say.
I smiled from the side and said, I believe Zhou Qi wouldn't do something like that. Li Ya was originally going to continue the argument. As soon as she met Qi Nianan's gaze, she immediately backed down. She smiled and nodded repeatedly, changing to a flattering tone.
Right.
Whatever young Master Feng says is absolutely correct. Zhou Qi and I were immediately amused by her. After the laughter during lunch, followed Qi Nianan to her office again. I flopped down onto the sofa, clutching a pillow, planning to take a nap. But Qi Nianan came over and sat down beside me. She didn't say a word. She just stared at me in silence. I stretched, blinked, and asked her, You have something you want to tell me? Her voice was low. Regarding Qin Feng, how do you want to handle him? In my heart, only one single thought remained. I never want to see Qin Feng again. I shook my head, my lips pressed thin. I don't know. Tightened my grip on the pillow, the suppressed emotions almost overflowed. I just know that I never want to see him again from now on. Never again. Her fingers gently ran through my hair, comforting me softly, her voice full of determination.
Yeah.
I understand. As for the specifics of how, I won't tell you. I closed my eyes, enjoying her caress, and nodded slightly. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I completely trusted her arrangements. I just needed to be sure of one thing. As long as Qin Feng doesn't show up anymore, that's enough. Even though I was still feeling a bit dazed, I believed that she would definitely know where to draw the line. Qi Nianan patted my head. Then get some rest. I have some things to take care of. I reluctantly lifted my head from her shoulder, sense of dependency rising within me. In reality, the one who couldn't leave her side was me. Leaning on the shoulder was truly comfortable. I really wanted to stay like this forever and never get up. You go ahead. I'm sleepy. Remember to wake me up for class later. I adjusted my pillow and buried myself in the sofa. She grabbed a long body pillow and placed it in my arms. She even thoughtfully made space so I could stretch my legs out.
Sleep well.
Her voice was clear and pleasant to hear. I lazily replied, Good night, and then closed my eyes. Pressing my face into the pillow, I felt completely at peace. At the same time, at a high-end restaurant outside the second middle school, Lu Guan was sitting alone in a private room. He didn't suspect you, did he? Good. Very good. Next. Let's see if you have the skill to persuade him. Don't worry, regardless of success or failure. The money meant for you won't be short by a single cent. All right, talk later. Lu Guan hung up the phone, a slight smirk on his lips. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A waiter carrying a food tray pushed the door open and arranged the delicious dishes on the table. Enjoy your meal, sir. In high spirits, Lu Guan pulled out a large bill and handed it over. The waiter beamed with joy. Thank you, sir. Just call if you need anything. Lu Guan waved his hand dismissively. No need. You can leave. Waiting for the waiter to leave. Picked up his fork, about to start eating. Suddenly, his phone started ringing incessantly. On the other end, Long Aotian's shouting roared like thunder.
Lu Guan,
Do you actually know how to do anything at all? You're absolutely useless. Thought you were actually capable, but it turns out you're only good for this. It seems I didn't misjudge you before. You're just a piece of useless trash. Grip the fork tightly, the blue veins on the back of his hand bulging. His smile became distorted, but his words remained elegant.
What are you panicking about?
What's there to be afraid of, my dear brother?
Long Aoshin's voice immediately turned shrill. Shut up! Who's your brother? How many times do I have to tell you, don't call me brother? Bastard child, born from some womanizing man. Like you is not my sibling. Lu Guan's gaze instantly turned icy. His voice softened but remained calm.
What's the rush?
You're just afraid that if this gets out, they'll trace it back to you, right? Relax. I've already shifted the blame to someone else. If Lady Chi wants to settle the score, she'll only go after that unlucky fellow. She won't suspect you, and definitely not me. Long Aotian was stunned for a second, then immediately pressed. Who is it? Lu Guan squinted and smiled. The person you hate the most, Qin Feng. Long Aotian was now completely dumbfounded. Him. Why did you frame him? Lu Guan narrowed his eyes, his tone full of smugness. I only blame him for being so stupid. He just loves charging headfirst into a dead end. This morning, he stuffed a gift box into Fang Yuan's desk drawer, filled with itching powder. And guess what happened? He played himself. The powder blew right back into his own face. That guy Fang Yuan wasn't affected at all. At this point, he gritted his teeth in hatred, cursing in his heart. If only that pile of itching powder had caused Fang Yuan to be disfigured, that would have been perfect. Qin Feng is such a waste of space. He couldn't even manage a small task like that. Long Aoshin snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied as well. You certainly have quick access to information. Do you have a spy planet in Class S? Actually, that wouldn't be impossible. Even though Class S is full of rich kids, buying information from a few poor scholarship students with some cash isn't difficult at all. Lu Guan had an arrogant look on his face. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. As for Long Aoshin, hearing this tone, a wave of inexplicable anger rose within him. This child of that womanizer, where did he get this air of superiority? Do you really think everything has been arranged without leaving a trace? Long Aoshin's voice was dark. Then how exactly are you going to frame Qin Feng? His lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug look.
Isn't it obvious?
Lady Chi is currently searching the entire school for the culprit. I just need that person to intentionally seek out Qin Feng. Then Lady Chi will definitely notice him. Plus, he already targeted Fang Yuan this morning. Combined together, he won't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River.
Heh. He'll have no choice but to take the fall in frustration.
Hearing this, Long Aotian took a sharp breath. Lu Guan, you're truly cruel. He felt certain of victory now, much more at ease, and no longer worried that a failed plan would involve him. It wasn't over yet. Lu Guan suddenly changed his tone and intentionally sighed. But the money is all gone, and the job isn't quite finished yet. Long Aotian interrupted him loudly. What is money to me? Just 200K. I don't care about that. I can give you another 200K. But next time, you must succeed. I want to see Fang Yuan's face ruined. Lu Guan pretended to respond casually. Thanks, brother. Shut up! Call me that one more time, and I'll beat you. He was furious and hung up immediately after saying that. Lu Guan stared coldly at the black screen, his heart full of contempt. Does young Master Long think Hez so impressive when Hez angry? The next second, the phone was hurled into the air by Lu Guan, landing with a thud on the rug by the door. It's just a phone. Money is the one thing I have plenty of. Long Aotian just gave me another 200K. Replacing it with a new one wouldn't require a second thought. Lu Guan's mood immediately lightened, and he pressed the service button. The waiter entered the room with a bright smile. Distinguished guest, do you have any orders? He had just stepped through the door. When he saw the phone on the rug and froze for a moment, Lu Guan tilted his chin, intentionally acting superior. Pick that up for me. The waiter immediately picked up the phone with both hands and gave it to Lu Guan. Lu Guan nodded with satisfaction. I want to order some desserts. He had long ago trained himself to read expressions and flatter others. Without waiting for Lu Guan to speak, he flipped the menu to the dessert page and placed it before him. Young master, which ones would you like? Lu Guan glanced over it a few times, displaying great generosity with his money. This page, and this page as well. One of everything. The waiter was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. All of them. Lu Guan's lips curled up, his eyes full of superiority.
Bring me all of them.
Yes, sir. He immediately complied. Lu Guan pulled out several large bills and handed them over as if granting a favor. The waiter received the money with a beaming face.
Thank you, young master.
Next, Lu Guan made a call to that man. Go to the hospital tonight to find Qin Feng. Bribe a doctor and add a little bit of that to his medication.
You know exactly the kind.
I'll give you more money. Don't mess this up. After hanging up, Lu Guan opened WeChat again and sent a voice message to someone else. In the next 2 days, spread the news, saying that Fang Yuan was the one who did it. He didn't need to intentionally fabricate it. He just had to mention it casually to one or two classmates. Everything was arranged. Lu Guan tossed his phone onto the table, feeling extremely satisfied, as if everything was under his control. Qin Feng's life and Fang Yuan's life were both firmly held in the palm of his hand. Lu Guan couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Ha 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 ha.
2 days later, at the gates of Shangdae Academy, I suddenly insisted that Chi Nianan go out for breakfast with me. Unable to refuse me, she had no choice but to accompany me outside. The two of us found a secluded corner to sit down. Nianan looked around for a moment, a slight smirk on her lips. As her gaze rested on me, "Did you used to sneak here for breakfast with Yunwan behind my back?" I chuckled awkwardly, pretending to be clueless.
Is it this place? I don't remember.
In reality, I knew perfectly well. I had intentionally brought her here to revisit some memories. There was absolutely no way I could admit it. Otherwise, this girl would definitely be unhappy. So I had to change the subject. "What do you want to eat?" Breakfast here is quite diverse. I had ordered wontons, small steamed buns, and soy milk, even though these were common dishes, since it was located right at the gates of Shangdi Academy. The style was very elegant, and many students enjoyed stopping by. "I'm too lazy to think today. You order for me," I asked back. "So what do you actually want to eat?" She simply replied with 4 words. "I want some meat." Eating meat so early in the morning. I thought to myself, this girl really has a huge appetite. I flipped through the menu forever before finding 2 meat dishes. Then ordered a cup of soy milk for her as well. As it turned out, she looked dismissive. "I don't drink soy milk." I snapped back immediately. "It's already ordered. Just eat it. Don't be so picky." Just then, 2 girls walked in and sat at the next table. Without noticing us, they began to gossip. I heard Chin Feng's face was completely covered in itching powder that day. Apparently, his face is about to be disfigured.
Really? Is that true?
Can itching powder actually disfigure someone? Don't worry about him. This is surely karma. Trying to harm someone and failing, only to have it backfire on himself. There are even people saying he poisoned himself, which is why He's in such a pitiful state. He looked so glamorous when he first joined Shangdae. Now his face is pretty much ruined. I really want to see it for myself. I couldn't help but shiver upon hearing that. And I couldn't resist glancing at Chi Nianan beside me. She pouted slightly, her expression completely indifferent. "It wasn't me," I whispered urgently, afraid of being overheard.
What? You didn't do anything.
I had assumed she was the one who arranged it, because I didn't ask for details on how she dealt with Chin Feng, but now that she was denying it, I suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. Could it be that in that pile of itching powder from that day, Chin Feng actually added something lethal himself? My heart suddenly felt cold. It turned out the other party actually wanted to disfigure me. Chi Nianan gave a cold laugh, her voice full of contempt. "He even dared to hire someone to harm you. He was even more cruel than that, as if he would let me go." I let out a sigh, feeling a chill in my heart. Chi Nianan saw my mood sinking, so she casually changed the subject. "Don't mention him anymore. It's ruining the meal. His business? I will handle it." I nodded. After the Chin Feng incident passed, he never appeared at Shangdae again. The school directly expelled him for poor character. At this moment, our breakfast was brought out. Chi Nianan took a look, clearly very unimpressed. How can anyone even eat this stuff? But right then, the group of girls at the table right next to us suddenly screamed in excitement, "Look at this." The internet says Chin Feng's disfigurement was actually caused by Fang Yuan poisoning him. Apparently, that itching powder was originally fine. I stared at Chi Nianan in a daze, with a bewildered expression. Why was the blame suddenly being pinned on me? Chi Nianan also frowned deeply and looked at those 2 girls. "Is this news even reliable? Just look at this post. It says others in the first-year Class S actually touched that powder too. It only took a quick wash with water to fix it. Only Chin Feng ended up in such a miserable state. This proves that he was poisoned afterwards." That actually sounds quite logical. I didn't think Fang Yuan could be so cruel. Before they could continue, they suddenly heard a loud noise. A hand slammed hard onto the tabletop. The 2 girls were so scared they stared wide-eyed to see Chi Nianan's face right in front of them. They were stunned for a long while before finally reacting. So excited they almost hugged each other. "Sister Chi, it's actually you." "Oh my god. Am I dreaming?" Sister Chi is actually right in front of me. This is truly unbelievable. Being this close is just incredible. Those 2 girls were just busy staring in admiration and completely failed to see Chi Nianan's cold expression. I was originally worried they would keep talking nonsense. I didn't expect the atmosphere to change so drastically, and even I almost burst out laughing. I quickly grabbed Chi Nianan's hand and pulled her back down into her seat.
"That's enough.
It's just some baseless speculation. Just let them talk. Besides, you can't stop everyone from talking anyway." I took it very lightly. After all, people have their own mouths, and I can't control what they choose to say. But after Chi Nianan heard my words, a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on her lips, and she even reached out to pinch my cheek. That's not a bad idea. I was stunned. What idea? Hadn't I just blurted out some comfort? Chi Nianan suddenly turned her head to stare at those 2 girls and pointed a finger at them, emitting a terrifyingly murderous aura. "I'm warning you. Whoever dares to slander Fang Yuan, or dares to speak a single nonsense word, I'll show you exactly what the consequences are." The 2 girls who had been staring in a daze were terrified by her gaze, and their entire bodies began to tremble, nodding frantically. "Did you hear me?" Her voice was clear, and they hurriedly replied, "We heard you." Their legs were weak, and they couldn't run even if they wanted to, only able to sit still and motionless on their chairs. I pulled Chi Nianan back to our seats. "All right, let's hurry up and eat breakfast. If you don't eat, it'll all get cold." Chi Nianan spoke up casually. "I can eat whenever.
She pulled out her phone and made a call. My stomach was growling incessantly, so I didn't even bother to care what she was planning to do. I began to devour the dumplings and small steamed buns. By the time I had eaten my fill and looked up, she had already finished her call and put her phone away. A smug look returned to her face.
While I was full of questions,
Who did you just call? Does it have something to do with that idea from earlier? Chi Nianan only smiled without saying a word. You'll find out in a bit. I pretended not to care. Just hurry up and eat. I'm already finished over here. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, my reflexes were even faster than hers. I swiftly snatched her phone to check the call log. The log says, "You called the principal." Chi Nianan didn't stop me. She lowered her head, finished a few bites of noodles, and was done. Finished eating. She tilted her head and asked, and I nodded, saying,
Yeah.
"But why did you call the principal?" Chi Nianan broke into a wicked smile. After paying, she pulled me up and we left the breakfast shop. I felt a bit awkward with the two of us walking hand in hand like this. I tried to pull away, but she shot me a look. She was clearly dissatisfied, though not quite angry. As we walked, I urged her. "You said in a bit earlier, but exactly how many minutes is that?" Chi Nianan didn't slow her pace. Suddenly, she stopped under a tree on the school campus. She turned to look at me, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. "It's almost time." I looked at her blankly, having no idea what was going on. Suddenly, the school's loudspeaker crackled to life. Attention. The posts targeting Fang Yuan on the school forum have been verified as complete slander. All teachers and students are forbidden from discussing this matter privately. Any violators will face severe disciplinary action. Reporting of offenders is encouraged. The announcement echoed through the campus 3 times. I stood there, dazed, listening to it. I turned my head and stared at Chi Nianan with wide eyes. My mouth hung open, unable to close. Did you do this?" I stood there in a daze, listening. It turned out that her phone call earlier was a direct call to the principal to shut down the public outcry. Chi Nianan triumphantly rested her hand on my shoulder.
a haughty smile on her face.
Well, silencing all of them, effective, isn't it? Even if rumors are hard to kill completely, I bet no one will dare talk nonsense in front of you anymore. Life suddenly became significantly quieter. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I marveled at how much she spoiled me. But Chi Nianan still wasn't satisfied. She pouted. "You should at least give me a compliment. For whose sake did I have to use my privilege, huh?" I immediately gave her a thumbs up. "All right, good job." Then, I couldn't help but feel worried. Is it really okay to use your privilege like this? I looked up at her, my mind tying itself in knots. Chi Nianan flashed a confident smile. "You even know what privilege means?" I was speechless, intending to give a textbook explanation. But I couldn't think of any words. Was I going to have to Google it? She cracked her knuckles and declared loudly, "I am the privilege." Chi Nianan's eyes were filled with pride. "Things are exactly how I want them to be, and no one has the right to interfere. Do you understand?" I stared at her, sighing inwardly. This woman must have been a queen in her past life, but I couldn't resist teasing her. "If your father or mother knew how bossy you're at school, they'd probably faint. Faint from sheer terror, most likely." Chi Nianan didn't think so. She even took the opportunity to pull me a few inches closer to her chest. In what you call considering the heavens as nothing. I felt we were too close and hurriedly tried to push away. But because of the announcement just now, every student's eyes were glued to the two of us. Chi Nianan laughed haughtily again. "So what if I'm arrogant? I can do whatever I want. So why should I restrain myself?" This perverse and powerful logic left me speechless. Just then, someone nearby gasped in surprise. "Isn't that Senior Yunwan?"
Wasn't she supposed to be in the hospital?
Startled, I turned my head. Sure enough, I saw Yunwan entering through the school gate. Chi Nianan saw her too, her brow furrowing. "What is that girl Yun trying to pull now? Let me go ask her." "You wait for me here." Leaving those words behind, I let go of her hand and sprinted toward Yunwan. Unexpectedly, Chi Nianan chased after me with her long legs. I shot her a warning glance to behave herself, but she pretended not to understand. The next second, the two of us were standing in front of Yunwan. Seeing us, she stopped in her tracks and even offered a gentle smile. "Good morning." I looked worriedly at her right hand, which was wrapped in bandages. I asked curiously, "Why have you come to school?" Yunwan looked at me with tender eyes. She explained softly, "Aries, a monthly exam today." I blanked for a moment, right? That's the most important exam for the 12th grade. But your hand is injured. How can you even take the test? Yunwan smiled faintly and raised her left hand. "I still have this hand, don't I?" I heard her voice, so gentle. But the unease in my heart only grew. It's just one exam. It's not like the college entrance exam. Skipping it once should be fine, right? But Yunwan shook her head resolutely. "No, the monthly exam is very important. I can't be absent." Before she could finish, a cold voice cut her off. Chi Nianan's eyes showed clear displeasure. She stared intently at her. "Isn't it just about being worried about the scholarship?"
What's so difficult about that?
She was full of arrogance. "You don't need to take the exam. I'll tell the school to give you the scholarship anyway, okay?" Yunwan's eyes suddenly turned icy.
She looked her straight in the eye, refusing word for word.
That won't be necessary.
Thank you.
Ji Nianen's anger flared up. You dare refuse me. If it weren't for Xiao Yuan, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. She took a step closer.
Is your ridiculous pride more important?
Or is your scholarship money more important?
Yun Wan faced her without a trace of fear, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. To a young miss of the Qi family like you, pride of others is, of course, completely worthless. Seeing the two on the brink of an explosion, I hurriedly grabbed Qi Nianen's arm. Hey, come on! Don't argue! I pulled her back a step, to keep a safe distance. Only then did I turn to look at Yun Wan, asking her seriously, have you truly decided that you must take the exam? Yes, that's right. She looked at me with a steadfast attitude. I nodded helplessly. Immediately after, I gave her a bright smile. All right then, go take your exam. Good luck. Yun Wan saw the spark of trust in my eyes. Her cold heart was suddenly flooded with a warm current.
Thank you.
I will do my best. Her voice becoming softer. A faint smile played on her lips. But she suddenly noticed Qi Nianen behind me, whose gaze was becoming increasingly dark. After Yun Wan said goodbye to me, she headed toward the 12th grade classroom building. I was still cheering from behind. Yun Wan, you have to do your best. But Qi Nianen was behind me, veins on her forehead throbbing with rage. In the next second, she clamped her hands onto my face, forcing me to face her. Hey, what are you doing? My face was being squashed out of shape. Qi Nianen glared at me, growling in frustration. Fang Yuan, I forbid you from looking at that person with those eyes, do you hear me? I blinked in utter confusion.
What eyes?
I couldn't fathom what she was so angry about.
Let go! My face is about to be flattened.
I struggled to push her hands away, rubbing my aching cheeks. But Qi Nianen's temper flared even hotter. Listen clearly, not just that Yun girl, but it's forbidden for any other woman as well. To appease her, I could only nod perfunctorily. I know. Only then did her anger cool down slightly. She immediately hugged me tightly to assert her ownership. You were planning to go find that Yun girl after school, weren't you? You're not allowed to go. I immediately played dumb.
What did you say?
Wind is too loud, I can't hear you. In the blink of an eye, school was over for the afternoon. I timed it perfectly and ran to the 12th grade class S. But when I walked in, there was no sign of Yun Wan. I hurriedly grabbed a student.
Where's Yun Wan?
The person's answer stunned me. She turned in her paper and left a long time ago. I became even more worried. Which hand did she use to write during the exam? The student remembered clearly. Her left hand. She used her left hand the whole time. Everyone saw it. Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out behind me. Teacher, please wait a moment. I turned around to look. Qi Nianen had actually blocked the teacher who was about to leave. What is she planning to do? Curious, I stepped forward and saw Qi Nianen, with just a glance, force the teacher to obediently return to the podium and sit down. The scene made me want to laugh and cry at the same time. The teacher asked tremulously, Miss Qi, may I ask what the matter is? Qi Nianen glanced at the stack of exams in the teacher's hand. She said coldly, Find Yun Wan's exam paper.
And grade it right here for me.
Teacher didn't dare to object, immediately flipping through to find Yun Wan's paper and pulling out a red pen to grade it swiftly. Just a few minutes later, the exam paper was placed in front of Qi Nianen. I eagerly leaned in to take a look. Instantly, my eyes widened in amazement. A perfect score. I looked at the teacher in shock. Teacher, didn't Yun Wan use her left hand for the test?
Yes, she did.
I looked at the exam paper once more. The handwriting on it was indeed quite messy. The lines of the drawings were all shaky, yet the result was a perfect score. The teacher seemed to know what I was thinking. He spoke slowly. He explained. Usually Yun Wan's handwriting is very beautiful. To be able to write like this with her left hand, without it affecting the quality of the work, she truly is a heaven-defying genius. Walking out of the classroom building, I felt completely relieved.
Luckily, Yun Wan's scholarship was secure.
I got into Qi Nianen's car, my mood so joyful, I felt like I could fly. I turned to her and smiled. Nianen, you actually care a lot about Yun Wan too, don't you? If she hadn't forced the teacher to grade the paper on the spot, I probably would have been worried sick for several more days. But Qi Nianen suddenly grimaced with a jealous look. If she had just heard a massive joke, she gave a cold snort. Absolutely not. I obviously did that just for you. Okay, but I just chuckled, wearing a smug expression as if I had seen through her long ago. She's definitely the cold outside, warm inside type. Why don't you try saying that one more time? Qi Nianen glared at me dangerously, but I wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, I propped one hand on the seat, leaning my face in close to hers, and with a squinting smile posed a multiple-choice question. Option 1, Qi Nianen is actually very kind-hearted. Option 2, I like Yun Wan, which is why I care about her so much. I was deliberately forcing her to admit she was kind. To my surprise upon hearing this, Qi Nianen's eyes narrowed with a dangerous look. The next second, her lips curled into a wicked smile. Her entire body suddenly pressed closer to me. She grabbed my wrists and pinned me against the back of the passenger seat. So you like playing this game, do you? Fine. Then let me give you a question. This suggested position caused my cheeks to flush red instantly. What on earth was she going to do? Before I could even react, Qi Nianen's beautiful face leaned in even closer. Her warm breath fanned across my face, her resonant voice dropping to a low whisper, both seductive and dangerous. If I were to kiss you right now, what reason would you give for it? 1.
because I like that Yun girl, or 2, because I like you. Before the words were fully out, our lips were less than 2 centimeters apart. It seemed as though we would kiss in the very next second. My heart hammered like a war drum, my cheeks burning hot, and I even forgot that I should be pushing her away. Just then, a car horn suddenly blared from outside the window. Sound jolted me back to my senses, and I hurriedly turned my head away, pushing my hands against her chest. I firmly pushed her back. Hey, can you not joke like this, please? That was really uncalled for. Chi Nianan looked at my embarrassed state, and her mood became exceptionally good, her lips curling up. Clearly, you were the one who started this joke first. I was immediately speechless. Wasn't this just a case of being hoist by my own petard? Chi Nianan started the car. So cheerful, she was whistling loudly, turning to tell me, "It's the weekend. Shall we go out somewhere?" Go where? Still smarting from her teasing, I immediately had zero interest. Chi Nianan thought for a moment. There is a newly opened hot spring resort. I bet you've never been there before. A hot spring is just for soaking in water, right? I stared out the window with an indifferent expression. Chi Nianan continued to entice me. It's more than that. There are roses to pick as well. You can soak while enjoying lots of delicious food, like strawberries, for instance. You can pick them yourself. She glanced at me, deliberately using a provocative tactic. Fine, if you don't want to go, then forget it. Before she could finish, I quickly turned my head back. The mention of roses had already piqued my interest. The moment I heard strawberries, my eyes instantly lit up. I hurriedly grabbed her. I'll go. I'll go. I never said I wouldn't. Let's go. Okay. I even used a coaxing tone. Chi Nianan smiled inwardly. Her goal had been achieved. If you want to go that badly, then let's go. Hot springs are good for your health anyway. But suddenly, an idea occurred to me. Let's invite Joe Chi and the others along too. It'll be more fun with a group. Chi, Nianan's brow furrowed slightly. She was clearly not very happy about it, but she still said, "I'll ask them. Whoever wants to come can come. If they don't, they don't." Inwardly, she was snorting with annoyance. If anyone were tactless enough to intrude, they'd better watch out. As the car reached an intersection, I suddenly pointed in a different direction. Over there. That way, head in that direction. Chi Nianan looked utterly bewildered, yet she steered the car in that direction anyway. She asked in confusion, "This isn't the way home. Where else do you want to go?" I lowered my head, feeling a bit sheepish. I thought since Yeonwon left so early, she might have already returned to the hospital. As soon as I spoke, the smile on Chi Nianan's face vanished instantly. She finished the exam without any problems. "What are you still worried about?" The doctor only said she shouldn't move her hand too much. It's not as if she was seriously injured. I rubbed my nose and retorted vigorously. She was injured because she saved me, after all, until Shay's fully recovered. Of course I have to check on her frequently. It's called having a conscience, okay? Chi Nianan simply didn't want to talk to me anymore. This guy was truly too soft-hearted, always afraid of being indebted to others, though she found this quality of mine adorable. If that adorableness was directed at someone else, then she would naturally find it extremely irritating, especially when it was that young girl. Despite her immense inward frustration, the car continued to roll steadily toward the hospital. After parking, Chi Nianan went inside with me. As it turned out, Yeonwon hadn't returned to the hospital at all. Frustrated, I slapped my own forehead. I should have called her first. Chi Nianan wore an expression that said I was truly hopeless. "I'll go ask the doctor about her condition. You just stay here and wait for me. Don't wander off. Do you hear me?" "I know, just go already." I nodded repeatedly. However, even though I didn't wander off, someone was charging toward me like a madman. Fang Yuan. A piercing scream rang out. Qin Feng's face was covered in so many bandages that his features were almost unrecognizable. With bloodshot eyes, he lunged straight at me. Startled, I continuously backed away. "Qin Feng, why are you here?" It turned out that even after being disfigured, he was also receiving treatment at this same hospital. Qin Feng's expression became extremely distorted, like a demon. He pointed at me and screamed frantically, "It's all your fault, Fang Yuan. My face turning into this is all because you ruined me. You disfigured me. So, I'm going to make sure you die." Qin Feng's face was contorted. Manifesting as a demon, he roared madly at me. "It's all on you, Fang Yuan. My face ending up like this was all caused by you. You destroyed my face, so I must take your life." With that, he swung his fist, delivering a powerful blow toward my face. I quickly dodged it. A feeling of intense annoyance welled up. Clearly, I'm the victim here. Don't you get it? If he hadn't harbored evil intentions himself, how could he have ended up with such a tragic fate? This was obviously his own doing. I looked at him with cold eyes. "Qin Feng, don't forget you brought this on yourself. You're the one who used that itching powder to harm me. Right now, you're just tasting your own bitter medicine." Upon hearing that, Qin Feng's eyes grew even more bloodshot with hatred. "I don't care. Bottom line, it's all your fault. If you hadn't stolen Miss Chi from me,
why would I have wanted to harm you?"
Miss Chi obviously likes me." I could only roll my eyes in exasperation. There is truly no reasoning with a madman. At that moment, Qin Feng prepared to lunge once more. I was being cornered by him again and again. My anger could finally no longer be restrained. "Since I haven't shown my power, did you really think I was a sick cat?" In the instant, Qin Feng lunged uncontrollably, nimbly sidestepped and reached out to grab him firmly by the collar. "Ah." Qin Feng let out a pathetic, ear-splitting shriek. Bystanders who had initially intended to help me were all instantly frozen in shock. Without mercy, I tightened my grip on his collar and snorted, "Qin Feng, don't push your luck. Earlier, when Nianen wanted to transfer you to Class F, I took pity on you and let it go. So you could stay in Class S on the condition you stop causing trouble. But you just love inviting disaster upon yourself. What right do you have to blame all this on me?" The fire of rage within me burned fiercely. I no longer felt even a shred of pity for Qin Feng. Being kind to an enemy is being cruel to oneself. It hurts.
Fang Yuan, you bastard.
Let me go. You won't come to a good end. Qin Feng screamed, his face contorted in pain. Even now, he showed no signs of remorse. His face was filled with a murderous intent as if he wanted to eat me alive. I had to admit, this collar-grabbing move was extremely effective against him. Qin Feng was gripped so tightly he couldn't breathe. He was completely powerless to fight back. In the end, all that remained were his pathetic whimpers. Only then did I decisively let go. I ignored him as he collapsed to the ground, not even bothering to spare him another glance. At that very moment, a sudden round of applause rang out. I spun around, startled. It was Qi Nianen. She was wearing an admiring smile, clapping as she walked leisurely toward me. For a moment, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What exactly was she doing? Well done. She offered a word of praise, and then stepped forward to loop her arm through mine. I suddenly felt that nothing was interesting anymore. I looked at her silently, beyond words. Qi Nianen didn't seem to care at all about Qin Feng weeping on the ground. She smiled and told me, "If you had shown this kind of spirit when you were surrounded last time, it would have been great." I could only give a wry smile. Give me a break. There were over a dozen people surrounding me then. How could I have fought back? Qin Feng suddenly burst into loud sobs, which made me feel quite annoyed. I pulled Qi Nianen, intending to leave, but Nianen stood her ground, unmoving, instead signaling for me to wait a moment. Then she calmly squatted down in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng froze, realizing the person before him was her. He thought she had come because she cared about him. Hope suddenly welled up in his heart. Miss G. Unexpectedly, Ji Nianen only curled her lips in a cold, contemptuous smirk. Her gaze was full of mockery toward Qin Feng. Your mistake was thinking too highly of yourself. Who do you think you are, daring to harm my Zhao Yuan like that? My Zhao Yuan? Qin Feng stood stunned on the spot, struggling to come up with an excuse. He's just a lowly commoner.
What right does he have to stay by your side, miss?
According to him, the only one worthy of a daughter of the Ji family must be a noble scion. On what basis does a commoner like me get to receive such special affection from her? It's just not fair.
A commoner.
Ji Nianen looked like she had just heard the world's biggest joke. Who told you my Zhao Yuan is a commoner? Her voice suddenly became bone-chillingly cold. Let me tell you, with your status, you aren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Qin Feng was completely shaken. Then who is he? Could it be you're also a young master from some family? But even in his dreams, he couldn't have imagined. Ji Nianen gave a cold laugh. You don't deserve to know. With that, she stood up, took me in her arms, and left without even looking back. Back at the apartment, I had just finished showering and was curled up on the sofa, texting Yunwan. It wasn't convenient for Yunwan to type, so she rarely sent me voice messages. Actually, my arm has almost completely recovered. I don't need to stay in the hospital every day. I held the phone close to my ear. Her voice was so clear and sweet. It was almost too beautiful to bear. As a voice fanatic, I simply couldn't help myself, and just kept listening to it over and over. I messaged her back. Then you must be careful, Nuna. Let me know immediately if anything happens. The two of us chatted like that for over 10 minutes. Just then, the bathroom door opened, and Nianen walked out while drying her hair. I hurriedly lowered my voice into the phone. Let's stop chatting. I have to sleep. Good night. As soon as the message was sent, Yunwan immediately sent back a voice message. That was only 2 seconds long. A good night wish as gentle as a kiss. That voice was so lovely, it made my heart feel numb. Didn't dare listen to it even one more time, fearing Ji Nianen would discover me, secretly chatting with Yunwan. I quickly tapped on Joji's name to pretend I was texting him, my fingers swiping frantically across the phone screen. The next second, Ji Nianen sat down next to me while drying her hair. Her gorgeous face suddenly drew close. She had just finished her bath, and her enchanting voice sounded right in my ear.
What are you chatting about?
I felt my ear go numb in an instant, instinctively pulling away a little, the tips of my ears turning bright red, just discussing tomorrow's hot spring trip with Joji. Hey, can you not lean in so close? The scent of her body wash, mingled with her unique, natural fragrance, wafted straight into my nose. What's wrong with being a little close? I immediately glared at her in dissatisfaction. Peeking at someone else's messages is very impolite, you know? To my surprise, she looked disdainful, as if I want to see. Go get the hairdryer. As she spoke, she gave me a nudge and leaned lazily back against the sofa. I was a bit dazed. What do you need the hairdryer for? Ji Nianen tossed the towel aside, pointed at her head, and ordered, dry my hair? Go now. But when I brought the hairdryer over, it turned out Ji Nianen gave an order with the air of a queen. Dry it for me. I had to accept my fate. I ran my hand gently through her hair. I suddenly realized this girl's hair was so incredibly soft. It felt like I had discovered a new land, and I couldn't help but smile. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Daunt, People say that those with soft hair also have soft hearts, as if possessed by some impulse. My gaze landed on her ears. My hand unconsciously reached out to touch them. They really are very soft. I touched her earlobes. They were so supple. Like I had found an interesting toy. I kept kneading and stroking them, reluctant to let go. Just then, Ji Nianan looked up with her dark eyes, gazing at me from below and asked, "Are you done playing yet?" There was actually a hint of amusement in her tone. I snapped out of it, my cheeks instantly turning bright red like fire, and let out an awkward laugh. All dried. I was about to pretend nothing had happened. But that devil, Ji Nianan, wouldn't give me the chance. She suddenly snatched the hairdryer and tossed it onto the coffee table. Right after that, she pinned me straight down onto the sofa. "You had so much fun teasing me, so isn't it my turn now?" She smiled mischievously, and her naughty hands began reaching toward me. I felt a bad premonition and hurriedly tried to flee. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Ha ha ha ha." This girl was actually tickling me. My whole body is full of sensitive spots, and when she poked my ribs, I immediately burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Stop it. Have mercy on me. My stomach hurts so much. Ha ha ha. Help me." I rolled around frantically on the sofa laughing, almost falling onto the floor.
Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore.
Stop tickling me.
Only then did Nianan finally let me go. But before I could even catch my breath, she took the chance to press close to my back. Resting her chin on my shoulder, I finally managed to stop laughing. But I was so exhausted my limbs felt like jelly. "Get up. Don't press on me like that." My protest was weak and completely lacked strength. She acted like a child, being spoiled and refusing to move. "Holding you like this is very comfortable." After saying that, she just clung tightly to my back, refusing to let go for anything. I was too tired to have any strength left to push her away, so I helplessly let her embrace me. Being held so tightly, there was simply no way to escape. The surrounding space suddenly grew quiet, leaving only my heavy, rapid breathing. As my breathing gradually steadied, a strong and rapid heartbeat pulsed from the chest pressed against my back.
Thump. Thump.
The atmosphere instantly became suggestive. Nianan just stared at the shell of my ear, if she were casting a spell, and a rosy flush slowly spread across it. She couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile, her eyes full of mirth. "Ji Nianan, can you let me go?" I spoke up, feeling deeply embarrassed. "No." She smiled and refused. Then she mischievously leaned closer and blew gently on my reddening ear. My whole body shuddered as if struck by a bolt of electricity.
Ji Nianan.
I called her name in a mix of shame and anger as a warning. "I'm right here." She pressed her thin lips behind my ear again, answering in a seductive tone. At that moment, I finally regained my senses and jabbed my elbow back hard. Ji Nianan gave a soft grunt and finally let me go. I hurriedly turned around, my face so red it felt like it would explode. My glistening eyes glared at her. "You're so annoying. You just love teasing me." She burst into laughter again. "When did I ever tease you? Is it a crime to hug my husband?" "I'm not dealing with you anymore." My face was burning from her teasing, so I fled back to my bedroom. Ji Nianan leaned back on the sofa, laughing triumphantly. But the consequence of her teasing me was that she would definitely have to sleep on the sofa tonight. The next day, I was dreaming of a peerless beauty, embracing me in an incredibly romantic way. It looked like we were just about to kiss. Thud, thud, thud. A series of violent knocks woke me up. I opened my sleepy eyes, figure in my dream not yet having faded. What a pity I couldn't see the beauty's face clearly. Just then, Ji Nianan's voice echoed from outside the door. "You lazy pig, get up already." Next second, the beauty's face in my mind abruptly turned into Ji Nianan's face. I sat up with a start, fully awake, and touched my cheek.
"Why does it hurt so much?"
I groaned and rolled around on the bed. That jerk Ji Nianan, daring to ruin my beautiful dream. "Xiao Yuan, are you up yet? It's already 9 o'clock. Nianan urged me again. I glared at the door, stretched, and got out of bed. I threw the door open with a bang.
"I'm up. You're so annoying."
I vented all my morning grumpiness on her. She didn't mind at all, just leaning against the door frame, smiling at me with narrowed eyes.
"Why are you so cranky as soon as you wake up?"
"Did you not sleep well last night?" Looking at her beaming face, I felt even more irritated. I raised my hand to give her a smack, but Ji Nianan quickly caught my wrist and pulled me inside. "Go back to sleep if you haven't had enough." She led me toward the bed, but I shook my head. "No more sleeping. We said we're going out today. I haven't even finished packing my things yet." After finishing my morning routine, I walked out to the wonderful aroma of breakfast. My stomach began to growl in protest. A lavish breakfast was spread out on the table. I ate while glancing at her suspiciously. "You seem kind of strange today. Didn't she sleep on the sofa last night? How is she looking more energized than me?" Nianan glanced at me. "You're the strange one. Hurry up and eat. Everyone is waiting for us." Hearing that it was almost time, I ate faster. After eating, I dusted off my hands. I'm going to finish packing my bags. I felt like I was forgetting something and spent another 10 minutes fumbling around, finally finishing up. I looked up to see Ji Nianan standing at the door and asked, "Where's your stuff?" She pointed to the backpack beside the door. "I don't have much. Put your things in here too."
Oh.
I walked over and took her backpack. Just then, Nianen's phone rang. She turned and stepped outside to answer it. I stuffed my belongings into her bag, but I suddenly froze for a second. I suddenly remembered that night at the G house. Thing G Nianen had secretly hidden. That strawberry-flavored umbrella. A thought suddenly popped into my head. Would she have put that in here as well? Thinking of that, my cheeks instantly burned. Two conflicting thoughts began to battle fiercely in my mind. Should I try to peek inside? Shess outside on the phone right now, and the backpack is right here in my hands. It's the perfect time and opportunity. Hand lost control, slowly reaching toward the backpack.
Right at the critical moment.
Nianen's voice and footsteps suddenly approached. Are you done? Li Ya and the others are already downstairs? My hand stopped midair. A second later, I hurriedly patted the backpack, then turned back with a smile. All finished, let's go. I picked up the backpack, intending to wear it myself, but she snatched it away and threw it over her own shoulder. Then her large hand took hold of my small one, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Then let's set off. My mind was still hung up on what happened just now. I felt deep regret at this moment. If I'd known, I wouldn't have hesitated to take action earlier. Hot Spring Resort. Because I delayed things in the morning. It was already past noon when the group arrived. After lunch, we headed straight for the rose farm. I excitedly pointed toward the purple flower field in the distance. Joji smiled and nodded. That's right. Those are lavenders brought over from France. They can also be used to produce essential oils. My eyes immediately lit up. Really? Then I want to buy some. I turned back to tell Nyanan, who was behind me. Remember to remind me to buy them? Don't forget. To my surprise, she frowned slightly. What are you buying those for? You're not allowed to burn them in the house. I only just remembered Shez extremely sensitive to scents. My shoulders slumped instantly. Disappointment clear on my face. But I really like it. Seeing my pitiful look, she pursed her lips and finally compromised. Buy it if you like it. But then she immediately changed her tune. However, you can't burn it at home. Go burn it at Joji's house. Joji pointed at himself in bewilderment. Why do you have to burn it at my house? Ji Nianen glanced at him. Didn't you encourage him to buy it? Then you should take responsibility. Seeing that, I quickly hugged Joji's arm and acted spoiled. So he had no choice but to agree helplessly. So I happily bought all kinds of essential oils. As if afraid I'd miss out, I took a bottle of every single kind. Finally, the group went to the strawberry garden I love the most. As soon as we entered, I was like a little horse released from its stable, excitedly picking lots and lots of strawberries. By the time we finished exploring, it was already getting dark.
Li Ya didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
The whole day was gone. At dinner, Li Ya smiled and made a suggestion. Since we're rarely on a trip like this, let's play a game.
Sure, let's. What game?
Joji and I immediately became excited. Nianen held a wine glass and slightly curled her lips. I have no objection. Li Ya then smiled cunningly. Let's play truth or dare. Though it's an old game, it's still very fun. I hadn't noticed anything suspicious yet, so I smiled broadly and raised my hand in agreement. The game began. The server quickly brought over a spinning wheel. The wheel started spinning rapidly. My eyes were glued to the pointer, and it finally came to a slow stop. I was dazed for a moment, then followed the pointer toward Ji Nianen beside me.
It's you.
I burst out laughing immediately, pointing at her and laughing at her misfortune. No one could have expected. The first person to lose would be her. I laughed very heartily, my smile looking quite mischievous. The loser has to take the penalty. Pick one. Truth or dare. She glanced at me indifferently. What do you want me to pick? Li Ya quickly mouthed to me. Choose truth. I immediately followed suit. Choose truth. Fine, go ahead and ask. She leaned back leisurely in her chair. Joji immediately jumped in to ask first. Eldest Miss G, may I ask, how many boyfriends have you had? I immediately whipped my head around to stare at Nianen. She only frowned slightly and uttered 4 words. I don't remember anymore. I still wasn't satisfied and pressed further. If not 100, surely at least 80. Li Ya wagged her finger with a suggestive smile. It's definitely more than that. My eyes widened to their limit.
What? Even more than that?
Ji Nianen didn't want to continue this topic, so she drained a large glass of wine to end her turn. The second turn began immediately after. I excitedly watched the spinning wheel. The pointer ended up stopping right on me.
Why me?
I couldn't believe my eyes. My face immediately contorted. I also chose truth, thinking it would be easier. Li Ya was about to ask, but Ji Nianen suddenly cut in. She stared at me and asked, emphasizing every word, how many girlfriends did you have while you were in America? I was stunned for a moment. My small brain started working at full speed. There really is no hurt without comparison. I just said she had had hundreds of boyfriends. If I say I've had no one now, won't I just be laughed to scorn by her? No, absolutely not.
That would be way too embarrassing.
Should I say 2 or 3, or maybe 7 or 8, or perhaps 3 or 4? My mind was in a complete tangle. Just then, as if seeing right through me, Ji Nianen warned me sternly. You have to be honest, no lying allowed. I snapped out of it and looked straight at her. Of course I'm telling the truth. She rested her chin on her hand and leaned in to pressure me. Then answer already. Is the question that hard? She stared at me with dissatisfaction. Is it really that difficult? Or are your ex-girlfriends so numerous that you have to count them one by one? At that possibility, Ji Nianen's face immediately darkened. Her gaze made my hair stand on end. I couldn't help but snap. Would it kill you to give me a second to think?
Li Ya, who just wants to see the world burn,
looked at me with a grin. Xiao Yuan,
Don't tell us you can't remember either. My face suddenly turned bright red from embarrassment.
Of course that's not it.
Joji also chimed in to press me. You must have had a girlfriend in America, right? Being this cute and all. That really hit me where it hurts. I immediately held my head high. Of course I did. There were plenty of people chasing me. But not some casual kind of person. Okay? Then spill it. How many exactly? Nianen had completely lost her patience. Her delicate brows were tightly knit. She looked terrifying because I didn't want to be mocked. And to follow the truth rule of the game, I finally muttered a single word. 1. Even though it wasn't even an official relationship. At this point, it could only be counted as 1. I absolutely did not want to be looked down upon by this jerk. However, my answer didn't satisfy her at all. Instead, her expression became even worse. 1 person. Are you serious? She stared at me without blinking. Her eyes filled with disbelief. She was certain the answer would be 0. Who knew there was actually 1 person? To her, a single person was even harder to take than many, because it meant that person held an extremely special place in my heart. I completely misunderstood her. I kept my head down, not daring to look up, thinking she was mocking me. So what if there was only 1? It just proves that I'm a loyal person. It's 10,000 times better than changing boyfriends. Faster than changing clothes like a promiscuous girl like you. At that moment, Liya smiled to ease the atmosphere. Only 1 person. That's quite unexpected. It turns out our Zhao Yuan is such a romantic.